Why not learn it from Bukhari? That was the first one. I saw the they learn that for a different halacha. They say Kodesh and Kiddush is that the din by Bukhar. What's the din by Bukhar? And the Bukhar animal is offered up. But it's not okay. So where does the other thing that uses Kodesh and as the source for the official blood do not negate each other? Where does that thing learn out that it's Mula of a Bukhar is not best to use that offered up? He's not the way the short is you protect the ambassador of the satisfaction. They too also favor. Ultimately teaches us that only the attitude of the car animals are Mula of the Bukhar is the offered up. So let's remember again, he's actually interested. He's talking about by Mishnah. Remember again, what he says about the what are you, Doc? 56 talks and what's right? So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, okay, like this one now. When you say you piss funny, what exactly? That means I got really bad like 2 minutes ago. Go to the bathroom and get a bowl of wet. He has to go ahead and do another blood application below.
And then I go back again, then I don't pee for an hour, and then I have a big problem. I didn't even think about this story. I got the urologist to tell us about that. All right. So I go in, and I have this pee problem. I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, man, they're going to try. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think they're going to try and go up my dick. And I don't want that to happen. So kind of stayed away from things. So I go in, and there's no total lights and everything. I'm not comfortable with my side. And then they take this ball type thing on there, and they shove it in my ass. Okay. That means the rest of the stuff that's and that's why
that's why I get everyone that mixture of fire and matter. I want to see some nerves. Now you know, and where do Shirayim go? Shirayim go in the same place as the owner. Where does the owner? Shirayim place in the same area. Does that show us that how to the myself? Shirayim not go on the rather again halakha so Shirayim can go below the Kotasik.
So I go into the next room, and swear to God, this is a half the tray. There's like a mound of gel on the gel, and the thing that's going to go by peel looks like the lawn and a car wash. You said the word of the day, car wash. It's the word of the day. Try to hold the PlayStation, you sure will hold the car. And it's rolled out to this room. These women hate it. I'm gonna make you shower on your fucking knees tonight, dog. Shower on your knees.
So the copies,
you're going to take it, baby.
in case of like gets me the Shirayim of the Takas, so we need another Takas, rather than the Takas.
I think that this episode is like a psychiatry office or something. And it kind of is. There's a lot of wild people get into Xanadu. It's crazy. Anything can happen. Make some noise for your next bucket. Bullets, Jack. Oil the youngest, everyone.
Unnecessary part of the buying process. That was my focus. So maybe even that says,
I'm using to set the mood. I was about to go down on her when the song Cold Love by Bill Ray came on.
That's not
For those that don't know, the first line of song is My pussy tastes cold love.
You're supposed to really set up this mixture of blood. So the ultimately again is how you're ultimately again. You place the sheer ultimately from a little bit as you're saying,
honey mealy man, Kara, Bila, Mascona. So that's also ultimately again a kind of said in Bila, but I always say our masculine that the Mahokis is not in Bila. But as against the Mahokis ultimately again is in the case of closer. So that's probably going to be fine. So yeah, we end up with this Mahokis, we're not going to tell you what I'm today. But again, something that's scary about pick up this tomorrow. So two pieces of information are outstanding is obviously the general Mahokis, if you know the answer, and the common these cases of mixed with the common wishbone out into the channel, and ultimately again, Rabbi Eliezer says, no, to the blood application. Why? Because it's a
out of this bucket tonight, Jack.
One that we have to figure out to do this first and foremost is do we subscribe to the concept of a rolling foreign man? That's issue number one. And what's issue number two is this Shirayim. Do Shirayim placed on the Itztava or in
I love it. 10 years, where'd you start at?
The lower here on the Mata, and this will trickle down. Machlokas as well. Resolution. First thing tomorrow morning, I'm excited.
6 months at a time.
Everyone.
Was just passed on another callback. Oh, wow. Hopefully I get that. Oh, that's amazing. Fuck yeah, that'd be great. That guy charged. This guy. Adam Egan? Yes.
Let's begin.
And he told you to come back for another one tonight. He did good tonight. And he said your chance of being a door guy. He said he has to check his thing. They have to do a little FBI search in him. It's like you said jokes, you look stable, it's really fine. Yeah. Now they go through a high level researching. Right. I'm going to battle 8 different jiu-jitsu. Yeah, exactly. Rogan's club video game. I've got a month to go. What do you need? You got a month to learn. Oh, exactly. Jiu-jitsu. Totally, I love it, Jack. So you're a professional golfer, and how long have you been in a relationship with a girl from Austin? 2 years next month. Nice. What is she? She worked at She's a manager. She's an American hero, is what she is. That's right. You don't know about HEB, Harlan? We're Canadian. We don't know what that is. Too? I'm just a piece of shit French Canadian. I'm half. Wow. French Canadian, too. Oh, my God. What's an HPB? No, HEB. HEB is the world's greatest grocery store, ladies and gentlemen. Now it sounds like, hey, what are you world's greatest grocery store? Like, what does that mean? Grocery stores are created equal. Oh, my friend, every single thing at HEB is better than every single thing anywhere else. In every single anything has the HEB logo on it, even if it looks like it's generic, it's better than the actual product that it's competing with. Can I ask you a question? You can ask any question. I'd love to answer. We love HEB. Not even a paid spot. Our hearts. And it is all fucking unbelievable. Can I tell you something? 22 layers. Fucking eat like the one in the oven on my own here. Oh, yeah. I slow cook it. Work it up to 22 layers. You even need a goddamn crane to pull such a feat. The lasagna. I barely know. Did your girl ever bring home any special treats from HEB? Some exclusive treats, perhaps their unbelievable jalapeno stuffed pepper. Stuffed Copper. This is actually my nickname for my girlfriend. Yeah. Just like we always shop at HEB. What are some of your favorite things from HEB? Tell these Canadians what the fuck is going on here. Let's see. Hey, Natalie, if you want. I'm having trouble with anything, but she just went through the management training. I know that they like spend years with like a group of scientists developing their product. That's good, if not better than like normal products like Doritos. They, you know, everybody needs to still shop at HEB because they want to parlay with them. Get this program. So it's like science food? Yeah. It's the best way to describe it. But like they'll develop a product for years before they release it, making sure that it's superior to whatever they're trying to do. So like, look, it's free soda. What you have to understand is that it's a fucking anomaly. You kind of hear about it when you first get here. You know, Red Man and I have been here 5 fucking years now. You learn a lot. HEB in for 5 years. And different HEBs actually have different specialists and chefs and cooks and stuff that specialize in different things. For example, speaking of Bernie, I was at my buddy's ranch in Bernie a couple weeks, and it turns out their bakery is literally out of fucking control. To where the guy, my buddy Nick's dad, is like, hey man, you gotta try these motherfucking snickerdoodles, baby. And I'm like, oh, I'm not a big cookie guy. I'm not into sweets. He's like, no, you gotta try the fucking snickerdoodles from the HEB, baby. The lady at the making this HEB here in Berkeley, 2 fucking snickerdoodles. Like, I was waiting on snickerdoodles. What does HEB even mean? Don't you guys dare fucking me. What does it mean? What is it? What are the little human ball on fire? Here, everything's, but I believe it's just after. It is, and you're going to believe the name. I believe it is. Is it Herbert? Herbert E. Butts, ladies and gentlemen. B-U-T-T-S. Motherfuckers. Yeah, that's right. There's really is one part going on. The tortillas. I imagine that the people listening around the fuck up. It's an anomaly. It's one of the things we also have as you made superior gas station. Our grocery stores, our gas station, our tax breaks, our real estate, our booming economy. So many things are better here in Texas. My God, I chopped down the street and Wally eats ass. How about that? Yeah. Oh, it's Howard. I thought it was Herbert because that sounds cooler than Howard, but it's Howard E. Butts. Yeah, Howard Butts. We were gonna. My girlfriend and I were gonna have her move up to Chicago in June if something didn't take off company-wise for me, and she was like, I don't know where I'm going to shop, and I was just like, Lasco, but that sucks. Yeah, there's no comparison. She had just done a valet in Key Largo. Somehow you look like you might be guy. Yeah. It's a golf caddy. Are you promising golf caddy missions here in Spanish? Oh, nice. So you already work here? So I go 6 months every time. Well, I play the least amount of golf I ever have now that I can. But I was like a 10 in college, so enough to keep up. Perfect. Smash up. You do, Jack. Congratulations, Jack. Fantastic. Jack, are you ready for a secret show? On a secret show. On a real gig. Possibly the tour guy here in the mothership. Here's the big joke with Mike McWilliams. Getting real gigs. That's how possible things are. Just a little bit of jokes and mental stability. You can actually have things happen to you on this show. This pool is representing the inside, but I believe they be wrangled her. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the audience. Make some noise for Pogo.
Hi, I'm going to do something a little different here. I'm not going to talk about the number one topic usually on this show, which is dicks. I'm going to talk about a former Olympic sport. Might not notice, but I was an athlete at one point. I'm kind of surprised too. Anybody want to what sport that might have been?
And it turns out that when I just wasn't below
Synchronized swimming. That's what made me question the Olympics. If I could do it, I'm not convinced.
Blood, awesome. What happens if it was
What made me realize that I couldn't take my gift to the next was because I hated getting my hair wet. One more.
Save you here, Paula. Go ahead and even though the figure is played, go ahead. Do the one more. How long do you take the one more?
Just 20 seconds.
Okay, here we go, Paula.
Have you noticed that nothing lasts anymore? Your car, 5 to 7 years. Your phone, 2 to 3 years. Your washing machine, 5 years. It's a revolving door for constant revenue. I think it all started with tidy whities. They were white and parts of them. Anyway, it was impossible to hide your biohazards.
All right. Almighty Paula, I gotta tell you, you are the opposite of the HEB. Grab that microphone. You're in the interview part now. And you understand this here. Worldly. If you want to sign up for this.
I the show for 5 years. I thought
It doesn't feel you're in it right now.
I was a little nervous back then, but it's okay.
Paula, let's talk about your life. See the show. Obviously, the set didn't go that good, but you can leave it with an amazing interview. Tell us about your life, Paula.
All right.
I like your hair.
Thank you.
You look like what Thurman in Pulp Fiction would have looked. You would have died all the way from the overdose. Cringe. That would have been you.
It's nice to see the catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang making a comeback.
What is Chitty Chitty?
Wouldn't even know well. Ice cream all day.
What are these references?
Come on, children, all be today. What the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
I have no idea.
Top hat on. That's it.
Oh my my God, I do see it.
This is
Your headband just pulled it up, and indeed, you look like the
not
chief.
just like also
Wow,
if it goes up on the
absolutely amazing.
Children, come out. Children,
Okay,
let's do it a lot better than ever had. You want more when you have done the first one yet?
impression that nobody's tell us about your life. What's it about your life?
Also, culturally, in Allah,
Yeah, his brother was killed by the mob.
Oh my God! Wow, you saw. Oh, I fucked up.
It's all free today.
Okay, but what about you, Paula? Let's talk about you. You look like you've been to 9 or 10 divorces, something like that. No, I'm kidding. All right, let's hear it, Paula. What you been doing with your life?
I've been on Steve Harvey.
What were you doing on Steve Harvey?
She said she was on Steve Harvey. Put it together.
I submitted an analysis team,
Okay.
and they called me and they interviewed me, and then
Okay.
Also,
All right.
just like
What did you want to ask?
it was probably back in like 2015 or 16, but it was something about it was when one of our kids called college, and
what does it sound like?
he lived in Waka, and we had never been in the place, but we were paying the rent, and he wouldn't let us in. We had to sit on the stoop. And so that's what the question was regarding, and then Steve Harvey went,
All right, Paula. You sure you've seen this show, Paula?
yes,
Okay. All right. How many kids do you have? 2. Why did you work your entire life?
for a while.
Number 5.
Okay, all right. Enough of that. I'll do it again. Watch it. Hey, we
It's a great typical meal.
Answer the fucking question, Paula.
Yeah, I tried. I was a fitness
Applies
trainer for a while.
to blood
Okay.
and to
Fitness
life.
trainer.
Once
What,
they
you
are
got married? Stop
don't
working?
give you
Have kids?
No,
However,
it was when my kids were older.
okay, sure,
For your
Omer.
kids now.
One is almost 40 and one is in his 30s.
Wine libation.
Do you have a boyfriend now?
And
I'm
ultimately,
married.
again,
You're married. How do you keep things
fresh?
fresh in the
Why? You wipe it off. You wipe it off. You wipe it down. You take it off. So ultimately, again, why? Because ultimately, that's not. Sorry. That's which the Gemara says.
Child catcher.
Okay, all right. Enough of this.
I'll do it again. Watch it. Here we go.
All right. Fucking question, Paula.
I tried. I was a fitness trainer for a while.
Okay. Fitness trainer. And then what? You got married? Stop working? Have kids?
No, I was
That's possible.
when my kids were
Exactly.
there. Okay. How old are you now?
Both are possible.
One is almost 40 and one is okay. Cool.
However,
You have a boyfriend now? I'm married. You're married. How do you keep things fresh?
Or
I don't. Here's a little joke. Can you catch? Here we go. She really. Jesus fucking Christ. Bucket full tonight, folks. This is what the show is. Strikeout City, and everything's gonna happen here.
That's why.
Alright, it appears to be your final fucking pull of the night. Your third female comedian of the night goes by the name of Jen, everybody. Here we go.
Damn, Mitch.
So I've been thinking about my celebrity daughter, and I finally found it.
Whatever is burned on the fires of it, even if it was invalid, most of the time,
It's the nerd emoji.
the meal set is still applies
Yeah,
to
I've been a nerd for a really long
whatever
time.
goes on the altar, not
Back
just
when the internet asked women one question, hot, were you hot
Good.
or were you
On the
not?
days. On the days.
Yeah, it was on a scale of 1 to
Verse
10.
says as follows. The Gemara
And I was
says,
a 9.
"Loi, loi."
Yeah, don't laugh. I was 9 years old.
No. That was saying, here's the situation.
Okay, that's
So, you speak with the one definition of
Now,
starting from days.
I'm an adult on the internet.
That
More questions like,
go ahead and allow something that
what's your
is
social
otherwise
security number?
disqualified.
I'm tired.
Trying to put it this way.
I'm so exhausted. I'll take a robot.
Maybe that's what
Something
I'm actually
that
asking the question my
I'm
mom.
qualified factor of that. But in essence, it's a one under the scale. That's it. It's not like that much. But if you're putting the box, all right. And I'm not too long. Never belongs in the and what? But ultimately, again, you would
Oh my God.
get. That's like the love you love. But what? There's so much just that's when you say if you really love it, that's what you do. Shame roll you low.
I saw the Oh, that's right. You pitched a 69 Mustang and then you ended up selling it. Yeah, but dad and his son. Very good. You better have time to maybe think about what else we can talk about the interview portion of the show. Since the last time, any fun facts about your wife or any one of the things we're again. Any one of the things. I was briefly a shoe model for Hoka Shoes. Oh wow! How much does that pay? How much does a shoe model pay? Is your face in the things or is it like no? We buy a giant marshmallow to explain. Wow. Well, I have good news. The giant marshmallow sits right next to me. Like a shoe model. Just the shoe. It was just us. We like right on track. How about anything else interesting about you, Jay? Anything else? Dating. Like you seem crazy. woman that's been on the show tell me.
Probably because it's
So
what's an example of something that has those characteristics that didn't it
apps or something.
you
Yeah, I am.
never
Okay, is your app to be nerd emoji?
before you bypass the show.
What is your bio say on these
So
apps?
right under this there, so you have a phone, you got a phone, take it down. Take it down. Most of the show goes to you actually small.
Go up on blocks.
Actually says
So boring.
so
Right here, Tony.
because you
Right.
It is.
is that it means without it.
Looking at me. Yeah. Sorry, I can't, but goddamn. I still think she's like a dominatrix. Yeah, she's like I think she's getting a Gilligan silent fetish.
Rest
Another solid
why
preference. Early 70s, ladies and gentlemen. Close. Front of the line. Oh, God. So, Jenny, give us an example. What's that?
Why?
With somebody and then you met them for some prom or something. Okay, don't worry about it.
So Google says,
It's just crazy. It's crazy what's going on here tonight. The least funniest thing going on is sign up for good time.
I've never had narcolepsy, but I think we'll come together real.
Okay. Let him sleep before he pops up.
Suggested that means before should be
Jenny, you went for a
of
walk around
meets
like
up
Lady Bird,
without
like,
it.
and then the
Say what the rule
what
is.
happened?
They you put
I
the
told him
rings
about
before
what I
us,
did
we
last
go
week.
on that, then what you
What did you do the week before?
So I would have said
I
therefore
went
what?
to Las
If
Vegas
you
to
end up
help
putting the
sell
pizza
AI
on the
guns.
there,
Okay.
but
Alright.
before
Okay,
the
so
pizza,
then,
although
then
it's
what
not
happened on the
appropriate,
fucking
there,
page?
but I would have done that. I'm off the mesa, you leave it on there, do not get back down.
Somehow I made him
That was
laugh.
a big ticket that you got this moment. You
Okay,
really
so
touched the colors.
yeah, it
So,
is incredible.
overrule them for it's like, they have not been set aside for them.
Jenny, last
They got that much.
question I could possibly ask you. This might be a new thing. This is
Ultimately, it's only
you
a
wait a year.
that they are considered to be a favorite to the Gavoa.
Or you wait a year, you sign up allowance. Give us something fucking interesting or entire
Let's talk about it. Rain over Cutchin Colin. Anybody need you? What's this?
person. You've seen the show before. And you see like, oh, somebody question and then they'll answer honestly, and I'll say something. It's interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't cut down. Even if it's $200. That is low.
Answering for you, Jenny, and you're not saying anything. Well, maybe you're answering honestly. Normally not this hard.
That narrowed into a
You say
really says
any
love.
fucking
I don't
thing.
understand why not
Any fucking
a
thing about
country
your
color
entire
before she
fucking
goes,
life.
which also
I
don't take
think
long
it's
to
interesting that I
what's
saw
the
it.
which is
Okay, there she goes, Jenny.
It is a country color and if we're gonna
There she goes.
Who's the
If I was a fan of the show, maybe they ran their course. In the end, it's just a bunch of crazy people signing up for the chance to do it. Let me remind you, we find stars almost every other week or so. There's another fucking monster that we find. Dead Trip Flynn has a week off. Julia with his family. For those of you that are fans of the show, may I say we have a book to recommend. The great Louis C.K. It's called Intro, everybody. I read it. It's amazing. You should read it. While listening to your favorite podcast, Kill Tony. What a handful. Louis C.K., ladies and gentlemen. It's an amazing film. You're going to love it. Carlin, what were you going to say there?
It's just a moment, especially as it's so
And again,
far,
it's not like
entertaining.
once it
Yeah, it literally was the design of
it's
herself.
to however
Thing.
so
She did,
easy.
really.
Parents the fish because she says something not really
We can also
bona fide
our regular is the great Ari Maggie were earlier, and the only way to end a show like this is with the Hall of Famers to record their most appearances on the most interviews during the show. And he is, again, like, discovered catwalk, and then she said, I'm just turning this into a vest. I recently asked ChatGPT if AI would one day replace Ryan's job as podcast producer. Replaced yet. I watched Sean Darko dubbed in French the other day, and I definitely didn't know what was going on. She needs a Zoom to catch her on Bravo. William, have you watched any of tonight's show? Have you seen it? Sometimes you're so just a little of it. I have been paying attention. What a bunch of just took out kind of people, right? Yeah, psycho bitches. Yeah, psycho bitches. She's straight. She was walking out and just touched her shoulder, just trying to be nice. And went on with what I was doing, and I turned around and she was just sitting there staring at me, and I was like, okay, bitch, keep walking. I was trying to be nice. Be nice. Bitch, what the fuck? It is wild. It's real that anything can happen, because if these things were pre-produced at all, clearly that have to my job.
Has to be on the point that even if it's not sanctified as a result of disease, you put it back out. You know, it's like that's the she has the open
Maddie's friend, also not get off
that you
my
put it back
back.
on. You know,
There's an Estonian comedian that's annoying you in the green room. It's real.
Even if it's
very
outsourced,
nice. I only
you
briefly
end up
said
putting it back.
there tonight. Tony, I'm trying to even think about
Supposed to be able to go back and forth. Over here. What does the other?
not a lot. You're asking
Funny,
me what you've been doing in the green while we've been taping the show.
Yes, I'm not sure.
Nothing.
I love this to this.
Right. William, how's life been?
Go
What
for
have
what
you
you
been
get.
up to?
I was trying to get
Well, it's not funny. I'm not gonna snap out, but I've been so fucking rowing. She's 3 weeks. What made you stop rowing? My sciatic nerve. And I was worried I was gonna just stop doing it. Now I've just stopped doing it. So I've got to get back. It's so fucking now. So I've got to get out. I've been on fucking eBay. I've been like, well,
across a food choice. Plans.
my place went to land snap on some fucking eBay. But I'm a little worried because I got this and I got the package Friday today. Yeah, you can go to the antique store at
Go ahead
It's great. I'm CAMONIX. I got your one. This looks like a done. That's looking done. I've got a one that looks like another Oriental. Looks like an Oriental thing. It looks like it's some sort of cookie jar. Some sort of jar. Yeah, I gotta get a lampshade. I've been looking at ones that kind of look like a silk. It's just so boring. It's so just an owl in your window. Is that true? It is true.
Just show
I didn't know it was a demonic kind of thing. I didn't really understand because I've literally in my car recently all these birds hit my side window. Oh my god, literally what I've been birds will just start going into my fucking side window. And now it's happening in my house. Now it's happening with all the kind of seriously.
Whatever is stick or stay.
From Arby's. Really love. I really do. That's it. What do they call them? Nothing else from Arby's. What do you call them? A Tomoka shake. Fucking flying into my window, dying. Seriously, it's been a weird. That's why I've been down recently. Tony, it's weird. Birds have been flying into your windows. Correct. It's now it's on some social media. Maybe you heard about that one. So I also heard an ostrich.
Ostrich based on smoked dog. I was trying to figure out, according to Yeshua, what does he do with the
is there something that you're leaving out? Perhaps you have some type of food that you've left out that we want the birds fly in our windows and you sort of something like energy thing, I think, Tony.
So what is it you're telling me? What it says.
Wow, worried about it. Yeah, don't they say if a bird flies into your house, somebody's going to die? And I don't mean morbid, but isn't that like
right? So my comment, למוקטה מקדיש
That's what I've been doing. And dear Lord, doubting right before this again, I kind of haven't been feeling great. And I'm watching this one, and I didn't even click on the next, it just goes on. And it's these two police officers, a PC guy, one on the window, and he give the fucking driver's license, and then they end up bringing out the window, and then he shot the neck in the stomach. And then it shows a process of them blocking off the road to other police cruisers, fucking police scams, and police scams everywhere. But it didn't help my mood before I got
you accept it and it doesn't go down.
what's that gonna
I
do
was
to the
going
bird?
to solve the by
Why do people say you laugh like an owl?
So I'll say, it says in his death twice.
Okay. Well, I'm in the bonus spot. Ingram by Louis Say one more time since
So again, once
a
he's
lot of
on
people
his
have decided to take up reading
that leaves him death
instead of watching builds up. I'm gonna say fond farewell to the millions of people that believed in us for a long time. William, you might have to start rowing again. Yeah, I have to. You think I noticed that 3 weeks rowing 3 weeks ago was also about the same timeline as that one show that you. Do you think there's any correlation working out words singing? Do you think there's any correlation between what is being considered, a very viral moment for you, and all these things, birds flying into your windows, owls, all these are you trying to make yourself William, are you trying to make yourself cry right now? This is the first in the history of the show. William has never gone to acting school to an acting coach. Tell us why you were crying. Come on. It's okay, you tell me. No, come on. No, I can never. Not in this situation. No. Yeah. The world. What the fuck? Stupid Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there. Guys, make sure you listen to the Harlan Highway cast with Harlan Williams. Anything else you want to plug here on tour? I'm on theaters. There's the Kill Tony in 2026. I will be doing Mount Compzilla comedy tour all over the country. Check out Harlan Wesley. My new movie that I wrote directed called Wingman is coming out in 2026. Keep your eyes open for it. It's going to be great. Harlan directed and wrote the movie. It is incredible. Nick Rochefort, ladies and gentlemen, is on the Scuffed Real Tour. Tell them where they can get tickets. Tickets at ShamanicsHouse.com. I appreciate it. Thank you. He buy tickets to a comedy show like a weirdo. He really does have his own very successful antique store. It is cool as hell. Called Shamanics House. CHAMONIX House. On Instagram and the way. Thank you to ExpressVPN and Shopify. And Red Band. Check out Subs.com. Love you guys. We did it again. One more time. Here's again. It's your last chance. to see a Kill Tony live in 2025.
always
Thank you, live audience. We'll see you guys again soon. Good night, everybody.
other broadcasts. Being lucky, I would have thought that maybe this is or something like that.
Every Thursday, sunsets from ATX.com/tickets.
This special, we'll call it what happens if you offering up an invalid Mar Sila Me'ola, so once I learns it out from Ola, we say that even an invalid bird offering offered up on the Mizbeach would be valid. My Sila Me'ola, and the other so once therefore he would his ability for the Mizbeach to go and accept only the best sacrifices grant by Ola was the one word that ultimately aber Amina findet eine Leute the animal is still alive. But the Rahmana Ola, aber Amina findet I'm at the first ultimately again of yes, a person of I study these families above on the right side. On the phenomenon. And I'm not about
Kill Tony brought to you by Blue Chew and Quo. You guys ready for a great night? Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking? Here we go. This is it. Every single week, I have two of the best guests on planet Earth. Two of the best kids, ladies and gentlemen. This is a special one. Both returning guests. One of them, a returning guest of the year, a multi-layered guest of the year, Hall of Famer. With another one of my favorite comics of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. You're here for a special episode. This is Ray. It's all happening. It's now on YouTube under Ian Edwards Stand. you must check it out. Ian is a legend.
All right, well, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all.
I mean, him and I.
Our sponsors for this morning's shift to thank. I'm going to tell the sponsors for
the comedy store have us side by side all the time. 10, 15, 10, 30, 10, 45,
Allison Adam Steinmetz
45,
for dedicating all the show instructions this month in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Shlomo Tzvi, Ruben Ben Shimon. For the
This guy reminds me of
in honor of his show staff in Aliyah, he named Joseph for his children and grandchildren. He's a beautiful Adam. Adam WhatsApp me yesterday to up. Was 34, and now 35. Great grandchildren. Like I said, this name, summer continues to improve. Tremendous videos for me on his no longer in this world. Send me a month last Christian. We're dedicating all the children instructions this month. In memory of their parents, Yitzchak, Laban, and Cohen, Sarah, Yaakov, Bas, Bala, Abraham, the Bas, Ephraim, and your family friends, that such as tell you on a good mission from the motel. On Earth, Hanukkah, 2023, Hall of College, to dedicate spirit and justice this of Mishpacha Leah, Zachini Shimon Shmuel, and Esther Das Arias. And the Holy sponsors for today, Ayala Steinberg, and Health. And the Rosh Hashanah, in memory of his grandfather, Harab Shekario, and Harab Aryeh, and all those who knew with 47 to the Tokol and so on. With that, let us very excited about that. Well, we left off yesterday on 8 of the days at Tashma. Tashma. The last Tashma, which is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. Remember again, we are in this dramatic about Hara Azuma water. So what was the case that we had yesterday? Now, we have a Hara Azuma water. People carry around over percent glass. Right? This is a plastic Hara Azuma water. What is the thing over here? Some regular water gets Hara Azuma water. What is the impact? Remember, the largest just circle twice. Just circle twice and you are good to go. Chachamim say it's holding the process. Now let's remember again. So the idea is Rabbanon is pretty easy to find because all 66% is made up of 3 parts. Number 1, what does HB mean? When liquids mix, they fully and comprehensively mix together. That's number 1. Number 2 is, and therefore, hazot is the amount of water that should be sprinkled when it's for the river. And 3, ultimately, I guess here in getting the tabernacle and independent sprinkling do not combine to form the composite or the collective amount. So that's a set for sprinkling. So you put that all together, that makes the place of flowing. You regular water, get some regular water, the whole thing is valid. Okay, but now you might say, well, let's put the shot study. What is this two sprinkles? I don't understand why does two sprinkles work? What is not going to work? So again, that was a clear enough Lava of ashes. So the Gemara really seized upon the position of Lavashi a lot, right? Because Lavashi, he said that in Diva, ultimately again, there's no Diva, which is not comprehensively mixed. Therefore, two has those, two sprinkles, and the Gemara and kept challenging. That they left off yesterday. Too much time to before we finish this up. I'm trying to kind of answer. I've been playing like that, kind of right? Because also, this is the mixture of sacrificial blood. So let's say if you have one application blood, that gets mixed with other one application blood. That's the halal. You're not sure the much on okay, so your blood application. You don't geometry, you don't, but if you say in utero, like what I say, if you say in utero, with the water liquid go mixed together, now you're not doing like then what does the patient do for you? No, I tell you, I'm I look it up, maybe because when you do one application, you end up applying one of the bloods and not the other. So it's your system. So it's not listen, so if you know, again, as you know, said, that really you have a one-to-one ratio.
What's your favorite?
But you end up doing one application for each of the bloods, each of the bloods, right? Then you end up hitting both down to the okay. I'm not gonna, again, these are all these questions that are a lot of actually. I'm not gonna ask these. Remember again, you have 4 application blood that is influenced another 4 application blood. So again, how can I use application where again it's a 4 ratio. And therefore, once you do the application, you ensure that everything gets in there. Not what about a 4 application blood? This is like 1 application blood. The feet came out, anyone, the feet came out. How can I mean this? I the alphas, see if you say again. And then over here, only got mixed in with one measure of healthy, I'm going to let Yeshua, or we grab all time about faces. Yeshua said the problem is, you remember this is Yeshua's answer back to Rabbi Eliezer. Yes, Yeshua, how can you do 4 applications? After all, it's about faces. There's only one measure of the one application. You must about about remember, these people are in the right? When the blood is mixed together. What actually wants to suggest blood tests, we're not going to this is your cups, that your individual cups, like get mixed together. Rabbi Eliezer is like without one less than those. Remember again, we had this in this. Rabbi Eliezer suspects the concept of low. I will say, what's low? And remember where this
I'm lovely. Thank you. Every day is a holiday. Every things in your neck of the woods.
Blood that got mixed together. Like, let's say we're going to look like which covenant is offered up for Nalo, which covenant for Nalo, right? Everything
Feeling
else
blessed,
pretty much
very much so. And doing
so
the
let's
same
say
thing,
you have
just making the rounds on X spaces.
Anybody
Have any new news that wow?
The application of matcha. What about the fact that you're putting blood in the wrong place? I mean, I just said it's low. What's we view
Show myself?
We view any Lamata
Okay,
blood
now I preface this. Last time I did this, the LeBron games kicked me out. So I just give you a heads up that I need about 2.5 minutes to do this. I appreciate it. First and foremost, I'm doing my best to follow every single person's you can. I'd appreciate the follow back. I follow everyone back. So if you want a free follow back, I'm your person. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the creation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that the data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I friends your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. I want you to be able to start charities, philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pin post. You'll also find in my pin post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person. I have more content than any person. I also have a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rob. We have exceeded 2,800 people in our community, and I'm very proud of that. If you'd like to join, please feel free. Additionally, you should know, in addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, sonics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst, cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we built in water towers in developing nations for the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a reader or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Okay, so that was like, what kind of stuff that makes it right here? Again, it turns out that really is still like the approach that you can really answer and the we started with the price of the bank, it's still whether or not HB law or Indian law still seems to go ahead and factor into this. There's really two parts of the machlokes. Like HB law Indian law is ultimately again in terms of when the blood itself is made. That's one case. There's a secondary case where you have individual cups.
Absolutely, and for the decriminalization of drugs.
Okay, so what's like, so that's kind of that's just before we go on. I'm just very intrigued by this paraduma case. When it comes to
absolutely, perhaps my favorite drug.
You have we'll call it mundane water that gets mixed in with paraduma water. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? What's the impact of that? Listen to this. So the Rambam.
An excellent question. So when I shower, I usually either do from the waist up, or I wear swim trunks, and then additionally, I record myself using GoPro, and if I change clothes, generally I do so just having my upper body shown.
Again, you take the ash of the what do you mixed 9 times, right? Well water, spring water, right? So now I have
It's
my
enough.
water. Rambam says, let's say for argument's sake, you still have
What's your net
9
worth?
times still. Any additional that gets mixed in, elu psulim. The part of water is possible. So most say sweet passing like the chachamim.
Perhaps
That
I
any-
live comfortably.
foreign
I'm a
water
certified
gets
project
mixed into the
management
part of water.
professional.
Even if
I've
that-
launched successfully on the App Store and
even
Google
if it
Play,
was water
which has
that
allowed
was
me some
originally
financial
drawn
independence.
for the sake of part. In other words, let's say I go to the well, I take Mayim Kaim, take a bucket of Mayim Kaim of spring water for the paraduma. I mix up the paraduma. I've got some water left over in my bucket. Even if some of that water falls in my paraduma.
Well, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be able to share and for your kindness. If any of you ever need anything, feel free to DM me or reach out. I'm always available to you, and I hope you guys have a
I
wonderful
don't
day.
even
Thank
know.
you.
I'm not sure where these I don't know where the paraduma is. I don't know where the Mishnah is. Listen to this. This is wild. The Chaim, nothing was arguing. Just this is bonus material. You're welcome. You're welcome. This is the Chaim. In Yarad Lesochan Tal Hare Elup Sulit. It falls into the paraduma water. It's possible. It's possible. So, which is fascinating. Which tells you just the care and concern that they must have exhibited again with the para azuma. Ultimately, to make sure that we're give the rabbi then goes to a whole bunch of that's fruit juices, other things like that. Okay, or even moisture in the kli. But again, halacha so we pass in like we pass like the chachamim. That wasn't interestingly enough. Okay, fine. There's a lot. I don't know why I just got caught up in paraduma yesterday. How did I should be talking to it soon. Okay, fine. We'll leave the rest. We'll leave the rest. A lot of interesting stuff. The shear of Hazah. Here. We'll leave the rest. So let's get back to the okay, anyway. But so I love myself. I love myself. I was like the alien water. Apparently, even the dew that gets mixed with paraduma ultimately again is going to negatively impact it. That's the matter. Now, by it's mostly seen now. Fascinating. Most of Ella. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. So take a look at Rashi just a moment. This is Rashi in the Shanu Hach Musa Chatos Va'olad B'Machnisim Dela El Dami Rabban Yishapek La'ama Ella Chatos. What's again? Here's the case. If you remember again in the Mishnah, we had the following situation. We had the case of where you had the blood of here, the blood of Chatos that gets mixed with the blood of Ova. So if you remember, actually this is just the beginning of the show, right? So if the blood of Chatos gets mixed with the blood of Ova, what's that law? The Chachamim say pour it out. So look at that actually. The Chatos for all the lessons in the hell. Tell me Rabban and Yishapek. Ella betchilas Chatos va'olot she's carved with name Matan Damon. By his Haski Rabban the Leslie Rowan, also the Shanos Esmekomon, Losses as older Lamala Minafod, his name Hechsher Chatos. Listen. So when you have So when you have the chatos and the olam mixed together, so remember again, okay, pour it out. And Eliezer says, no, do the blood application in different places. What about the blood applications that are done in the wrong location? What's the problem? Or how do you deal with that? Rowing. So remember again, just to clarify this. When you have a chatos and a mix together, what's the big problem over here? Let's analyze. What's our problem? What's our problem? What application? Chatos goes limata, and Ola goes limata. So now everything together in the same cup. Or for that matter, again, even different cups. Let's keep it simple. How do I do the blood application? So remember again. Yes, only what he calls beginning of Yash, meaning no blood application being done. That's where this machlokes is. This is law. Let's say halakha when I look at Rashi about sof chatos in the middle of the line about sof chatos. Shenis arid yari chatos. What about? Let's say you have touch blood, and the blood application is already done. So now, so we'll say application with the chatas blood called, what is it called? Shiraim. So let's have shiyore chatas with ola blood. Okay, shiyore chatas that gets with ola blood. Listen to this. There's no why. This is why not. Listen to this. However, about sof chatas means blood applications have already been done. All I have is ola blood. Divrei hakol. I have no problem. Why? Because makom ola, makom shirayim. Because what do I have here? Ola blood and shirayim. Guess what? Ola blood go in the same place. They both say, where is shirayim? Now, here's what's interesting. Abaye is saying, pretty much pour that on the sole, on the base. But I'm not going to come and say why, because whatever on the bottom of his deck is going to what? Is going to trickle down onto the base when there's been no blood application. Yeah, the blood of the chatos, shiyore chatos that gets me all the blood. Abaye said, easy, because they both get applied on the same blood application. Incredible. Incredible. Says, hold up. I'm going to Rabbi Yosef. Hold up. Haki Amar Rabbi Huda using that shiyore chatos could just be anywhere on the lower part of the mizbeach, and they will drip down. That's not true. Rabbi Huda says, Rabbi Huda said that shirayim have to be poured on the itztava. They're both like, remember again, what's the itztava? Itztava, remember again, flat part of the yisod. The yisod extends out on two and a little bit of the mizbeach. So what it is it's a base, but it's a base loose. It's the flat part of the yisod. It's a flat part. So Rabbi Huda said, no, you can't apply shirayim on the bottom part of the mizbeach. Shirayim have to be applied on the flat part of the itztava. If that's the case, then even when leftover chatas blood gets mixed in with all the blood, we still have a problem. I was going to say, see here, this is Amar of Shimon, Moshe Rav Shimon, we'll say Rav Shimon, the Akbar Abaye said, yeah, Moshe Rav Shimon, the machlokes we can go to, and that's calling is only when you have what we'll call initial chatas blood that gets mixed in with initial ola blood, meaning that the blood application for the chatas blood has not been done yet. That's a problem. That's what it's machlokes. About sasva ola, divrei hakol, makom ola, makom shirai. But if you already did the blood application, so the chatas, and therefore all you have is Shirayim Chagas blood that's mixed in with all the blood, easy, because they're both applied in the same place. They both can be applied in the same place. The lower part of the Mizbeach, that's where the Ola blood belongs. If this blood doesn't belong, where does the Chagas blood belong? Where does it belong? By these problems. Just apply it to the lower part of the wall of the Mizbeach and it'll trickle down. No, Adayin Machlokas. Not true. Not true. It's still a Machlokas. So both say this is amazing. So it turns out that now both say there is a dramatic Machlokas about the proper placement of Shirayim. Where does Shirayim go? Now again, remember before we got to this Gemara, and life was easy, right? Everything made sense before 5, 6 in the morning, right? So I knew somebody on the way in, where did Shirayim would have said, where did Shirayim go? So, and if somebody would have asked, agree with that, you would have said, of course. And now comes along and says, no, not everybody, and Machlokas. So where's the Machlokas? Everyone agrees Shirayim belongs on these souls. The Shaila is, what is the exact placement? So clearly, again,
thank you for the opportunity to hear. Do you mind if I share a project with everyone?
Shimon is also saying that, I'm sorry, Rabbi Shimon is saying, you can put Shirayim anywhere on the lower part of the Mizbeach, and you're good to go. Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that no, Shirayim must be Itztava. Must be
excellent. Thank you so much. First of all, I've done my best to follow everyone in this space. I appreciate it. Follow back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I follow back everyone. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I will, I stream my life 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My students go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the King, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show. Real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates when the first was king, and I'm making it today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated the data that ever taken petroleum was Earth's #1 resource. I have more data on the internet than any person ever, which is make me rich and I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent. If you're not already, ensure that you generational wealth. You don't already. And I want you to be able to start charitable philanthropic organizations of your own. And unlike any stream or 2 YouTube streams, unlike over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day, you can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling fan. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pin post. You'll also find in my pin post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do. Because I have more social media than anybody. I have more content than any person. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 20 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition, we can be all extremely wealthy and want to promote world peace. We want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. We want to help end world thirst by cryptocurrency that's worth $100 million. One of the wells water towers in developing nations for the benefit of world sports. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Short program and most importantly, desalination technology. Let's see water onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, want a free mental coach and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the most importantly, I want to. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity.
And the blood of Bukhar. placed lamata. Ushman makam olam makum shirayim. And what do you see from here? That shirayim and olam could be placed in the same area, which is lamata. So what do you see from here? Shirayim does not need to be placed on the istira. All you have to do is pour it anywhere on the lower part of hold the red line and you're good to go. Shmuel says no. Tchilas olah, not necessarily. It could be about, again, what we call tchilas olah. Tchilas olah just means no blood applications have been done for the olah. So really, in other words, initial blood of olah and bachar. My kamash malan, what is the in olin nebatnim zez? It's teaching us that sacrificial blood do not negate one another. That's what it's teaching me. There are local amounts of that, again, when you have two ones that are mixed together, they're the last one. You might just hold up. It's not the source of that halacha. I agree, but that's the halacha. But this sorry, so exciting. Where it says no, it's sort of the fact that sacrificial blood stuff do not negate one another. It's actually no different source. Where's the that from? Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, because of us, we do use the Kohen Gadol does something very interesting on Yom Kippur. And what does he do? He goes ahead and, remember again, he shechts a par and he shechts a goat. Right? And now after their individual blood service is done, he mixes the two bloods together. Now obviously, there's a lot of blood from the par than there is from the sa'ir. But even though, again, there's rov down the par, yet the blood does not negate each other. So from here you see that sacrificial bloods, when they are mixed together, negate one another. That's the source for this halacha. Rashi says over here, and there's 4 lines up on the bottom. So we'll say, so remember, interestingly enough, you mix bloods together in order to apply the corners of the intia, which is actually what's very unique about Yom Kippur. But it's not the only time, because we have chatas pnimi, but Yom Kippur is one of the times where there's a chatas pnimi where we do blood applications on the interior mizbeach. Well, and everyone knows there's more dam than dam sawyer. You come to oldest closest 46 in here. You can hear that halakha lamaisa, sacrificial blood that is one another. So we learn from Yom Kippur. Not from the this is an interesting machlokes. I know. In this machlokes, I know. I'm interested enough. What are we arguing about? The source. The source. Everyone will agree that halakha sacrificial blood do not negate one another. They argue on what the source for that halakha is. We'll come back. So the pasuk says, what is this pasuk? Look at Rashi says, he's talking about carbon oil. The pasuk is the shachat and benat. I shouldn't say the pasuk with the pasuk. The shachat is benat. So if we look at the Harakanim as Adam, the Zaku as Adam al Mizbeach. So let's say the pasuk says the shachat the carrot, they'll offer up the corn and they'll offer up the dam. The Zaku second mention of dam is really unnecessary. It doesn't tell me. Once you tell me ultimately again, we do it in our corner as Adam, but they're going to bring the dam close to the Mizbeach. Just say what? Just say the Zaku. You don't have to say the Zarko as Adam. You don't have to say that. I understand. There's no other carbonic material that we're discussing in this. So the subject already is done. So once you tell me that the bringing is close to the Mizbeach, just say on this sprinkle it. There's no need to say anything else. So you must say, not how many I'm a gaze. Not how many down. Why do you have to down twice in the pasuk? Listen to the Yaakov. Rasa. I'm gonna thought like this. Maybe the halacha ultimately again that when a thing gets mixed in with something else that doesn't identity is only talking about an ola, because by an ola ultimately again, even she's out of the Rasa. If let's say you made a Tmura means you're not gonna let's say you want to swap out your original carbon for another carbon. That is legal. You're not allowed to do that. And if you do, in fact, do that, there's a penalty. What's the penalty? By the who was both animals ultimately become transcripts that have responsible. So I'm going to put like this. Yachol, Amy Allah, Amy is like Amy Allah, she is having this Murasa. I would have thought that this halakha, that other things, this identity, only applies to an Ola. Because in an Ola case, not mixed up with this Tumura. Sha'ar Chaim Tikar. Even if the animal was alive, you're still allowed to offer all of these kabbanos. Take a quick look at Rashi before we go on. Rashi says, Yachol Imi Ella. Ella is Abu Be'edu. The Kamarbinon is the last of the wide lines on top. The Kamarbinon made the Yikudu, Shekimka Arubasa, Ru'uya Ikare, even this Arba Bahina Be'ehari. The Ola is unique because halacha l'maisa, even if an Ola died with other Olos while the animal was alive, you still have to proceed, shach, and off. The Ola, the Tmura, or Ola, Akeres, Tnan, Nasim, the Kachim, the Rayika, the Shin Yishu, the Kachim Yishu, the Bin, the Skin, it's not left. You must have such a Samin, the other having touching the meat, and Hashem Yikudu, the Abapi, Shein, and Nino, so again, it was ultimately again, Halacha to offer it out. So was uniting the levels. How do I know to ultimately again hold this thing? So I would include ultimately hold this in any category of why? Because just as an Ola ultimately can come as a never Ola, so too as an Ola can also come as a never Ola brother. United Rabbi Hashem, Halalet include Hashem. So my bani is Hashem, Shetal Matan Dalit together. I include Hashem in the category as well. Why? Hashem is similar to Ola, is going to require 4 blood applications. The far nice to pass out United. I don't know what to include. The far nicer and covered the Talmud Omar, Dam. I read dam. So again, the holy word, once I remember again, was why do I need dam? Right? Why I need repetition of dam? So dam comes to really expand the carbonates that are included in these principles espoused by this passage. My love, that was saying, again, remember. So again, once again, you might talk about each other, and yet again, the sacrificial blood with him, right? And to be offered up together. So you says, what's the case? My love. Are you talking about a case of sofa? Now, what's sofa? Sofa means the primary blood of people that have already been done. So you have Ola left over with Bakar, and now the Gemara is telling me that what those can be offered up together. And the Lord said, why could they be offered up together? Shmamina. Why? Because again, what am I seeing here? That she is placed in the same place as the Ola. Where's the Ola place? Mata. So to shrine this place from Mata, what is it in here? That she does not require to give up. Rather, where does she go? Anywhere below the Kotasika. Anywhere below the line. He lost Ola Bakar. In fact, we're talking about a case of plus Ola. No blood application that we all have been done. So they're going to plus Ola Bakar. Now remember, plus Ola Bakar, what's the situation? That's Maslamon, here it is. They're only in the God Once again, another source that's according to the same thing was that blood, mixed together sacrifice with blood, not imitate one another. Not one second. Nibalaka, you must understand, Nibalaka cannot harm Nibalaka. One second, we already have a source. Where's the source for that? When people just said what? And what happens by Yom Kippur? The coin takes the leftover blood of the soil, the left blood of the car, and mixes it together. It does an interior blood application. That teaches us that when sacrificial blood are mixed together, they do not nullify each other. I don't need this possible. Which means you're right. And no, it's not focus on Ika Dinastil and Haka, Ika Dinastil and Haka. Here, some of us, these of us have changed that fascinatingly enough. We want to use the same principle, which is sacrificial blood will not negate one another. What's the focus? What's the focus? What's the source? I will say that there are really three sources for this. Like one source ultimately again is going to be the heart. One source is going to be Ova. And the third source is going to be Yom Kippur. So three different sources for the same year. You know, it says, now we know that whenever you have something like this simple follow-up question that you know is saying, why doesn't everyone agree with every source? Some of us are one of these different ways. Again, everyone is agreed. Now, what I want to point out is what it says, good. Behind Kanoi, the Lakas and Dama Sarla, source I said, the other two of them, they don't like going out having like why not? Has subject in the other place. Because the most say this is actually fascinating, and this is a different perspective. A whole other yes. Now we've been working in the studio, presupposing that when the coin finishes his individual blood all goes for the soil and the high, he then mixes the leftover blood together and then does a collective blood application in the interior of his door. That's my focus. That's my focus. Everyone agrees that there are blood applications on the interior of his back, but there's a duty independently applied. The blood of the car, the blood of his, or you mix them together and then do a collective application. That's my focus. Therefore, again, on both sides, Yom Kippur is only approved if you hold that the bloods are combined. But the other opinions hold the bloods are not combined. So because of that, they don't really Yom Kippur. Good. You must be down. Why do the others reject the limit ultimately from Allah? Y'all is down. Because they don't start that touch of down. They don't feel the extra down. The extra is next to the word Allah. You call that thing. I kind of lay off. Why not bring it out from the heart? That was the first one. The Kasavar. How does he not even get into Russell? They don't have to put it around. They say, Cody, he doesn't bring the heart. By the heart, that by heart only the heart element is offered up, but it's Tzibura is not offered. Okay? You want to do Iba. So where does the other thing, like that uses possession as the source of sacrifice of what not with each other. Whereas if that is in the learn how that the Tzibura of the heart is not best to start off. Read up not too late, they each start to say that last sentence. You know this? Right? It's a sort of satisfy Hashem. Who comes then to us? Ultimately teaches us that only the action of the heart animal is offered up, but the mura of the heart is offered up. Incredible. That's what I get. So that's not so in our law, we have to be interested. It's talking about our Mishra as well. Really, really, only 2 sets of how us about how the blood gets mixed together to do, and then what happens is it succeeds without asking. right? So that's by the heart. So the Gemara says, no, it says, touch my nesting. That's what the point of the blood application of the combined blood. The mala, without everyone agrees that halakha myself, he has to go ahead and do another blood application. So this is the case again of where Mala blood gets mixed together with the Makla. Only does the blood application in Mala without asking. So in that case, everyone agrees that Allah should do another blood application in Makla. So the Gemara says, I think will be in the underworld. Both words. Experts back though, even though the thing that I'm going to do this. My life. The oil carcass ball, thinking about a piece of carcass and all the blood damage together. You guys live in my law. Probably so since you gave the blood application above, the rest of the carcass blood that is now in this mixture is now what? Now Shirai. And that's why the Katani able to is and that's why everyone agrees to take the rest of that mixture. What do you see? Then where does Shirai go? Shirai go in the same place as the Ola. Where does the Ola go? In the Makkah. Shirai is placed in the same area. And therefore, what does that show us? That halakha l'maisa. Shirai need not go on the rather again halakha l'maisa. Shirai go below the Kabbalah. But Baruch says, "On the Malava, Hakamas." None know what these they go to only cut the Sakisona of the Shirai. So actually, this over here is where halakha l'maisa. What about you have a katos? That's the gets mixed in line of the blood of the children. So again, making this a bit more complicated. Only I buy him a man. He then the eye of this Shirai. But why? Okay, why did you set up like that? Why not set up as a group where ultimately again you rest over? Sorry, why not set it up? If you get to mix with the Shirai of the Hakadosh. So you have a Hakadosh. That's a beautiful Hakadosh. The Hakadosh Shalom is going to be fine a lot. That's what. A few men on the Shirai ultimately, you're going to be doing this. Shirai American. What is an American liberal Chazak in the time? Shirai American was a focus of the application of pouring out of the part for the carbonic process or so maybe even according to the opinion that says Shirayim are Ma'atrim plus in Ma'atrim. So this is some of the Shirayim blood that's not I'm going to love it. That's from the Ladino. Holtzina the Yuba Ayoni. The Kayar, the Ma'atrim. Instead of this piece in this mixture of blood, the majority of blood ultimately is alone. And our not on the blood. And again, the ultimately again they have on the right, using the man, using the man on the must. One of the concepts that's to ultimately again the time to the opinion that says in the law of the about the beginning of the dance. Our master is that my focus is not in the I was always in a focus. The focus ultimately again will be So again, we end up with a focus. We're not going to have today, but again, especially with outstanding tomorrow. So the two pieces of information that are outstanding is obviously the general approach to the ledger and the following the mission. I recommend again in these cases of mixture, which come and say, you spoke the armor point out of the channel, and ultimately again, Rabbi Eliezer said, no, keep it right out of it. Why? Why is that about why? Because she suspects the principle of roll. So issue number one that we have to figure out, will be discussed tomorrow, is do we subscribe to the concept of rolling or not? That's issue number one. And number two is Shirayim. Do Shirayim have to be placed on the Yitzhak? Or is it enough to place Shirayim ultimately again on the lower part of the sphere of the Mizbeach and not and let it trickle down, not resolution of those two pieces will be tomorrow morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, her show
Right,
on the line is Regina.com. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Space is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support for anytime, anywhere. Talkspace therapy and psychiatry is covered by most insurers and most insured at $0. Find a licensed provider that's the right fit for your needs. We all know therapy can be costly, but part of the mission of Talkspace quality care that is accessible and affordable, whether or not you are insured. Talkspace makes getting the help.
All right, well, so good morning, let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this virtual camp. Our sponsors for the history of
Yeah, that's right.
Allison
As I listen
Stein,
to this
for
podcast, you'll
dedicating
get
all the
$80
children
off your first month
this
with Talkspace.
week
You go to
in
Talkspace.com/man
memory of
and
our grandfather that is
space
celebrated
ACA0
Shlomo
mental
Ruben
licensed
Stem
therapist today.
Shimon.
Go to
Shimon
Talkspace.com/Tony
in honor
and
that
enter
is
promo
Show
code
Shavan
SPACE0.
and he's given leadership for his children,
Hello
his
there,
grandchildren.
everybody.
He's
This
in beautiful
podcast is
Adam
sponsored by
WhatsApp me yesterday
folks.
to
I
update
love
the
holidays.
sponsorship.
Get the best
It was
blog, healthy
34,
family
now
gathering, and
35
tuition and a holiday
years
miracle to make those
Baruch
holiday
Hashem,
favorites
Yisrael,
a
Shema
team of
continues to
talented people
accrue
from actors to
tremendous
editors to
zeal
props
when it's no longer in this world. Send me
to
not to ask
building
for
such a
to
team,
dedicating
whether
all
it's
the
for the
children's
entertainment
records this
industry
month.
or a wide
And
range
like
of
the
other
parents
industries,
teach
you
how
need
to
to hire the right
going
people.
Sarah
The best way to do that
Baruch
is with
Baruch
ZipRecruiter.
Abraham
Right now, you can try ZipRecruiter
Hinda
free at
Zion and Mary of the dear
ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony.
family friends Staff Sergeant we are a good mission from fell in Gaza on Earth and God 2023.
Yo, what up? How you living?
Pure and justice this month in memory of Papa Leah Zachini Shimonish Bas Shmuel Esther Bas and Teams for today, I am
Where are you?
continued help and with what Shimon Bas Shishok. Jay Blumenfeld in memory of these father had a Sakayo and Ari leads from the Russian
So make your hiring a little merrier with
merit
ZipRecruiter.
of our
Employers who go on ZipRecruiter and a quality candidate within the first
family
day. Just go to
from
this
all those
exclusive
leaders
website
which
right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony.
so that let us
The smartest way.
get out and really
Alrighty,
excited.
this looks like a new name. Let's see if it is.
Everything
Mixer
is
Michael
exciting.
Mines.
Very,
Everyone, we're
very
going to
exciting.
meet
Got
Michael
ahead
all
of us
together.
as well. You yesterday on tape at Tashma. Tashma, the last Tashma, which is 2, 4, 6, 7, 1. So listen, remember again, we are nothing that's removed. Remote works. So remember again, what case that we had getting yesterday's time. flask of Hala Aduma water. People carry around all the different flasks, right? This is a flask of Aduma water. What ends up happening over here? Some regular water gets mixed into the Hala Aduma water. What is the impact on that? So remember, Elazar says, Ezra says, no problem, just sprinkle twice. Just sprinkle twice, and you are good to go. Say it's totally possible. Now, let's say, if you remember again, so the ideal picture is, Rabbanon was easy to understand, right? Why? Because the position of the Rabbanon is really made up of three parts. Number one, Yeshua. What does Yeshua mean? That when liquids mix, they incomprehensibly mix together. That's the number two. Number two, Hazaka shear. There is a good amount of water that needs to be sprinkled right in the part of the water. And number three, ultimately against ourselves. And individuals sprinkling do not combine to form composite or the collective amount necessary for sprinkling. So when you put that all together, that makes sense. Because once regular water gets mixed in, Paraduma water, the whole thing is out. Okay? But now, you might say, what's the shot of Rabbi Eliezer? What is this pre-sprinkling? I understand why does pre-sprinkling work not good? So again, that was a very enough focusing on shortly, rubber, and the ash. So if you want to really see on the position of Rabashi a lot, right? Because Rabashi ultimately said that ultimately there was no Gila, which means that which do not comprehensively mix. For seeing who has gold, and the different gold. More than really thanks to Rabashi. That's when we left off yesterday. Got two more turns before we finish. Touch off. And it's kind of not going to ask us. Everything we've done that they're not going to ask us. Right? You can imagine this is the mix of chapter to say blood. So let's say you have one application blood that gets mixed in other one application blood. That's not left out. They're not ask us. Okay, so you're blood application. But if you say like the last said, if you say you love the people mix together, I'm really not going to mention us. Then what would one application do? Doma, I tell you, in a high low maybe because when you do one application, you end up applying one of the bloods. Which you know, says people who are the application. So remember, you said that really a one-to-one ratio mixture. And therefore, the doing one application of the blood, each of the blood, right? But again, you end up with this control okay, not to other matters. These are all these questions that are written about. Not for other, not for other. Next case, remember again, you have a four application blood that is mixed with the process. So again, how can you use out of the apple? What's the case? Where again, four ratio measurement. Therefore, once you do the application, you ensure that everything is system. Not for other, not for. What about a four application blood? Instead of one application blood. Half of the hours. The heat, not 81, the heat, the alpha. That over here only got mixed in measure of one application. Someone says, I'm a little of you. Over about the problem is this is a real short introduction to Rabbi Eliezer. Yes, in the Mishnah, we do 4 applications. After all, halacha l'maisa, it's not close. But if there's only one measure of the one application, blood, then what close is there? We might say close to hey, and I'm a rubber says, Rabba says, like somebody thinks the Rabba says 3 hours. The problem is you're really not arguing about the angel. That's how it's argued about. Because the argument will say, remember, each kilo of angel is only like when the blood itself is mixed together. If actually one is just one chemical, right? We're not supposed to use those cups. Individual cups mixed together. Rabbi Eliezer is the lowest, without one less than lowest. But it is a special kind of lower. That is what's lower. In other words, this is not in the same. Your mind of not just love the fact. Right? So let's say, let's say, this covenant of the Nala, Kata. Right? Everything else pretty much is the Nala. So let's say you have the Nala and the Nala. What mixed together. What through the application of Nala. And then do the application of Masa. In fact, you're putting the wrong button in the wrong place. And we never said roll. What's rolling? We view. Let's say we bring the blood application of Nala. We view any lamata blood as equal to water. We view the blood as equal to water. So this rubber functions intentionally between the realization of that one is whether or not you strike the concept of rubber. The realization of this is quite good. That one don't stop. Or because it's not hold this idea. That you have and the lonetic. Yeah, there was some Eliezer doesn't do the Chachamim, or there's no natural test. In the case of Damskas, that gets mixed in with an Oma. That in both are ultimately what? You offer it up. The Rova in your if you have regular carbonic blood, that gets mixed in with an animal, that is immorality. Shemay that is not. I slept with that's on that. Dan Smilo, she was married with Dan Dallas. Interesting. The case of it is that I love to watch the focus case on the blood of a perfectly bisexual animal that gets mixed together with an animal that's a bound. What is it? Eliezer Omer, Yikra, names the following in the process. Eliezer holds, Eliezer holds, if you offer up blood mixed together, it has to be mixed together when you pencil, or we're talking about a piece of where the cups that gets mixed together. The cup stage none of that, because if you look at that, this is actually in the intermediate right line, second line. Eliezer Omer Yaakov, Rashi says that Vafilu lo chalot echad. Vafilu kamen, the garden bomb, lo yitzbachan, very much. I think Alobes. Yes, so we're going to get to this actually in just a little bit. Rabbi Eliezer Paskin, the halacha l'maisa. Blood, sacrifice of blood, it changed its identity even in Philippines. Therefore, again, Rabbi Eliezer says, the halacha l'maisa. That when you go ahead and that sacrifice of blood, it's mixed in with other foul blood, sacrifice of blood still retains its identity and therefore you get to go. On the other hand, you can't offer it out. So most like, this doesn't make it sound right. There is a of this abuse, to which we Aviva Gabriel Masni, being the follow, being the person, follow or whether it's not so. But I disagree in the case of okay, so I was like, well, because that's kind of stuff that means, and again, it turns out that really is like kind of voice that you never read that we started this beforehand, it's still whether or not we should use law or easy, but it still seems to go ahead and practice into this. But it's really too hard. Like used to or easy, like only my closest friend in terms of when the blood itself is mixed together. That's then there's a secondary case of we have individual cups of blood. What happens next? Okay, so it's like that's not really. Before we go on, this is very important. So what is the halacha ultimately again when it comes to the paraduma? So if you have we'll call it mundane or regular water that gets mixed in with paraduma water, what's the halacha? What's the impact? So the Rambam is not asking, kayak has halacha as follows. My justice is as you behind my and culture. You have paraduma water and regular water that gets mixed in. I feel my remember, how do you make paraduma? How do you make paraduma? Remember again, take the ash of paraduma. What do you mix it with? Mine kind, right? Which is water from a source. Well water, spring water, right? So now I have my paraduma water. Rambam says, let's say you have 9 times. Any additional water that gets mixed in, are we able to? The paraduma water is possible. So most of we constantly like the comment that any foreign water gets mixed into the paraduma, even if it was water that was originally drawn for the sake of paraduma. Let's say, well, I take my time, I take bucket of my time and well, for the paraduma. I mix up the paraduma. I've got some water that's in my bucket. Even if some of that water to my paraduma mixture ultimately again. Any foreign water that gets mixed in. By the way, get ready for it. I don't even know. I'm not sure. I don't know what the paraduma is. I don't know what the nice. Okay, it's not me arguing. This is bonus. You're welcome. Okay, in Europe, the salt and house are they able to see? If dew falls into the paraduma water, it's possible. So it is fancy. It tells you just the terms concern that they must have exhibited again with the paraduma. Ultimately, they to the water. Give the Rambam for a whole bunch of other cases about fruit juices, other things like that. Okay, or even moisture in the cleat. But again, so we testing it lightly. That wasn't interesting enough. Okay. I don't know why I was going to put okay, fine. We'll leave the rest. Talk about the sheer of so we'll leave the rest. So okay, anyway, anybody in water apparently even do in paraduma ultimately again is going to have to read back. That's what I think about it. Now, that means about it. Most of the Ella, freelance has fallen. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. So take a look at that just a moment. This is Rashi in the longest line. Second line, emotion. Drop me rap on. Do you remember again in the show we had the following? You had the case where you had the blood of that gets mixed in with the blood of Ola. If you remember again, what okay, so the blood of Katas gets mixed with the blood of Ola. Come and say, pour it out. Pour it out. The video just says, do the applications. Look at that. Not put the Katas Ola, you must need the letter L. Tell me that one and you shove it out. I love the Katas Ola. The less they lower, the us the channel older than Malan in so listen to this. So when you have the katas and the ola mixed together. So remember again, the kakam say pour it out, and then the other says, no, we should keep the blood applications in different places. What about the blood applications that are done in the wrong location? What's the problem? Or how do you get that? Lower. Okay, so remember again, just to clarify this, when you have a katas and an ola mixed, what's the big problem? What's our problem? What's our problem? Goes with the mala, goes to the mata. Now everything is mixed together in the same cup. Or for that matter, again, even different. It's simple. How do I do the blood application? So remember again, Chachamim said you can't. So because they say you can't, it's for the whole thing out, it's just no good. But it says yes, you can. Or I'm applying the collective mixture of both. When I apply the both, what do I do about the fact that there may be all of them? What's the answer? What's the answer? One word. One word? Roll. What does roll mean? If you any potential oil of blood that's in there, like it's water. Like it's water. When you go out and you do the blood application below, what about the in there? So there's a whole of blowers. The high qualifies is very easy. Motion of raises my yes. But the tequila's katas it's only what calls the beginning of the meaning no blood applications have been done. That's what this focus is this. Havas. You ever have to unlock this while. So let's say halakha might be like so katas in the white line, fourth line down in the widest lines in the middle of the so katas and it's very less Allah. Shin is obviously katas. Last Allah is what about the let's say you have katas blood. And the blood application for the katas is already done. It's already done. So now what do you say? After you do the blood application with the katas blood, what is the rest of the blood called? What is it called? Shirayim. So here you have Shirayim katas that gets mixed in with all of them. Okay? Shirayim katas and Shirayim. Shirayim katas gets mixed in with all of them. Abaye says, listen to this, there's no one for this. Why? Blow your mind. Why not? Listen to this. He says, however, this means the primary blood applications have already been done. All I have is leftover katas blood. So leftover katas mixed in with all the blood. You ever have all everyone's a problem. Why? like, look, from Ola, not Shirayim. Because what do I have here? And Shirayim blood. And guess what? All the blood and Shirayim blood go in the same place. Now, what's where is Shirayim poured out? Where is Shirayim poured out? Okay, now here's what's interesting. Okay, so I thought you were saying pretty much Shirayim blood is poured out. Actually, poured out on the soul, on the face. Rabbi says it's also okay. So this is why, because whatever you put on it is going to what? It's going to turn around for base. Therefore, it's going to listen. So therefore, the only method of this is when there's been no what happens is yeah, we're going to the practice we're going to the Ola, but we have Shiyar Chatos that gets with all the blood. Rabbi said, easy. Because they both applied on the same place, and if I look on myself, even the family would agree. They'll look into the blood application. Incredible. You know, just hold up. I'm going to reveal something. Hold up. Hockey, I'm going to read up. It's not true. It's not true. You are supposed that the other house because we were on the Lord's house and they will drip down ultimately again to the soul. But that's not true. The Yehuda says the Yosef says that Shirayim got the house of God and it's they're both like remember it's about we have to mention it's about remember again is the flat of the soul. Remember again, the soul extends out on two and the little bit sides of the back. So what it is it's a base, but it's a base that it's about it's the flat part of the soul. So the Buddha says you can't apply to on the bottom part of the line has to be applied on the flat part of the Buddha. If that's the case, then even whenever Harkos blood gets mixed in with all the blood, you still have a problem. But the Amar Shimon, I was okay. So he just the thing Amar Shimon, Moshe seems to act like I did. Moshe had this for Allah, and the focus is very much on the when you have a what we call initial Harkos blood that gets mixed with all the blood, meaning that the blood application for the Harkos blood has not been done yet. That's when we have Harkos. So it's not focus. About so Harkos blood, Divrei Hakol, from all the Makom Shirayim. But if you already do the blood application, and therefore all you have is Shirayim, Harkos blood that gets mixed in with all the blood, easy, because they're both applied in the same place, or they both applied in the same place, the part of them is there. That's where the Ola blood belongs. Harkos blood doesn't belong. Where does Where does it belong? No problem. Just apply the wall. You have to know trip down. You're a realize no, I can't do my focus. Not true. Actually, it's still enough focus. So we'll say this on me. So it turns out that now it says there is a dramatic focus about the proper placement of Shirayim. Where does Shirayim go now? Again, remember, before we got to this it doesn't make sense for 6 o'clock this morning, right? So I knew somebody was stopping on the way in. Where did Shirayim? He said, where should I go? He so, and he would ask me, is that what agree with that? You would have said? Of course. And now the Gemara says, no, actually it's not focus. So what's the matter? Yes, everyone agrees Shirayim the money. So the Shila is what is the exact placement? So really again, a time name, but by suggesting. And sounds like right. And then Shimon is also, or Yehuda is also saying, that, I'm sorry, the Shimon is saying that halacha l'maisa you could find anywhere on the lower part of the map, and it'll trickle down to where it needs to go. And that the teachings of the opinion that no, Shulayim must be placed on the Ishtidam, must be placed on the flat part, the flat leg, ultimately again of the soul. So dramatic machlokes. So when I say obviously that machlokes is machlokes that comes from the Mishnah. So Master by Yehuda, incredible. Master Yehuda, Kodesh. So okay. So now what we're going to actually this is a very important dramatic coming up now. Kodesh. The pasuk says Kodesh. So the Gemara says, look at Rashi. Rashi says over here that just the pasuk in its entirety. The part the part sets up all the part, and he's just talking about the part of this. So Sifta you can't redeem them, Kodesh you cannot redeem them, they are Kodesh. As Zaman keeps up on this, they are hold it like sprinkle their blood on this. They have to spread them practically. This is in the widest right about nothing about it. Kodesh names give the part by the first point animal. We must relate to have yourself. שיסערו כמה יפים ולא אופי אשמם one of the same theme is actually consistently installed. This is really one of the sources that when sacrificial blood gets mixed in with other sacrificial blood or other blood, ultimately sacrificial blood retains its identity and doesn't become a bottle. So again, Kodesh they remain Kodesh. The Rabbanim were talking about שיסערו כמה most of the Katos, Umayla of so again, what's left to do? So my question is the Katos. Projection. So again, what is this mean? That one of a part in this iron, the dam, touching a iron, can I love somebody to teach me that if one of the parts mixed in with unsacrificial blood, ultimately again you can still offer it up. So what's the case? What's the case? You can still offer up sacrificial blood, even though it's sacrificial blood, so here it is, get ready for it. The Gemara says, my love, so Ola. We must be talking about where you fill the primary applications of Ola. So what do you have? You have ultimately Shilayim and blood of the car. And the halacha is that you can offer both of those bloods. Why? Because the pastors they go in the same place. Because the Shilayim of the Ola to be part of Lamasa and the blood of the car to be placed in Lamasa. It's not Makam Ola Makim Shilayim. And what do you see from here? That Shilayim and Ola to be placed in the area, which is Lamasa. So what do you see from here? She does not need to be placed on the or anywhere on the lower part of the mountain with the right below the red line. No, the says no, that's all over the top. That's how we're talking about again. What was the Silas Ola? It just means no blood applications have been done to the Ola. So really, this is blood of Allah and the heart is so what is not teaching us? The aim only exactly is the exact. Teaching us the sacrificial blood do not negate one another. That's what it's teaching. But Allah is again, not that we're going to mix them, the sacrificial ones are mixed together, they're not just hold up. That's not the source. That halacha, I agree. That's halacha, but it's not the source. With the halacha, it's so exciting. You might say, no, the source to the fact that sacrificial blood, stuff, you negate one another. It's actually never from a different source. Where's where that from? You're kidding. Because the most of the Jews, the point of the very interesting on the paper. And what does he do? He goes ahead and, remember again, he checks a card and he checks a salt, right? And now after the individual blood service runs, he mixes the two blood together. And obviously, more blood from the card than it is from the salt. But even though, again, there's low down the card, the blood does not reduce each other. So from here, you sacrificial blood when they are mixed together, do not reduce the source of this halacha. Rashi says over here, the halacha samachar, the gamasar, and the full talking about a bakumis rabbo, and the arvin gam, sorry, so if you put in the matan gam, funnels from his tail. I think remember get interesting, mix the blood together in order to apply them to the corners of the interior of his tail, which is actually also something very unique about the Kippur. That is, but he's not the only time. So we have contest community. The Kippur is one of the times where there's a contest community applications on the interior. W2, the Dana Pandu is more damhar than Dan Sawyer. You count all this most expensive season here. You see from here that halacha l'maisa, sacrificial blood that is mixed together is not negate one another. So we learn it from the Kippur. From Bakar, which you cannot use the focus for each of the national of the Hapa, each of the national of the this is an interesting focus cannot. The mitzvah focus cannot, interesting enough, no one is arguing about source. The source for the view that halacha is a sacrificial blood do not include one another. They argue what the source for that halacha is. They'll come back to that. So the Gemara says, Master brother, from read the Kasha. The people of the Aonet Hadam, the Dakrais Hadam. What is this possible? Look at that. That's he said that we have two guys about the people of the Dark. So she's talking about public order. Possibly the Shafak and the Benabak. I didn't say the problem. The Shafak is the people of the Arahanim as Hadam, exactly as Hadam and the Yachak. So we'll say, the Pasuk says, the sacrifice, the offer of the corn and offer of the dam, the exactly as Hadam, and we will sprinkle the blood. That second mention of dam is because once you tell me again, the Hebrew of the Arafas Hadam, that they're going to bring the dam closer to the death, just say what? Just say, Zarka, from the sprinkler. You don't have to say also as Hadam. You don't say that. I understand. There's no other combining material that we're dressing in this puzzle. So the subject already is gone. So once you tell me that they're bringing it close there, just say the Zarka. Don't need to say anything else. I'm going to say. Not Dam. Why do you have to keep down twice in the Pasuk? Listen to this. Shia of God, Allah, is other Murasa. We need to have ultimately again that when a company gets mixed in with something else, we're really talking about it. Because by law, ultimately, again, even if it's ever the Murasa. Let's say you made a Tua. Tua means American also. You want to swap out your original carbon for another carbon. That is illegal. You're not allowed to do it. And if you do it, what's the penalty? It's more so called the fact that both animals ultimately become transferred to reference class. Similar to this, Allah, Allah, have a Murasa, I would have thought that this halacha that was going to this identity only applies to an old because they're an overcase. Even if it got mixed up with the law, to ask them kindly, even if the animal was alive, we still have to offer up all of these halacha. Look at that in the before we go on. King Ella. Ella every day. Look, they come and be on exercise the last of the wine. They come and be on Shaking Kari, she always courage, and even his Arab, the Hina, the Himata. The owner is unique because I love myself, even if that was other almost one owner was alive. You still receive, check, and offer them up. The Ola, Sura, Ola, Aferes, Yamma, Peter, Kadimata, the country, maybe, you know, really very the same issue. He's very very same issue. The same is out of the English now. El, you must be so before. You must be a good circle also. So, how do you touching, you know, I feel it's I can't touch on YouTube. I have a piece in you know, I would have known this how I stole off. Everybody sees, even if you really get mixed in with one another, ultimately, again, I love the nice you can offer it up. So we must be 90 levels. Told us something. Third line of us that on behalf of this 81 views. How do I know it's ultimately they're told us something? Marba and published by I would include ultimately told them in any category of Ola. Why? Because just as an Ola ultimately to become as a nether or a Java, so to again hold them running can also come as a nether or a Java. Nether levels as Asham, Highlanders include Asham, so Marba and Asham, Shetaon Matan Dalatimos. I include Asham in the category as well, right? As Asham is similar to Ola, again it requires code application. Before, nicely, I don't know if you, before, nice part of this. I'm going to down. As most I read, down. So again, that's only was remember again, it's only to show down. Right? I need repetition of down. So down comes to really expand the components that are included in this principle as this process. My lab, that also, now again, remember. So once again, we are talking about a case where sacrificial blood is mixed with each other, and yet, again, the sacrificial blood retains its identity. Right? And to be offered up together. So the question is, what's the case? My love, Sof Ola Ubahar, are we not talking about the case of Sof Ola? What's Sof Ola? Sof Ola, the primary blood application is already been done. So you have Shilayim of Ola left over with Bahar, and now the Gemara is telling you that what? Those can be offered up together. Like, why could it be offered up together? Shmanina, Makam Ola, Makam Shilayim. Why? Because again, what am I thinking here? That Shilayim is placed in the same place as the Ola. Where's the Ola placed? Lamata. So to Shilayim is placed in Lamata. What do you see here? That Shilayim does not require Istilah. Rather, again, where does Shilayim go? Anywhere below the anywhere below the red line is Shilayim. Tushima says, no. Hilas Ola Ubachar. Not true. It's actually talking about a case of Hilas Ola. No blood applications on the Ola have done. Therefore, again, it's Hilas Ola Ubachar. I realize it's okay. Now, again, now, remember, Hilas Ola Ubachar, what's the indication? That's not much more long. What is it teaching us? Here it is. Je'ein Olim Nevatim Jar. Once again, another source that seems to point to the same principle that what? Sacrificial blood do not negate one another. Imagine 1 second. Nibalaka, we already have a source for that. Where's the source for that? In Kippur. We just said before. What happens by Yom Kippur? The Kohen takes the leftover blood of the soil, the leftover blood of the cart, and mixes it together and then does your blood application. That teaches us that when sacrificial blood are mixed together, they do not nullify each other. I don't need this possible. First thing I says, you're right. Tonight, it's a machlokes tonight. Some learning out from here, some of it turns out fascinating. Everyone agrees the same principle, which is sacrificial blood will not negate one another. Not negate one another. What's the focus? What's the focus? What's the source? And I will say that there are really three sources for this. Right? One source again is going to be Bahar. One source is love. And the third source is going to be Yom Kippur. Different sources for the same rule. You know, it says, whenever you have something like this, you simple follow up and everyone agree with you on these sources. So there you go. So you know, it says, someone, what? Well, let's take something. The honey canoi are good. The hanoi, you know, look up from the time you got on the so the other two opinions, they don't like turn out having it right. Why not? So they in the eyes of the class. Because the most like, this is actually fascinating, and this is a different thing. Now, even working in the city, presupposing that when the point finishes, the individual blood all those for the start and the power, people mixes the leftover blood together and then does a collective blood application on the interior. That's focus. That's not focus. Everyone agrees that the blood application on the interior is chaos, but there's no focus. Do the only apply the blood of the power, the blood of the sire, or do you mix them together and then do a application? That's my focus. So this again, on most sites, Yom Kippur is only approved if you hold that the blood are combined, but the other is hold the blood are not combined. So because of that, they don't enough in Yom Kippur. Good. You must down the why do the other things reject the human ultimately done and love. You down the why not bring it out from the car? That was the first thing. With Kasaba, Holders will not even very few Russian. They learn that from different alcohol. They say Kurdish and Fuji doesn't do the car. Wasn't given by the car. But by the car, only the bar animal is offered up, but its Tsunura is not offered up. Okay? The rest of the Ida. So does the other thing, right? That is Kodesh as the source of the fact that sacrificial blood do not each other. Where does that opinion learn out that the top of the car is not definitely used that offered up? Vida Nata is in short in Sat. Here I got the thing. It's a short earth to satisfy Hashem. Who calling them to ultimately treated only the actual Bakar animal is offered up, but the Tmura of the Bakar is not offered up. That's what I said. So, nothing in my law, the Olimba, let's see, again, exactly. Interesting. We've done that about Palestine as well. Very interesting. About the bump of what we're supposed to do, and then what happens is the big siege without asking. Right? So what's that? Some Gemara says yes. Gemara says that's my nothing all over. That's what we trying to do the blood application of the combined blood. Without asking. Everyone agrees that I don't for myself. You have to go ahead and do blood application below. Now, so Rashi says that we have Nasalam Alav in the short lines about the 12 lines from the first slide. Masnisim to Kalik Deva the Rabbanon to return the Malach and his Havik in the Tanakh. So this is the case again of where the Malach gets mixed with the Malach. Kalik does the blood application in the Lord without asking. So that is everyone agrees that Allah another blood application in Mecca. So the United States, and he will be in the overlay. Both work. Goes back though, even with our butter with my life. The oil practice bar, the oil cooking right seems to cut us on the blood together. The heat would be like with my law, probably Shirayim, as soon as she did the blood application above, that means the rest of the practice blood that is now in the skin. Now what? Now Shirayim. That's why the 20 able to eliminate the absolute. And that's why everyone agrees to take the rest of that mix for a fire for matter. I want to see from the other. Shmanina, Makom Ola, Makom Shirayim. So where does Shirayim go? Shirayim go in the same place as the Ola. Where does the Ola go? Matter. Shirayim is placed in the same area. And therefore, what does that show us? That hello. Shirayim need not go on the Yitzhak. Rather, again, Allah Shirayim should go below the Pesachah. Yes, and the Yitzhak Bayos was on the Nawaba. Hachamanas. You know, please, to go the Orit Pesachah to Shirayim. We're actually the piece over here is myself, the blood of Achidius is the Hadizim of the link in this whole thing. As the blood of Achidius gets mixed in with the Shirayim of the blood of the Innocentus, of the Sweden. So again, making this a bit more complicated. Although I died in the name of Mar, you don't do I of the Shirayim, but why? Okay, why do you set it up like that? Why not just set it up as a case where ultimately again, we left over. Sorry, the cut. Why not set it up with the case of like getting mixed in with Shirayim of a cut that's so you have a cut. It doesn't do it. Job of hot enough below is just justifying a rock. That's what. Someone done with Shirayim na active. Ultimately, even if I think that Shirayim na active, I wanted to do a little bit of chazak from the past. Shirayim na active was my focus of the application of the current life of the Shirayim. A necessary part for the carbonic process. That was enough. Maybe even if according to the opinion that says Shirayim are ma'atim, plus in ma'atim. If you're missing some of the Shirayim blood, that's not ma'atim. I'm going to rub it on that. You know, whole time, he's the Ruba al-Yoni. Kayod, not lot, the most really set up this too is in blood. The majority of blood ultimately again is our blood and our Ramana blood, and ultimately again we place the shear ultimately again the on the right. I'm reading the man in the Torah, Maskana, that also is keeping us again according to the opinion that said to you, I think about saying, turn back to the beginning. But I also make the our master that my focus is not in the I've always been my focus, then my focus is ultimately again in the case of close. So therefore again, okay, fine. So again, we end up focusing my focus. We're not going to change it today, but again, something outstanding and what we'll pick up with tomorrow. So the two pieces of information that are outstanding is obviously the general my focus is in the Eliezer and the Chachamim in the Mishnah. So again, in these cases of mixture, with the Chachamim says Yishkot La'ama point out into the channel, and ultimately again, Rabbi Eliezer says, no, do the blood application. Why? Why do you think it is about? Why? Because this is the principle of law. So issue number one that we have to figure out, we'll do tomorrow, is do we subscribe to the concept of rolling. That's issue number one. And what's piece number two is this shirayim. Do shirayim have to be placed on the staba, or is it enough to place shirayim ultimately again on the lower part of the pier of the mizbeach? And you know that will trickle down. Machlokes as well. Presentation of those two pieces will be perfect tomorrow morning on both sides.
Yeah, I do. How long have you been in Austin? 2 years. 2 years. Yeah, I was supposed to get married. She was, yeah. Really? Tell me about that. Like, you proposed. I didn't propose, but.
Or you always say, our response is for the month of sleep. I bought a really told us that they Adam and Alex and Spanish dedicated original this month. Remember that Adam's grandfather sold in Spanish Haraj. So it's really Shimon is going to rock Sunny about their parents. He's fucking Arabic, right? So Rahom Bash Barak Ali, him the best and many of the dear family friend staff sergeant Tully Yono Gordon Shane from the only happy college remember of course Shpaka Leah Shmuel that means Bas Shmuel today I remember in the school
Have anyone in Austin? No, I haven't seen you. What is it? Genital. Wow. Amazing. Tell us about that. Do you remember when you got that? How did Cairo, Egypt in the balcony?
Let us begin with the last
Where in Cairo did you find a balcony to put the dimension? I was 10 years old, she was 16. Wait, you were 10? Yeah. Oh my God, how did you know what you were doing at 10 years old? I don't know. It just felt like, yeah, Lord, yeah, like I'm gonna put this there. Yeah. Holy shit. That's crazy. Wow.
So again, I have
So, do you just have those all the time? Is that a thing? And it stays? You have it your whole life. Can you remove it? But now you can
pour out the mixture into the channel which runs through the brush. So it's the beginning of the last.
Now, this is find out what's different about everybody here. Hey, did you bring this up during the tour?
So what's the shot that we're pouring this down the channel? What's the shot of that? So if you look at Rashi's actually very interesting. Rashi says down to the down body movement. Milsa the shlichahi. So interestingly enough, Rashi says this happens. This happens. This is infrequent occurrence. Yishmok la'amar, pour out the mixture wide. Gzeira shema lo yarba Allah v'yachshiru. So we'll say, so this is actually fascinating. Rashi says, it's Gzeira. This is the end of yesterday's Soya. It's Gzeira. It's a concern. What's the concern? The concern is like this, right? It's Mindamino, and Mindamino is Batal Barov. Right? Batal is a simple majority. What are we concerned about? We're concerned that what people see. What we have to be concerned is for what people see. Often the challenge of life is that we often jump to conclusions based on what we see, even though we don't have all the information. So the problem that this looks like is if you have sacrificially valid blood, mixed with sacrificially invalid blood, and makshir it, people don't necessarily know that that's because it's majority of kosher blood. They may just think that's what. Even let me know, so in order to avoid this, it's interesting. In order to avoid this, essentially the halacha says whenever you have sacrificially blood, mix the sacrificially fixed blood, pour it out. Pour it out. We don't want people jumping to any erroneous conclusions. Say, by the way, is an interesting also hospital in general. You know, when we go through people sometimes saying, look, I don't care what other people think. You know, I'm going to do it, I don't care what other people think. This mandates that we should care what other people think. Not in order to impress them, but because each of us, whether we recognize it or not, is a role model for someone and models behavior for such. We have to be careful about what our behavior looks like. Even though I might know that what I'm doing is absolutely fine, I am chayiv to make sure that my behavior is approach, and even just when people look at me, they keep gleaning anything erroneous from the way that I conduct myself. Never a halachic concept like this of maris hayin, but also a hashkafic concept like this of vis and nikiyim, that a yid has to live beyond reproach, and I know that what I'm doing is fine. I can't say I don't care what other people think. When people look at me, there is no doubt about the kashrus and about the authenticity of my dynamic life activity. Next, kos b'kos. So we'll say, so case number one is literally where the blood itself gets. Let's say in case number two, I have a cup of sacrificial blood, a cup of kosher sacrificial blood, a cup of unfit sacrificial blood. In other words, remember, blood after the cup from Kabbalah. Remember again, where did you check the animal? Where do you leave the blood? In the Lisharis. So let's say now I have a whole bunch of kelim, a whole bunch of cups that just get mixed together of sacrificial. What's the halacha? Kosos. Rabbi Eliezer Omer in Karav Kos Echa Yakrivu Kala Kosos. So you've actually seen this before. Rabbi Eliezer says, if you ended up offering up one of us, you can go ahead and offer the rest of them. The say no. Say no. I will say that the cups getting mixed together when the blood gets mixed together. You have fit and unfit sacrificial blood mixed together, poured out. And even if it turns out that you already applied a number of the cups right to the mizbeach, whatever is remaining, you still have to pour out. Once you offered up one, essentially you could offer the rest of them. Now, what's Rabbi Eliezer logic? His logic is that if you offered up, we could assume that maybe the one that you offered up was the unfit one, and therefore you might as well just go ahead and offer up the rest after. So we'll come back to that machlokes. So it's not an interesting case. You have sacrificial blood of carbonos that are where the blood application is done above the red line, mixed together with cups with blood from carbonos ultimately that have blood application below the red line. All right. Now the truth is, interestingly enough, the halacha is like this. The halacha is the only carb applied lemala above the red line. Right, Rashi points out over here. I'm sorry, minachot is argu b'dam chatos shenitan lemala. Right, dam chatos is dam chatos again is applied. Dam chatos is applied below. Right, he's right. Sorry, dam chatos is applied below. Right, everything else is applied above. Sorry. Like I said again, so in this case over here, what's happening is also so. Remember, I sacrificially fit blood mixed together. In this next case is over here, I have ultimately again blood that is applied lamala mixed together with blood that is applied lamata. So what do I do in this case? So the Gemara says, "Ani tarn lamata shnitzam v'nitarn lamala." But Elazar Omer, איטי למעלה, ולא אני אעשה תחתונים למעלה, כאילו הם מים ביחסו איטי למטה. So Elazar does something very interesting. He says, no problem. Just do a set of blood applications above and a set of applications below. But what about when you apply the above? You potentially going ahead and putting blood that is supposed to be applied below now above. No problem. Just view that blood as if it's water. This is, in other words, so do the blood application above, and you know that when you do blood application above, you're getting the blood that you need to be applied above done there, and any blood that needs to be applied below that is now applied above, just view that as water. Is water, and same thing apply the blood below. Do a below. That way you know that blood that has to be applied below, and anything that was supposed to be applied above is now being applied below. Look at it like water. Okay, that's Rebbe Elazar's position. The Chachamim say, so we'll say you see a theme over here, right? The Chachamim say essentially any time that you've got confusion regarding sacrificial blood, pour it out. So whether that is kosher and apostle blood mixed together, whether that's the mata blood mixed together, just pour it out. Like the Gemara says, what happens if this happened and the Kohen did not ask what to do? He didn't ask the question. So what do? The Kohen didn't ask, but instead he brought applications, kosher, ultimately again, ex post facto, it's kosher. Ex post facto is kosher. 88. And he turned on Matana Achos. Let's say you have blood. Two different types of kabbalah. So Rashi says, for example, you have the blood of a bachar animal mixed together ultimately again with the blood of meiser, of animal. Right? Meiser, the hema animal. I will say, now, the common denominator amongst both of those sacrificial animals is there is blood application. One blood application for both of them. Really like achashtaim, right? One blood application. So let's say these two bloods, right? These two forms of blood got mixed together. So no problem. You could just do one blood application, and again, it suffices for both of them because. Again, essentially, since they're the same in terms of blood application, no problem. Just do the one blood application, and you're good to go. Similarly, matan arba, matan arba. If you have carbon, that was supposed to have blood application, gets mixed together with another carbon that was for blood application. So Rashi points out over here, for example, let's say you have the blood of an olah mixed together with the blood of a shlamim or blood of asham. In all of these cases, the blood application is shtayim arba. It's two blood applications are for us. Remember again, way back when you do the blood application on the corner, so it kind of spritzes on two sides, so it's two, that's four. So what's the halacha? No problem. You know about an arba. Just do a blood application four, and you're good to go. Since they both require that. Here's where it becomes a little more complicated. Matan arba achos. Okay, so this was coming. What have you have the blood of a carbon out of four blood applications? It's mixed together with the carbon that has. For example, you have the blood of an olah that gets mixed together with the blood of a bachar. So what do I do in this case? So watch this. So Elazar Omer, Yidnat fil b'matan arba. Well, says no problem. Just do 4 blood applications. Right? Just do 4 blood applications. I'm going to say, what about the fact that let's say for the bachar blood, you're doing 3 additional applications. What about that? So again, remember, Elazar is one who says, no problem. How do you you additional blood applications like water, and therefore again it's not going to be a problem. Rabbi Yeshua says, "Yinatnu b'matana achas." Rabbi Yeshua says, ultimately again, put them as one matana. So what says here? So the Lazar says, go ahead and do it all four. And Rabbi Yeshua says, just one. What's at the root of the machlokes? This is so interesting. Amador Rabbi Lazar, Hariku over al Balra. Rabbi Lazar says, as Rabbi Yeshua, how can you say to only do one blood application? After all, again, if Ola's in here, you need four. And if you go and you only do one, you're in violation of Baal Tigra. We'll say, what's Baal Tigra? Baal Tigra is the prohibition that says you cannot diminish from the mitzvos of the Torah. So the Torah said that a normal needs 4 blood applications to have you only go ahead and do one. Amar later be sure, which is one second. Right? So you also have a problem if you go ahead and you do 4, you're adding on 3 to the blood applications of Bakar. How are you over about Tosif? There's an issue about Tosif. What's about Tosif? About Tosif is the biblical prohibition, ultimately again, not to add on to mitzvahs. So don't you have a problem with that? First words, I'm going to learn about Tosif. Listen to this. So Rabbi Elazar says, Rabbi Eliezer says back to Yeshua, Baal Tosif is only when the mitzvah object by itself, not in a case of mixture. So for example, if you were to take the blood of a Bachar and you were to go ahead and apply to them, if you were to do 4 applications, that's Baal Tosif. That's Baal Tosif because you're adding on to the mitzvah, right? Just like Rashi says, right? Rashi on Chumash says, not a case of Baal Tosif, right? Is you add a 5th compartment to your tefillin. You add on another to your lulav and esrog. The item is by itself, and you're adding something to it.
Miss Aquarius.
Because it's clear, why am I adding something on?
Miss Aquarius.
To remedy the mixture. Or Yeshua says back to
hello, madam. Everything okay? Everything okay?
Additional sprinkles.
Who's they?
You're actively doing that.
Oh, very well. Well, that's cool.
Let's say it turns out that you're actually diminishing the mitzvah.
2 more days, Mr. Aquarius. I figured it was pretty late where you were, and that either I didn't know what.
I didn't even sleep, but I had to wait. She won't let me go. We were dancing and she won't let me go till 12 o'clock till my birthday.
There.
Yeah, you gotta check it out.
I might have to. Hey, Sean, I'm ready when you are.
Let's pray real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
It's my birthday, man. It's my birthday.
Not you days.
Mixed together with the blood of a Bachar.
No.
So what I know for sure.
Wait a second.
Is,
We've been doing a countdown wrong then. I thought you said it was. Oh, Aquarius, where time flies? Wait, yeah, but did I say 2 days yesterday?
Or I could do
No, you said one.
No, I said 2 days yesterday.
One day. One day.
Hold on. Well, first
Because
of all,
you're not your 3 hours. It's not 26.
So Yeshua essentially
right,
says,
exactly.
given a
So,
choice,
happy birthday, Miss Aquarius.
says, I'm going to be
Thank
violating
you.
something.
Wow.
Okay,
It's
I'm coming.
Massively
Yeah.
2.5. Oh, wow.
Yay.
Yay is Brian's ready to do. I was ready to do the 2-day countdown and then a 1-day countdown for, well, I was ready to do, I was ready to do the one, right, ready to do the one, I was ready to do the 1-day countdown, but I was, how beautiful. I wasn't expecting it to be this late that it would, already be your birthday. Wow.
Well, it's not going to hit me until I get sleep and wake up.
I'm going to sing you happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Miss Aquarius. Welcome, madam. Oh, that was not good. Wow, Miss Aquarius' birthday. It is here.
What is it? Unexplained is two. What is it when they say one? My echad, zug echad. What is one mean?
And she has a tough split here, folks. Maybe one of the toughest splits that we've ever seen. Yes, it was.
As long as there's two left, you can go ahead and pull it out. Now the Gemara says Sukkah. Now we'll say another again. We just stated the same case. In other words, the previous case was a couple of years ago. Remember the previous case was where you have sacrificial parts, right? Some sacrificial parts came from an animal that was a
This is a really tough
other
split.
sacrificial parts came from an animal that's lost kosher. The sacrificial parts get mixed together. The Chum say, burn it all. Right? So you have to get to the base foundation.
Oh, no, okay, you got one.
The whole thing is valid. And Rabbi Eliezer says, as long as something
No doubt, Miss Aquarius.
you're allowed to only use the same case.
That we're ever going to see.
The same case, but one time it
I'm going to maybe.
Oh,
Oh, wow. I almost did it. I'll take it. Aquarius. The tough split.
Because if you would have said the first case, but come Rabbi Eliezer, you should have this avid beit kapara.
Yeah, almost got an amazing split.
Of the
Almost.
sacrificial
No doubt.
said, okay, those
Well, that was garbage.
That means what was already done. What was already
I'm
done.
going to easily get this. Easy.
Remember, there's one thing we know
Now
about
I'm going to get
Kabbalah.
this
There's
one.
only one thing we know
I'm
about
going to get a
this.
strike.
There's one thing we know about Kabbalah.
Perfect.
That Allah
Oh.
is
Not what I wanted.
and once you
85.
the ultimate has that.
One more
So,
mistake.
like, twins are mixed. The reason why to offer up everything is because
I'm
what
glad you
service
got
has been
that.
done, kapara has been effected,
Absolutely.
therefore you're good to
I
go.
was wondering what happened in Aquarius. And I got some water and
suffix is with the blood itself.
did my
Therefore, you're supposed to remember the blood is the
nightly
mechanism of
routine
kapara.
before I go to bed and like that. Okay, well, maybe she'll be there. And if not,
But I come in here.
I'll just have, I'll keep it
the
going.
case again. The case of blood, that's what
And
Yeah, I work today.
require you
Oh,
to
it was
pour out
really
the
good.
mixture. Maybe in the case
I-
of artificial leaves that get mixed up together.
Able to share privately and what
are they similar enough?
I helped a friend today with her channel, so that was good. Got a lot done with her, and we're gonna finish tomorrow, I think. And
has been offered, and that gives you the license to offer up
get
everything
it.
else. If the father is saying no, not true.
Just had it enjoyed.
Is a mixture.
19. You've got 19 Miss Aquarius. Everybody, Miss Aquarius has 19. Everybody has 4, but not getting any more here. Let's try to get one of them. Get it. 2. Okay, I'll take 2. I'll take 2. I'll take that. That on, Miss Aquarius.
A flask of
Get it.
a flask of paraduma water. What happens to it? Water.
You've got this. You've got this. What a beautiful, beautiful strike. Oh, that was beautiful. Give me this. Okay, now this is not an easy one. It's possible though. Oh, are you serious? Are you serious that I got the one, but then the other one just Miss Aquarius? Oh, Miss Aquarius has to win. No doubt. No doubt. She's a 50, folks. A huge score. A gigantic lead.
With the water of the Parma. Assim se logic. Amazing.
Terrible.
Is possible.
Terrible. But I like when they're all together. Give me this.
Obviously,
Count me out yet.
the mundane water gets me with the paraduma water.
Get a strike. No doubt. No doubt on the strike.
They mix together. And because they mix
Miss
together,
Aquarius on her birthday. Get this spare.
Are you sprinkling paraduma water? Are you sprinkling regular water?
Oh.
Look at that.
All right. We are down 14, folks. We're down 14. Oh, but that was giant. That was giant. Yes, ma'am. Three strikes in a row. No. 2 strikes in a row. Still more. You win, Miss Aquarius. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. No more countdowns. It's officially Miss Aquarius. Yay! Righty, man. Well, I hope you have a wonderful birthday sleep. I hope you have a wonderful birthday day at work. And I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow, all day. And it's filled with lots of love and presents and fun. And I will be here tomorrow night, God willing, to be able to play with you. Okay? Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Happy birthday. Thank you. Shoppers, everybody, and Miss Aquarius' birthday.
Basically, what does that mean? You just have to use a condom all the time. Yeah, this
Sprinklers cannot go and combine this year.
It's a good question.
I have a class
It's an actual description.
Monday, water gets mixed. What's the status of the mixture? How many cents
Again, doing in Cairo exactly, I'm kind of confused. So,
Therefore, again, you view the mundane water as
Just
you
randomly, or was there a specific reason? Like, it was itself that resource.
when you sprinkle carbon water from a person, you require a requisite amount of carbon in the water. So most say salt, right? And number three, individual acts of sprinkling do not combine to form the requisite share. When you put all of those pieces together, it makes sense that the Chachamim say that this is going to be possible.
I'm genuinely curious.
The issue is, they may mix them there. Because of that, we don't know what we have this year. Because of that, how many times they sprinkle, the individual sprinklings do not combine to form the requisite share. Therefore, they hold will be possible. Rabbi Eliezer and Micah Saba. What does Rabbi Eliezer hold? What's his remember, Rabbi Eliezer holds, how do you remedy the situation? Twice in your book, Rabbi Eliezer and Micah Saba in Bila, if he holds ultimately again in Bila, right, that the waters don't combine, Shimazish has a habit. So also again, what does it do to serve twice? Right? If you hold in Bila, the water doesn't combine. So again, Kimazish has a habit. Ultimately, again, put his two sprinklings. After all, Tilma Tayu Maya Kanasi. So let's say the water doesn't combine and you sprinkle twice. Do what? Then you go, when you sprinkle, therefore, the Eliezer must hold that the water does mix in, right? It doesn't
Do you have any special skills or talents?
Therefore, they fine. And therefore, every time you sprinkle,
Can you show us a trick?
that means every time you sprinkle, what are you getting? You're getting the water and carbon water. Kasara in Hazrat Shira, if you hold that this is dividing into sprinklings, like what? Sprinklings. And the Kasara said that
I like your style. Congratulations. Thank you for signing up. Come back again. Let's do it again.
A certain amount. Like you have to have a defined amount for myself. You know, says no like this. Because of it, in the stuff in our zones, now if you know the individual sprinkling is not combined to form the requisite here, not just stay on the zones
One of the greatest regulars in the history of the show.
starts in our zone. Even if the sprinkling do combine, the model is screwed up. But who says that it's going to combine to form the requisite here? Okay, so again, so what she said is pretty clear. What we understand is the secret of the reaction. That clearly, we must combine. Because if the water is going to combine, and you may sprinkle 20 times, it still shouldn't be down. Why? Because maybe each time that you're sprinkling, what is regular mundane water. So you must hold the issue. You must hold that there's a combination. But again, if you hold that there's a share, who says you're getting it? And again, if you hold that a lot of the individual sprinkling don't combine, then he says it's just somebody. And you say the duplicate, how do you know combine to form the requisite share? So if you're going to say, this is your right. Yeah, that's something like this. Now, one thing, Chuckish is analyzing that way as well. Like this. No, Yeah,
was. I was on the bus most of the time to see the beauty, because then you put the homeless on the bus, and I know where they stop at. It's near where I live.
For the words of Paran,
But the beautiful, because what does like one day I was walking up here the first time I wanted to sign up, me and my friend, he was for money, and he got I killed Tony regular when I ran in my girlfriend because I got that much money. When you stop over here, do when you go clean the window, and they was trying to get a dog. You got some little hangers. I ain't gonna be so. Thank y'all so much. I'm just playing. Essentially, you rode the bus in Austin. Yeah, all the time. I need to know that was I guess the guy grandma's. You gotta walk like, or I gotta walk as like a 2-hour walk around the interstate. And then you get on the bus, like there's no like rail bus lines. Like, they don't really go through downtown. I don't really ever see this. Well, that's good. You got money, Tony. I see him on the I'm trying to get around in my luxury on it. You don't see much. It'll come up on your camera. I love it. Dead house life. You're officially killed Tony.
Exactly
Everything's changed. Like when you get a new haircut. Yeah, you got Aaron. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas gotta see how cute. Like that's how I feel right now. I got new shoes and shit. My shit popping. I've been taking longer shits in public. These guys see this shit sometimes. I don't even put the lid down. Scream so that way he come outside. He like, hey yo, some nigga with heat on you. Some long time. Right lots of other than your shoes, what else? Your financial secure for the first time in a while. Man, this shit is crazy. Wi-Fi no more. Shit, I get to go home this week to do Killer Tony at the Fox here. That's what I dream of. I just need to go home. I don't even know how I feel all the way yet. I haven't seen my mom, I haven't seen my brothers, I haven't seen my sister, I haven't seen like all of my friends that have been there since day one. Like all those like the phone calls, but like I like the hugs from visits. I'll come back a fucking monster and all the fucking time. I can't even get straight. I love it. I love the network. You like 5 seconds when you get a black and miles. I'm not very probable. Well, the homies don't be looking nice. Like I told you, he did give me versus big offers. They know I got a gun.
applications. It's not just rather
So they know I got a
than
gun. He said I
all
can
of
bring
the
it in now.
positions
It's true. I'll bring you guys for a lot of them guns. That's why William has four attached to
زيد
it.
الأزر الزعر كوشن متعرس
Dead trick. Out of rank. Yeah, it was really more
sprinkling
the,
of any amount
you got the regular
is
squad.
able to
Told you
affect
that before, so
Nas
what
and
did you do?
furthermore has not increased
She was, how do you write that?
ultimately again there is no shear
Man,
ultimately against
so
Hazar and Hazar nefts
like
kasher
because the
nefts
people that were
kasher
waiting at Jake's
and
Raiders,
ultimately
they all heard my
if we
name
had
calls on my
Hazar
phone was like
sprinkling
blowing
but
up.
it's half kasher
And
half
after I
kasher
got the ring
was
clear,
that case
I ran out of here with a Jake.
mundane
And
water
back
mixed
to
in
watch
on the
the Jake
base
Ledger sing
but
because he was
Hazar
going
nefts
crazy.
kasher
But I got called.
after the football
So we're
said
crying, walking back to the Shakespeare's. Screaming at the top of my lungs.
So below Shima Hazar kosher is sharing
He was
you
like, you sing it slow.
الاسباسه على كل هيك بس على الاسباسه
Like in a driver's seat right now.
so
Every
again
what's happening that I want to happen. It's probably a fucking dream.
even if you have a mixture half cardinal half someone ultimately again that mixture is going to be valid what is even over that time of the Eliezer by Latin should see the food with stuff in the shit so most essentially the example to a legend
So we went through 39 times signing up.
highlight is that I love for them again
To
there's
getting
something
on,
according
to
to
opening for
Prince
Jogan 2
Hazar
days later, to doing a Fox Theater later
seems to be
and
already
to be in the arena. Yeah, spoken for Rob. Gonna be at the arena here on New Year's Eve.
explicitly and he's done it in the so it's harder to
So,
handle it.
yeah,
That's the other Islam,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
If you have
it's
blood,
hilarious. We've seen as long as that's
that
they are
is together with not the blood.
find
But
them
if
phone,
you
ladies and gentlemen,
not
Dedrick Flynn and Eric Sewell.
on
And on to the next one we go. I can tell you, this city is amazing. I mean, hope it is anything like
view it as if
what
it's
it's to
the
be.
same thing
No
when
doubt,
we look at
first
that.
time for this bucket bowl. Let's see
All the time.
if
I was saying all of this is
the carpets match the drapes with this one. Stevie playing
is that right? Because again, the blood doesn't get mixed together. So you say, the Shanila Raza, the Islam, you know, Karti Masnesa, Raza, Kuraba, Bakhadis is when again clear, it's clear to the point of Eliezer, the Eliezer does hold the issue to that. He holds that everything gets mixed together. Right? So again, that's pretty contradictory. People more Murash and Tano Nala, Hasaka, Dan Khatas, Dan Ola, you can Ramala La Akshin. I know it's not going to be done like someone running to that. So I said, ultimately, again, all of this seems to indicate that a lot of I saw, a lot of I saw, rather the answer holds the so that comes to the streets. The Amrit, also the Amrit in Bilo. Now again, if you hold, if you hold in Bilo, like the she says, then on my own, why does the one application work? Still not how you if everything gets together, then what? Then how else myself? when you do blood application. So how do you know that you're applying the right blood anyway? In other words, you're placing the amount of blood, and the amount of blood. How come I ask? You know, what's the case? So we have the young. The case has to be where the majority of blood that we're talking about actually was young blood. That was the majority of the mixture. The mala, she's not involved. And again, therefore,
how old are the kids?
you're placing the mala, you're giving them sheer the blood level is more high, toning on the low. So ultimately, again, here's the problem with that. It's like says that you do the same process with the lowest blood than it works. Where it says the shim shira.
So,
When it says ultimately again, it works for the bottom blood, the lower blood. It actually is not talking about actual blood applications. Remember, rather it's talking about the third blood is going to have the status of okay, incredible. So touch mark, not so not the low new mark. So the Rice said, if the coin did the blood applications were not covered, asking us, as an owner, yes, blood the eating lamella. We're going to go back and do the blood applications above. And ultimately, again, the bottom blood applications work. So just want to see once again, half an hour. What's the case over here? The majority of the mixture to make your very was onion was covered. Sheer only involved. Therefore, you're doing the blood application about the amount of the minimum amount of attack. A little bit more high, but it says that even the bottom blood works. Which regards to Shirayim. Means ultimately again for the sake of Shirayim, not actually for actual blood applications. So touch now, let's analyze a bit more. It's also so good. Just to talk over here. So remember again, the sheet of the Chachamim, we're focusing now pretty much on the paradigm, right? So remember again, you've got what's the impact of that? The Chachamim essentially says, right? And we're going to go say, the way we explain that was a three-tiered approach. Number one, Yish Bila is getting mixed together. Number two, Hazar requires a shear, requires an amount. Number three, sprinklings do not continue form that as a shear. When you put those together, then it becomes a body of the what? Allah is the mixture as possible. Right? The issue is we have the Lord says, what do you go ahead and do two sprints? We can't quite figure out why that. So what's this? That's what focus Rava and Rashi. Right now we're consistently challenging the Shlokish, right? Because the Shlokish holds Yesh Bila. The Shlokish right here, Shlokish is regarded on Yesh Bila. The waters ultimately again combined. So and again, the Shlokish Yesh Bila, Hazar requires a shear, and ultimately again, Hazar requires so which is challenging that's what's happening. That's what I would like to touch on. Touch on. That's someone like the Lord, no, touch on. Right? So,
you can still do those things.
Touch on.
You just haven't tried.
If ultimately again, so that once again, the second one gets mixed together, you placed it above, you placed it above the Lord. You did not ask. You did not ask. So that's how this is what I said. In the moment, she not saying about that. You have to go ahead and place it again to all the application mode. You must say the evil of the low, and ultimately again both work. So we'll say so. It would appear that this whole HP law, to which the Gemara says once again, how can that mean? The so the medication with blood was upper blood. The Kayad Lamala should also be able to say these places above the shear that plus a little bit more. To which the Gemara says, we can do the wheelchair. No, I got rid of it. So the Elu the Elu. So what you get is the question of Elu. That's all. Again, both will work.
weeks. So
Safer
you have been on a date or met a girl or anything.
and the safer ultimately
Yeah.
again has to go into the go into the Rabbanon, because the Rabbanon are the ones that will hold this. Could very well be the perspective of just
4 years ago.
first of all, still that ultimately will be holding these. And the answer will still hold a lot of myself. That's possible also. Therefore, again, like contradiction of Kasha Reish Lakish, ultimately against the law. That was also today. We pick out again. We're not finished this, so we still have to write what we still have to figure out over here the resolution specifically ultimately by the part of the case, because that is an interesting. What do you do when the water gets mixed in with the water? Still remains to be seen. But in general, how do we hold with the creation? Obviously, they're all connected, and there's some resolution.
The homeless population down. I was thinking Denver. You know, Denver's gross. I need to walk down there.
It's true, really. It's 2 or 3 blocks of homeless people.
Yeah, but
Shelters,
they're all cool, you know.
Yeah.
They just wander around.
There's a lot of liberals. I can tell you lean to the right. How does it, in 2 weeks?
Yes, sir.
How long do you think it'll take you to land on your feet? Phoebe, keeping me up. You said you're gay. Do your kids like know you do comedy? Are they supportive? Are they
Well, my youngest daughter was supposed to move out, and I asked her to come with me tonight. She's supportive of being here, but she just doesn't want to be here. She said, Dad, I'm 18. I don't want to go hang out at the bar.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show.
Yeah, take a sip. She's not wrong to explain, sir.
For my daughter, thanks.
Kiss the top of the name. I'm starting to smell it. I'm sorry. I'm starting to
You live in your dream. Wonder if it's made a state view here on backside of again. Break a leg. I just want to come out here in front of your whole audience. My audience is different than your audience. Very different. I was thank you for having me on your show a couple months ago or whatever it was, but I was going through a lot of stuff. And I've been taking Sarah Boltzmann has to say. I'm taking care of what's wrong with him. I'm trying to remind him. And I turned around, I had to use the bathroom, and he ran out and I just went in my life. And I got banned from your show. And I was just saying that because I was, you know, it was a minutes when I was okay now. So,
When it comes to
thank you. I
when it comes to two single items which are mixed together, so pretty much at this point, everyone is agreeing high intensity mixture. How do you come in? Taste. Time. The shiny is when the middle. Like when you have two similar two single items mixed together, how do you determine identity? Ultimately of the mixture. Right? Roll, good old roll. Like just grab a single majority, whatever majority is, that's what is going to be identity. Second opinion says an opinion which is right. You view the secondary item as if it's a different item. And try to figure out if it was a similar item in this ratio, how would it impact the mixture? Can argue, in reality, this whole thing is in my focus. So, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Like up front about it. So, I just got back from New Orleans, and I am the bucket to the the bucket is done. Right? So now,
everybody's happy about that. I'm happy about that. Everybody's excited about
the challenge now is, again, giving the material inside of the bucket.
lottery tots at the airport.
And that's when I say, when water comes in, if you're able to be able to affect the
You're in
tile
the airport. Can
inside
anybody
of
get
the
on this
bucket
plane
or
without
not.
help? Is there
That's the
anybody
side
that can get on the
So
fucking
it's
plane
inside the
without
bucket
help?
that's filled with white wine or milk.
Families traveling with children that need extra time. Get on the plane, you retarded family of four.
Right, so the water part is a little bit scary, especially like this movie.
You're going to just get on the fucking plane. It should be a separate time for the handicapped people to get on the
What happens? You lift the bucket. Dip below. Rashi says that. Dip below. So let's shut up much of the circle. And what happens? You still have the contents of the bucket. And what's the source of that?
This plane goes down.
Open the people after the load. So now what is this? Now this. What is this? This is the case of Mindanao, right? Remember what we do over here is that the water and the wine similar enough to be, sorry, the milk and the wine similar enough to the water, but this makes it a Mindanao piece. So therefore, then what did you want to say? How the Congress guys below knows that we need wine other. Now we do this says we need the wine, the red wine, we do the right. In the crush is not possible. And see, if it was red wine in there, all things again, you lighten the wine and you see light, you turn the wine from light to light. Hold on. So let's see what we see off the side. This is an purpose. Only an purpose about how they give it to the window. So ultimately,
Crazy world we have Back to the book we go. Everybody tune us the next where we're at. Holtzman could be this bucket ripping noises of an uninterrupted verbal and everybody know and Gallon.
if you have a bucket that is filled with spit, and so with spit, and
First generation American, you guys.
right? It's as
Both of
if
my
it has
parents are
not
from
been
Ireland,
first.
but my
Okay, again,
grandma,
we'll discuss
she's
this.
from
She
like a
says over
small
here,
island off the west
sorry,
coast of
no,
Ireland.
Kilo Lotava,
Like 40 people. Didn't really dawn on me until I visited there last summer.
The reason this
And that just makes me
spit, right?
bread as fuck.
So because it's thick,
Who are they
there's
having
concern
sex with?
that the water doesn't.
No, I should be way uglier. Way
On the other hand, you're not right. What
I
happens
can
if you
never
have a bucket
complain
filled
about
with
being
dirt,
short
and
again.
you immerse
It's a
16
miracle
minutes?
that I can
Lord
do
also
math.
keeps mind. So if you would have
Guys, there was one pub
so
and
I
two
don't want to
last
say no,
names.
that would have been type of situation. Molly Mechas
Family
is
tree
very
is
interesting.
just
Let's
a
think of a
wreath.
bucket filled with Mechatas. So I'm looking, what's Mechatas? Mechatas
I don't even have
is the water
ancestors, I
that's
just
mixed with
have
the ashes of the
incestors.
Palatino. So let's get the bucket filled with Mechatas.
Since I've come to this realization, though, I have been blaming a lot of my flaws on being it. People tell me I talk too much. I'm like, dude, you're lucky I'm not right now.
Over the water
That's my time, thank
of the name.
you. Oh, he's a cow.
If you
First time on the show, right, Owen?
I've been on
Rashi
these
says over
Oh,
here,
okay. Last time,
how will
a
you
year ago.
a while ago. Is that crazy fire bucket full of episode? No, later.
Oh, okay. We found
You'll say to yourself, I don't
I'm sorry. I mean,
help us. Why would we order no sacrifice? Hold the palm for the water. Remember again, the way part out whatever part of what remember what is it?
So you had a rough set last time. Okay.
So it's how hard it hurts
To be getting better for you. Congratulations. You've been working hard at this. How long you been on stand-up? About 6 years. What do you
she's there for getting the bunch of shows with me.
What kind of engineer?
The majority of nickel water in the interior of the bucket and the origin of the again.
You live by yourself?
That's not actually remains. The only thing that actually you're in the pathos. So you know, so like this. Remember again, the way it was like this. Right? Which is some display.
To be honest,
We
when I
say
look up on YouTube how to cook, I'm just doing YouTube
why?
tips
Because
to become
it's
amazed.
thick. Therefore, it's concerned that the water
Okay,
doesn't
Melvin,
come.
what's your love
In
life
the
like?
case of the urine,
You know,
what did we
it's
say?
relatively normal. I was dating a girl for a little while this year.
If
Broke
it's
up a couple
water.
months ago.
If you were to say the Gemara,
Not real dates.
Break up a couple months ago.
I broke up with her. She was real nice, but it was, you know, it died figure.
that any
Break it off now.
When you say it wasn't him, what exactly was she missing?
we view
Just a few, it was just a few things, you
as
know
if
what I mean?
it's a dissimilar
Couldn't feel it out, you know what I'm
and figures out what that ratio. So who's the
Alright.
that's something you don't.
She didn't feel
They
really
cut 20 decided to
Yeah.
move that. It's interestingly enough, you do the whole good rolling, but yeah, again, the right system the majority. So how do you have this? How that's contradictory because it's going to work.
before on here. Last time I did dumbass cricket noise and I got fucking
Let's hear the cricket. That's not a contradiction. It looks like top of my head. Ready?
Doing a cricket noise. You hit the sun.
on pressure here.
There you go. That's what
That's
this
when you
cricket
give
noise.
yourself whole.
Kid news.
Then
Too
you
much
know
pressure.
it's
I'm
fucking
sorry. I
gross.
choked.
That's when you do the whole, right? You have a mixture of seeing items ultimately against
Give it
Try one more time.
Okay, here we go.
whole and rolling. Rolling. So now she says, I'm there. Now, I'm glad they all this now let L roll those for people who ain't other than do not pay.
I know, and I see why I just switched you very quickly last time.
So let me decide. Let's give you more design.
Right.
Here it is. And you need to
Okay,
understand the
you're
meal.
leaving with the
What
medium.
it says in the name of his red with the meal.
There you
In
go.
the down
Oh,
in the
yeah.
back door, that
Keep that moving here.
one blood ultimately again.
Some of these people are really struggling.
I mean, you know, in
It's
the
very
bottle.
interesting.
A rope in the bottle rope.
So,
Right, one
it's
saliva,
tough
let's say again. Tahar, saliva that is
For
calm.
some, yeah,
Tobacco,
they really
saliva
try
that
to
is
help
calm.
these
Eh?
people.
Maybe not drying in the back
Still
in
having
the
fun
tobacco
out there?
urine. But all these cases is what a tar
Anyways,
gets
for
mixed into the
Sebastian
tummy.
Santa
So that's
Maria.
what's this is very interesting.
Sebastian.
And so now what we're what we do in fact, this is in a focus. Rabbi Yehuda, even Rabbi Yehuda himself,
How's it going, Austin? Everybody beautiful tonight.
it's his
So,
Rabbi Yehuda
unbelievable this is happening.
we have a piece of mini Benino.
So,
What do we do?
lately, I've been
We
having
go
some
out
tea
and roll it. I guess remember
I guess
roll it.
everybody has their just,
We view
and
the item
mine
as
have
if it's
been
a
at night,
similar item,
you know,
and they figure
and
out
it's
in
honestly
this
been
type
well,
of
I'm gonna jerk
ratio,
off or not.
what would be the
And
of the secondary
whenever I
item
jerk off,
on the
man,
primary
I have
item?
terrible when I think
And
about,
again, it's one of how
you
our
know, like
mission
getting
is.
stabbed and
Like,
bleeding out.
because again, when
It
you have
strikes a
blood
point,
moving
he's
blood,
like
the blood
stabbing me
mixing
is
with
absolutely
blood,
horrible.
right? So
And
again, we
if
figure
I
out
don't
what would
jerk
happen
off,
if the similar
it's,
item that was missing was a
you know, I
dissimilar
have big
item.
dreams.
How
I'm
would
like,
it impact
Sebastian
the
Fiona,
primary item in ratio?
awesome,
So
dude,
just want to
it's
point out
awesome.
that
And I'm not talking about the skinny bitch. Talking about, like, green, hot, like, swamp.
So
This guy knows what I'm talking about. You like that shit, dog. So, absolutely. And what do? Terrible idea. Because guess what happens? My back was tracked, and he knows that I just smashed his fiance.
So behind the face. Now she says that we are lover among
Jesus Christ Almighty, such insane. Maria, what the fuck was that? Oh, God, man. Holy shit, so I saw that. How long you went stand up? I've been doing a love sport for the past like 6 to 8 months. You know, I don't really have a handle. Like, PG. But I can handle the crap. Yeah, I handle the crap. I think I'm that second turn of the night, dude. I want to have a good handle of Shrek, you know? Yeah. I always look good. It's one of my favorite things. I get to the end. I think I even did it too, like starting out in comedy. Every new comic does it. Like they do a joke, and it's maybe not what they thought they wanted to say or how it was supposed to go. But they go. This guy in here checking some pussy joke. He was like, I do know. I'm sorry, I don't. But I'm saying I do because I don't want you to kill yourself. Yeah. I can see what sex is when I see it. Yeah.
Touches the
Yes, sir. How are you? Yeah. 26. 26. You want to start stand up now?
Yeah, there's almost like
Dude, I'm in the oil field. I can't do any drugs anymore. But I figured, you know, I have to get around somehow. And this is kind of like gambling.
like the exterior of the cleat. What's included in the exterior? What's included in that?
Really, like gambling, you compare it.
Means that in order for the cleat
It's
to
not
become
like
covered,
the house has better odds than you. Everyone wants you to do good. So it's not really gambling if you prepare and try to open mics and stuff. Yeah, okay. Do you have any other special skills? What have you been good at in your life? You're 26, you're a good looking guy.
Which are coming.
Guys don't get that many compliments, so I have to take a low breather. That is the one compliment anyone could give you.
In order to ensure that
Make you look handsome once you start talking. Pussies dry up.
how much water is running on
All the hard cocks get so much swamp pussy in here, I can see.
just a little bit,
What
just to
other
ensure
skills do I have, man? I'm an engineer. I've been doing that for a while. Jeez, engineers cannot engineer though, huh? Okay. What else? Are you good at anything? You seem like you could keep a soccer ball up in the air for a while. Something like that. I'm out here with beanbags, dude. I'm Arkansas. What does that mean? World Cup. Beating them all.
In that case as well, or at least the majority.
Oh, you won the World Cup.
You need ultimately again why.
Argentina did. Yeah, that's our senior soccer club. Believe it or not, they were what?
Sorry. She said that even in the case for the appearance of the police
2022 our double senior soccer court in Montgomery.
water, so really just a little
Amazing.
bit on the interior. A lot of the nice of it all. So you have to fill up the field, at least the road of the tree with nickel. Why is concerned? And if you're not doing that, you're not going to properly converse the exterior of the clear. Once you have, even though that So really, we want to just talk about the entire period of the 3 years. Once you have that's going to be enough.
There you go, Sebastian Sands for Rio, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to tell you what, we're doing something special here. This is completely unplanned. This has been one of those... This has been one of those rare Mondays where I have been in full recovery all day. We are coming off of Skate Fest weekend. I flew yesterday with Shane Gillis and Joe DeRosa, and we drank all fucking day yesterday, starting with screwdrivers on the plane. We landed, went to a fucking bar, drank for 10 hours straight. I was in the middle of the night. I got an IV drip today. Drinking water, coffee, this, that. Took care of myself. So I have to pee so badly that I'm basically sweating out of my eyes. So what I think we should do, if the crowd wants to do it and if Adam wants to do it, why don't we do a little fucking little Tony Hinchcliffe, and I go, and I'll let you call up this wonderful. Is that sound fun to you guys? Let me hosting for like 7 out to the bathroom for a couple minutes. Noise for Tony Hinchcliffe, everybody.
Also, what it means, I mean that we are ultimately where you're not going to eat with first of all, you need to come to kind of the position to go with you last minute, but in the US or this between so the milk gets mixed. Right, so again, these are something that that's like more tasty with the water. In general, it's a good idea. I'll try to do that first. Right. Again, you're not going for our purposes also, the pieces of blood, right? Sacrifice. You're not tasting any of this stuff. So again, being the Sha'inamino, it is dependent on taste. Being the Mino, if it's the case, you can taste the item ultimately again. Then we'll go after those. Otherwise, I'm going to go after them. Incredible. So you know, so that is a very important piece of halakha elements. Now again, we should be just used to know the actual do this haskada. Today, like contemporarily, we don't rely on time, right? On taste. So for our purposes, we see the concept of time. We replace that with shishim. That's all the shishim. It's the same thing idea. We assume ultimately any time, any flavor, ultimately again is the ratio of 60. But again, but in the short form of halacha, these lines of halacha are halacha. So meaning the sha'ir, two dissimilar items we go after taste. We have to taste. Meaning we know if it's something tasteable, ultimately again we'll go after those. Again, I should say, you didn't think that. But meaning we know we'll go after those, unless of course it's a case where there's no taste element, in which case we'll go after them. We've been trying the same thing. It's incredible. It's incredible. And all of this argues on why I will say now again, remember, everything up until now we've been focusing on this idea that this would be in the vacuum of this one. Right? So there's that concept that ultimately I guess this would be included. But if you know, just says, just understand that there isn't a ultimately they're going to be better. But the same way that mitzvahs can't negate each other, so too the same cannot negate each other. Like you can't be mavaka this one. What does this mean? So there are 8 mitzvahs. That's an interesting. What do you mean mitzvahs can't negate each other? What does that mean?
Still doing it? This thing called momentum is going now. We're good. Finished.
So I would say ultimately, again, this is what the Gemara said. Deciding Ami Allah, instead of Amilal, Amilal Zahid, says Chacham Devas Achas Va'olchon. Hello, there's a Kevin Pesach. Kevin Pesach. How did Hillel eat his Kevin Pesach? He would eat it all together. He would take the Pesach. The lamb, matzah, and maror, and he would go ahead and eat it all together. Mishum shene'emar, matzos in the rolling yir'u. Because the pasuk says, "You shall eat it on matzah and maror together." So quite literally, Hillel went ahead and eat this all together. I must say, I just put us in the issue. Remember very easy pieces about this. This is correct. This is correct. So when we again, first of all, the commentators point out what you see from here that historically, matzah was soft. Right? I will say, just think about this for just a moment. Right? Think of this. Like this at a like the case, you take the matzah. You don't have Pesach yet. You take them out, you take them out, you live in the process, and you what happens when you take a bite out of it? What happens about it? It's a culinary catastrophe, right? The whole thing is like just like ridiculous, right? It's crazy. Right? So it's like that. Like the nonsense that we have make no sense. Doesn't make any sense. The only thing that is soft is soft matzahs. And essentially, what it's going to make is shawarma. And it's like cheese. That's you have a lot of time. We're nice again, but the nice again, I'm not even the point is really to want something. So literally again, in order to take the soft matzah, put his Pesach lamb, his maror, again, the chas says what they would use lettuce, right? Because they would use horseradish, lettuce, and they would wrap it all together, and that's how the Roman cut the Pesach. So that's what I see about that. So when we see from your row, the 80 minutes looking about things is it. Now let's take a step back for this. Why is it that everyone disagrees with Hillel? Right? Everybody disagrees. Why do they disagree? Because the whole, you can't eat it like that. Because if you eat it like that, then the taste is working against the mitzvah. Which is working against the taste of murder. In order from the mitzvahs, you have to have the experience of the original taste of the mitzvah, of the mitzvah. But if you combine it all together,
not much going on, but virtual reality.
you don't have the full effect of the matter, the full effect of the Pesach, and the full effect ultimately of the Torah. So the Hillel disputes say mitzvahs, they're not pursues, they negate each other. Hillel says no, they don't. Mitzvahs can't be mavak on each other. So because of that, Hillel allows you to wrap everything together. But everyone else would say mitzvahs mavak on each other, they have to eat them separately. That's not the same way. The Gemara says that we are the same way.
I'm going to kill
The same way ultimately again. But even this one, that's Hillel. That's also Hillel. It's something about them zero.
I can jump around it, world.
So turn out
Look at me, I can
so look like they're also let's continue with this one.
if I can press down this toggle button, I can do what I can do now.
Also,
Watch,
just you
I'm
know,
going to
there's
kick for the head.
also this beautiful just like one that's the core of like this
What am I missing here? What would you guys Brandon, you saw this.
I would say, really, it's a life
missed the first couple
Then like,
jokes.
they're
Is there like a joke that you didn't do? I guess that you feel like maybe you, because I know sometimes you get nervous when you come out here, right? Like for something you want to do.
times of redemption, times of and there are mothers. And ultimately, different trades that keeps them down. Hillel says it's not the dynamic of the Jew.
Yeah. So you kind of like just
how you come over open
is it
to
go here
apples.
one more?
The life of the Jew
Yeah.
is matzah and milk
Let's hear
all
one more
wrapped
joke from
together.
Brandon Ferris.
How do you do this? In our moments of massive
So I say things to you like, hey, Tony,
recognize we still feel the mark. This is not the cousin. But again, let's say, if you think about
just like
this,
your real dad,
like, what do we do at a pastor? Like, what do we do at a pastor? Right? The pinnacle of joy, right? And it's so beautiful. What happens in that pastor is about to complete. You break the glass. You can
reality. He gets another big, which I did with last time. I got a big one.
Always
guess what?
breathe in.
There you go.
It's depressing. And feeling like there's a whole other sense, right? And then cafe, especially like our classes.
What are you talking about? How's your dog?
Right? Just every single nigga of the next cafe ever invented that problem. So every single, and then right after it smacks the glass, and then Mazel Tov.
What's it all bigger tits are?
So what would they do? Break the glass in the middle there, and then the things.
It's still flatter as they're living there. She might get the spot. What's your avatar?
Hillel says,
There you
that's the
go.
life of the
There you
youth.
go. Brandon
The
Ferris.
life of
I
the
was
youth
just
is
kidding. We
that
don't really
even
want to
in the
know
midst
what your
of
dog
incredible
says. Like,
sunshine,
that's
I
Brandon.
always carry the peanut about people. How can I not carry
Fucking full of the ladies and gentlemen. Goes by the name.
And I didn't have to pretend like it's not.
Everybody, here we go.
There's always a pain that's there. There's always a void that's there. There's always
So I got a violent
something
hand
that
job
hurts inside of you.
from an
That's
Indian
why
lady
there
named
was
Shiva.
so many of us. We're never more than 4 seconds away from
Many
crying.
hands.
Why? Because there's a palpable pain of 1,000 years of collective pain.
So I'm watching
Up
nude
inside,
movie
and
scenes
the
with my
motor
parents.
is there, even in the midst of the nonsense.
Something
The
too
motor
crazy.
is
Just
always
says
there,
something
even
really
in the
big
midst of
in
the
my
nonsense.
brain.
But the opposite is true also. That even in times of incredible
Mainly from my mom's reaction,
the
though.
max of redemption.
She'll be looking at my dad like,
Because no matter how acute the
honey, is
pain,
that,
I know
is that real?
that Geula is so close.
My dad's like, don't worry, baby. He just
There's no
fluff that shit up.
Hillel says,
That's what they do.
wrap it all up together. That's what it chooses.
My dad is a small peanut,
He lives with his matzah and his motor together.
which means I got mine
There
from
is
my
pain
mom.
and there is joy. There is both
Or
of
parody
those
of Men in
dynamics. So
Black.
sometimes it's more matzah, less motor.
But they just called it
Sometimes it's more
Man.
medicine. That's for the collective alcohol and
Team
present in
Madness
the
with
people.
the bass.
And we wrap that together.
That
Hillel
says it
says,
all.
that's what it is to be.
Kendall, how
Tell
long
about
have you
it.
been
That's
doing
what I do.
stand-up comedy? It's a $1 million question here.
Okay,
1
once
year.
let's get into
1 year.
theirs.
Okay, last
All right,
October.
so says it's awesome.
Okay, you work
Is it
hard
that
at it.
essentially
Do you
like
do it like
right?
a few
But
times a
it's
week?
it's a
Yeah, like every week, like 2
It's you
or
that is now
how many
complete
times you signed up for
of
this?
a Zava.
5 is
Now,
nothing.
understand
Your first
that
time on the
the
show,
year of
correct?
a Zava
Okay,
18 days
what do you
to
do for work?
music. So watch this.
Disabled.
How essential is Zava?
What's this?
Rashi says every year, Rashi other שומר רגליים, זה בקיר, ונשפר, וחרסם בלעול ממי רגליים, אז המצמא in the masa, שאף על פי שמצמא is so again. The idea here is earthenware bedpan.
Okay.
The earthenware bedpan. I now have a shard of that bedpan.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I
It's not more like it's what
dive into.
I don't know. You know, whatever it is. People attach sentimental value to different things. Right? Hey, so the US is as follows. So I say the shine lady is zero ways to do the time. Obviously, it will absorb the urine of himself, and therefore it's going to become it. So time return the shame color. So what's interesting enough, if you soak it with water, you soak it for the first time and the second time, changes from the status. Interesting enough, if you soak it the third time, ultimately again it becomes tar. So the idea is that you would now again, what I want to point out over here, see yourself, this is there. Right, earthenware 101 is that we're not get absorbed, can't change it. That's only when there's heat. Remember again, the difference over here is obviously it's not a heating device. So the device set will absorb the heat medium. So because the process is if you wash it out, if you soak it 3 times, ultimately whatever is absorbed in the utensil comes out. Okay, and then when it gets so that means you went ahead and you
Out for your back
have our
surgery.
logo so but ultimately, you know, now, that's only what do we need to say?
You'll be right back.
Let's see if the urine
I'm gonna try now.
So now let's say yes. So now this was a backhand used by yourself.
Well, the last like 4 hours
So
they had emergency surgery. So
let's say now again you fill with your tar. So I would have thought maybe it has the same cleansing effect. So much more love does not. Because the nebulous and why doesn't it? What does it say? Meaning the low bottle. So the most of urine is urine, right? And even though the urine of the Zav is common, and the urine of a regular person is tahar, so it's the Nino, and there's a ring when you treat the similar item, two similarities, low bottle.
West Virginia vibes.
Usually, I have to say, let's talk about my
Yeah, the West Virginia.
Everyone says, you know, if you soak it 3 times, even in your
Disability all the way. You don't make money anyway. You have a gambling problem.
And therefore, then the key is going to be tar. So basically, whatever was a hold, bottle. So, lunchtime, they don't even need no bottle. Who is it? And you know, is not bottle, that's the Yehuda.
She's
The
kind.
says, and you or is it Kasha? Just the Vassal Nidam, so she's has
Yeah, no, she's
slats,
yeah,
was
yeah.
spun into thread, and it was a Nida, it was a Nida. What's wrong with it? So apparently to go ahead and flax into thread, you have to put in like the fibers, you put it in that, you want with your saliva. The saliva of the Nida
Did you guys lose weight together?
so yeah, that's what you just
No, it's
the case of where
every month.
the sponge
You
thread,
go heroin
and
now.
after Ashkas, you know, her saliva was used to moisten the fabric.
I was
Ultimately,
360. I say 355.
thread is dry,
I say
and it
because
goes
like
ahead and moves it, it's
you
going
know,
to
I'm
be
on my
dry. The dry
I should
obviously
see you
doesn't
at
really
360 when
in
she
Hayana, but again, if the
was, I
saliva
think, like
was moist,
260. She's like
then keep those
she's well
coming
under
to
that now. I
and when
didn't
it
meet
goes
her
ahead
then.
and moves the bed, is ultimately again going to become coming as a result of the full saliva. And usually this
I know what it takes to get out of gut. Sometimes get your skin tangled up with each other. Hers is
ultimately this is very different. Hello, for the nice side.
Kendall, before I let you go, craziest thing about you or your life.
Thread.
Craziest thing, I want to shit myself walking into an HEB while trying prescriptions.
But again, the person is going to go ahead and become actually just a moment. Actually, says over here. It's almost very close. Are you over half a you provide Ethiopia because getting sight of the doctor already. Oh no, it's like it's a hard open nose open. And I suggest they stopped it. It was strong. But hair was like a lens. Even if I say it's
Kind of like, I was like, oh, hair was like relax your sphincter. And that's why you should say that. You can say that.
voicing it.
Well, I mean, I couldn't say that. I did say that, but I asked
Yeah, again, I love the ways.
cuts
It's
of
almost
the
like a weakness of
restriction
saliva.
or
And
it's
yet
the
there's
calls, you know, the withdrawals is like make everything fucking, there's like diarrhea plus you're
shower
probably
here,
relaxed.
that's true. Even if what,
But then you're like
a lot of
uptight,
water.
so it's like,
So in other words, what he's even
sounds like a red
even
band.
is low blood
Red
pressure.
band on a Thursday night. Secret shit.
No
Yeah,
shiny
mixed
growth
with.
to color. So
What was
saliva
the
is
kind of
different.
smoke?
Life is
The
different.
heroin is like,
You
when
color
you do it, it's not like weed where you're like, let's
shiny
take
growth
it
to
is,
color.
but it's like
This
you
is
do heroin and like what's the go-to activity? I've cleaned for it, you know, it's like one of those things where it's like after a while it gives you energy, it makes you normal. But at first you're just like,
saliva, because it's
I want to
thicker,
like put
becomes
on
a bit more
a film.
embedded in the thread. So again, when you
You still do.
present. Therefore, when you go and you moisten the thread, it's a few more so the saliva sort of becomes back.
Me if I started doing heroin. Yeah.
But when you did ultimately again from the piece of the urine, because as much as the urine becomes embedded, the person, when you say so, it doesn't become so. Okay. So let's say, so bottom line, that's the end. That's the end of that. That's the end of that's it. So bottom line, I talk about the life stuff.
Span in the history of the show.
Sure.
You all, Derek Flynn, Stevie Wonder, so much happened. There's only one way to end an episode like this, ladies and gentlemen, and it's with the Hall of Famer with the record for most appearances ever on this show. Most interviews ever on this show. The ratings for the fan super regular of Kilsoni. Some people call it the vanilla gorilla. Straight up. Some tan. The big red jean. It's William Montgomery.
Secondary item and the primary item is the same shit. That's
Red band, I'm still thinking of it. I go, just in case anybody was wondering, I still haven't heard back from medical school yet.
Taste. The secondary item is
Coming out
the
the smoky
primary
and the
item.
bandit remake, but the truckers are all wearing turbans and stuff like minivans and got illegal U-turns going 75 miles an hour.
When it comes to minivan, you know,
Hey, Red Man, I saw that you got a colonoscopy recently. I'm wondering, did it hurt when they put the tube in your nose?
That's like a little bit below.
We planted Jupiter.
Like you see in
Such a long shot. Oh,
incredible.
okay, that's my time. Thank you. William Montgomery's racing us. We now want to Red Band show. tonight I could eat this fucking grass. I can't believe you were able to do that.
If you
Right,
have
kick your fucking
if you have invalid sacrificial blood, that gets mixed in with kosher sacrificial blood, what do? You pull it down to the channel.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine how red
Let's talk more about this channel.
think that one's like
This is
really
the channel that
really is what you're
in the primary parts of
veins
the
in the
base.
inside. Once you get through the hair on the inside, because I've seen his ass naked anytime. I believe Bubba Fett fell into it in episode 3 of Star Wars and Return of the
Pull it down
Jedi.
the channel and ultimately against.
What is it? The Star? What is it? The Sarlacc pit.
The
Sarlacc. That's what many people describe its belly button. Now, William, let's talk about it. You are 2 weeks out of being supervised now.
Case number one is we had sacrificial blood.
A lot of blood, and it was heavily talked about at Skank. That's what you were talked about. What is everybody there, every comedian there thinks it is the funniest thing they've ever seen in their entire lives. They think the way to enjoy William. What is it? The comedians are like, that's the brilliant special. Just do your stuff in front of audience that's literally there to see something else. I heard it compared to somebody there said that it was like, oh God, what was it? It was like if turmoil opened up for me. Somebody said something like that. Because you just are totally different. You're a different type of thing, right? Yeah, at the beginning, Tony was kind of hurting my feelings, but I'm good. I don't really look at anything. It doesn't really matter. But I start thinking about it. Tony, I'm thinking, well, what is the problem? So what? And if I do copy, I'm not allowed to mock. People just never mock. I just, that's all I did.
Is that a case of?
Excuse me, just I don't know what this is. How do you Redman, seriously, you're the last person I want to hear anything now. I mean, come on. Seriously. You're the last fucking idiot I hear anything from right now. I'm not feeling real great right now. So I don't really want to hear you right now. Seriously.
Which ultimately again is possible. So what's
kind of been down today, so seriously, I don't want to hear you. Very great. I think you mean well. I think you mean well.
Says the Gemara.
Wow.
Says the Gemara summer
But
goes
yeah,
in.
Tony, I'm doing a show in Jackson, Mississippi on Thursday, and thank God it felt good. As I was to get the other set out of my head, and I ended up going to the Grove to watch Sparkle on Saturday in Florida. And I was wearing Florida stuff, and I walked down this thing called the Walk of Champions, and I felt like I was back at the show where everybody was making me so bad. It was horrible. I guess all these fraternity were lining up on each side of the fence, and they were all screaming, and they were all screaming at me. There's a release of money. Those clothes. Think of those things like that. My mom, yeah, that was spending money on the curvy for some reason. They were just screaming at me, and then this one guy recognized me, and we shake hands in the midst of all the others. And then the guy next to him also goes out to shake my hand, and then he pulls his hand up, and we all laugh. Real
is that this is an easily confusing
Gotta keep moving
and
forward
people
through
might
this
assume
funny
that whatever
horrible
Don gets mixed in
situation.
the
I felt
kosher any
literally
ratio,
like a
the
Jewish
mixture
person
is
going
always
to
kosher. In order to
say
avoid
it.
that,
Say
the
it.
rabbi said,
But no, I mean that's really what I'm
what are you
thinking. Like
doing?
he's
You know,
like the
what are you
one
doing?
body eye in the
Wasn't
crowd, and
a
he's
lost
like
finish.
kind
Right?
of, but
Because
then
now
he
you're
can't
taking
because everybody else
one
hates him.
which is technically
Wow.
kosher, and
Susan
it's
knows
still
what I'm
the Tanya says it is a big zero. We should make zero.
I saw that
Ultimately,
clip.
again,
It made me so happy because I adore you, and you are so. You stayed in the pocket. You stayed. You committed. You powered through. And yeah, you don't get better when you crush all the time. But you know, just fucking that audience and pick up
we
on
do not make
it.
any protective
Fuck
zeros
that,
in
dude.
this.
They
And
should.
such,
People you
this
bring
is a
joy
classic
to all the time.
buff of the road, use the blood, nuts, I don't know. The purpose of blood. That is not correct. The purpose of the
You hurt yourself?
The purpose of no. In fact, that's not the case. In fact, everyone agrees
So what
that
else
we
you been
enact
doing this week? You
protection
wrote a
of
new
rabbinic
Smokey
law
and the
in
Bit
the base
joke
of
in
Mikdash
between
as
two
well.
bad
I so what's
jokes.
the case
Yes,
of it?
that
It's
I
very
wrote
interesting. The
down.
Harvard,
Where do you
the
what
Dana
makes you write the
Hansis,
Smokey and the
Rabbos
Bandit
of
joke?
the
Well,
Muhammad.
Smokey and the Bandit this
So what
week
the
down
purpose
in
of it?
Mississippi.
My focus is something else.
And
My
I was
focus
and
is
yeah,
is it
and then
common
thinking,
to
okay,
have
let's make
more
it
down consciousness
it's
than
for
like
the
what's remember again?
let's
Down
think
consciousness is your ritual
turbans,
life.
just
The
turbans.
Shaila over here
Seeing
is
people with
is
turbans, I think
is
is
it
fun.
common? Is it common to have more residual blood or to have more than it is to have life blood? Which one ultimately again is that common? So the Gemara says, so one opinion holds, yeah, that is common, and ultimately again the second opinion says
You're writing,
it's
snack
not
on or
common.
drink.
So
We're
from
not
my
able to do the
focus,
row machine in 3 weeks. So I think that's why today I was feeling a little down.
Would it be
And Red
common or
Band,
not
I'm
to
sure.
have
And yes,
more
and that's your. Don't even look at me right now. Seriously, don't even look right now.
So what
And then don't look at me right now. But yeah, I've been able to do the row machine in 3 weeks. I gotta get back on that. See, eating his glasses.
It says why singles out.
Kind of like my dad and his mom's
Why not go ahead ultimately again and mix all of the cases together? The cases together. Which the man says, not yet. Again, that is a question. Right, and that is a valid question on the reason this constructed. So also, so bottom line, everyone's not posting trying to come up. Everyone's not posting up, so they're not public. That's the nature of the law. So they don't understand that my focus is we enact protective rabbinic law based on the Fush. Tanakama says yes, the law says no. Papa, the fundamental my focus becomes we have to be concerned that there would be
crazy gigs planned.
more residual blood, life blood.
Opening up for a
Also,
church
again, one
choir.
thing is yes, one thing is yes. Fundamental my focus. Go out and do the some begin tomorrow with me. Wonderful. Good morning. What a morning.
Deaf or something. Oklahoma City, I'll be in Oklahoma City and Tulsa, Oklahoma in middle of December. Then I'm gonna figure out stuff for next year, and then there's stuff going on there. Like, what should just different stuff going? What kind of school is stressed? What are you stressed? I'm not talking about it right now. Oh boy, really? Yeah, no way. Yeah, got a big thing. You have great ducks on your shirt. Thank you so much. You got a lot of stuff off eBay. Yeah, recently I've been getting a bunch of Oriental off eBay. What else you been getting off eBay? Mainly just Oriental rugs. Okay. Wow. How many Oriental rugs have you got? 15. Wow. What are you about these rugs? Yeah, I'm going through it right now, Tony. I'm real sad, so I've just been getting Oriental rugs off of eBay. Like really cool looking ones, like very cool. Like I'm proud of that. I feel good about them, but Every now and again they'll smell. I fucking open them up out of the packet, so they fucking smell like mildew or something, and I just think, God, I'm gonna jump off of the building tonight. Wow, this is a sign. Wow. And explain to the audience what the difference with a regular rug and a world rug is.
Begin by taking all of our
Do they come?
for this shit.
Do they perhaps come with a little seasoning pack?
For the piece like Allison Adams, William Adams' grandfather, and the Sheldon Steiners had a show with Steve Wayne.
What's the difference between a regular rug and an Oriental rug?
The Astros in memory of their parents. Scott Blake, they're a coin. Sorry,
Here you
I'm
go, the master of it. You bought
in
15
the back
of them
of a
according
crying,
to
and many of the
It should be
family friends
easy.
crying.
Is it the design? Is it do they come? Don't need it. That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know. Wow. Just a love thing. It's a touch thing. I can't ship to my yard. Oh, I know. Dude, recently, this little thing I want to get off my chest. Whoever's a piece of shit who's working at FedEx who refuses to walk up my steps, you have to walk up to get to my fucking apartment. You're a dumbass. Literally, today I was getting something delivered to the apartment, and the person just takes a picture from the outside fucking with me. That's what I think. They're all paranoid. They see my name on here. Or they heard about the horrible side. Oh, they refused to take my packages up to my place. I swear to God, that's where I'm at right now. Have you thought about getting another
I
escalator?
got today. We have a really
No.
exciting doc out of us today. Today's doc is Einstein 78.
Oh,
And
they
we are
don't.
up on
That's the thing.
Einstein number
Adam Ray used to do
77 at
you
the
15
Mishnah,
or
bottom of
Yes,
the
but
graphs.
I
Dan
haven't
Shemish
seen it out.
Arizona
I don't think I'm going to hold
interesting topics over here for today
They,
that are
do
going
they
to take
cut
us through.
us?
Dan Shemish Arizona
Okay.
with blood mixing with water. I was saying, I was going
Nothing's
to
gonna cross tonight.
about second
Did
that
you,
gets mixed
did
together
you
with
buy them
water.
like for a specific
The
reason?
shine, of course, is what is going to be the status of the
No, it's just
sacrificial
some,
blood.
it's a hard idea. I'm working with
From
hardware
us,
firms.
as long as it's blood, ultimately the mixture is going to be kosher. Kosher, that it is fit for sacrificial use.
Reading different stuff, then I look back at the pictures, and then I look at
Sacrificial
the
use. Good.
dimensions,
That's
and
piece
then
number one.
measure stuff for
Next.
3 hours,
It's
and then it seems very inefficient. It's kind of
it's sacrificial blood gets mixed together with wine. Like, it's in about this.
Anything else you want to say? It's kind of weird. It's a lot of measuring. I'm not even
Looks
kidding.
like blood.
What is
Okay,
ritual
then
to you?
it's going to
You
be
have a
blood. It
tape
looks like
measure.
blood. Then
Yes,
it's
you
going to be
have
the problem with
a little tiny one, a little small ones. I make little marks on the floor. I'm doing 15 feet, 15 different marks.
So it's already by value.
Stupid. God,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
very interesting. So when the sacrificial blood gets mixed with wine, we view the wine as it was water.
Just put it
Meaning
on
what?
top of the
And
jar.
you look at it,
You'll
based
love it, Tony. You'll come see
this
it. I
amount
can't
of
rug.
blood or not. If it still
Is
looks
there
like
anything else you're
then the
passionate about this?
mixture, if it wouldn't look like blood, then the mixture of ultimately again is going to be invalid. Look at Rashi for just a moment.
Yeah,
Rashi
that's
says,
what they are.
also, it's about 8 lines up near the page. So, and also, Yain Kiddush and Yain for
I don't know. now I'm thinking
How do you
maybe some of the people that show
Because I'm not how long
weeks ago, they would hear me say,
So look at these first two cases. Case number
it's
one,
like, nothing. Nothing.
where again, what official blood gets mixed water. And that, as long as the mixture retains its
I don't know what my mom sees.
appearance
Like,
of
really,
blood,
like, I
but also the discussion. That's what happens to blood, not touch. Case two, official blood gets mixed with water. Okay, so in this case, you can't use the fluids. Okay, blood regardless. So what do? I use the wine as if it was water. Now, based on that ratio, would the blood still look like blood? The answer is yes, it's kosher. If the answer is no, it's kosher. Good, that's case two. Next. The sound of the foundation came over down that. So, the kind of December 16th is where the sacrificial blood gets mixed in with other valid blood. So once again, appearance looks like blood no matter what. But the challenge is ultimately a getting of the valid blood and the invalid blood together.
Check out
Now
Ian
you're
Edwards'
actually going
on
to
YouTube. That's Ian Edwards stand up.
this is a non-sacrificial one. So what
One
we
more
do,
time for the best stand
we
band.
only
Red band.
so
Check out Summer
united.
KTX
So
Downtown
ultimately,
Secret
again,
Show every
once again,
Thursday.
what we
You guys,
do
you'll have
non-sac
Shannon
blood is the
tickets
same thing
for
we do for water.
the
So
one and
can we
only
use the
Moody
blood
Center
as
New
if it
Year's
was
Eve.
water? And then we
All
figure
you
out
people
based on
that say I
this
try to
ratio,
get tickets.
would the mix
It's your
just
only
look
chance.
like
It's
blood?
New Year's
We
Eve,
think
live from
in
the
kosher,
movies. It's
or
going to
would
be
it
a
look
hell
like
of a
water?
blowout.
Can we
We did
think
2025.
2020 plus?
Live
Okay, so
audience,
what's
thank
this
you so
begin to
much.
see
God bless
over
you.
here?
And
Okay,
God
so again,
bless
since
the
we're
United States of
trying to
America.
Thank you. Well, does it mean its appearance of blood or not? If it does touch up, it doesn't. Number two, blood gets mixed in with wine. Appearance is not a good looking stuff. So review the wine as if it was water. Based on this ratio, it still look like blood. Touch or what is not like thing with non-sacrificial blood. So kind of common says, same thing. You look now, top of item test, 78A. He's like, no. Aim down Nevada. And he just says, no. A mixture of blood with blood is going to be different. Because down is not Nevada. Blood. Now, what is that? Go back. Sorry for one more second. Get back to 77. Last Rashi on the dot. Aim down the down. Rashi said, the name the if you don't spend more time on it. Like items can never be one or the other. If I read a whole, I think the people also click kosher as we got. So ultimately, they're gonna be with the holes. Is there a sacrificial blood? Sacrificial blood is not bottle. It's not bottle. So fundamental methods in the time come on and Rabbi who have human blood mixed in with sacrificial blood. What do you do? Here, the Tanakhama said, you view the cooling blood as if it was water, and see if this amount of water was with the mixture's blood, in which case it's kosher. It would be so diluted that it would lose its appearance. It would be puzzle. Rabbi said, no, ain't dam about dam. Once there's sacrificial blood there, it's sacrificial no matter how much blood there. So the sacrificial blood always remains damaged and therefore is kosher. Fascinating. Again, more about that later. Last two lines on the first line. Last. Da'an is harid to dam su. So let's say, so now in this fourth season, what happens is sacrificial blood becomes mixed in with sacrificial blood. Whatever they keep it is. Right, Rashi? Well, open it, couple with money, open promo. Let's say, you have people blood. right? So sacrificial blood that gets mixed in. So what's our listen? So in that situation, ultimately again, Yisbok La'ama. What does Yisbok La'ama mean? Yisbok La'ama, that channel took out certain different wastewater, carbonic water, such as valley. So it's like another mechanic to that over the greater. You're not finished, the sanctuary happens. In the first case, with blood sacrificial blood, just mix sacrificial blood, right? So now I got the resulting
He's on the keys and it is live in the flesh. The one and only T-Man is, ladies and gentlemen. This episode is brought to you by Spaces and Recruiter and Tacoma, ladies and gentlemen. What an episode we have right before we start to hear a little bit more from the amazing sponsors of Manos.
what are you receiving? What are you receiving? Right, the right kind of the blood that initially, obviously after slaughter, blood continues to flow out. That's blood that continues to flow out. Called dam hatam, residual blood. The blood is not pressure.
You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode?
So there's two pieces of it.
Every single week, I find some comedians in the world on the show this week. Absolutely no different. In fact, it's amped up. Two of my favorite comedians in the world right now, ladies and gentlemen. Noise for tonight's guest. It's the return of James McCann and
Let's mix things with blood mixed with purposes. And the both of these things, blood is the same. Or it is something that's not to you, no matter what you do, or when you work on the drink. Like, the drink, I'm according to the channel, so I'm all according to this channel in the base. I'm going to go to the channel which is
James Donald Foles McCann, the best-selling book of poems by an Australian. This fighting levels of any tiny people love these poems. He has poems
like everything else.
replacing Huckleberry Finn in American schools syllabuses because there were too many words in Huckleberry Finn. There were 52 N-words. One book of poems, 38 N-words. We got it down. That's a good for the people of this country. Jeff Dye. Said Jeff Dye has the new Die Hard podcast. He's on tour all the time at jeffdye.com. Yeah, Randy, you guys have both been here before. How you doing? Happy to be here. Good job with the acapella, boys. Yeah, first time I've ever seen the band nervous. Yeah, they travel light. Soccer. Always says the other comedians are gonna fuck, but first time the band was on their toe. Yeah, fuck are these guys?
Gets mixed in.
T-Man was looking down for the first time.
Mixed in valid, we have to be
Yeah, so we're gonna have a lot of fun on the show before you know how it works. 300 innocents signed up for the opportunity to be on tonight's show. If I pull one of their names, they get 60 seconds. Other times, so when you have it, to wrap it that Hollywood Bear, I'm gonna let this to be deported illegal immigrant pick the first name out of the
let's focus.
So, right off the top, very nice. So I double checked that.
Case number
And
one,
it is
blood
on
gets
while
mixed
we
in
go
with water.
wrangle
How
that
do you have
comedian
to
to
what's the
start tonight's show.
mix
I
with
have
dollar
one of our
amounts?
esteemed
It
golden
looks
ticket
universe has
As long as
just
you maintain
arrived
this appearance
on
of
a
blood,
plane
ultimately again is called sacrifice.
come to this show
Here's two.
this
Why
spot.
he gets
Know him
with
as
sacrificial
a man
blood.
of Toronto, Canada, who's Asian, who famously sits around eating ramen noodles all day. While his girlfriend is waiting for his hat of ramen plates. It's the long-awaited return of
Sacrificial blood gets mixed with animals. Same thing, ultimately again, with water.
Thank you.
If it would have maintained the appearance of blood, it
Did
is
you guys
going
know
to be
that
kosher.
most of the fentanyl
Incredible. Although in that
was
last case,
manufactured in Japan?
that you this has aimed
I was
down the
surprised
back,
at
so
the
down.
beginning,
Okay,
but
good. Let's analyze.
it kind of makes sense. Making it in Japan because
Most says to this idea
Japan
of focusing
would
on
never
this idea
realize
of blood and
if
water.
Japanese people
Right? When it comes to the mixture of blood and water, sadly depends on the
would just be
materials. So the Kasama Nikila Abba on motion. When do we say those origins of blood? The mixtures can simply balance sacrificial. But when is that? Hello.
speaking of fentanyl,
Enough to my so down.
Chinese people in this
That's when
ground.
the water is flowing into the blood.
If it
So
is,
it's-
as a Japanese,
it is.
I'm
I
sorry
have
for
my
everything.
t-shirts, my service here for sacrificial blood, and water.
I think
Water
Japan
drips
did terrible
into
things.
that blood.
China.
That's when we see the blood retains
So I think,
its
in my opinion, as a Japanese person, Japan deserves
sacrificial use.
first
However, Allah was so naive,
the
but
second one
if the case is reversed,
is too
the
much.
blood is poured into the water, then you show water, and
So I never
blood
one,
that falls into the water,
never did
buffer in the
until
water.
just
See the
recently I
distinction
figured
over
it out.
here? You
I was
have
using a
water
microwave
falling into the blood, then
Took my
ultimately
foot
again,
out
as long as the appearance
microwave.
remains, the mixture is
piping
going
hard
to be
enough.
but the place for it dripping into the water, the rock that falls
I
in
was
is
like,
falls in the
find it. It's hard
incredible,
pocket, not friendly.
incredible. You know, that's another. But listen, how do you just understand?
So I didn't look at again.
But the beauty
Thank you.
is fully pour the blood into the water. Then end up behind the same level of the fire. Then you just it's serious. Runs into the pressure. But the worst thing over here is you drop the drop.
Go on life concept. What have you done to since the last time we saw you?
Each drop as it comes in is
Amazing.
buffled in the
But
water. So the
I
Gemara
just
says,
don't know why.
interesting enough, Amra Papa over
Yes, what it should say. Instead of people
that is through by sacrificial blood that is
fake
not
accent.
like he sat down.
Oh, really?
Remember again, what's the halacha like he said? He sat down and you can see chef with higher or an oath,
And it's
chef out,
true. I speak
or
You do?
chayil, not domesticated animal. It's a
Yeah,
halacha.
let's hear
It's a
some of the
halacha.
really English from
Cover
cunts.
the
I
blood
use soda.
of the animal is beshefted. She
She's
said,
very
"Where's the
Asian
Shabbat?"
and eats ramen all day.
Just even today, you
Hi,
chef the chicken, you
my
gotta
name is
go ahead
Kanse,
and get the
and
cover
I
off the
speak
blood.
really, really
The
good
halacha
English.
doesn't apply by
My favorite color is blue and white.
animal. Not domesticated animals are found. We must keep it. Papa says,
It's pretty good.
sweet
I mean,
English.
color.
That is
It's a
the piece of
color
rice.
or
What
the
is that?
middle of all that.
Now, that's
I
what
don't know if anybody else noticed that. If I said it's my favorite color,
and let's say,
be like, wow, it's only got Asian. It's funk in the middle of all that.
drop by
It's
drop into water.
It's almost
In the
perfect.
water.
Color.
still have to do hadam on that blood. Look at that. She says, that's just okay. That's even not almost like
it's my favorite color.
He took the blood of
My family color.
the water. People married down
Times before
yes. How would you go ahead and cover it? The law
you were so focused on the color that you forgot about favorite. Watch me one more time. My favorite color. My favorite color.
Just happened everywhere, right?
Inauguration, ladies and gentlemen.
Stuff.
Unprecedented. What's happening here? We've never seen anything like it. He's getting more Asian while trying to sound less Asian.
So we can
It's happening in front of our eyes.
As long as the mixture looks like blood,
What are these extra beads? It's like you're skipping like a CD.
guys, but
No,
that's talking about
watch me one more time. My favorite color.
the water was
My
into the
family
blood.
color.
However,
Literally like
blood was
subtitles.
mixed to the water. Like, dropped,
My
ultimately,
favorite
the
color.
resulting mixture
My favorite
looks
color
like
is
blood. It's still going to be invalid. Why?
It's hard.
Because
Who
every
thinks you are
drop of
faking
blood
this
that
Asian
falls into the
accent?
water is brought to the
No,
water. That's how I'm
other Asian people might think you're faking your Asian accent.
But
No,
you see
baby.
how damn this would not be true. So if you were to check the chicken, the blood, and drop it drop by drop into water, right over again, the blood would not
Sir, you say
bubble,
that well.
and you would still be
Okay,
obligated
very
to do
good.
kissing
So
hadam
shout out
on
to
that. Why the distinction between
psychopaths are giving.
hadam and the very
So,
simple, the
the
fish
concept of
shape
your actual life.
There's
What's
also
new? What's
ultimately
different? Last time I saw you.
means there's no such thing as a deeper means set aside. There's no such thing as a mitzvah that
So
is
when
set
you're
aside
thinking,
for
when you hear a specific
noise.
noise, when you go like that, you try to think it's something. All right, what's been going on outside? What's going on?
Actually, what's the
I
dynamic?
finished the tour.
When you chef that chicken, you think that. So what do? You drop first, drop it to the
How did
water.
you say
What happens when that first drop goes to the water? What happens? What happens? Essentially, it goes to the water. But then the second
I went
drop
back
comes
to
in. Now, what's the second drop? It combines with the first. The third combines with the second and the first. The fourth. So on and so forth. So what happens at the end? Ultimately, it's like blood. Once it's like blood, ultimately, that reiterates all of the previous of
outside
blood
of Philadelphia,
that was
sushi,
placed
cream
into
cheese,
the
and
water.
salmon.
Because by mitzvah, once something, once is set aside for use of the sun,
Yeah,
it
it's
can
like
never be permanently precluded for non-performance.
sushi burger is like
It might be temporarily dormant,
it's
but
different.
ultimately, again, all of
But I
those
like it.
citrus things like this,
I fuck with it,
the
dog.
droplets of blood of that chicken are set aside for
Okay,
use
so
of
tell us about going back to your high school in Philly.
these
What was that like?
identifying the blood.
It was-
So once it's set
Philly
aside
was
for
not bad.
the mitzvah,
It
it
was
can
fine.
never be permanently precluded.
I like
It can be temporarily set aside. Like in other words, one droplet falls in, second droplet falls in, until that mixture is like
You're
blood,
probably on the
second
honor
it
roll,
falls, it
right?
looks
Is
like
that your
blood,
favorite
everything is
sushi in
green
Philly?
today.
I would have a number 3
Something
on the roll.
is marked for its release, ultimately again, that designation goes away. It may be temporarily shelved, but it never fully goes away. That's an equally aids on its way. So let's say, you go back to, so once you shut it down, and that blood needs to be covered, that obligation is never set aside. When you subsequently take a drop of blood and keep dripping a drop of blood into water, so right now I can't do it because the mixer doesn't look like blood. But once there's enough blood in that water to make it look like blood, the mixer obligation once again set. This is what's called incomplete aids on this. Just not Rashi and Zohar. The Lord involved in this thing is that the here was the fascinating distinction between mitzvahs and touch karbanos. Karbanos is used karbanos. There is a touch. And karban, once something is set aside for use, it's forever non-usable. So again, going back to just a moment. So here's the blood.
Japanese people are considered to be the best in baseball.
It's butter. It's butter. That comes in water is butter. Even at the end of it, it looks like blood.
Baseball like America. We got you with the nuclear weapons, but you haven't been with the World Series.
Mitzvahs are never seems to agree in a lot of baseball
players with extreme power. They can pitch, they hit, they can do everything. They're winning championships.
When all the guys, they form together and ultimately again the fascinating concept.
Yeah, evolution of Japanese baseball player. You guys used to be very small with nuclear bombs. Now you're huge and hitting home runs. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's what we did. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
So listen to this.
I noticed in your set, I watched a lot of World War documentaries, but I didn't know about Japan attacking China. That's a big part of it. Yeah, like, I skip over that. That's the boring part. The side of World War II. I'm like, it's like soccer to me. I'm like, I don't care. I watch actual football. Germans were looking English. What did the Japanese do? Historian James McKim was a lot of life. There was a lot of life. What the fuck are you saying? How do you have to think it's set up here all of a sudden? What are you saying? There's a lot of life.
No such thing as
what is that?
who is forever cut off by the Kedusha. Okay, there's an animal. There's an animal forever aside. It's an animal. Okay, it's going to be a covenant. Put out the covenant.
It's really the Koreans are very upset
Which represents a unit of the youth's self-realization and Kedusha.
He's also upset
And deeply
Korea. Oh,
there's
yeah.
no such thing as a Jew was set aside for 9 weeks. There's no such thing as a mitzvah that is forever completed from performance.
That's
An
an unlikely
animal
pairing.
can be pushed aside for 9
None of that happened.
can never
Yeah, so
be
I didn't tell my
forever
mom that he
completed
was Korean.
from spiritual actualization. Is that not the most incredible
I'm
thing
not
in
for
the world?
Japan. I was like, I thought races are just like white guys. And then I was like, why everyone thinks races are exclusive to white guys and there are like a person that's white. They're like, that's true. We hate the Koreans. I was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. So like the fact that the parents just
Comes to my spiritual realization.
So, are you the only child out of this Japanese
being set aside for
family?
non-performance.
Just me.
I can never be pushed
You're an
to the
only
side. I
child.
can mess
Yeah,
up.
and they have
I can make big mistakes. And I can kind of
They will
be
exceed
like that blood. There are moments where it's like that drop of blood is essentially invisible. There are times where I so badly that I make myself spiritual. But then something happens, it's just habit. I just keep going. And drop. But
So
I
your
can drop, but I can
dad's
drop, but I
Korean,
can drop.
your mom's
Once again,
Japanese.
the
You
blood
flew in
reappears,
from
and
Canada,
I'm
the
really
Canadian
engaged.
bullshit.
I am that.
You said you went to school in Philly? What the fuck's going on with you?
The mitzvahs represent the units of spiritual accomplishment of the aim. People need some mitzvahs. There's no such thing as
Rice or rice
spiritual
right now.
growth of that.
Incredible.
No matter how bad we mess up, no matter how sorry we did, spiritually you get,
was born
keep at it, and ultimately again you'll be reconstituted and ready to engage. Incredible. So you are. I'm going to tell you. I think about it like I'm saying, so it's a new way to do it. If you have a bunch of sacrificial hearts, and including in those sacrificial people and no such this is quite prohibited salad you got kind of right. So you've got Kegel, no sub, and obviously some other components also in here, or presumably some components in here, and everything got pistachio, and everything got mixed together. So obviously everything got mixed together, and the issue, so actually put comes out from here. That the case is Kizayas Mizah, the Kizayas Mizah. So the Kizayas of all these provisions, but they're mixed together. But and so say let's talk Potter. Ultimate theorem Potter. Now why is that very interesting? Why? The actual Shalayaga Min Achra. So let's say this is absolutely fascinating. You have to be desirous of these items, right? You feel because I have this chart. Almost like I know, whenever I eat something, I can't be sure that I'm eating a desirous of only one prohibited. Because of that, therefore, when I saw now again, not good,
You want
not
to hit it
good,
again, nice
right?
and
But
clean.
we say that is, I can't be punished for that. I can't be liability for that because
I was wondering, because that was the worst question I've ever heard. Yeah. Did your mom
of any
love you and your family? So,
you
your
do
mom
not
love
say.
you a little bit or not?
It's not ethical that any one of the back of the other, right? So maybe there's so much pigment milk in the back of the tongue. Or there's so much tummy and pigment that is being the back of the nose. So everything kind of combines with each other. Ultimately, if I don't have a kizayis, I don't necessarily have a kizayis of any one material. That's all. So you have three things. Number one, not enough. He's certainly not going
What's going on?
It's interesting enough, what I see here, I will say, is that this human, different items, again, on the back. In fact, look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, the first one line in Rashi. Rashi says, Lori also the king,
A lot of money, right? Yes.
you don't know what you're eating. And therefore, essentially, one is served, is served back for another. So the chance of what we learn is number one, one is giving back for another.
It's actual ramen.
It's not enough. No sin from
Toronto.
love
That is crazy idea. It is hot. Oh my God. 8 ounces of ramen for you.
What is salt? What is salt? What does it taste like?
Wow. Side. That is amazing. Is that real good?
All these items, the nose, start to take off.
Oh my God.
This,
Oh, yeah. The toppings and everything.
Taste. So you might have sense these things. So if you notice like, much like these emails, you might have
When was this meeting? Exactly.
There's a lot.
Like 2 years ago. You was frozen.
Consider that. What it tastes like.
Yeah.
So what does that tell
Inside
you?
it. Yeah, that's a real service. That'll hold it pretty long. Yeah. It seems really hot.
That's what
You
it
know,
tells
why
you.
don't you? I
It's
see
not
what you're doing.
determined.
Why don't you take it?
It's not
Eat it afterwards. Enjoy it. Because I didn't ask you. I saw a bump on your back when you did that.
But you know, it's like Gemara doesn't say, get pickle milk and mixed together. Let's see what it tastes like. Whichever one you want. Gemara doesn't even open possibility. Indicating to us that cheese
Looks nothing like ramen. If I get poisoning from this, I should be very bad.
What else do you see? That a non-good hasra is not a good idea. Everything is mixed. They don't know what's coming. In order to be called up, what be the hasra? Right? What's the only hasra that the agent can give me? What can they give me?
Oh, extra noodle.
They can't
Just
give me
noodle.
anything without, right? Why? Because they don't know what I need. I remember when give me this mixture of three different items. What am I going to say? Don't eat pickle milk sometime. Well, maybe I am.
One more time, plug it right down the barrel there. Where's the red light? There, say the name of the restaurant.
And now, in order for a warning, if you eat liability, you can see the warning. You can finish the warning generated by liabilities. Therefore, let's say, I'm using it enough from this. Yeah, let's go through the case one. I'm eating extra pickle milk
One more time. The great Kansai is suited there. He goes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Kansai.
These single items.
Right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You guys probably know how this works, but we get
place
the
where you're
opportunity of a
not
lifetime.
liable.
Where they probably the only show in the world in which
Number one,
anybody that
once
signs up on the show,
number two, taste
ladies
is
and
not
gentlemen,
a
your
biblical
first human
determinant.
being a minute.
Establishing
The
identity.
uninterrupted
And number
comedy
three,
out of the
a
bucket weather goes by the name of
non-definitive
Tariq
warning
Morales.
is not
Everybody hear
considered to
him.
be okay. Well, not so brother. So that way is the passion. I'm okay, but now what you want is
Guys, I talked to my mom recently, and she said I should be eating more black. And no matter what I did her on it,
is not a biblical determinant.
see you come and they're like, oh
That's
yeah,
probably gonna be a big issue.
this guy knows
Also,
both
you
his
said nothing.
stats.
I mean, all right, he's very interesting. If you make a dough of rice and wheat, so what's the
I do know my dad. I grew up with him. He would always give me fatherly advice. He would always tell me, only give her half the dick.
that taste
Also, are you talking about my mom, motherfucker?
Now, by the way,
That's my
taste
mom, bro.
matters. You know, right? Even though
Give her the whole dick, right? I don't know. All
the
right.
majority of the maybe rice flour, but if it tastes like meat, then what?
That's actually like a year
Which
this
also, by
month.
the way, this part of
here in Austin.
just think this also means you would wash, remember again, you don't wash rice bread.
Wow, are you the
Why not?
closest thing to a black guy that they have there?
This is it.
Yeah.
This is
So
it.
no,
This is like, he goes,
Wow, and are you mixed?
yeah, I'm
five
having
bread, right? Wheat,
Okay,
barley, oats,
right.
and rye.
And the Idaho, the Idaho beans are somehow
Is
have
not a
white
grain.
too. It's
So
very
therefore, rice,
exciting.
although you
Yeah,
can
it's
make
a
rice
Malcolm X and
flour,
Malcolm middle
spread,
situation.
Yes, Malcolm X in the middle, one would say. That's how
it's
you
not
should
a
say
mix
that
now.
from now
Comes
on.
back to very nicely different.
So let me ask you,
But
Tariq,
again,
your dad
just
is
make
black,
flour, it would not.
Mom's black. Dad's Puerto
So it's
Rican.
not
I
like
grew up
that.
with my
Remember,
stepfather.
like,
He's
if
black.
you have a
Black
bread
as hell.
that is made of
Yeah.
flour and rice flour,
when you say black as hell, can you give us an example of exactly what you mean?
Yeah, sure. He like
majority of it is rice flour. So it's
a little bit of that, not too much of that. Like massive shit. That's when I was a kid.
No, yeah,
Okay.
it's determined, but only
Same time.
no.
Could have been any reason. So you have been here.
That is great.
Yeah, and they make me stand there so I had someone to talk to.
Oh, this
So
is
everybody,
free
you know what it
cell
says?
phone?
This is free
Eating
cell phone.
music for nothing.
Talk to Lincoln.
So you made a match up
cigarettes.
again with rice, flour, and wheat. I get about to obviously, this is before the days of
The blackest
kidneys.
thing about you
Before the days of kidneys legislation. Remember, kidneys legislation is
Rest
a
my
job
close
on
magic.
another going to go. So the problem using rice as a started the rice that actually rice on this. So you have to have milk. But again, this is before kidneys. So it's like this. You have a matzah that is made from rice and
is correct. Completely checks out.
as long as it tastes
If you were to
wheat,
guess what the
how long
whitest
am I
thing
thinking
about
about
you is,
the
even though you're not
again?
really white, the Idaho has
Yeah.
Biblical, so I can use something that is made from wheat.
I
So
know like
basically,
almost all the
the
lyrics
fact
to
that
Mr.
you can use
Brightside.
that indicates that taste is not just for the green,
that's white.
but
And had to
for food as
guess.
well.
But the
It's
most
conscious of
speaking
before.
thing about you is
That taste is
Also
biblical
can't vote.
determinant, and
Yeah.
this one
okay.
that yes, it is. So how do we determine this?
Say you don't recycle.
Yes, it's very important. Like, hello,
Recycling
maybe
problem.
share
They're
a little
gonna be
bit
in
of time.
trouble
Here
here.
are
It turns out us
when
all
you
the
have
only people that knew
two
about it
items
anyway.
mixed together, so the identity of the mixture is determined by taste. In our
Was a what?
you do For a long time. Again, two similar items together, the identity of the split will be big. I was in the shade of milk, South Town, because the time I tried to lucky in October. Therefore, he must be right. Tom, police does play a role. When do we rely ultimately again on is to determine the identity of the next extra one is that was the number that's very
that job.
in the shit you know we know. Two dissimilar items mixed together.
White man who gave his grandson to work to the day here,
What it
and then he
tastes
just
like.
forgot.
It's what it tastes like. With some more dominant. By expect that it uses.
And yeah, we had to show the video of him passing
Determine
his
the identity
grandson
of
off.
the turns out I was very lucky. She's
What your father did to you back in the day.
Like the bigger most of it's what do you do with that? That's what they did when they all were the same name. They were all
Oh
the same
man,
thing.
he was
They were all the
a
same
drunk
thing.
guy
They
in
weren't
the
never
military. He
figured
got
out.
kicked out eventually.
But you know, open room.
You know, communicate with them on
Items mixed together. What determines the identity of the mixed? Determines the identity
still like, I don't really get it right now.
Majority.
You know, you kind of
So
missed
what's
the
this
window.
now? This is really incredible and incredibly really incredible and incredibly important. Someone's coming along.
But you consider
Rather
yourself
than
your
giving
actual
us a
dad.
reward.
And
You have mixtures.
guess what
How
age
do
you
you
were the
truly
last time
identity
you
of a
made
mixture?
juice? Stay in the bathroom while you
Depends
shits
on
and
the
city
mixture.
sports.
I love how that
We talk about this is like last Christmas or something.
mint, and you know,
Yeah.
which means items,
Oh my god.
you know,
Yeah.
dissimilar
Yeah.
items. When it is dissimilar items,
Else we should know. What special skills or talents or anything? I don't know. I've been getting into gongs
whichever
lately.
is
Dude,
the more
I
dominant item,
I just
by
want a
dint
gong.
of its ability to
gong,
taste,
like
that's
Asian
going to be the
instrument.
item that determines the identity of
Vietnamese gong. Yeah.
we know we have two Carolina taste. What Carolina taste?
All this
They
dad
have
talk.
the
It's
same
way
taste.
more interesting than
Same
your
item. So what do you rely on?
gong.
What do you rely
Yeah, they're
on?
badass.
Whichever one has the majority.
Yeah.
So if you're the majority, that will be the identity of the item. Incredible.
What do you do with the gong? Exactly.
I was 1 second. It is shining when you know.
Yeah, it's
Why
awesome.
don't you go
Yeah,
ahead
it's sweet.
and
Dude,
see
dragons on
something? I'd like two like items. Why not treat it as a case of the shit
playing the gong.
right now?
And we
What
have
is that?
Japanese, Koreans,
That's right.
in
It's
Philly.
not. This RAPI,
Something's really awesome at the beginning of this episode. James
what did
McCann.
Anishka say?
That's been
Anishka said
gong sound effects ready to go.
that if you have sacrificial blood, mixed with wine. So you're going to say, so what did Anishka say? What did Anishka say? Anishka said, you view the wine as if it's what? As if it's what? As if it's water. So what is Anishka? That's what I did. Let's go and find out. Blood and wine. Now remember,
Congratulations to Texas Trade Warehouses made it built up
you're going to taste. There's like a taste idea. You see,
Alright. Let's keep it moving along.
like the idea is you blood and blood
For you.
they look the same. So what it is
The great ladies here, ladies and gentlemen, Heidi Regina, Dr.
so what do we do?
Popovich,
We
the new
view the
podcast
wine
Love on
as
the
if
Line.
it's water.
She is
So it's type of
buddy.
the blood still
Little update for you. My stomach already oddly
complaint from the
What is
single plate of ramen that
a case of min Benino? And how do
okay.
you view it as if it was
Something to keep an eye on as the show goes on. So
why do we do every
minutes.
case of min Benino like that?
Frozen Toronto ramen. It wasn't the best idea.
So it's not just I noticed
To somebody's
my not low it also
anyway,
yeah
moving along here. Your next
so
bucket will go
so
by the name of Diego Delgadillo.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen.
And in this video,
What's up, guys?
the blood to look like blood. If so,
Name, you're like,
then
oh,
it
the
looks
kitchen
like
step.
sure.
The bucket.
And if
I know
not,
that.
then it'll be possible. So you
I know, man. And I'm trying to figure things out. I'm learning a lot.
mixture
So, now that
turn
you've
it
asked
into
enough
a
questions,
little bit shit.
where are
We
you going
don't
to
need
figure
no
out?
mixture.
I know.
No.
I was at 3 crosses this week.
Also down.
I started eating games, see how many
No.
questions it takes until I get a
Review
Quran.
the blood
Turns out you don't even need to ask any questions.
and then review ultimately
If you look at me, I
the
know
blood
I'm
to this ratio.
just like
Blood
stressed
is
out.
what it still
I
looks
sat
like
down, I
blood.
just went.
Here's what he says. He
He turned around, I was like, my brother
and
was wrong.
ultimately, again, what do you mean? Well,
I
and
don't
it's the
know,
same
man,
buckle.
just
Same buckle. Furthermore,
all these
those.
people eating pork and shit.
Also,
So it stressed me out. He handed me one on
There's another Bryson. This is a fascinating case. That you
going
the
through some things
totally
with my
different.
I got a cousin that does OnlyFans.
That you says you do
Honestly, I found out when I was younger. I was like, this guy doesn't do what you need
in
to.
via
Make money. I get it.
kosher is a
And
mix
I
of
found out she was charging me full price.
the wine itself, the vision of the
Some of that, because you know, no discounts, no
would
promo
it
codes.
become
It's cool that we worked it out to
less
6 different
color.
websites. Friends and family.
Lesser in color. Ultimately, again,
That
it's
was for
kosher.
us.
It's the case of things blowing. They're not kosher. It's not ultimately.
Saying that right, Diego Delgadillo.
Tonight. This whole thing is focused. Right. Okay, so just want to point out to you what's happening.
I leave it on
So
stand-up.
we'll have to stop
Like
for
4 years. Where at?
This whole thing is focused
San
tonight.
Diego.
I wanted to do. I wanted to
Okay, you live in New York
principles.
now?
Look, you have
No.
Benino. No,
I mean, okay, I've been living here for 3 months.
because the truth is,
I've been
the
living with my
easier
girlfriend
is
for
how
some time.
often
Keep me out.
many the shit in on you.
No, it's not like that. It's just like, you know,
How do you deal with a mixture of food and similar
you
items?
don't
How
want
do
to
you
get
do
a
it?
job, do you?
Taste. That's easy. That's easy, right? Whichever item exerts
I need one is bad. Last time you had it, it was 28.
The more
What happened on
complicated
that
one is
date?
min Benito. Similar items mixed too much. How do you do it min Benito? How do you do it?
To me, by the way you responded, that is the exact date. I'm here. Like, okay, what job did you have
Determines the
before?
identity of the
I
mixture.
was a barista
Hold up.
in New York.
Better way to do
Okay,
it
how
min
long were you
Benito.
a barista
How do you do
for?
it min Benito? How do you do it?
Okay, what did you do before that? I was a news
And
producer,
this
slow
is
news in San Diego. What did you learn from that? People know the news world. I was 19 years old,
what do you do?
telling like the whole county
Wine as if
what's
it's
up.
her. And then see
I
how that
shouldn't have been
impacts
doing that.
her.
I was lying sometimes. I wasn't like,
The
sure
meal
this
cases make it easy to do it.
they
It's
have
a
me
new
translate.
shit.
I was
Hey,
speaking
no.
Spanish.
So we think
I
about
speak Spanish,
ourselves.
but not enough to be like translating for the news.
You know, is it not like this time?
Broadcast.
Do we
How
do
old are you,
it
Diego?
just as a simple majority,
22.
or do we change
And how
from
late
the
was
shit in the case?
he started at 18.
Jeez.
Yeah, like graduating high
Ridiculously
school.
amazing podcast. And then tomorrow,
Last August 28th. You
it was
married August
yeah,
28th.
June. Definitely.
We'll see how it's looking like November 1st or December 1st right now for here. We'll see.
Why? What's going on here? Not working out?
It's not working out, but like new city. My girlfriend's getting tired of me.
Well, your girlfriend's in New York?
No, she's here. She lives in Austin.
She came with you?
Right, it was like
She
good
lives here.
morning,
She
good
lives
morning.
right here.
Let us
Okay, what do you do?
take
Works
all
in
of our
commercial.
responses.
She wants you to get a job.
Okay. Our chemical responses for
How
the
long
month of
have you,
Kislev.
how long have you been here again?
Harrison at its finest
3
memory of
months.
his
And have
grandfather.
you paid any rent or anything?
These finest have Shlomo Tzvi Rudei, then Shimon is the floor of the block
It's a
system
good
of
thing,
grass.
right?
Speaking in memory of their
We
parents,
got a good thing going.
Yitzchak later, a coin, Sarah,
Sounds like
Barak,
you
Avron,
it's kind of
Linda,
going. James
Ephraim,
McCann,
and many of the Europe
next
family
August
friends, Staff
28th.
Sergeant Naftali,
You've gone from presenting the vision to making coffee for people.
Leah Bas
I was
Shmuel,
making more money
Zachary
next to
Shiramis Bas Shmuel, and
Well,
Esther
still,
Bas
there's pride
Charia,
and dignity in
our
both of
Daphne
those, I'm
before
sure.
Claire Yalin, Sarah Steiner, in the course of continuing Shiramis, Anna Bas Susha, Shani Tapra, and family leader Yishmash Yoshua, then Yitzchak Yitzchak on the occasion of his 19th birthday.
I'll call her.
And
Next year.
Adam
Call
Stein
her
Coin,
2026.
gratitude towards
What
Greg
does that
Pop
mean?
and White for all he has done and continues to do
We're
for
not
our
working.
family.
What do you guys?
Thank
You
you
guys
to
got
all
like
of our
cameras
sponsors.
and
Thank you
shit?
for beautiful messages, all those beautiful ladies from all over the show, shouting out to the families of
Actually, if
on
anyone
Touch Rock,
is
please continue to shower the sales fellows and rock
You want to get in
also
and update those people there now.
Plus with that, I got a really exciting data out of us today. Today's data is I-78. Bottom of the dot. John
with a bunch of fucking noodles.
interesting topics over here for today, but I'm going to take us to the
What is
next
your
little bit.
girlfriend said to you exactly?
Is iodine.
Like,
If
it's like it says
just
there.
mixing with water. Now, what's obviously we're talking about over here about substances of blood that gets mixed together with water. So the question is, what is the status of the sacrificial blood? So what's the damn question. As long as it looks like blood, also in the mixture is going to be cut.
Pretty loud.
Tell us
That
about
it
it.
is fit for
Describe
physical use.
I'm like, I'm thinking, like, okay, let's get
Fit
her
for
a
sacrificial
visual
use. Good.
maybe a
That's
little
case
bit of
number one.
situation.
Next, the yayin.
I'm thinking, I was gonna like
What
figure out
happens
how
if sacrificial blood
Show us
gets mixed together
person on
with
the iPhone
water?
just fucking
As
general.
obviously
That's how
in
you
the
do
water
it
case,
with your palm.
it's a very easy
No,
litmus
this
test. Let's
Show
look
us,
at that.
show us exactly how you do it.
Water that the blood no longer looks like blood. Okay, then it's going to be invalid. It looks like blood, then it's going to be pressure. The problem with wine, of course, is that wine looks like blood. I love, of course, is how do we
Room for music. Still, gotta get her over there.
That's usually how it starts.
Lower always night. This is very interesting. So
Okay.
when sacrificial blood
Alright,
gets
now what then?
wine,
Do you do?
we view the wine as if it
This
was
was like,
water.
no, it's fine.
Meaning,
Oh,
when
yeah,
you look at it,
I
this
see why she wants you.
this amounts of wine was
I just
water.
want to talk,
Would the
baby.
sacred blood look
What
like
about
blood
Del
or not?
Cadillo? This is
If it still
incredible.
look like
I
blood,
thought
then
Tino
it
men
makes
were
it be pressure. If it wouldn't look like blood, then the mixture ultimately again is going to be invalid. To give you that for just a moment, actually, this is low also. So it's like rise up near the page.
Hispanic community about
Long
7.5
also
with
dying
that
to with the
they're
old
going
name,
there
the old
fingering
game.
into
Higher
we're so
chances, higher nicker, the nine, a lot of questions. So look at these first two cases. Here's the one, right? So number one is where again, what sacrificial gets mixed in with water. And that is the mixture which means it's appearance. Appearance of blood can ultimately be pressure. Doesn't have an appearance of blood, not pressure. Case two, sacrificial blood gets mixed in water. So let's say you can't use appearance test, right? Because like blood regardless. I fuse the with water. And now based on that ratio, would the blood look like blood? If the answer is yes, it's kosher. If the answer is no, it's kosher. But that's case
coming up.
yeah.
Interesting.
Next,
Noise for
this is
Pink,
the
everybody.
game
Frank
over
is
on
next on Kill Something.
Is where the sacrificial blood gets mixed in with other invalid blood. Again, appearance is going to look like blood no matter what.
So,
The Shiloh just is, how do we view the mixture? Ultimately, again, of the valid blood, invalid blood together. Now, you're not the behemoth of food. Right? This is a non-sacrificial animal. So what do we do? Oh, it also. So ultimately, again, what we do for non-sacrificial is the same thing we do for wine. Essentially, we use the blood as if it was water, and then we figure out based on this ratio. Would the mixture still look like blood, in which case it's going to be sure, or will it look like water, in which case it's going to be possible? Okay, so let's just see a few over here. Right, so again, case number one mixed with water, simply retain its appearance of blood. If it does pressure, it does missile. Case number two, blood gets mixed in with wine. Appearance is not a good litmus test, so we'll use the wine as if it was water. Based on this ratio, it still look like blood. Pressure, what does it look like blood? Awesome. Case number three, sacrificial blood gets mixed in with non-sacrificial blood. The Tanakh says, same thing. Use the blood as if it was water, and let's see, based on this ratio, would the mixture look like blood? Pressure, what does it look like blood? Now, top of iron test. 78 comes over to you and he says, no. In the background down. And you just say, no, use your blood with blood because down is not without blood cannot reduce blood. What does that mean? Go back and sorry for one more second to the last Rashi on the dot. Down the dot, Rashi says, and you know, low buckle. So let's say this is the calculation from what kind of way. Usually, low buckle means two light items can never be negated in the other. Therefore, you need a hole. See the people, so he does not touch it. So ultimately, they get the hole. So as long as you get the plug there, sacrificial blood, it's not buckle. It's not buckle. So fundamental approach is kind of come out. And that's when you have blood mixed in with sacrificial blood. So what do you do? The kind of says is you view the human blood as if it was water and see if this amount of water is with the crystal like blood, in which case it's pressure, or if it is so diluted that it will lose its appearance and blood will be pressure. And you no, ain't down the dot, down. The sacrificial blood there, the sacrificial
seconds of
No matter how
responding
much
to
of the
threats.
blood is there, the much sacrificial blood always dominates, and therefore it's cut. Yes.
Was it
What about that?
genuinely kind of like, oh, you might
Back
pull a gun out or
78A,
something?
last one, the last was the first one.
Like, I love
So
you, buddy,
last,
but oh, fuck,
that
I'm not
is
gonna.
how they put down the sea. So now,
Restream performing is my
sacrificial blood
with
become extremely
fucking
invalid
humans this way.
sacrificial blood. Whatever the case is.
You gotta look at
Right,
that.
guys, she says over
You
here,
think I'm the
там
bread?
силы, Берова, Венера, Обенишка, Кукузмана, Окустункова. See, interesting, for example, let's say you have blood, blood. So what is this? It was the next stage. Ultimately, Yishbok La'ama. What does Yishbok La'ama mean? Yishbok La'ama means you have to pour it down the channel. Like in a book. So these guys can tell you that Yishbok La'ama, that you don't have question that of putting down that this Yishbok La'ama. The Alpha Peace Time and Netflix rap, I love the thing you get thinking about that. Now, what's the Alpha? More about this a little bit later. Let me not let it on. So the Alpha was that ran through the base on the bus. Literally again, that channel took out certain wasteful cabana skills. Sacrificial land is into the Kidron Valley. Again, like I said, we're talking about mechanics of that a little bit later. See, interestingly enough, in last case, something fascinating. In this last case, where invalid sacrificial gets mixed with other sacrificial blood, right? So the halacha is the resulting mixture is hasa. What is your faith? You know what it says? Mishnah says, pour it down the channel and let it flow into the valley.
Was there a reason why you couldn't
You got like conscious, same thing that unconscious. Now what's unconscious? You can bring it back to the beginning of the
There's a guy
chapter.
from Idaho here
Remember
just
the
a moment
first
ago
step
who
is
did just fine. He
what's
was in
that?
Boise,
What's
half
that?
Puerto Rican,
Street
half
dog.
black.
People don't really have all but street dog. Then remembering back above all, what do you see? What do you see? Right? The light plus. Remember again, which is the blood that initially spurts out. As the just for an animal, blood continues to flow out. That blood that's the blood is called dam atansis. Residual blood. Residual blood. Residual blood is not touching the sacrificial use. So therefore, again, so there's two cases over here. So in other words, case number one is where invalid sacrificial blood gets mixed in without sacrificial, or dam atansis, residual blood gets mixed in with cholesterol sacrifice. In both of these cases, blood that is not for sacrificial purposes gets mixed in with blood which is usable for sacrificial purposes. And in these cases, so that means it's the same.
Can you explain the
Or
joke that
the
you bailed on
not
about
to use no matter
the
what the
gets
ratio is. And then
a
or
monster?
down
But then,
like
you were
like
saying that
according
they
to
have
the
no
channel,
woken a monster.
according
Let's
to
get back to
the
fucking.
and ultimately
Are you
again,
sure she didn't say
the we'll take the mixture out
okay,
into the
that Frank
kids'
even
valley.
practicing stand up at all?
Now again, I was like, interesting enough,
So,
why
see,
you
your
can
first time was on
like
Kill
everything,
Time.
also why can't you use like the same witness that
You
they're
have to
using?
try
Until now, we'll
this
see
other
in
places.
Sorry, said
why
that
did you
is
run?
kosher.
Why didn't you
Now
walk?
again, which is
Grenade
referring
belts
to?
and stuff did
It's
for
referring
a
to
pint
ultimately
at
again the
Shakespeare's.
gospel
Put my
or the
name in. But you were just
we'll
having
see.
it drinking
And we'll see
Shakespeare's, and
why.
you're like, sure,
Now
I'll
listen to this. In one
I mean,
I'm
I've
not
been watching the show. I love it. The stands are you
calling
getting
you
more,
not,
and I'll be honest.
and
Yeah.
instead
Do you really have a black
blood so it's very so as much as in these last two cases over here, it seems like where the invalid sacrificial blood gets mixed into the proper blood or where it down on sometimes it gets mixed into proper blood. So the halacha is
Frank,
the
you
mixture
have
is
to
invalid.
try
It really has
other
to be poured
places. You
down
have
the
to like get
channel.
good at this.
However,
Just be the guy
if the
that
coin
people
did not
hate on Kill
and
Tony.
instead she just
Okay, what did
sprinkled
your
it,
friends say?
halacha myself
Buddy, that's gone pretty well for you on the red.
discussion tells you what,
It's
tells
silly.
you
You said you copied
and
the guy
it's
who off
again
the
the
head
point
on
of
Kill
the
Tony,
was
and I was,
cluster.
and
And
listen,
obviously again there's some rabbinic legislation
alright,
that happened
we're
over
having
here
fun. You
preventing us from using it. Okay, more about
got
that.
a terrible
So
work
it's like
ethic, but
it's a
look at
really
you.
interesting case here. So
I
it's like,
think
let's focus
said that your
on our
friends
initial
and family
cases. Look
reached
at the
out to
first
you
two
after your
cases.
appearance on the
Case
show.
number one,
What did your
blood gets
fam,
mixed
mom
for
or
his
dad
valid or not.
talk to you?
If it looks
Yeah,
like
what did
blood.
mom
As long as
initially
it
was
was
genes?
that's by the hook, review the wine as if it was
Frank,
case number three.
imagine it being
Sacrificial blood
Yeah, I
gets
think it
mixed
was.
in with the
Your
water.
sister.
And if it would have maintained it, that he would have disagreed.
I want you to bring it back.
down
I want
the
you
back
to
of that.
open
Let's
the
analyze.
ticket
I'm
booth
gonna
of the
go out. I'm gonna
mothership next
Look
champion.
at also
You're
what's
the
this
first
idea?
person in
Focusing
history
on
of
this
the
idea
show
of the blood and
that
water.
I've ever
Right, when it comes
re-coded
to
the
mixture of
little
blood and
joke
water,
book.
everything depends on the so you want to honor the Adam Yochanan, most of it,
Frank,
when
3
official
to
blood,
5
when is
open
that?
mics or else.
Enough
This is a
to
big
soak
dude
down.
fucking Kill Tony.
When
A lot of people
the
spend a
water
lot.
going into
There's
the blood.
tons
In other
of
words,
people
I
in
guess
this
the
bucket
imagery
whose
is I have
passion
my
in life
peace
is
card,
this.
it's
Getting to
obviously
get
10
pulled
for
and be a
sacrificial.
star and
And
clunking
water,
it up for
water
them because
drips
it's just a
into
bucket.
that
You're
blood.
taking
That's
it
when
from
we
someone
say
that's
that as
truly
long as
red.
it retains
There
its
goes Tony with
and
absolutely
blood, that is still valid for
the
sacrificial.
time in the
So
history of the show.
naive,
12 and a
if
half
the
years
case
through the
is
show, the first
if the
man to
blood
return.
is
I got bad news for you. It's
showing
another
butter,
one-word name, but as
a
you know,
drop
anything
of
can
blood
happen.
that falls into the
You may
distinction
love
over
the
here.
comedy
If you
stylings
have
of
water
oh,
flowing to the
everybody,
blood,
here comes
then
Bob.
look like as long as the appearance remains blood, the mixture is going to be this. But if the blood water, then each drop that falls bottle in the
What a
water.
very beautiful
Incredible.
audience you all are.
Incredible.
Everyone is
That.
beautiful.
All right. But listen, by
In
the
the
way,
dark,
just so you
in the
understand,
rain.
what that means over here is, for example, if you were to take
When
the
you look
blood
at me,
and
you may be
fully
thinking I know
pour
where
the
the good
blood
stuff
into the
is.
water, you're not going to the same halacha as long
I
as
don't know where
it
anything
retains
is.
the fruits of blood is going to be kosher. As you might over here, it's
Whenever I go
drop
anywhere,
by drop
I make
of
sure
blood
I
into
sign
the
the
water.
guest book.
Even though the
You,
resulting
sir, you
mixture
never
looks
know
like blood,
when you'll need
each
an
drop as it comes in is certain. The Gemara says, because Amar Papa.
Whenever I cross the street, I look direction.
Interestingly enough, while that is true by sacrificial blood, that is not true by
Pretend to be
Kisei
a
Hadam.
squirrel.
Listen, remember
Go
again,
for it.
what's the halacha of Kisei? Kisei Hadam means that you chef,
I really like
you chef,
excitement.
chaya, not domesticated animal. There's a halacha that you have to cover the blood of the animal to be shefted. He says like this today, even today, the chicken, you gotta go and cover up the blood. If the halach like by the Lima doesn't apply regular domesticated animal, only non-domesticated animal. So the month is equally enough of Papa says, living in peacefully in the now this stuff is like, what does that mean? The halach of myself, you would accept chicken.
this
And
time
when you
on
drop
3
the
years.
drop by
What
drop
do you mean it
bottle
changed?
in
What do
the
you mean
water,
it what was
you
she
would still
before?
have to
It's
do
Robert.
this way
Robert.
down on that
Wow,
block.
you
Look at
back to
Rashi.
Bob. Oh my
Rashi
God, you
says,
got lucky.
Rashi
I
says,
said,
okay,
Bruce, going
that's
back to
feeling
Bob.
the
Yeah,
almost
first
Rashi.
unbelievable.
Even
What are the
nothing
odds?
down the so even if
Frank
you
would
took the
change
rust
name and
water
not
down
get pulled again.
and
I
so
don't rank
you
with
put
you.
it into water,
I can't
and
be
you
frank
should
with
go
you. I
marry
don't
the
have Frank at
fire
all. You have
process.
punchlines.
If it
You're
has
one of
the
the
appearance
funniest
of
Native
blood,
Americans. Are you,
cover it,
Bob?
below
From Czechoslovakia,
Hama
living
bottle,
online.
and we don't say that the
Okay.
initial drops of blood
There it
are
is. The
bottled on the
swallow
outside.
means the
So
urine
what
needs.
this
I
shows
love
this
Eagles.
happened over here,
You
right?
do?
Just trace the
What do you
progression.
love about them?
Of
Shit.
sacrificial blood that gets with water.
Thanks, Tony.
So
We
Gemara says, what's the of that mixture? As long as it looks like blood, ultimately again fixes sacrificial use. So the Gemara says, Abba says, that's talking about where
it's top secret,
the water was into the blood. However, if the blood was mixed into the water drop by drop, ultimately, even if it is something mixed, it looks like blood, it's going to be invalid. Why? Because every drop of blood that's into the water is brought to the water. That's how it works. Then the Gemara says, the Papa says, you should just know that you see how damn this is not true. So if you were to check chicken, take the blood and drop it drop by drop into water, right? Ultimately, again, the blood would be bottled, and you would still be obligated to do Kisei Hadam on that. Why is this between sacrificial law and the mitzvah of Kisei Hadam? I mean, that's very simple. Because it was the ultimate ability of Genesis what it means. There's no such as a deeply means set aside. There's no such thing as a mitzvah set aside for non-performance. Think about it actually. It's very true. Also, Haranim, the Royal Mali Syndicate, and the Hoffman, other Napoli, was there to the world that started enough. Enough actually because what happens is fascinating. What's the dynamic? With that chicken, you take the blood. So what do? You drop it into the water. That first drop goes into the water. What happens? But then the second drop comes. And what happens with the second drop? Combines with the first. Combines with the second and the fourth. So on and so forth. So what happens at the end of the day? Ultimately, it looks like blood. It looks like blood. Ultimately, again, that reinvigorates the blood that was into the water. By mitzvahs, once something is set aside for use of a mitzvah, it can never be permanently precluded from the performance or non-use. It might be temporarily dormant, but ultimately, again, all of those systems, something like this. The drop out of that chicken set aside for use of a mitzvah, which mitzvah? The mitzvah of covering the blood. But once it's set aside for a mitzvah, it can never be permanently precluded from performance. It could be temporarily set aside, as in other words, first drop of the second drop of falls away, looks like blood. Secondly, and once it looks like blood, everything is reinvigorated. Because once something is marked for mitzvah use, ultimately again, that designation never goes away. Maybe temporarily shut, but it never fully goes away. It's deeply from its deeper than itself. Isn't that fascinating? So therefore, once you shut that chicken and the blood needs to be covered, that obligation is never set aside. So when you subsequently take a drop of blood and keep dropping a drop of blood into water, so right now I can't do it because it doesn't look like blood. But there's enough blood in water to make it look like the mitzvah once again. This is what's called Interestingly enough, Rashi is off. The Lord in the whole Ella. So here lies the fascinating between mitzvahs and kabbalas is deeply intercabbalas. By a carbon, once something is set aside, it's forever. So therefore, again, going back. So if you were to go ahead and take blood and drop it into water, what happens? Blood is bottle. Even though at the end all of the drops, it looks like blood, that's at the end of the day, each drop is bottle. This are therefore, when you drop a drop of chicken blood into the water, there's nothing there. Later on, when all the drops are in there, they form together and ultimately again reinvigorate the obligation. So look at fascinating concept. Yesh Hashem, so there is deeply by Kabbalas, but ultimately again, aim the mitzvahs. just stuff.
Congratulations on
Why
getting
is
golden. Did you have fun?
So listen to this.
Thanks, Tony. It's great to see you.
Carbon-
Last time I saw you in
Carbon-
San Antonio.
It's in
San
an
Antonio.
animal.
Okay,
It's
you
an
did a good
animal.
Tony there.
I perform it, but at the end of the day, the test of Kedusha ultimately again is the
You
animal.
went to
It's this or it did us in human beings.
Little Bear.
Forever set aside for language. Each people is a covenant. You do something invalid, and ultimately again the covenant is forever set aside for language.
Just because
But
I
by
like your
mitzvahs
style.
to represent the yin, no such thing as a who is forever aside for language. For non-performance.
It's a
There's
real
no such
interesting
thing as a Jew
setup
who
bucket
is
for so
forever
far.
cut
Let's
off
see
by
what
God.
comes up with
Just such a
next for
thing
the
as an
stylings
animal.
of Benny.
Yet that non-Kedusha use. Right? It's invalid. It's invalid. It's an animal. Okay, it was going to be a carbon out here, but I can't never be a carbon. But by a mitzvah which represents a unit of the yid's self-actualization and Kedusha, and deeply intimacy. There's no such thing as a Jew set aside for non-use. There's no such thing as a mitzvah that is forever precluded from performance. An animal can be pushed aside for non-use. A Jew can never be forever. If we never what happened is incredible in the world that you guys have heard.
Speaking of ugly bitches,
And
listen, I got
imagine
hit
what
on
the
by a
rest
gay
of
guy.
us going to do. So we'll
That
say,
was nice. He
this
said he was hot, and I was
is
like,
a
oh, thank
bumper
you.
sticker.
He goes, yeah, can I get your number or
When it
something?
comes to my
But that's
religious
because you never
observance,
had
when it comes to
dick.
my religious performance, when it comes to my self-actualization, there is no
Maybe.
there's no such thing as being set aside for performance. I can mess up, I can make mistakes, and I can be like that blood drop into the water. Because it's like that little drop of blood is essentially invisible. There are times where I mess up, that I make myself spiritually invisible. But then something happens, which is if you keep at it, if you drop it, once again, this
You
is
throw
what
the date at the
reappears.
same time
Ready
as
to
you
be
signing up for
engaged.
Kill Tony when you first came
Carbonos
here.
animals can decide for non-use.
And when you
But
don't
the
hours by
spiritual
yourself, if
accomplishment
you
of
don't
the
know
Jew
anybody.
in
So I
deeply
invited him to eat, and I got
existence.
catfish
There's no
to say the least.
such
You
thing
invited a
as
Tinder
a Jew
date to
forever
Shakespeare's
excluded from
local
spiritual
four choice
actualization.
shirt.
No matter
But you
how
invited
bad
her
we
to
mess
wear
up, no matter how
obedience, and everybody was just waiting for her.
spiritually you get, keep at it, and
When
all
he was
again you'll
crippled,
be reconstituted, ready to engage.
what?
Incredible.
Caught the catfish.
Apilo para nosotros, el balón de los árboles es very interesting game.
So
The
it
part
was
of
a fat
sacrificial,
entry. She didn't say that
and
herself.
including
Over
the parts,
leg,
right? It's
you know,
and no
the
start,
downstairs,
and
because
listen,
the
this
upstairs
is quite
basically.
deep more than salad. You got
She
going
didn't
on.
know
No
she was
start
going to be able
coming,
to
and
walk
obviously
venue,
mutter
and she couldn't.
components
So I felt
on
bad
here,
making her
corrupt
cross the street
producers
for
on here,
going out.
and everything got actually not necessarily. And together, obviously, everything got mixed together, and you ate it. So that's
Across the street from
that
Lord's. Where did you go?
desires misère, desires
Why
misère.
would you
So
go to
it's all these
Coors
forbidden items, but
So I
together.
felt bad,
That's
so I
why
went out and
so what's halabah, but
I didn't think in that 15
ultimately
seconds
on
my name
Potter.
would get
Now why?
called.
So
She
a
didn't
yard
think
that
that she'd
min
break her
akabi
leg fatty
back.
number.
So what's this? So this is absolutely
So
prohibition.
you
In
missed
order
her
to be
already
original,
while
take all those
at
from
the exact same
you have
time
to desire
realizing
items,
you
right?
were meeting up with her
Because
later.
I have this chunk
I feel
of
like I
take
was
all those
allowed
are
to be
coming.
mad at her.
Whenever
I feel
I
like that's
eat
the word. I'm
something
gonna
that
yell at her
desires
for
of
something cheap.
unprohibited
Yes.
items. So
She
that therefore,
catfished
when
you.
I saw
Pictures
good,
were tipped
right,
up.
not good,
All the pictures
right?
were
But
tipped
we
up.
say
It was my
fuck
fault for
you
believing
can't,
him, honestly.
can't be demonstrated that I'm being designers of any prohibited matter.
Very
Gemara
good.
says,
So
What's the Gemara
the
because
crippling was
it's not
just her
impossible
leg.
that
Yeah, she
anyone
said
is being
she
Mavato
had
the
a
other,
cat.
right? Maybe there's so much pickle in there that it's being Mavato of it. Or there's so much Hamega that it's being Mavato of no such. Everything kind of combines with each other. And ultimately, again, I don't have the desires, I don't have the desires of any limited material. It's more sauce. Let's go three things. Number one, Shmani love, sooner back when it's dead. This is not what it's even about, right? That this, right? Sooner.
Oh yeah, you
Different
prohibited
prohibited items. All take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, the first white line in Rashi. Rashi says, Lois also the fig, Nukla, Min Okadeo, Yigo Shem, Yigo Shaza, Ubata Hamilkilo, Bata Min Nosef al Nabaka. The ideal because it's constantly mixed together, you know what you do, and therefore one is served for another is. So this is what we learn three things. Number one is to be a lot right? no state below love dollars. The most important notice that doesn't give you that consider. The Gemara doesn't consider that enough himself. Why don't we say tastes like? The Gemara is presupposing all these items, the nosa, the sugar, and the tame, with different tastes. So the Gemara says, what doesn't the Gemara say? So why don't we say it tastes like good? Tastes a lot like, right? You know, so it's like, you notice you don't consider that. What is like? So what is that? That tells you that taste is different. That's what it tells you. Taste is not determined. It's not enough. Martin Cameron that it's uses the taste in the judgment lab daraisa. But clearly again that is determined. Rashi says over here, Adam Rabbanon, or 50% of the time, the Osaf, Abu Shaykh, and the road, lab daraisa, look at us, we got out, we dynamic lab and we come up. So ultimately again, because the fact that we don't even look at, they don't always like to say, get pickle also together, let's see what it tastes like. And whichever one it tastes like, that's going to be what you're fighting for. What doesn't even take that possibility. Indicating to us that taste is not a biblical determinant. Next, it's not enough. And what's that we see? That a non-definitive hasra is not a good hasra. In this case over here, let's say I'm eating this mixture. They don't know such thing. So remember again, in order to be tried out that hasra, what's going to be the hasra? What's going to be hasra if you eat the kidney? What can they give me? Right? They're going to be a definitive hasra. Right? Why? Because they don't know what I mean. I remember in this mixture of three prohibited items, what are they going to say? Don't take on no sense on me, and even off we may have been only one of it, we may two out of it. As far as suffering from those ones, a non-oral warning for great liability, it has to be a definitive warning. A non-definitive warning cannot be generated enough. From this one case, so let's go through the case once more. We mixture of take on no sense on me. It's presupposing these are three
tips that I don't deserve here and there,
and you know, like not lying. Number one prohibited item is about the prohibited item. Number two, taste is not typical determinant in establishing identity. Stuff like non-definitive warning is not. Okay, what can I watch? Not Sindaba. So everybody is this house. But now with the Gemara is most ones that are focused on the is the issue of taste, which was that ultimately I'm going to see from this case, that case is not the determinant of that's a issue. Also, you said that this is very interesting. You make it go, out and for us, right? It is part of the Arab Ruba Ores. The case of the Lord. Only again, this like what? And the identity both is the new identity is to be both. There was a what? Schreiben Chala. What's Chala? Chala is the point to separate and give to the color. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? What do you see? That is the determinant. Case matters. By the way, case matters. Even though what? Even though the Gemara says the milk of the flour makes flour, but if you like wheat, then what? It's wheat. It's wheat, which also, by the way, this part is just to go to you would watch you don't want on bread. Right? Why not? You don't like bread? Right? So remember again, if you want rice, 5 types of bread, right? Those are the 5 types. So therefore, rice only uses flour, and it's rice bread. That's not amazing. Now, some breads might be different. They mix some things. But again, if you were to just make bread out of corn flour, there's no point out of it. Another thing is if you have a bread that is both out of wheat flour and rice flour, if it tastes like wheat, then you have to take color. Rice flour. So what do you see from there? That is the determinant. Maybe gelato. Yeah, determinant, but only gelato. No. You have to think of the thing that I say. Adam Yotze Volume 3 of us on the face. Furthermore, the Gemara says, if you eat it from matzah, so if you made a matzah, all flour and wheat flour, like you're supposed to say, this is before the days of fitness, right? This is before the days of Drabana. So remember, there's absolutely no problem using rice using rice on Pesach, that is rice on Pesach. So we actually have to use this. But again, this is before this. So you must like this. The matzah that is made rice and wheat. Halacha l'maisa. Only the piece of rice wheat. Halacha l'maisa is usable for Pesach. Now I'm saying again, for Pesach, you need biblical matzah. Like you need something that is made from wheat. So what do you see here? That you can use it on Pesach because that time that is determined not just for the wheat, but biblically as well. This conference we just said before. We just said before that is not as a biblical determinant. And now we're seeing yes it is. So how do we do this? Ella, what's the obligation? Ella, here you go. Hello. In reality, when you have two distinct mixed together, so the identity of the mixed, you do rely on time. You rely on time. Again, two dissimilar items together, the identity mixture will be based on the case. For the amino, the time that I'm lucky in October. If you start to pick over no such amino, so that's what we're talking about. And if you no such joy. So listen to this. You're right. Time, taste, and play a role. When you rely ultimately to determine the identity of the mixture, when that was very important. Meaning, similar items mixed together, the identity of mixture ultimately again being based on what it's like. It's what it based, which essentially means whichever item by dint of the fact that it uses taste, will determine the identity of mixture. Now, by the way, how do you reconcile it? What in this case about the Pigomosa and Tummy South? Like the Pigomosa Tummy South, that has to be all the same mix. All the same mix. You wouldn't have us in a lot of things without it. But you know, and when you have two similar items mixed together, so what will be again being the middle? Growth, majority. So what's this? This is incredible and incredibly important. So you must put along. Now this is giving us a rule. When you have mixtures, how do you market? It depends on the mixture. Halacha recognizes two types of mixtures. Min benino, which is similar items. Min b'she'ino, dissimilar items. When it is dissimilar items, the identity of the mixture is based on taste. Taste, whichever is the more dominant item, by dint of its ability to taste, that's going to be the item that determines the identity of the mixture. Min benino, which is similar items, you can't rely on taste. You can't rely on taste. They have the same taste. So what do you rely on? Whichever one has it. That will determine the identity of it. Incredible. I was one second. It is that idea. Why don't you go ahead and increase some new Benino, I'd like to see like items together. Do not see it as a case of a Benino. Right now, watch this. Look at it. This orange line, which is in my. What's the reason said that if you have perfect blood, mix wine. So again, so what if, remember again, what are the percent? We view the wine as if it's what? As if it's. So what if it's disgusting? Now again, let's do it point out. Blood in wine is blood in wine mean by why? Because remember, we often think how long you know that you're talking about I didn't say I taste that. Obviously sacrificial means blood and wine are really they look the same. So what does this say? If you have sacrificial blood with water, you view wine as if it was water. And we say, in this type of would the blood still if it would, then it's kosher. If it wouldn't, then it's kosher. So what is there? We take a case of ring and how do we choose it? We view it as if it was so why don't we do everything from ring like that? So interesting. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, I agree. Rowan also the young Edomite and things like this. Like this. We view the wine as if it was water. And in this ratio, if water was mixed together with the blood still like blood. If so, then the mixture will be kosher. And if not, then it'll be kosher. So if they did Benino and turned it into the God and see it's kosher. Because no, and then we view ultimately blood in this ratio. Blood this longer would have still looked like blood. And ultimately, again, what do you mean low? This is a fascinating piece. That is the total is a mixture piece. If the wine
Sometimes I wonder if Jews wear tiny hats. It's because they miss
We're going to
having
define
a
that
different
case in just a
hat.
moment. If you have
That's the thing with
Minimino,
racism,
how do you
isn't
do
it?
it
Is that
Minimino?
why there's a
How do
Canadian
you reckon? How do you mix the two
and
similar
now
items? How do you do it? Stop, taste. That's easy.
there's
One
a
is
two-way
Minimino.
street.
Similar
I
items.
just wish
You
I'm
must, how do you do it
talking
Minimino? How do you do it? Of the
Okay.
mixture.
It's
You heard it
What's
says,
your
hold
other
up.
name?
I have a better. The
So
Mishnah
how's
says,
life
the
been?
Mishnah in with
Okay,
what?
great, man.
What do
We
you
did it.
do? What do you do?
Maybe
You,
did
the
it.
Mishnah says that in Minimino
Alright, there you
cases,
go.
make it
was
in
able to find a job.
Do we view it or do we change into a Minimino case?
So now where do you work? You work for what? What do you do at the university? Alright. Life's been going, Charlie.
Yes, ours too. It's just that. Yeah, but.
I mean, you wrote down Charlie to if you're trans.
Alice
You
had a
work too
son,
hard.
and
You go back
grandfather,
to the
memory
always
of their
learning
parents,
about the trans.
blog,
Interesting. You and
whom the
Pocahontas to
Australian,
Pocahontas
and many of their
Montes.
dear family friends,
Real
that
quick.
site of Kobe, memory of Leah, Safin, Shivanis, Safin, sponsors for today, Alan Singer,
Alright,
and the
so
source of continued
you work
refuah
so
for
hard
Shivanis,
that you
Anabas, Susha, region of his
no,
19th
I
yard
mean,
site.
there's no reason.
George, grandpapa,
I guess the
Alan
cat's
White,
back,
for
so
all
to
he has
speak.
done
So,
and
yeah.
continues
The
to do
dogs
for
out of the
our
bag, or
family.
you guys can
All
tell
of the
this
Shabbat have
this
now
is some of the
continued to
show.
shower
Yeah,
today,
the show.
all the
Nice
cloudy
to meet you
snow.
again.
Was with that,
And
our
you kept
doctor
the
today,
paint
we
sweet.
on Ainu Zayin on the days 77B at the topic of here for today. So let's see the next little bit. Down to this Adonai. If blood gets mixed in with water,
Because you
the
were
child, of
transitioning
course,
into
what is
being a
going
woman.
to be the status of the sacrifice? Ultimately, again, the mixed with kosher. Kosher means
That's what he
that
said
it is
too.
fit
Yeah, but it
for
wasn't him.
sacrificial.
Because
Next,
my mom's angry because
this
he's
Aviv
fine with
Bayayin.
it. Very,
Basically,
very
what it's
conditioned.
obviously
Yes,
in the
tell
water
us
case is
exactly
very
what she
easy.
said.
The problem with wine, of course, that wine looks like blood.
And
So the
I
shaila, of
should
course, is
reconsider
very interesting. So when sacrificial blood gets mixed with wine, based on this amount of wine was water
So
like
it
blood,
might be.
then the mixture is going to be kosher. If it wouldn't look like blood,
Because otherwise
it's
you might
not
not be here
ends
with
up
us
being the
tonight.
case.
You would stand up and
Well, that's the case. Case number one, sacrificial blood gets mixed in with it's
do you think your mom loves you though?
you
Dress
can't
the same
use the
tonight. I gotta say,
appearance
you look
test,
really
right? Because
close
it's
to
going to
your
look like blood
kids.
regardless. Yes,
Where do you
it's
do
kosher.
soundboard
The
at?
answer is no, it's possible. But that's case sacrificial blood
Charlie,
gets mixed
sure.
in
You've been
with
doing
valid
with your
blood. So once again,
personal life, Charlie.
appearance
Tell us.
of the valid blood and the invalid blood together. This is a not low and also to so ultimately, again, we're when we figure out based on the case is going to be kosher. Okay, so let's just begin to steam over here. That's number one. Wine gets mixed simple. Does it retain its appearance of blood or not? If it's number two, blood gets in with wine. Appearance of litmus test. So we'll do the with water. Facial would still look like blood. Kosher wouldn't look like blood. Blood gets mixed in with non-sacrificial blood. Coolant blood. So combination would the mixture still look like blood? Kosher wouldn't look like you said, no. Dam Navato Dam. It's going to be different because it's not Navato Dam. Blood cannot produce blood. It's on the dam. A Navato Dam, Rashi says, the blood items can never be negated one in the other. So as long as there's sacrificial blood there, the sacrificial blood, then you have human blood mixed with sacrificial blood. So over here, the Tanakh says, you have human blood as if it was water, and see this amount of water. No, ain't down the dot down. There's sacrificial blood there. It's sacrificial blood. And no matter how kosher, and what about that later? Next. Okay, so let's say, so now in the fourth case, right, Rashi says over here, down to Tigon Barova, the Nirva, or the Nish that gets mixed in with pig blood. So what's Taluk in this case? So we'll say the channel. Like in a both side. So these guys should kill it actually. The Apapi Shekama Nefesh Rabba Allah the channel that lands through the base of the flesh. More like the channel, so that's where the fascinating happens. The blood gets mixed into the halacha is the resulting mixture is hustle. The Galakansis, same thing Galakansis. The first step in the sacrificial process, first step, Shita. Although, what are you receiving? Right? The white blood. Remember again, this is the blood that is used for sacrificial use. So therefore, again, so there's two key sacrificial blood, or Galakansis, which is the residual. Both of these cases, blood that is not usable for sacrifices, the remedy is or the resulting mixture ratio is with it right down the drain. Right? The drain right in the base of Mikdash, and all the still for the base of Mikdash, the mixture out into the Long Valley. Incredible. And now you're gonna look like, why isn't it bottled? So why can't you use like the same? Rabbi Eliezer master, Rabbi Eliezer master, Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again to ultimately again the down policy is right. That was in loading in luck, the Nasan Kasha. Furthermore, the United States blood, in ex post facto, is special. In case of where the invalid sacrificial blood gets mixed into the proper blood, the mixture is invalid and really has to be poured down the china. Included, and obviously, again, there's some rabbinic legislation that's from using it. Okay, more suicide. This is really interesting. Suicide, so blood gets mixed in with water. How do you help? So what's the determinant? Number two, wine gets with sacrificial blood. What's the halacha? What's the ratio? It still maintains the appearance of blood. It's going to be false. What's the halacha? Ultimately, again, you do it with water. You back goes down. Okay, good. Let's analyze. How many people have? I'm going to be open. I'm going to be open on most of it. When do you say that it's enough to remind yourself down? That's when you say that as long as the blood retains about enough on the soul, but if the case is reversed, if the blood is poured into the water, then the water. Alright, listen, by the way, just to understand, what that means over here is, for example, if you were to take the blood, as it comes in is buckled in the water. Interestingly enough, while that is good sacrificial blood, that is not good. The higher or you shall foul or that you have to cover it. This is like the kabbalah. This even today, you have to cover up the blood. Applied to like the regular domesticated animal. Only non-domesticated animals. Now this sacrifice is allowed. If you were to go ahead, and then you took the blood and you drop out and drop into water, the blood is not bottled in the almost like a custom self-mind. Even if you put it into water, and you will manage down high the process. If it has the appearance covered, the law of the Kama buffalo. This how did we start? Started with the case of sacrificial blood. The Gemara says, it looks like blood. Only against it's sacrificial. It says that's talking where the water was mixed into the blood. Mixed into the water, drop, ultimately, even if the resulting mixture looks like blood, it's still going to be indiscriminate. So if you were to check the chicken, take the birthday bottle, and you would still be obligated to do Yisrael Hadam, the mix of Yisrael, and you know it's very simple, the Yisrael set aside. There's no non-conformity. So look at that. She's going to actually, the hockey, you hug her enough of teacher, she loved, or easily. Because listen, what happened? That's very fascinating. Actually, what's the dynamic? When you check that the third, so what happens at the end of the day? Ultimately, it's like blood. Once it was something, it can never be permanently excluded from non-performance. Something like this. The droplets of blood of that chicken, set aside for its blood can never be permanently looks like blood. It's not going to be once something is marked for the user point of it. That's not going to be that blood, it's not a drop of blood. So right now I think, look, but the mixture doesn't look like blood. But one person usually eats some mixtures. Each is called the mixture. The Loshayat Bihoi Ella between this and Kashin and Karbanas. That's Karban Kashin. By a Karban, once something, therefore again, going back to this, so if you were to go ahead and take sacrificial blood and drop it, one drop that comes into the water is bottled, drops. It looks like blood. That's fine, but at the end, this are never introduced to non-performance. And therefore, when you drop the little droplets are in there, they form together and ultimately again so there is a equally by Kabbalahs. Just why did this distinction? They did. They are an animal. They were very unusual, ultimately again as the animal. This animal should be forever set aside for non-use. Ultimately again the covenant is forever non-use. But by mitzvahs, it represents the years for non-performance. forever cut off by Kedusha. There's such a thing as an animal. There's definitely a carbon dioxide, so it represents a unit of a youth's self-actualization, non-use. There's no such thing as a mitzvah that is a non-use. But a Jew never be forever. And it's only Monday. Imagine what the rest of the week is doing this. When it comes to my religious observance, when it comes to my religious thing is being set aside for non-performance. I water, because there are moments of worship, it's like that little drop of blood, it's essentially, if you keep going, drop it after drop it after drop it after drop it, which represents the units of spiritual accomplishment of the Jew. No matter how bad we mess up, no matter how diluted spiritual, I'm going to tell you, right? People and no self and third components also. It's actually not necessarily. And everything got mixed together. So obviously, that the case is design of all these forbidden items. And I ate it. What's the butter? Ultimately, Hawaii is a why. After Shalom Yad, the name of the okay, so this is absolutely fact. In order to be in violation of Pigol Noser and Tameh, yes, of Pigol Noser and Tameh, whenever I eat something, because of that, therefore, I'm not good, right? Not right. But when you say like this, you can't be finished with that. Of any flavor it is not. You have to Shalom Yad and it's not, it's possible, one is in the back of the other, combined with each other. Again, I don't have a kizayis. I don't necessarily have a kizayis. More. Not enough. He's certainly not going to that. Again, I'm not going to back to take a look at Rashi. Rashi says that this also the kids. Nito says that, Nito says that. The Bachar Hamiyah Kuro, you don't know what you're eating, and therefore essentially one is serving up no sin below Lav Dollars. So also it's very detailed. Why would we say that all of these items, the nosa, the tiggle, and the tameh, like tiggle, right? You know, like so if you notice that piece, that's what it tells you. You know, it's not turning on nosa and tam below, that if something excuses the taste, you service and tam behead to osa, papi shed to below, lav doris. So ultimately, again, the fact that we don't even look at, like, take that possibility. Indicating to us that taste, that a non-definitive hasra is not a good hasra. What's the hasra? What's the only hasra that the agent can give me? What can they give me? So what are they going to say? Don't eat pigol noser and tameh. Well, maybe a non, in order for a warning, I'm eating an express pigol noser and tameh. The Gemara is three things here. Number one prohibited item should be about the non-definitive warning is not considered to be a warning. Also should have taste, right? So too, which was that all the university in this case, that taste is not biblical. You make it go, rice and wheat. So what's that? So the niche, but I'm dug on the and the identity of the loaf is what do you see from here? What do you see from here? What do you see from here? Right? Even though what? Even though the Gemara says the majority of then what? It's wheat. It's wheat, which also, by the way, just for our just I don't know, there's such a thing as rice bread. Yeah. Right? So remember, those are the 5 grains. Anything else is not a grain. So therefore, rice, I'm looking at one bread today, which they mix in a lot of different things. But again, if you were to just make bread, or have a bread, but it's made both flour and rice flour. If it tastes like that, is a biblical discernment. Because maybe, Yakim Sefer, the potato that rice is great. Although ultimately, again, flour and wheat flour, like you're about to obviously, this is before is Drabanah. So now we're going to go right. So there's absolutely no bread window right there. That's before cooking. So you want rice and wheat. That's what I saw. As long as it tastes like wheat, not like you need biblical everything that is made from wheat. So that taste is a determinant, not just for biblically, it's not a biblical determinant. Now we're seeing that yes, it is. So how do we determine this? Ella also anyways, items mixed together, so the identity of the mixture will be based on how Shatan Mikabon, the time that I have a lucky Minatola. So therefore, the Gemara says you're right. To determine the identity of the mixture, when is that? Also remember, it's very important, guys. It's only things like more dominant. By dint of the fact that Higgins freezes on. How do you reconcile that with Rich Luckish's case about the Pingo Mosa? That wasn't allowed to finish it up. When you have two similar items mixed together, so what the majority. So let's just not this is incredible and incredibly important to be listening to. When you have mixtures, our local recognizes two types of mixtures. Min Benino, two similar items. The identity of the mixture of its ability to infuse. That's going to be the item that determines the identity of the same item. So what do you rely on? Well, whichever one has to be the majority. I must. It is shining the I never items mixed together. Why not treat it as a case of mixing item? I must say, take the mission. Then it gets what? Mixed with wine. So you're both saying, so what is it? It's what? Is it water? So what is it usually discussing? Now, wine is blood and wine means you know why? Why? Because remember, it's a taste idea. Obviously, sacrificial blood do not taste mixed with water. So what do? We view the thing within its culture. If it wouldn't, so why don't we do everything Samara says? It's nice. I think I noticed my life is water, and in this ratio, was water, and if not, it'll be possible. So you think of the feelings no, you really think you need the blood, it doesn't make any sense. You know, he's buckling, and ultimately, I guess. It's clear here that your comedy generally says the red wine. In VR Russia is a mixture of the vision of the wine would have become lesser in color, no, it will not. I'll find that case in just a moment. We want to tonight. In reality, we'll have to stop for just a minute. Stop it on me. Also, it's hoping to know. How do you do it with right? How do you do it? Actually, let's release some items. How do you do it? Taste. That's the ultimate idea of the mixture. How do you do it with How do you do it? How do you do it? Whichever item is in the greater majority, that's the item. How do you do it with How do you do it? Make it, Mishka said, but if you have mixed in with water. The Mishnah says that in many Benino cases, make it into Jewish Benino. Yes, it was. There's one thing where or do we view it, or do we change it into a English enemy? And like, so that fan base guy has built is clean, not anything of any. It's Walt Church shit. Yeah. Not saying anything bad about him. Now, why don't we do this? Why don't you describe what the audience? Okay. But yeah, no, it seemed like a lot of very non-binary. I say that, no, it's serious, because I literally see 100 cameras up there, so all these idiots filming, and it's, I don't know. If I have certain audiences that literally perhaps have never someone that's famous on them, they go and they just want to see them sing out of tune, and see a single one t-shirt or an Ozzy Osbourne t-shirt. Totally. So what did you learn from this experience? Memory has the deal and staff starting to tell you to go to the people to know. Tell them it's small and the hands extra back with something by around so Sunday is put the complete house for the and it's about the mission is continuing exactly what they say. We pick up with the mission a running string that are mixed together. So we know that all of them have already been brought. And now we have the leftover pieces that are supposed to be brought on the back, and others that are supposed to be left on the back. Since the of that mixer back to the papa slims will only be brought up and therefore will allow you to bring the entire mixer up the whole of the
Let's see what Ryan
that's true, I think. You are not allowed to bring up the entire topic because the reason is the Gemara is not going to go through usually between the two. Right, so you have the whole mixture up on the back and just having the purpose of the carbon, but instead being purified. And for some reason, then therefore you're brought outside the base of Mikdash and burned as a possible. Why does everyone allow you the sort of process of bringing things but having in mind that it's not really trying to get the carbon and so that's going to go.
They are unbelievable. Check out my fake band. I got a couple of live poetry.
Any clouds or any honey cannot be brought on the box, but cannot bring them up to the fair. So the two are going to be dark within the bar. Come over to the rest. Come across. Now the servers are reacting to. So the other says you're reacting to home, yes, tomorrow. Tomorrow, let's say Ethan. So he calls to many issues. So he goes back to Russia that and instead Mimenu is extra. So the drasha is called for the drasha is if you already had a portion of the carbon that was brought up upon the we actually learned three things from that pasuk. You can't bring the carbon of chamates, you can't bring the leftover, the shirayim from this bath because they are from this pasuk. But Rabbi Eliezer says, okay, in other cases, and then often says, the only as well it applies to the purpose is to bring it up. It's okay. There isn't a prohibition. It's not like another type of carbon or ring as fuel for the fires. That's the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. That's what Rabbi Eliezer says. The Ola offering for purpose of the carbon and the Fatas. Rabbanan agree in the first pasuk. So the Rabbanan agree to the Mimenu issues. They agree to that point. However, the Rabbanan saying this in the second pasuk of Yahweh Rabbanan we have to which is limiting. So Osam is now going back and only discussing the miyat of Osam is Osam who the Chacham say that the second pasuk, which then allows you to bring up Lo Ya'alu L'Reach Michalach, and because of that, so that the Rashim, and therefore you wouldn't create a law. Okay, and now we are do now with this limitation of Osam. Rabbi Eliezer Osam. But what is Osam? It only the first part of this pasuk. What does this pasuk say? Carbon Rachel Takubu Osam, direction of his back, which is the ramp. So he says that limitation is the final part of the pasuk, which talks about Lo Yalu Rabbanan, and the Rabbanan say Tar Tishmanina. No, anything that's learned from the second pasuk. So both they agree that it is learned that it excludes the Darshan of Psukim. At the end of the day, according to our Mishnah, Rabbi Eliezer, that you bring them up and you just have in mind that the chatas is for fuel. So that is a totally different understanding of the machlokas than our Mishnah. Author of a different Mishnah. What is of the prices? Sorry, what does the prices say? Titania. There you go. Everybody agrees. Both Rabbi Eliezer and Chacham is sure. Bring it on the mizbeach and just have in mind. Well, it's not like our Mishnah. Okay. Second point agrees shelo yakubu. Everybody agrees that you cannot bring it up, meaning you not bring it up. And of course, they learned it from the pasuk. It was exeris akasim talking about. We said not about the shirayim. It's only talking about the mimenu the ishim. So it's not going to aman nachlaku. So what exactly is the machlokas of Rabbi Eliezer and Chachamim? A varim of an ola. That is a Rabbi Eliezer omer yikrubu. So this mixture of Tamimim and Mizbeach, have in mind that the Bali Mumim are not being brought as carbon, but rather just as fuel. The Avarim of the Ola that are Bali to bring them up. Okay, so now we want to understand more about what they get from. What about Rabbi Eliezer? Rabbi Eliezer, Maish is an animal that's Roven Nerva. Why? Teluchazu brought on the Mizbeach. Okay, so why not apply that exact same logic to Bala Shlom? A carbon comes in the first answer. And Huna says, we're actually typically B'Tugut Sheba Ayin. I think most specifically according to the opinion of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says specifically with this mum of B'Tugut Sheba sold by a behemoth that are not up. So even though you're not supposed to bring it up on the, if you were to bring it up, we don't remove it from it or low level of mum to bring up on the back. So Luna's in with the that are Tamimin, they can all be brought up because if not, it's not a Rabbi Akiva. We understand Rabbi Akiva's shita. Rabbi Akiva specifically said. But Rabbi Akiva's opinion, how do you bring it up onto his back? So who said that Rabbi Akiva would extend his din? Oh no, we actually have to add another element to this case. This is Klaus and Makane back. Okay, but then we're asking up and we're talking about a case where he partially up. It already has an element of push. It's already partially up. We don't need to set up the lower level mum, and it's already on the ramp. In that case, I could have brought them up if it was exercise. If we're already setting up the case in this case, so essentially we differ with Bali Mum and a mixture with Rovan Nirva. So the pasuk talking about Bali Mum says, right, that they're
Bum seems to be extra, right? Because the key problem with bringing volume is when they are and by themselves, just bum, only them. However, in the case of Avarim mixed with Avarim case where they are by themselves. But if they're mixed together with other kabbalah, I agree with. I learned from this is bum. It is actually there. It's still there and present. You can't bring it up. But if it's a mum that gets healed and there, so whatever happens, we have to learn that. Me bum bahem. So we look back, I could have just said himash kasam bum, not bahem. And so he learns that there's only an isser to bring the bali mum when the mum is present. But if they're part of tarogas, they can be brought up. They only have one drasha of bum, and they're going to make okay. The lashon of Rabbi Lezer. Rabbi Lezer, Omer Yekabu, bring them up. That the portion of a mixture of bali mum to be brought up. So it doesn't. You shouldn't have to. So just bring them up. Why do we have to say that we're going to specifically view? So according to my opinion, Rabbi Lezer, but according to Rabbanan. But even according to you, in this case, Basar Balas Mum Kaitim Dami, the strategy of bringing up this mixture with Bali Mumin, fueling the fire. And remember, our Mishnah and our Brisa is saying, Rabbi Lezer, also Rabbi Lezer is saying, okay, great, let's apply Umim and Tamimim. Why? So why in that case to the we can't extend the case to that. Why? In a case of a very chatas, what happened? You already brought the portions of the chatas that were supposed to be brought on the mizbeach. As meat, it's not a bizayon. It's not a problem. However, when we talk about a korban bal mum, that's disrespectful to bring up on the mizbeach. Not only are they not supposed to be brought up on the mizbeach, two ways of understanding the machlokas Rabbi Lezer and Chachamim, whether you go with Mogan and chatas, but the machlokas case is where you have in the middle of Ein Zayin other base. Evarin ve'evarin. We're still in the world of mixtures of karbanos. Okay, so now we have evarin ve'evarin, continuation of the mission of the Gemara, short line, narrow line in Rashi. Evarin shapolos harbe. And you're mixing in one a little bit more. Let's keep reading the mission. Right, but the case is you have one evarim of an olah. So the other omer in karav rosh echad mehan ekru v'kol rosh. Let's say one head on the mizbeach. So what does Rabbi Elazar say? View it, or now the rest of the heads are good ones. So you could bring them all up, no problem. Or you brought it up anyway. So again, you could call it. Okay, that's the opinion of Rabbi Elazar, that when we have this case where one was accidentally one that was not supposed, that's the bottom. Bring them up with and they say no, and you brought 99 of them up. So all of those were the kosher ones, and the one that's left behind, that we assume that is the one that is not allowed to be brought up. And you have to one get separated. Do we view it as are we told that the assume is the good one and the one Elazar? I think this is Rabbi Eli. Which one are we going with? The Amora is to explain the Tana. The entire case of our Mishnah, each one, right? When one was brought up, we assume is the Balmum, you can bring up the rest. It's only in a case where we know that we only have one problematic one. So if two are brought up, the other one must be good as well. If you look at Rashi says, since we know that in this pair we have one that is not an Isser, the Karv Kodev, and the Isser accidentally happen. However, if you're bringing them up one at a time, like amigos, we know we sort of have like something good happening here, right? One of these is good to go. Let's we like to have that like migo, that traction of hechsher, we're going to apply it to the whole mixture. However, if you're going to ask a question, he doesn't agree with this understanding. They said that even if the last one, right, you have a single one remaining, it's a pair. So it seems the way the mission is formulated, it does not seem. Now, might echad, so we can answer that. We said last pair. So we could understand the mission either way. And part of the machlokas is, do we say that once they assume the problematic, or do we say the opposite? And everyone that's brought up, we assume is one of the good ones, because again, that one must be the one that was problematic. That's here, but we'll get back to the chat if I can look it up later.
Good morning. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Grandfather Shlomo Tzvi Ruvain ben Shimon Zichron Rachel Bas Baruch Inda Bas Henechafayim fell in battle in Gaza Arab Hanukkah 2023. Shmuel Zachrini Bas Shulamis and Esther Bas Sefer daughter Sophie Tisali Granat Mazel Tov Mizocha to build the binyan. You're the American Talmud Torah. We need to refer Shabbat Kid with Kol Cholation Zocha to build the Bayis Neman, giving their lives for Am Yisrael, for Eretz Yisrael. Shabbat Gani Zola Sobos for our people, for our land, for many years to come. It says today. So today's daf is Ayin Hay 75. We are picking up on Ayin Dalet on the day. Where's that? Oh, it's 4 lines before. Sorry. Okay, good point. 2, 4, 6, 8. Rabbi said it's also Rish Lakish, who was the case that we just had at the beginning of Ayin Dalet. You could assume ultimately that's what? That it was a barrel of truma that fell in. Recognizable when there is the case of Rav Nachman, right? He would not permit it. But you'll say Rayot, because if something is not recognizable, people may think that Avodah Zarah is bottle. Also applies by the fig, namely the same way that it fell in, the item in question is a fig. Okay, incredible. Next case, basically again. So remember, those sealed barrels are considered to be something that is chashuv, that is important, and therefore interesting piece of advice. Move the corresponding amount of truma and throw it out. In other words, discard it, right? Go in other words, not discard it. Take care of it, give it to a kohen, do whatever you have to do, and that allows the rest of the mixture to go ahead and be permitted. So Yosef Rabdini heard this, but Ka'amarla, Lahashmaita. So Rabdini was sitting before and he said over this ruling. Rav Nachman said, Gama v'shasi kachazina hafa. Literally translated, the person who gave this ruling must have been partaking of the wine already, right? Which is another way of saying that doesn't make any sense. Because they'll say, what it appears that what is Rabbi Elazar saying? Rabbi Elazar is actually saying that halacha l'maisa, you could actively open up a barrel, take out the corresponding amount of truma. That doesn't make any sense. In other words, this seems to be that you're actively being mevatel iser, which doesn't work. Ela ema, rather the way to say it is like this. Rashi says, "Gama b'shasi kachazina hacha de'imkin deposech lachatchila hakaimalon chavis tumos delobat beheitim mishkachasla." We'll say so. Really, what the Gemara is saying is like this. Rabdini is saying like this. If this is true, then you could remedy every case of mixed barrels this way. Just go ahead and open up a barrel. In other words, how do you ever have a case of a closed barrel that's not bottle? If you can easily remedy the circumstance by just opening up the barrels again. In other words, the approach doesn't make any sense. Rather, the way to say it is like this. If you have a barrel of truma that got mixed in with other barrels, and then what happened? One of the barrels opened. I didn't open it. It just opened up by itself. Then, okay, once it's already opened, then you can go ahead and remove the corresponding amount of truma from that open barrel and permit the rest of the mixture. Incredible. Honorable Shiroshe says as follows. Interesting case here. So Moshe says you have a barrel of truma that got mixed in with 150 other barrels. Now remember, normally truma is bottled in 100-to-1 ratio. Now, halacha l'maisa again, it was mixed in with 150 barrels. And ultimately 100 barrels ended up getting opened. Again, I'm not opening it, they ended up getting opened. What's the halacha? Remove the corresponding amount of truma from the already opened barrels, and ultimately, again, you could drink the wine. But the rest of the barrels will be asur, ultimately, again, until they also are open. Why? Because we can't permit the remaining barrels by simply saying that the truma was contained in the majority of barrels. Okay, incredible. So let's go back there. So now back to the Mishnah. So remember again, the Mishnah is dealing with different cases of a prohibited animal that gets mixed in with other sacrificial animals. So one of the cases of the Mishnah is if you have an animal that was used for immoral purposes that gets mixed in with the rest of the group. So the Mishnah said that halacha l'maisa, you allow the group to graze until it develops a mum. Then you go ahead and you sell off the animals, and you use the value of the most expensive animal to purchase your replacement karban. It says the Gemara Bishtama Kulu Lo Yedia. So included in this included in this group is a treifa animal that gets mixed in. So the Gemara says, "Bishlam kula lo yediya, ela hai treifa hechidami." What's the case of treifa? The Gemara says, in all of these other cases, let's say an animal that was used for immoral purposes. I know the animal got eaten, but obviously that animal was not discernible. Like I don't know what that is. But asking, what's the case of treifa? The Gemara says, listen to this. What's the case of treifa? If you could tell which animal is the treifa, then what? Then go and remove it from the group. And if you don't know, in other words, if you're not sure if it's a treifa or not, in other words, so here's the interesting part about a treifa. A treifa could be an animal also with an internal condition that you really wouldn't know about until after shvita. So what essentially what I'm saying is, if it's a discernible condition, then just remove it from the plot. If it's not discernible, then how do you know that it's a treifa to begin with? Which the Gemara says, the areid. It's very interesting. How come I'm asking what's the case over here? So listen to this. You had two animals. One animal was pierced by a thorn, and the other animal was bitten by a wolf. So apparently, Rashi points out over here that when an animal would get bitten by a wolf, ultimately the animal would die of a wolf bite. It's poisonous. I don't know, there is some type of wolf, maybe the wolf was rabid, whatever the case. The interesting part is the injury inflicted by a thorn, and apparently, again, the injury of a wolf bite, I guess, looks similar. The Gemara is presupposing they look similar. So what ends up happening is, I know that I have an animal that was pierced by a thorn and bitten by a wolf, and these animals are mixed into the group. So therefore, I can't tell which is which. That's the first approach. And therefore, again, obviously, animal bitten by a wolf, that's a treifa. Rishlagish says, Kagon, they already been a fula. Interesting enough, it was an animal that fell off, let's say, fell off a raised area. And I will say that animal got mixed in. So externally, that animal looks the same. The Gemara says, Nami, for a second. And therefore, the concern over here is that the animal that fell down from an elevation is a treifa. The fula nami, but even if the animal fell down, you could check it. In other words, I will say there is ultimately, again, a bedika. And listen, interestingly enough, what's the bedika for an animal that fell off? In other words, how do you know if an animal fell off an elevated area? If it's a treifa or not? So actually, because I'll say if it can walk. If the animal could walk, that's a good indication it's not a treifa. If it can't walk, that's a good indication it is a treifa. So in other words, if you're concerned, just check the animal. Kasavar anda tzricha me'isleis, halcha tzricha bedika. Because this particular kind of holds that ultimately, again, even if the animal is able to walk, the only way to know that it's not a treifa is if it lives for another 24 hours. Ultimately, again, and if it walked, ultimately, again, still you would require internal examination. So Rabbi Yirmiyah says, Kigon di areid bivlad treifa. Rabbi Yirmiyah says, what's the case over here? The case over here of treifa is where it's the offspring of a treifa that got mixed into the sacrificial group. And Rabbi Yirmiyah happens to hold that the offspring of a treifa is ultimately, again, unfit for sacrificial use. Now, here's what's interesting. Now, the offspring of a treifa, fascinatingly enough, could be totally and wholly healthy on its own. Its disqualification is that it's the offspring of a treifa. So I will say, point over here is, these are all three different opinions as to what the case of the treifa is in the Mishnah. And is no matter which opinion you hold, like halacha l'maisa, you can't distinguish the treifa from the rest of the febra. Hence, the Mishnah says you have to allow the whole sacrificial group to graze until they develop mumin and then sell them off. Now the Gemara just says, Rabbi Lazar, the Amar, Vlad, the treifa yukam b'dam mizbeach. We just said, Rabbi Lazar is of the opinion that the offspring of a treifa cannot be used for sacrificial purposes. Now the Gemara says, Kudu Krabiyan, I Amri, because now the Gemara is going to discuss why each opinion does not agree with the other. So the other two opinions don't hold the Rabbi Yanai. Why? So they say, the Gemara says, people can't tell the difference between a wolf bite and a hole made or a puncture made by a thorn. Why? So apparently, again, a wolf's bite is elongated versus a thorn puncture is circular. Okay? They don't hold like Krish Lagish. Why? Because they hold if an animal fell off an elevation but then is able to stand, it does not require does not require any further examination. However, furthermore, animal actually walked. It does not require internal examination after its slaughter. And ultimately, again, they don't hold it for Why? The Gemara says, because they don't hold it for Eliezer. Because again, they hold that Vlad Treifa ultimately, again, is going to be permitted. All right, so bottom line on both sides, the opinions, bless you, the opinions don't agree with each other. But bottom line for us is halacha l'maisa. There's three different opinions as to what the case of the treifa is in the Mishnah. Beautiful. Let's go back there. Kachim bekachim min b'mino. So we'll say. So remember again, the last part of the Mishnah, the last part of the Mishnah was very interesting. The last part of the Mishnah is if you have different karbanos mixed in. Let me just read to you from the Mishnah. The Mishnah said, "Kachim bekachim min b'mino." Right? Let's say you have different karbanos that are mixed in with each other. Right? Same type of carbon, all mixed in with each other. So what's the issue in that case? The issue in that case is we don't know who the owner is. Right? So let's say Reuven, Shimon, Levi, Yehuda. This is a good parasha, right? All of the Chevra, right? Everybody's born in this parasha. Not everybody, but I get up to Yosef. Everybody's born in this parasha. So Moses, now let's say they all had karbanos. Their karbanos, let's say they all had shlamim, for argument's sake, right? So therefore, all of their karbanos got mixed together. So the Gemara says, so Mishnah says, what's the halacha? No problem. Just offer it up. Just let the Kohen go ahead and offer them up. And even though we don't know explicitly which animal belongs to which person, it's okay. It's okay. The Kohen will just simply go ahead and have in mind this is Reuben's carbon, this is Shimon's carbon. Again, he really doesn't know which animal is which. So the Gemara 1 second. For a second, you need smicha. You must remember again, smicha is the act of leaning on the animal. So again, you can't do smicha if you don't know which is your animal. So how is this being offered up? So Rabbi Yosef, the carbon nashim. You're right. The Mishnah is talking about women's karbanos. So women don't do smicha. Women don't have a din of smicha. Smicha is a din by men. So the Mishnah was talking about women's karbanos that don't require smicha. So the Gemara says, okay, about the carbon nashim, was he telling them that the Mishnah's halacha would not apply to men? So as if I have a group of men's karbanos that gets mixed in, even though again it's all the same type of karbanos, you're telling me then you couldn't offer it, right? You couldn't offer it since smicha ultimately again is not possible. To which the Gemara says, well, that's true. Top of ayin hey, good 75a, esvei abayin sekasha, carbon yachid, shenis areid the carbon yachid, the carbon sibur, shenis areid the carbon sibur. So we'll say, let's say the following case. You have an individual carbon that gets mixed with another individual carbon, or a carbon sibur that gets mixed with another carbon sibur. The carbon yachid, the carbon sibur, shenis arbu zevazah, or for that matter, again, a carbon yachid and a carbon sibur that get mixed together. No sin dalib matanos mikol echad ve'echad. So I'll say, so what do? You do 4 blood applications, ultimately again, from each and every carbon. This way, again, you're covering all of the blood applications, all the possibilities. In nasa matana echad, then nasa mikol echad yatsa. Sorry, in nasa matana mikol echad yatsa. And if you did 1 matana from each, ultimately again, you're yotze as well. Then nasa arba mikula yatsa. And if you did 4 from each, ultimately again, you're yotze as well. So again, we actually saw this before. That when you have carbonates that get mixed together, we're going to see this again on Evedalpit. When you get carbonates that get mixed together, essentially what you do is you kind of appeal to the highest common denominator, and you're yotze. When is this so? This is when the animals were mixed together. They got mixed together while they were still alive. About this and they got mixed together post-slaughter, then no same arba matanos mikulon. You give 4 matanos from all of them. Then nasa matana achas mikulon yatsa. And ultimately, again, if you did 1 matana from all of them, ultimately you're yotze. Okay, now we'll see why this is being brought down. Rebbe says, lo nesamatana. Now we'll say, this so far unrelated. You're going to see why this is being brought up. But this shams the interesting fact. Rebbe says, we look at the actual amount of blood for the blood application. So let's say we've actually never seen this before in all of our travels through Svachim about when we talk about blood applications, is there a shear, right? Is there an amount of blood that actually has to be applied. So Rebbe is the first person who comes along and says, by the way, when it comes to matanos, now in this case over here, because you're doing a matana, but for potentially multiple karbanos, so Rebbe says you have to make sure that in the blood application, there's enough blood for each of the karbanos. Now we've never seen that before. Again, like I said, so katani, yochid tumyed b'tzibor. Now both said, interestingly enough, according to this price that we just mentioned, we are comparing an individual carbon to a communal carbon. Not tzibor gavri, af yochid gavri, just like tzibor, ultimately again is brought on behalf of men. So too again, the yochid, the carbon yochid we must be talking about, is also talking about men. And we'll say, now remember, let's take a step back over here. What was the Mishnah's case? The Mishnah's case was that a bunch of people get their carbonos mixed together. Right now, the good news is, what's the good news? Same type of carbon. Bad news, we don't know whose carbon belongs to who. Mishnah says, no problem. What do? Just offer them all up, and the Kohen will just have in mind that whoever's carbon belongs to whoever should ultimately, again, should work out. And in other words, that everybody's carbon should go ahead and satisfy their obligation. The Gemara says, 1 second. What about smicha? What was the answer to that? Women's karbanos. That is din of mixed karbanos. But mixed up karbanos is only a din by women's karbanos that don't require smicha. But by inference, if it would be men's karbanos, then this mechanism, this advice would not work. The both side, the Gemara then quotes the Brisa. The Brisa is talking about a case of mixed karbanos, and it's telling you that what? You could offer them up. Now it says carbon sibor, carbon yochid. Now the Gemara says just like a carbon sibor is a men's carbon, because it also interestingly enough, the way the Gemara understands carbonos sibor. For example, carbonos sibor are generally whenever you have a communal carbon, that is generally the criteria is based on the male population. So just like a carbon sibor ultimately is a men's carbon, so the carbon yochid is talking about a men's carbon. And what do you see from here? That in the case of mixed up carbonos, you can offer it up, obviously without smicha. It contradicts what we said before, to which the Gemara says, Rava says, Rava says, hold on. You're presupposing that the version of the Brisa that you're reading right now is correct. How do you know it's correct? The Gemara says, when is this so? This Kishon's Abuchai. Remember again, we spoke on this idea. The Brisa just in the thought, when is this so? When the Kabbalahs were mixed up on the raw life. On this Abuch speaking, that they were mixed up once they were slaughtered, no. Then this does not. But now it comes along Rava and I understand. Mali Kayu, Mali speaking. What are you talking about? What does it matter if the Kabbalahs were alive or they were slaughtered already? The same halacha should apply. Allah is what it means to say. When is this so? It is Abuch speaking in Chayim, the Kosos. And ultimately, again, when is this so? When is this halacha so? That in other words, that you can do these blood applications that work for everything. That's ultimately, again, when they are mixed together, even if they're slaughtered, but like they're alive. What's the case? The kosos. Ultimately, again, where you have the blood of each of these karbanos in individual receptacles about the bolo, but ultimately, again, if it's mixed together, no single valid matanos to food. You do 4 blood applications for all of the collected karbanos. And ultimately, again, if you did 1 blood application for all of them, then you are yotzei. So let's say, what's the point over here? The point over here is that the Gemara is saying that this is not talking about live animals. That's the point there. It's not talking about live animals. Rather, it's talking about animals that have already been slaughtered, and we're talking about the blood got mixed up. In other words, so that's the thing over here. In other words, so which means that what? There was smicha. In other words, when the animals were alive, you knew exactly who everything belonged to. They did smicha, they did shchita. Now we're up to this time of smicha, blood application. And now what ends up happening? Now everything gets mixed up. And there's 2 different cases of either you have individual receptacles of blood or all the blood got mixed together. Either way, the confusion sets in at the time of Zrika. That's where this Brisa takes up. And the Brisa is saying, okay, here's what you do if it's mixed together, if it's individual, here's the blood applications. But I love when this is a case where at the time of Shchita, there was ownership clarity. So because there's ownership clarity, whoever needed to do smicha did smicha, and therefore again it's not comparable to our case. Incredible. Rabbi already says, well, so now that we resolved that, so therefore again, halacha l'maisa, this brisa is not a contradiction, ultimately again, to what Rabbi Yosef said. We are in the case of Karbanashim, women's kavanos, in our Mishnah that don't require simcha. Everyone just seizes upon that statement of Rabbi, because what did Rabbi say? Rabbi Omer, Ro'ana Samatana, Yishpach B'Gei Lozeh, Ofizei Lozeh Kshira, Rabbi was the one who said that now when you're doing these collective rikos, Rabbi said you have to look at the amount of blood that you have. If there's enough of a blood application for this and for this, and ultimately again you're yotzei. So the Gemara says, now by the way, how much blood that is not Rabbi. What does that mean? Enough for this and enough for this. How much blood exactly does that mean? So obviously the Gemara says that we'll have to get into. So when we say the Rabbi Haisra, is Rabbi really called this way? But Tanya, what we learned, Amar and Rabbi said that we bring Rabbi Eliezer, let's say I'm a base. Rabbi Eliezer, Hazar, Kol Shavu Mitaharas. So what's that? Here's what's interesting. So Rabbi said as follows. Rabbi says, according to Eliezer, Hazar, and the boss said we're switching gears. What's Hazar? Hazar is Paraduma. Hazar is like Paraduma, right? Which means, again, this is talking about someone is coming. There's only one way to become ritually pure from corpse tumor. And that is to ultimately, again, take the waters of the Paraduma and have them sprinkled upon you. And they sprinkled upon you. So the Gemara says, Hazar, Kol Shavu Mitaharas. How much water, how much Paraduma water do you need to have sprinkled upon you? Ultimately, again, in order to go ahead and become Par, Kol Shavu, any amount. Check it out for just a moment. First Rashi on 75. Hazar Kol Shavu Mitaharas. Chagranil Sigi, Shazar Kol Shavu Mitaharas will come on the parish. I might find. Hazar Kol Shavu Mitaharas. Hazar is so now here's what's interesting. The Gemara is presupposing that whatever is true for Hazar is true for Zrika. That's what the Gemara is presupposing. And therefore, halacha l'maisa with Hazar, the sprinkling of the waters of the Para Aduma doesn't have a shear. Any amount is going to work. So to halacha l'maisa for Zrika, any amount of blood application is going to work as well. So the Gemara says, no, Hazar in the Zrika shear. As the Gemara says, Hazar mechtakasha. So Hazar Kol Shavu Mitaharas. Why? Because Hazar in the Zrika shear. Apparently, again, Hazar sprinkling of the water does not require any shear. The Gemara says, Hazar mechtakasha, mechtapaso. The Gemara says, if you look at Rashi, Hazar mechtakasha, mechtapaso. The Lomar, the low Tumah, Hazar Kol Shavu Mitaharas. In his Arbus Paso, Ela Imish Hataroves Paso Shira, in Hataroves Paso Shir Mechza, Lag Dakta Eveleka Shir, Dua Dinamatan Damin. To which the Gemara says, the Dvar of Raza Kamas, Zibais Ima, Hazano Chot Unesino. So the Hadamina ultimately was that halacha l'maisa, whatever applies to Hazar, ultimately should apply to Zrika as well. Kamash Malon, Hazar Lochon, and Zrika Lochon. Two different halachas. Zrika may in fact apply to. I'm saying now, again, like I said, this is actually a couple of days. So now we're going to get to it on pay. Do we pass like Rabbi? Is there actual shear for Zrika or not? That remains ultimately again to be seen. But what comes out clearly is that we're talking over here right now. There may be a difference between Hazar and Zrika. It's possible that again Hazar has no shear. Haraya again, even if some of the water that gets mixed in maybe invalid water, we'll have to see about that. But Allah Zrika may still require a shear. Incredible. All right, let's go back to this arguably requires my church. So now we're coming to the end of the Mishnah. Mishnah that spoke about the idea that if you have a sacrificial animal that gets mixed in with the Bachar and Meiser. Now again, I'll also remember again, Bachar and Meiser are unique. Why? Because they become the property of the color. Remember again, a Bechor animal, nicer animal, there are sacrificial parts, but Lamaisa ultimately again become the property of the color. It's what was halacha. If you have a regular animal that mixed in with these other animals, you will actually stabu. Ultimately again, you let them graze until they develop a long tree in Mishnah. The Yochel ki Bechor in Maisa. And then again, all of the animals are consumed in accordance with the standards of Bechor and Maisa. The same thing here. Rami Bakama, the Torah de Shama in Machim Lehidas. I was saying, I just mentioned this in the previous Gemara. How beautiful this is, just the same context that when it comes ultimately again to Zerika, it's possible like the Gemara just made a fundamental distinction between Zerika and Hazar. Zerika representing clarification on the Mizbeah. Hazar, the sprinkling of the waters, ultimately again of the thousand waters of the Thessalonians. And the Gemara just made a tremendous interesting distinction. And it is possible that Zerika needs a shear, that Hazar, any amount, ultimately again affect Tara. What's what a tremendous lesson. And it could be that, when it comes ultimately again to one's Avodas Hashem, when it comes to service of Hashem, there are rules and regulations. This is sheer. Right? So it's like a person goes ahead and says, I'm only going to put on my Tefillin Shalyad. I'm not going to put on my Tefillin Shalyad. So again, she's not the best example because there's a mitzvah for that also. Right? But the nice like doesn't work that way. There's a sheer. There's a sheer. Person says, I'm going to keep these halachas, not those halachas. We all do that. I'm going to keep these halachas, not those halachas. But again, at least if I do it, I know that it's wrong. And I'm trying to do something better. When it comes to Avodas Hashem, there's a shear. There's a shear. Right? There are rules, there are things you have to do. Yeah, when it comes to Tara, any little bit has the ability to purify us. We all struggle with trauma in life. We all struggle with different forms of impurity of thought, impurity of action, impurity of just of lifestyle. That we all have that. To the point where sometimes it's even the smallest thing that can rectify impurity in life. It's even the smallest drop that has the ability. Sometimes all they need is a little bit of kedusha, a little bit of holiness to rectify the impurities of life. It may only be an episodic rectification, right? It may only be a little bit of a temporary fix. Sometimes all you need is that little bit of hope, that little splash of paraduma water, like that little splash of tara. And at least in that moment, everything is as it should be. Does not necessarily require ongoing comprehensive change. Sometimes all you need is a little bit of that splash of beautiful paraduma ruchnius, a little splash of inspiration, a little splash of holiness, and at least in that moment, everything is as it should be. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, when it comes to a Bechor, I will say, and I'm going to get what happens with Bechor. What happens with Bechor? The Bechor animal is either first part of my clock. What do? I give it to the Kohen. Right? So now that belongs to the Kohen. Sacrificial parts offered up on the Mizbeah, and that ultimately again goes to the Kohen. So that's not halacha. A midah can't eat Bechor meat, right? Because now again, when the Kohen goes ahead and slaughters it, it's his. But even though it's his, I will say, even though it's his, nevertheless, what? It has a heavy level of kedusha. Because of that heavy level of kedusha, a woman who is tmeya because she is a midah, ultimately can consume it. Tmura samahu. Now you keep the tmura. I remember what's tmura? What's tmura? You have a sacrificial animal, you exchange it for something else. What's the halacha when you do that? Both animals, the original animal and the exchange animal are kodesh. So we'll say now, the Kohen gets the tmura also. There's a midah allowed to eat from the tmura. Similarly again, Bechor in a mitzvah. So ultimately again, a Bechor can't be redeemed. Can't redeem a Bechor. Tmura samahu. What if again, I will say, I'm used to girl. So now I give it tmura. Can the tmura be redeemed? Bechor in a mishka of a ritual, tmura samahu. So let's remember again, we have this mishnah. Part of the sanctity of a Bechor is that even though it belongs to the Kohen, you can't treat it as regular meat, which means you can't check it in a slaughterhouse, right? And you can't weigh it on a scale, right? That's the way like regular meat. That's like transactional meat. You can't do that with Bechor meat. What about the Tmula of a Bachar? Can you go ahead and shecht it in the slaughterhouse, and can you weigh it with a scale? Some of Rav said, can you? The car is nicer, the Shimon will also Tmula. With Tmula, since he has a barn, there's this way, the life is that Bachar animal and nice animal, when they develop a mum, ultimately, again, you can go ahead and make the Tmula, and the Tmula ultimately has the sanctity of the original animal. So, by that, it's this Bachar, so what's this again? What that sounds like ultimately is that Allah the Tmula of a Bachar has the same status as the Bachar. So whatever applies to Bachar applies to Tmula. Therefore, again, just like a new dick can be Bachar, a new dick can't be Tmula. Just like ultimately, again, you can't go ahead and check the Bachar in the slaughterhouse or anything. The scale, what do the Tmula? What you check it in the slaughterhouse other than the scale. Okay, incredible. So why not on the next piece? This Bachar of the Kabayis, Mahu, Shidush Kobol Truck. Most of you very interested. Let's say a coin has a Bachar animal. All right, right? And what happens? It develops a mum. Because obviously at that point, when a Bachar animal develops a mum, loses some elements of its Bachar sanctity. At that point, and everybody says, what do? I pledge that animal to Veda Kabais. Veda Kabais, right? To Tebashki, which means financial sanctity. So now what's the Shaila? Can I measure it on a scale? Everyone's saying, now what's the cap over here? Now, I'm going to end up selling off this huge. It's in the interest of the Beis Hamikdash that I measured on a scale. Why? Because it's more exact. The more exact the measurements are, the more money I can make. Who's making the money? The Beis Hamikdash. The shaila is normally, we would say, that you cannot go ahead and use a scale for the meat of a Bachar animal. Right? That's what we discussed, because that's a lack of sanctity or lack of respect towards the meat. What about here, where the use of the scale is actually for the benefit of the Beis Hamikdash? Is that permitted? So the not from the hektish of it, do we say that again? Profit to the Beis Hamikdash is more important. Oh, you know, Zilusa the Bachar object. Or do we say no? That's a degradation to the sanctity of Bachar. So we're saying we have competing values over here. Which one do we choose? I want to especially Tashma. Let's analyze this argument with Bachar. Nicer. So let's say quotes on Mishnah. Our Mishnah is you have a regular animal that gets mixed in with Bachar, nicer animals. What do you do with the Chavra? You actually stop them. You let them graze until they develop a bone. You don't look at Bachar, which is nicer. And ultimately, again, then you consume all of the animals. You can consume them, but you have to do so in accordance with the scriptures of nicer and Bachar. Which the Gemara says doesn't that mean love the main law? The English couple of trust. And obviously, it's not lawful nice. You can't weigh it. You can't weigh it in a normal way. So what do you see from here? But ultimately, again, even once the Bachar animal develops a mum, halacha l'maisa said still retains elements of its Bachar sanctity. Most notably, you can't weigh it on a scale. But for the Tizkia Tamida, how can you compare? Hassam, so in the case of Mishnah, Shtei Kedushos, Shtei Gufim. Remember, in the case of Mishnah, it will say you have two Kedushos and two Gufim. Now, what does that mean? Remember again, in the case, you have different animals and different Kedushos. In our case, our case, which is the case of the Bachar that becomes blemished, that you went ahead and you gave to the Beis Hamikdash Veda Kabayis. Ultimately, again, it is Shtei Kedushos of Rebecca. In our case over here, it's two Kedushos, but in one body, right? Because it's one animal. What are the two Kedushos? On one hand, Bachar, on the other hand, Veda Kabayis. So the things are really uncomparable. Masked the Rabbi Yossi Bar Avin, not even Omar, Tefili Bachar, Shifti Veda Kabayis. So imagine if a person would say, so let's say I have a Bachar. Let's go with this case. I have a Bachar animal, it developed the mum. I went ahead and I gave it over to Veda Kabayis. Now let's imagine I came forward and I said the following. I said, Hiftu the Bachar Shifti Veda Kabayis. I'd like to redeem the Bachar that I pledged to Veda Kabayis. The Gemara says, Kun Shomi Lo. Ultimately, again, when we listen to him, it's of course not, because you can't redeem Bachar. You can't redeem it. To which the Gemara says, Rahmana Omar Heftu, Lo Sipta. The Torah says you can't redeem it. So we'll say, so again, you might say, I'm going to be so we'll say, so essentially Rami says, in general, when you convey something, you can only convey that which you have. In other words, a conveyance, the person who receives a conveyance has no more right than the conveyor himself. That's the way conveyance is work. Therefore, I will say, you must look at actually this moment, it's the third of the intermediate white lines. Sorry, HaKohen Zeleved HaKavayis Ela Masha Kana Lo B'Gufo, but before that, the Cheben the Etzlo Lo Choto Mishkal L'Shra, and Yachol HaKos Zeleved HaKavayis Older Tani Tzimtzum Mishkal L'Shra. So let's remember again, what was our case? Our case was that the Kohen has a blemished Bachar that he wants to give to the Beis HaMikdash for Bedekah symbol upkeep. Now again, remember, when the Kohen had the Bachar, there are certain strictures in the consumption of that meat. Namely, you can't weigh it on a scale. The Shaila now is when he gives it over to Bedekah, can he have the meat weighed on a scale? Why would you want that? That's the benefit to the Beis HaMikdash. Definitely beneficial to the Beis HaMikdash, ultimately again, to have the meat weighed. To have the meat weighed. So now the Gemara says, Halacha l'maisa over here, Halacha l'maisa. So now, bottom line, that's not it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Because the Kohen's conveyance to the Beis HaMikdash can be no greater than his actual rights. And since when the Bachar was his, he wasn't allowed to weigh it, therefore again, even though now he's giving to the Beis HaMikdash, and it's the fact that the Beis HaMikdash to weigh it on a scale, ultimately again they can't. So even halacha l'maisa, once that Bachar has been given over to the Beis HaMikdash, they cannot weigh it on a scale because the receipt of Bachar can be no stronger than, or I should say, the conveyance ultimately only conveys the rights of the actual Kohen himself, no more, no less. Incredible. Moshe, let's finish up. Finish up. HaKol Yecholim is Alei. Remember again the Mishnah then said, end of the Mishnah. End of the Mishnah. Anything can get mixed together. In other words, the Mishnah says all these cases of mixtures are possible. If one certain puts, Minachatas and an Asham can't get mixed together in a mixture of sacrificial animals. Says the Gemara, why not? So you have Mashma Chatas and Asham. Why can't the Chatas and an Asham get mixed together? But the Gemara would say, on a simple level, behind the kiva. Because ultimately, again, an asham is a male animal, and an kiva is a chatas. So again, I will say, can't really have a mixture of male and female, no matter how they identify, right? Because the mice, again, anatomically, they're going to be distinct. So because they are distinct, therefore halacha l'maisa again, there's no mixture. For which they must, one second, chatas ba'olanami. You can make the same argument that the chatas are not reliable. It's not because the chatas ultimately is always a female animal, and an ola is a zach. So again, I can make the smart thing over here. You know, it says, no, there is an exception to this. Why? Because seir nasi. Ultimately, there is the seir of the nasi, right, which ultimately, again, is a chatas offering, but halacha l'maisa is a zachar. So the Gemara says, Hai seir b'hai tzena. Sorry, Hai seir b'hai tzena. But I will say there is a different ultimately, again, between a goat and the sheep. So apparently, again, one has hair and one has wool. A goat has seir, ultimately again a sheep has wolves. I guess those who know. Right. So we'll say, so the nice again there'll be a distinction between those two as well. I Pesach ba'asham nami lomar, right? So again, you can make the same argument. A Pesach, carbon Pesach, and an asham also wouldn't be able to get mixed together. Why not? High bench shalom, high bench station. The different ages. Carbon Pesach has to be an animal within 1 year. Versus ultimately again an asham which is 2 years. Which the Gemara says, Ika asham nazir asham mitzola. First of all, again, I will say there are other type of asham, I think asham nazir, asham mitzola, that ultimately again are animals that are within 1 year. The by same very possible is Ika ben shana the nefse ki ben shtei shanim, ve ika ben shtayim the nefse ki ben shtanim. Here's the difference also. When you have animals of the same type, ultimately, again, but different ages, that's not necessarily a distinguishable thing. Because we will say sometimes you can have an animal that is 1 year old that looks like 2, and sometimes you can have an animal that is 2 years old that looks like 1. We'll say a profound Musar Haskell. Right? That when it comes to living beings, sometimes you can have something that is young that acts incredibly mature. Sometimes you can have something that is mature that acts incredibly young. And we'll say this is important for us because this is a good system. Biological age needs not to be a determinant for our ability to succeed in life. A person could be young and ultimately, again, not have a lot of life experience, but can have the wisdom to attach that to himself. You have the wisdom ultimately, again, to attach himself to people who have more life experience and therefore live the life of someone a little bit more seasoned. On the other hand, sometimes the person could be older, but yet still repeat the same mistakes of youth over and over and over. So much of life, we'd love to say that life is about not making mistakes. That's impossible. Everyone makes mistakes. So what's life about? Life is about not making the same mistakes over and over and over. The goal in life is don't be a 2-year-old who looks like a 1-year-old. Right? Don't go or behaves like a 1-year-old. Don't be someone who is mature. Don't be someone who is biologically advanced, who is still making the same exact mistakes as he did when he was young. To make no mistakes is impossible, but at least to learn from our mistakes, to try to do better, to try to do different. We'll end up making different mistakes, but at least if we're not repeating the same ones, like as long as I'm not a 2-year-old acting like a 1-year-old, then ultimately again that is a life well lived, a life well led. I will say, all right, great run today. Shkaya, everyone. All right, you caught up with the rest of Shabbos, so that Shabbos, Shkaya, good Shabbos, everyone. Kevin too. Have a great Shabbos.
I don't know if he's also he sucks. I don't know if he's a douche, but he sucks at comedy. Yeah, he's bad.
Yeah.
I like the quotes around comedy.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, V. This is the first time they ever come. I'm not getting bases. The high hachi, Mishima. There's a lot of that energy coming on us, but yeah, let's see.
And the artists and the poets and the comedians and musicians and thinking, I want to be like them. Now I see them and I want to cross the street. I'm annoyed by them. And so that's the only difference. They don't feel like something I want to be a part of anymore.
He just took an Adderall. I mean, what would you do if you were given that face? Don't say PMS.
Yeah, no, I would be.
Stuff
I try and make
I
it work,
love.
I guess.
We're going to pick
It would
up
be
on the bottom of
across
my
the
hand the
beard.
phase. We've got until the Gemara. It's just a quick review of the Mishnah.
But I need the glasses.
Mishnah brought down a machlokas.
It's kind of,
You
he
have
is the same.
an ashram and a shlamim that get mixed together.
Yeah, it's the same.
Rabbi Shimon says that
Don't you see
you
a similarity?
bring both of the kabbanos and you bring them with the chumras of each. So you have to bring them both in the north, and they're limited in their eating time. And Rabbanan argued on that and said we don't do that because we don't want to take the less stringent carbon and apply additional stringencies
He
to
has
it
very,
because we're worried about the
your
principle
friend's
of
older brother,
aiming kudshim based on soul by limiting
who has a lot of
the
ideas, but he's still
time or certain other aspects of the carbon. You're potentially bringing that carbon to be disqualified if again you miss the time of eating or it's not brought in the proper place. And so the bonus that we don't, instead of taking the summers of both, we just have both the carbon grade until they get a loan, and then we redeem them that way. Now,
zero violence.
Gemara is going to discuss this concept of how do we apply this concept of, or how widely does Rabbi Shimon not apply his concept. He's not worried about bringing carbonos, limiting their time frame, and potentially bringing carbonos to a soul. So, pick up in the Gemara. Tani Kana Kame Ra. So, I brought the advice in front of Rav. It says, Shvius, we have Teres Shvius, and Yochim the Gameha, Shuma, Neshme Matzim Bafula. So, you have Teres Shvius, and you redeem them on 2 coins. You can't go and take that money and buy Shuma Why? Because when you redeem the shvius onto the money now has kedusha shvius. You go ahead and you buy truma, you are going to be limiting the ability to eat that truma. Why? Because shvius, Rashi 2 lines to the bottom. Why should tzricha shetispayer min ha'olam kolam kodem shetekla nefesh v'sada? So because shvius, the time to eat shvius is limited, you can only eat the produce of shvita when that particular min is still available out in the field. And so when you now infuse this truma that you're buying with the kedusha shvius, this truma has to be eaten by that certain time. While truma, Rashi continues, truma, when it's not truma from, it's not from the shmita year, there's no truma in the shmita year. So there's no limiting factor. Truma can technically, as long as it lasts, can be eaten forever. And so if we go ahead and we purchase truma with this shvius money, what we're doing is limiting the ability to eat that truma and potentially bringing that truma the day so that if it goes past the time, that truma now needs to be destroyed. So that's the price. So Amruha Rabbana Kame Truma. He said this in front of Rava, and he said, this price must not be like Rabbi Shimon from our Mishnah. Why? Because Rabbi Shimon may be in touch with the Beis HaTzor. Rabbi Shimon did not have an issue with this. Rabbi Shimon in our Mishnah said that right, if the two karbanos can mix together, we can go ahead and offer them with the chumras of each, and therefore limiting the time for eating of one of the karbanos. And Rabbi Shimon did not have a problem. So Rabbi said back to them, no, Rabbi Shimon, this price could still follow the opinion of Rabbi Shimon in our Mishnah. How do you mean like the Eved? Because perhaps when Rabbi Shimon said his position in the Mishnah, that was only with the Eved, meaning the karbanos were already mixed together, and they were figuring out what we can do with that. But this case of shvius, of Shemitah money is a case of lechatila. We're actually going and taking money that has kedusha shvius and going ahead and purchasing truma, and therefore actively limiting the time to eat the truma. It's not a case where the mixture has already happened. So maybe Rabbi Shimon's position only works in a case where the mixture has already taken place, and now you're figuring out what to do, as opposed to actively going lechatila and limiting the time for eating the cup. So comes along the bar and asks, and is it true that Rabbi Shimon only would apply his position, but he's not worried about being touching the basic stool only in a case of the diabet and not the fatira? Abai comes and is going to ask a series of questions where it seems that Rabbi Shimon would apply his principle no matter whether it's the diabet or the fatira. Where's the Abai? Top of.
Are you afraid that it's ever going to get like that here?
This is a mission from later on in the chapter. It's talking about how the Kohanim eat their various types of touching. And the mission tells us, in all cases, Kohanim are allowed to eat these karbanos in different ways. Whether lafad shluim, whether they want to roast them, shlukin, to overcook them, shalom regular cook, the lasesla tofan, tavle chulin, the tavle truma. And that's the key for us. They can put on, the Kohanim can put on spices that are just regular fluid spices, or even put on truma spices. Tivrei Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shimon. So we see, we're talking about truma spices. What happens if you're adding truma spices onto these touches? You are effectively limiting the time to eat the truma, just like we had before, right? The truma, the spices that are truma could be eaten for, as long as they last. But if you add them to a korban, now you're now limiting the time that you can eat those spices. Right? It seems here you're putting it on the fatila. So it seems that Rabbi Shimon is holding his position. He's not worried about limiting the ability to eat the truma, even in the case of the fatila. It says back to Abai, Nahana, Trumas, Tavla, Drabanan. This you can't bring a proof here because here we're talking about truma of spices, and spices would only be truma derabanan. Midoraisa, truma is limited to grapes, olives, and the 5 grapes. So here we're just talking about spices. We're not talking about truma deraisa. So maybe again we wouldn't be worried about this principle of anything being kosher with base hapsul. We wouldn't be worried about that in a case of truma derabanan, but we may maybe for the Shimon still would be worried about it in the case of truma deraisa. Okay. So, Abai comes to another question. Ein lo truma bekesef meiser. So now this case is talking about mixing. I'm sorry, not mixing, but purchasing truma with the kesef of meiser sheni. And what's the issue there? Rashi's notation of my ba'achilasa, or makom achilasa. Right, the issue is if you use meiser sheni money, whatever you buy with it can only be eaten inside the walls of Yerushalayim. And otherwise, truma could be eaten anyway. So again, what you're now limiting what you can do with that truma, and potentially, if that truma is now moved outside of Yerushalayim, it can't be eaten. You can again bring it to become impossible. So that's Tanakama in this in the Mishnah. Rabbi Shimon comes along and is not here. So we see here clearly in the case of lechatchila, you're taking your money that is infused with meiser sheni, and you're lechatchila going ahead and purchasing truma with it, which then limits the potential of eating the truma because you can now only eat it in Yerushalayim. And we see the Tanakama says that's a problem because he holds like Rabbanan that Ava being kosher with Rabbi Shimon comes along and says, okay, so we see Rabbi Shimon applies his opinion in a case where it is the Araisa and it is the Chafila. Rabbi Shimon's opinion in the Mishnah is a little bit more far-reaching than we may have thought. And Ishtiklik, and so Rabba was fine, and he accepted Abayi's question and agreed that Rabbi Shimon's opinion would apply even in a case of the Chafila. Oh, yes, we're coming here. Yosef, so when Abai then went and was a Yosef, Amalei, Amai looked to So even though Abai asked a good question on Rava, Rabbi Yosef wants to know, why didn't you ask from a different place? Could have had a couple questions on Rava's opinion.
Yeah, and guess what? If there's
next case, Ein Nevashlin Yerek Shal Shvius, Shemen Shal Shvius. Let's say you have a case where you want to cook a vegetable that is a sweet vegetable, and you want to use oil that is truma oil. And again, what's the issue? Again, what the issue is you're taking the truma oil and using it to cook a vegetable that is truma. So then you're again taking that oil that was otherwise truma and now limiting it to being intertwined with the shmita, and it can only be eaten at the same time that vegetable is still out in the field. So again, just like we had before, it's a case where you're going ahead and limiting the availability to eat the truma, and Tanakama says you can't do that. Rabbi Shimon comes along and says it's okay. So again, this could be another question that Abaye could have asked. Amalei Abaye says to Yosef, Amalei Abaye, but didn't I already ask Rava from the case of the spices of putting truma spice on kachim, and the issue was Amalei Hanach truma tavlin Rabbanan. And there, my question was put aside because Abaye says, because Rava said that the truma spices are only truma derabanan. It's not one of the Deoraisa truma levels, and that's why there was no, that wasn't a valid question on Rava's opinion. Zafanami, he must be out derabanan. Also here, why don't we say the same thing? This oil, this truma oil, must be made from some vegetable that isn't subject to. It's not olive oil, which would be subject to truma deraisa. So it's some other type of oil, which is only truma derabanan. And therefore, I didn't ask this question because I already was shrugged up when I asked a different question relating to truma that was derabanan. So Joseph says that if that's the case, that we're talking about oil that's not olive oil, but rather some other vegetable oil that's only a derabanan, then the Mishnah should have taught us this case in the opposite way. What's the opposite way? Yerek shel truma, should be the case of the vegetable being truma, shemen shel shvius, and the oil would be be
This is like clowns.
yes, why? Look at Rashi. It's
You
about
can only have it if you have no
7 lines down where it gets thin. If somebody violated this next, should say in the Rashi Garrett Shem Shuma Shem Shmiris. Rabbi Shimon Matir, and Rabbi Shimon would be Matir in that case. Right? About Hashta, Shem and Truma, they're right. So rather, but if it switched it around and specifically said that the Shemen is the Truma and the Yerek is the Shmiris, it must be that it's because we're talking about Truma Daraisa. Why? Because oil has the possibility of being olive oil, which would be Truma Daraisa, or vegetable oil, which would be Truma Darabana. But if it just said the vegetables were of Truma and the oil was of Shmiris, so we know all vegetables are Truma Darabana. So if one was to teach us that, that would have been the more concise way to teach Christ. And the fact that we instead said the oil is what is Truma and the vegetables are what's Shmiris, it must be that we're talking about olive oil, which is Daraisa, so therefore it would be. This could have been a good question on Rava. So he goes back. Abaye says back to say why he didn't use this as his line of questioning. So Valav me Nisan Matir Rabbi Shimon Amar Li Alright Achanami Diara. So
you guys know this one.
Abaye says, didn't I also have one? The question that I asked on the initial question that I asked on Rava, the answer was given was I was talking about a case where the mixture was already in existence. We're talking about a case with the other. We weren't directly going ahead and mixing it. Instead, it was a case where something was already mixed. So why don't we say in this Mishnah of the oil of Truma and the vegetable of Shmiris, that is already a case where they mixed together. So you have the oil is already infused. You're just going ahead and cooking it afterwards. So you already encountered a situation where the two are already mixed. So if that's the case, this would be a good question. So this is back. No, EDRA, if we're talking about a case here where the mixture was already in existence, so why would the Rabbanan have their position? Right? In this Mishnah, the Rabbanan said you are not allowed to go ahead and cook it. If it was a case where they encountered a mixture already in existence, why wouldn't the what's the reason behind the Rabbanan's position? Why would they prohibit going ahead and cooking that vegetable that's soaked in raw oil, which means the vegetable soaked in oil? So what is Yosef answer? Oh, we did have a Ashim Shlomo. No, it's just like the case in our Mishnah. Like we started this whole case in our Mishnah where we had Ashim Shlomo mixing together, and in that case as well, the Rabbanan said you cannot go ahead and check them with the thumbs of both, but rather you let them raise and get a mix. The same thing here. You don't, if you compare to that case, you already have the mixture in existence. We're not going to let you go ahead and cook it and really infuse those two together and limit the truma. So Abaye says back, midami. Also, it's like that kanta b'riya. The case we had in the Mishnah, there was another alternative. Rather than shafting the two korbanos and limiting one of them, you could go ahead and let them both raise and then you the other. There's a second alternative. So Rabbanan said, because we have another option, we're not going to go ahead and let you limit. Go ahead with the principle of anything touching. But however, here, let's say the continuity. In this case, we have the vegetable oil and the vegetables together. There's no other alternative to be able to take it apart or to figure out what to do with this mixture. Because like Abaye says, no, hello zombie. This is not comparable to the first case of the Mishnah. We had a live animal, Asham and a shlum mixed together, but rather this is comparable to the second case of the Mishnah, which was the chatifas. You had already shafted pieces of meat that were mixed together, so you couldn't go ahead and do anything else. None of the meat was already there and done, and so in that case, you came in just like Shekata, or Punishah. So there, in that case, the Rabbanan agreed that you can go ahead and use this both. So in this case, the same thing. When you have the mixture that's already infused, there isn't another option to be able to separate them. So they're here together. So the Rabbanan would say, you can go ahead, and you will agree to Rabbi Shimon, you can go ahead and cook them together. That's what we asked. We done the Chatifos Shabbat Chatifos. Let's say the case of the Mishnah, the second case of the Mishnah in the same was two pieces of meat. There really is nothing else to do. either you they just go to waste or you can just the film rights, the film as a fuel gas. But here, this is like okay, in our case of the oil, use the vegetable, oil scuba, here's the kind of a scuba. Why don't we bring out the vegetables, use out all of those oils, and therefore we're taking the mixture apart basically. And so why don't the Rabbanim say we should do that instead of going ahead and around the book? So that's the opinion of that's the advice. The Yosef, facing this one, what does the Yosef say to that? He says, no, how exactly would you go ahead and do this pressure squeezing? This was tuva. If you go ahead and you really have to squeeze hard to make sure you get every little bit of the true oil out from the vegetable, not to be fierce. Then we're going to have an issue. You're going to be ruining some of the fierce. Inevitably, when you're crushing the vegetable, get all the oil out, some of it's going to get ruined and dissipate. So you're not going to be able to do that because you have to treat the vegetable actually as proper kedusha. So okay, so fine, this one puts up. So then what's the just do a light squeeze of that? Then so you can deny it. You're not going to be able to fully get all of the true oil out unless you do a really hard squeeze. So towards that side, we switch my focus, I guess, in the of whether it is possible to properly Rabbi held that he didn't put it, and therefore it wasn't. He didn't use this to ask the question on Rava because it was different than the case that we have. Okay, so I guess now after Yosef had come and asked Rabbi why he didn't have some of these other questions on Rava, there were I guess Rabbi had a couple of different other questions that we could have asked on Rabbi Shita again to see how far Rabbi Shimon will apply his din, that he's not worried about being touching the base of soul, and he would allow active measures to limit tumor or other touching as long as there's a mixture, as long as you are satisfied the tumors of what the two things that I mentioned. So, so I asked the following question on Rabbi Shimon Omer, and here we're talking about, look, in Rashi the Macharas, talking about the Safek Mitzorah, talking about somebody who, Safek Mitzorah Muchlak, Safek Inimik. Someone had some full of trust, or some blemish on their skin, and they came from Cohen, and they were put away for 7 days, and it's a Safek whether they were just set aside for their 7 days, but never actually became a full-fledged Mitzorah, and therefore they're coming out at the end of their time, they're done. Or if they actually were, they actually became a full-fledged Mitzorah, in which case they actually go through the Tahara process. So they're not sitting on the cusp of the 8th day, which would be when they bring their Karbanos. So the Shimon the Macharas, back in the Gemara, last line, the Macharas on the 8th day, maybe Ashamo, so this person is a Safek full-fledged Mitzorah, and a Safek maybe just someone who's locked up as a potential Mitzorah and is now getting out. They have to bring, if they were a full-fledged Mitzorah, they would have to bring a Karban Hashem and a lid of oil on the 8th day. So now the 8th day comes, what do? They bring the Hashem and the lid of oil, and they make it snack. Say, Imsham Mitzorah, if this person actually was Mitzorah, so this Hashem is a real Hashem of Hashem Mitzorah, raise the Hashem, and this Karban is the required Hashem, and the Lug of Shemin is the required Lug. That's our base, I love on the base. If, however, this person is not an actual Mitzorah, but just is left as potential Mitzorah, is now getting out, and therefore does not need to actually bring the Karban Hashem or the Levin Shemin. So then, Hashem Zeh, Shalmei Nedava. Then this Hashem is being brought. It's just in the Nedava. It's just being brought as a, non-required Karban. And therefore, what do you do with that? What do you now have to do with that Karban, right? It might be an Hashem Mitzorah, and it might just be the Dava. So what do the Kohanim do with it? Also, Hashem comes Shlita. So it has to have Shlita the Safon, which is Chomer of the Asham, such a tree like Asham and slaughtered in the north. But also, Mata Mahanos, the smooth from the Sachim, the Plus Chaz V'Shok, Nechal the other life. It also has other stringencies. It also has the stringencies of the Lava. It has to be, some from the Mitzorah, where it has to be placed on the thumbs. And you have to do proper smicha, have to do sachim with it, you have to do the chaz v'shok, and also is limited in the time of eating for only one day and one night. So again, we have a situation now where the korban is being brought. It might be a full-fledged Rosh Hashanah, it might just be a nedava, and therefore we have to check this korban and follow the stringencies of kol. Well, what do we see here? We see this again. There doesn't seem to be a machlokas in this mishnah. We see in this mishnah that one is allowed to bring this korban, even though this animal is now going to have, you're going to be potentially limited, right? Actually, in this case, it's either way. Whether it's an Asham Masorah or an Asham Nedava, you're taking certain stringencies for each. So what you're doing is, effectively taking a korban that was either an Asham or a Nedava, and infusing it with additional stringencies. And so that seems to be going against our Mishnah, which said, A, may be touching the day based on Sul. So what would you, how does this Mishnah fit in? How does this Mishnah fit in with the approach of our Mishnah? And so you're not allowed to go ahead and check these animals in a way that would limit what their availability is to eating, and certain things that have to be done with them. Mark of answers, 4 lines from the bottom, from the top, sorry, on the base. This case is different, right? We have a person who's really sitting in limbo. And what's the option? This person might be a full-fledged Mitzorah and might not be a full-fledged Mitzorah. So we have to give him some option to be able to become Tahor or move out of his state of suffering. So if we would apply the principle that we're not allowed to limit this korban in any additional way that's not required, you're going to put this person just in a constant state of limbo. They would never be able to get out of their special status. Because we have a person that needs some resolution, therefore the Rabbanu would relax the principle and in this case allow you to bring this korban with stringencies of a kava and of a asham mitzvah. So now the Gemara goes a little bit on tangent once we brought down this case. So we talked about what to do with the ashram. We're now going to discuss what would happen or what are the parameters of this logo shaman that also needs to be brought. Because again, if this person is a real Mitzorah, then they also have to bring a logo shaman as part of their korban. And if this person is not, then the logo shaman is obviously not necessary. So 4 lines down. So fine. We now worked out what you need to do with that Asham korban and how you properly shaft it with the stringencies of what. What do you do with this logo shaman? So the Amar, so the Amar simply says, you take the logo and you say, if this person is not a Mitzorah, then they're bringing the logo shaman just as again as Nadava. So the Gemara asks, Dilma La Mitzorah, join the comments. Okay, that makes sense. So if the person is an actual Mitzorah, the logo shaman is fine. It's just part of the process. If not, and now the logo shaman is going to the Nadava has different requirements. You have to do mitzvah on the logo shaman because the logo shaman has the same requirements as was learned from the korban mitzvah, which the korban needs to take a piece of the mitzvah offering off and burn it. The same thing, if you bring an oil that's in the dava, you have to take some of the oil off as the mitzvah. So you have to follow that parameter as well. So what do I say? Not good. Okay, so we take the mitzvah. All right, well that's not so simple. The dilma Mitzorahu, Matan Sheva. But okay, so that's fine if we're talking about it in double. But what if it's a low Shem and Mitzorah? Then it also needs to have seven sprinklings. The deal is okay, listen, we do 7 sprinklings as well. Right, well then that creates an issue about Mitzorah. And now we have another problem. If you go ahead and you take the 7 sprinkles from that oil, now your oil is sufficient. It's sufficient from what you had before. Let's see what Rashi says.
Okay, so youth sports parents are nuts. Watch this. Okay, I've seen this before. Did you see this one yet?
No. Rashi's later on. Fine. Either way, you're taking off when you do the spring, you're taking off from that oil. Now your carbon is short. What do we say? So now we go ahead and we add more oil back on. So we fill it back up. We do the sprinklers and we fill it back up to the appropriate level. If it's not, also a little that's what's up. If right, because if in the case of the double, after a certain moment, we have some deficiencies in the oil. What we do is we add more oil as first. So we're allowed to do that. So we still we're trying to figure out a way where we can take this load of oil and treat it both for the soda that is needed and for a java, if that's what it is. Okay, so now we want to ask another question. Bayaktar, for about 8 Okay, so now we took up the sweet, so right, because if this was a Najava, that this logo is being brought, then we said you have to take a piece of oil off from this. So now we have to just taking off that oil is enough, you have to go ahead and burn it. Okay, doctor, so Gemara says, all right, go ahead and burn it. So Gemara asks, Amos, all right, well now is where the issue comes up. When exactly are we going to burn the meat stuff that we took from this loaf? If you go ahead and you want to burn the meat stuff after you've already done 7 applications, now we have an issue. Now we have an issue because you have a principle that if between taking the pizza and burning the pizza, some of your leftovers, some of your shirayim is removed, your principle is you're no longer allowed to go ahead and burn that pizza. All the shirayim has to stay intact until after the pizza is burnt. And if we take the pizza, we take a bit of oil, then we go ahead and do the 7 applications, we've now reduced, taken off the shirayim. We can't go ahead and burn the pizza anymore. Okay, so that's not good. We can't go ahead and burn it afterwards. So rather, what's the other option? So we code them out this. Instead, let's say, all right, let's go ahead and take the pizza, burn it, and then want to do the 7 applications. Okay, so that was the problem with that. We code them out this. Then we have another issue. Koshmi menuli ishim, already dropped a few. Another principle called post-mental ishim. Let's see. That we'll see Rashi. Rashi is second wide line Rashi. So like we said, now what we're doing is we're going to burn the pizza before we go ahead and take the 7 applications for the show. Assuming that. But right? How once we've gone ahead and burned the pizza, how can we then go ahead and take the shava? Why? Perhaps this load is actually a and then the burning of the pizza is actually required and necessary. And now we're left with the shirayim of the oil after burning the pizza. Then the issue is when you take off from that remaining oil, we have an issue about the right? With our Shinan Bay, Nami Losakiru, Koshiman Risha Lashem, Yesh Befau, he's a Kasha and Misharim, and Kav, and that's on Pamshikar. And the Kena Komets, Kena Basikin, and Kami Shiran Bakati. We say it applies, more widespread to different types of Kofanos. The Hana Hazos, that's the Kima and Rashi. These Hazos of the Masorah are a form of Avodah. And once we take it in one of the components, we have Shirayim. Those Shirayim cannot go ahead and be used to perform another Avodah. They can be used as a regular Shirayim. But once the pizza is burned, you can't go ahead and do an Avodah. And if you go ahead and do the sprinkling for the Masorah, you're then taking these and doing an Avodah with them after the pizza has already been brought. And that's going to be an issue of being over on this post-menu issue. And so we're now stuck. What are we going to do with this? When are we going to head and burn the pizza from the local side? Because either way, we're having issues working it out, right? We can't do it after because of the issue of post-meditation, and we couldn't do it before because then we have an issue where when you take the pizza, you can't have any removal of the shirayim before you go ahead and burn the pizza. So the issue is what are we doing? Amar Yehuda, we're 4 lines from the bottom of the Gemara. Amar Yehuda, Razor Shimon Hazi, Masik Lahu, Shane. So here is the shot. So go ahead and make a try when you are when you're bringing. So let's see a Rashi Shemit. This is what he said. If this is actually a mitzvah, they have Torah sakomet hakatara, and therefore the burning of the kmitza is really nothing because there wasn't a kmitza that was necessary. Kmitza is only required if the load was in the dava, but not required if it's a load from the mitzvah. Then we don't have a problem because you're taking it from you're doing the hazos from the oil, and there's no issue of shirai because there was no real komesh because it was a mitzvah. If it's a case where we're not talking about a mitzvah, and rather it's the load is a nedava, then therefore the burning of the komesh actually is something official and is a real burning of the komesh. And so we would have an issue if we did the sprinklings afterwards. We were worried about the problem of Yishman and Yishim again of taking the Shirayim and using them for it. So then you make it tonight. When you do the sprinklings of Mitzorah, you say if this is an actual Mitzorah and these are Mitzorah sprinklings, if this is really a load that's a Dava, then these sprinklings are not an actual avoda. It's just like sprinkling of water. And because you're saying that it's not a avoda, we don't have an issue of taking Shirayim and using them for a further avoda. The Tanya back in the Gemara, the second to last line. The Tanya, Omer, the Reach Nichoach, Yatamala, Atamala, the shame. We said the only issue of bringing the Shirayim back onto Mizbech or doing an avoda them is if it's an actual avoda l'reach nichoach for purposes of being an avoda. But if it's something that's just the shemaitzim, like they're burning for the wood, or something that's not an avoda purpose, we don't have an issue of using the Shirayim. So that's the char. That's what we do in this case. We take the komesh and burn it right away, and then we go ahead and do the hazos. We do it with a tonight. But if we are doing it, if this actual load is brought because of the Torah, then these are true sprinklings, and it's not a problem because there wasn't really an actual pizza, so that we don't have an issue that way. And if this was really a load that's in a dava, then these sprinklings are nothing to do with the avoda because there's no actual mitzvah, and it's just sprinkling of water on the mizbeach, and that's how we're able to figure out what to do in this case with the load that is brought. Okay. We are now on the top of Okay, so we're still. All right, I guess we're not. I apologize. We're not fully out of the woods. We thought we figured out the load. We're not fully out of the woods. The Shirayim, we have another issue. The Shirayim, the volume reminder, if you remember back, what did we say? We said that when we take we take off the comet, we go ahead and we burn it, then we go ahead and do the Sheva Hazal for the Sarah, and the Gemara had asked on other days, and it asked, well, now you're deficient in the Shirayim, right? Because you did sprinkle, so you've lost some of the oil. What did it say? Okay, add more oil back. All right, well, that's the issue. I only just added back. You never took the pizza. So we filled in the amount, but the pizza was already taken from the original oil. So now we have some Shirayim or some additional oil that was added in, but did not have pizza taken from it. And if we're in a situation where this load is a mikvah, not a load of the mitzvah, you need to have pizza taken from that, or either that, or you have now something mixed in with already proper nedava oil that has a pizza taken from it, and now you have other oil that's mixed in that doesn't work. So what do? You say the parasite. You go ahead and you are hoda that additional piece of oil. Let's see that Rashi is 7 lines down where Rashi gets into parasite. Over, what do you say? In Eno Mitzorah, if this is not a logo of Mitzorah, and we're stuck with this question where we have Shirayim that was, sorry, not Shirayim, but additional oil that was added in to refill to our previous level. So what do you say? Oh, my email is a load in the dava, or a masha hosafti shelo l'tzoreh. And therefore, what I put back on that was not needed, Then it is put onto this.
I was so frustrated earlier. I was trying to see the ending because I was like,
And therefore, that's the gag. They want to code that extra. All right, so the Gemara asks, talking to Gemara, when exactly are we going to go ahead and do this redeeming? Or sorry, not when, but where? Where are you going ahead and do this redeeming? Igavai, if you're going to do it when you're still inside of this mikdash, then Samaya Chulin Azar. Well, now we have an issue because now the Kohen has now brought Chulin into the Azara because previously we had added in, it was part of our mixture of kedusha, but now when we are coding it onto something else, we now have this Chulin oil that's now mixed in that's inside the base mikdash. That's an issue. We can't bring the Chulin into Azara. Yeah, right. Okay, fine. So let's take the whole thing out and do it outside. Well, that's a problem because Iabrai is the Leviotse. Then the entire lug is a problem because the lug has such a question. We bring it outside of Beis Hamikdash to do the kodesh. So it's great. That works for the little sliver that we added. Now the entire lug is a problem. We just brought touching outside of Beis Hamikdash. So where exactly are we doing this job? So the Gemara says the Olam. Not really. You do it on the inside when you're inside this mikdash. And here's the way we get around it. You were worried that you're bringing a problem of bringing food inside the mikdash, but what we have to understand is this is not actively going ahead and bringing in food. The issue is when you take food and actually transport it and bring it inside. What happened here? When it was added inside, it was fine. It was part of the mixture. You went ahead and recoded it. When you recoded it, it became a fluid while it was already inside this mixture. It wasn't fluid that was brought in, but rather it was already inside. Then it became fluid. So it's not an active bringing fluid in, which would be the issue, but instead it is something that transformed itself or transformed into fluid while already inside the mikdash. And that's not going to be a problem of actually bringing fluid inside the. Oh yeah, got you. Stop it. Couple extra minutes.
It was wild. Dolphin game rough. Thought Gerardo was DJing. I am Shadow Banned from Common Telephone, just saying you're gay and it's gone. You have to put live chat on. I think YouTube does that now. Yeah. Like, well, guys, go up here to this little thing here, and you have to put live chat. I can't change that. I've tried changing it in the settings. You've got to put live chat. Do you guys like small print? Just yes. But sometimes, YouTube will just say that you're a bot. If you say something negative about us, it thinks you're a bot.
All right, fellows, say good morning. Good morning. A great Spark Hashem to be able to continue in the service of Svachim today. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. A number of them. We thank our Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev. Allison Adam Steinmetz, memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Rabbi Shlomo Tzvi Ruvain Ben Shimon Zichrono Livracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, Shlomo having Ali will be a male Tzilsha for his children, his grandchildren, and his 34 great-grandchildren. Samuel Malka Esserson for dedicating all the Shurim and Joshua this month in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron HaKohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hilda Bas Hanath Ephraim, and the memory of their dear family friend, Staff Sergeant of Kavir, Gordon and Shani Cohen Damon, who fell in battle in Gaza and Hanukkah in 2023. All happy scholars for dedicating Sherman Joshua this month in memory of Paul's family, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachariah Ramis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zacharia. Our week of learning sponsors, Barry and Bachmeyer and Rita Dubin, in honor of the custom of their children, Sophie Tizali Granat, Zoche Merchant and Kadol, Arbinian and the Advice them, and we saw there the Eshin Shalom Tobos. And our Dachromi sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and the Schluss of continued report for Shulamis Hannah Bas Susha, and for an ongoing report. To welcome back the Baruch Bishop Kozlatsky, who is also dedicating the daf today. It is a longer dedication, which I'll post on the chat. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Bishop just returned from an inspirational trip to Poland, to Eretz Yisrael, Poland, and Lithuania, where he resulted Baruch Hashem to see many of the incredible centers, former centers of Torah study. And again, he resulted to be in the Yeshivas Chachmei Berlin, established by Ramir Shapira, because of the Lavina Rav's foresight week, together with countless Jews. There's no control that. So welcome back, welcome to our official and a beautiful and really show was an uplifting, incredible trip. Thank you for the beautiful sponsorship. And also with that, let us begin. So today's dot is Ayat Dalid. We are picking up in your Sashan. We are picking up Kashi Ayin Gimel. So today's dot is 974. We're going to pick up Ayin Gimel on days 73B, and we are picking up pretty much the middle of the Daf. We actually read this yesterday, but let's just pick up with this again today because it's a good place to start. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom on 73B. Amar Rabba. So it says as follows. Hashka the Amar Rabba no nakriv inak moments. And I'm sorry. One additional point that's important to highlight. First of well, happy Thanksgiving to everyone. And it's incredibly important for us, you know. I think Jews in general always, and especially from Jews, always struggle a little bit kind of like to what to do with American holidays. Obviously, holidays that have a religious focus, that's not necessarily for us. But certainly Thanksgiving is so incredibly important. You know, obviously different families have different traditions. You know, Rabbi Soloveitchik used to end Shir early on Thanksgiving, so as to allow people to go ahead and be home with their families. And it wasn't because necessarily he ascribed a religious significance to Thanksgiving, but it was simply because people are all families hopefully try to get together. And that's beautiful, and that's incredible. But the truth is, I think we also on that a day that is dedicated to gratitude, a day that is dedicated to Thanksgiving, and that's just kind of become this into the confluence of events. This week's Parashat Vayitze, the birth of Leah Inu's fourth son, Yehuda, where she says, "Hakam Olga Es Hashem." This time, Olga Kadosh Baruch Hu. And incredibly enough, you know, Schwab says, "I'm saying, what's the shot? This country thanks Hashem. This time, the other Shef we said before, she didn't thank Hashem beforehand." So I'm going to trust this in the beautiful. She says that Leah discovered something new, which was all of us thank Hakadosh Baruch Hu for like the miraculous events of life. We all thank Hashem for the things that are out of the ordinary. Sometimes what we fail to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu for is just the great things, the beautiful things that happen every single day. Just the things that we take for granted. We say in Modim every day, Modim, which is the bracha of Thanksgiving. We say, Amisecha Shebachol Yom Imanu. Thank Hashem for the miracles that He does for us every single day. What are the miracles that happen for us every day? You know, you can go like this with your hands. I don't know, just the doctors in the crowd, the synapses, that just like everything works. That you woke up and like the sun's out and Baruch Hashem, and hopefully your family is intact, and hopefully there's food in the refrigerator, and there's, maybe there's not as much money as you would like in the bank, right? But you can pay your bills, hopefully, right, that you can meet your expenses, maybe you can't do everything. But when I say again, you know, most of the world doesn't have that. Most of the world does not have the things that we all have day in and day out. That's Amisach Shebachol Yom Imanu. And the truth is, it's important for us to celebrate Thanksgiving. Not go with the turkey. Right. But it's a creation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You can't hate anything, right? But it doesn't need necessarily the cultural traffic. Yes or no? But every year should have a Thanksgiving. Every year should have Thanksgiving. So you say, but I don't need to give home dog today. Which is, that's fine. But generally the way it works is it's kind of like people who say, I don't celebrate Mother's Day because every day is Mother's Day. Yeah, right. I'm sure he's telling you about every day, telling her how wonderful she was. Thank you for being in Israel. That's not true. It's good to celebrate Mother's Day because if you're not focused on it that day, you're probably not doing it any other day. Thanksgiving is the same thing. You know, say just take out, and we're off from work. And you're all off from work, right? But for myself, like to take a day where maybe you're free from other responsibilities, and literally just take a few moments and just say, what am I grateful for? Right? What do I Thanksgiving for? Whether you do that by yourself, you do it with your mishpacha, you do it with your children, you result of have your parents do it with your parents. Just to take a few minutes today, Hakam Odes Hashem, the world, at least if our country is giving Thanksgiving for this country, for so many other incredible things.
I've been single so long that I
We have to take Thanksgiving as well. And the truth is, for Jews of this country as well, with everything that is going on and all of the tastings that we see around us, we must have incredible hakaras hafel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And although we are in Galus, that this is the Galus that we're in. Thanksgiving to the men and women of the armed forces. Thanksgiving again to those who have worked so hard to build this country into a bastion of freedom and of democracy, to give us the strength to fight against those who want to destroy the fundamental underpinnings of this country. We have a lot to be thankful for, and it's important. Okay, to just take a few minutes as individuals, as families, as a Gila, to express our hearts to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for all He has given us, both as Americans, as Jews, and as Americans, as human beings, and what we have in our personal lives, what we have in our public lives, what we have in our communal and national lives, and our life. HaKadosh Baruch Hu continue to shower bracha upon all of humanity from all years to come. Listen, all right, have a great day. Have a great day. Whatever. Listen to last year's recording or something. So let's go. I'm a Rava. Let's go. So remember again, over the last 2 days, what we established is that halacha l'maisa, case of the Mishnah is being your silo. Case of the Mishnah was dealing with mixtures. Right, and in the mixtures, ultimately, again, what we had was something prohibited getting mixed into a much greater number of permitted items. Yet again, the prohibited item was not buffer. So we spent the last 2 days, day and a half, let's say that in part of the previous days, now focusing on why not? Why isn't the prohibited item just simply bottle? Wasn't the bottle? The quick answer to that is because of the rubbish of the it's chashuv. It's important. And again, the mechanics of it, es shadar kalimnos, kol shadar kalimnos. So we focus on all that. The bottom line is the item, the prohibited item, in this case, prohibited animal that gets mixed in is chashuv, is important, and therefore it is not bottle. Okay, so now comes along Rava. This is the follow-up. I'm a Rava. Hashad Amir Rabban Lo Nakriv. Now that the rabbi says, well, says any of these cases, remember, these are all carbonic cases where a prohibited carbon or prohibited animal is getting mixed in with another group of carbonos. And therefore, again, the halakha is you can't offer up any of those animals as carbonos. Now, again, remember, let's say, we're not going to each case in the Mishnah, so different cases in the Mishnah have different realities. So, for example, in the case of the chatas, like the group of chatas offerings, there's no remedy at all. You just have to let them all die, unfortunately. In other cases of mixed up carbonos, ultimately, again, you allow them to do so they develop a more within the whole tabla, and so on and so forth. The point is, you can't offer up any of those mixtures of animals as is. That's the halacha. Comes along Rav, and Rav says, Hashta de Ami Rabban Lo Nakri. Rav, the rabbi said, you can't offer up any of these carbonos. The Gemara says, Inakri no malatzi. What if you did it? What if you ended up offering up these carbonos? So what's the halacha? Lomaratzi. Lomaratzi means they do not work. They do not affect the Talmud. They don't count towards your obligation. So in other words, now that you're not allowed to offer up any of these mixtures of animals, if you did so, it does not go ahead and take care of your carbonic obligation. Okay, simply pretty straightforward statement. Thank you, Gemara. Let's do this. So you know, it's very good about you can go to Rava. Shavim said, "It's kasha to Rava." Chatas, listen to this. Chatas is out of all. All is out of the chatas. So let's say, so this is talking about bird offerings. But remember, there's that your last paragraph, right? Bird chatas. So bird folder. What's that? Chazara. So right, chatas. How many simonim? 1. Where's the blood?
I told you I had to say something real quick.
50-50 chance you got on this one, right below. Excellent, Lamata, good. Good, Ola, 2 simonim and Lamala. Excellent again. Remember, again, chatas, everything put together. The only thing that's offered up is the blood. Everything else goes to the coin. Ola, head and body burned separately. Obviously, it's an ola, so nothing consumed by the coin. So in this case here, you have a bird chatas and a bird ola. Now what happens? They got mixed in with each other. So obviously that could be a problem because again, it's the same type of bird for both offerings. Either again, it's hard, right, or yoga. Right, so yeah, it's all of them, or PG. So the Gemara says, what's that about? I think Akas B'Ribon Yamusikiyah. So in this case over here, so remember, Chatos offerings are complicated, right? Because again, Chatos doesn't really have redemption. So because of that, again, even if it got mixed in, so again, Chatos is out of the Ola is out of the Chatos. I think Akas B'Ribon Yamusikiyah. Even if it's 1 in 10,000, you have to allow the whole mixture to die. This is what ends up happening whenever you have Chatos issues. Whenever I'm running this, I'm very interested. The coin inbox, this is fascinating. That presupposes that after the mixture occurs, the coin comes and asks the shaila, right? If the coin about the coin she'ein nimloch, but if the coin didn't ask the shaila, and instead what did he do? He offered up the kabbanos, and what did he do? If you offered up all the birds, Lamala means what? Above the focus. In other words, if your blood application is above the red line, then what? Next to kasher, next to passer. Half the birds will be kasher, half the birds will be passer. Right? Because again, remember, we assume that in this mixture, some of them are half, he's calling it half, right? Half of chatos, half of ola, therefore half of the birds will be kasher as an ola, half the birds will be passer as chatos. Lamata, if you offered all of them lamata, there's a lot of this lamata. And next to kasher, next to passer, same thing. Half of the birds will be kasher, half of the birds will be passer. Akos lamata, the akos lamata. What if you did one above and one below? And shnei and psulos. Then ultimately, again, both of them will be possible. Now we're saying, why if you did one above, one below, why both of them possible? Shani Omer, Chatos Keva Lamala, Va'ola Keva Lamata. Since already there's been so much confusion over here, right? So much mixture, I have to be further concerned that even that the Kohen did the Chatos in the wrong place and the Ola in the wrong place. So we'll say, what's the point of all this? What do you see from here? So what's fascinating about this is this seems to directly contradict Rabbah. Because what's happening here? What's happening here is if the coin were to ask, like you have a mixture now of Chatos and Ola birds. If the coin were to ask, excuse me, what should I do with this? What will we tell him? What will we tell him? What will we tell him? Nothing. Don't do anything. Don't go for anything yet. What's the halacha? If you did offer them up, then what? At least some number of them are going to be kasher. That contradicts Rabbah, because Rabbah said that halacha l'maaseh, whenever you have a situation of karbanos that are not supposed to be offered, and you did so, you offered it, halacha l'maaseh, momaratzi, doesn't work. This contradicts Rabbah. This contradicts Rabbah. Hello. Hakiman on the Valentine rather than what the chapter says, according to Rabbah, Rabbah's statement was according to the opinion that says that's Valentine mixing. Now, Valentine mixing, we've actually seen this concept before. Valentine mixing means that sometimes an animal could be fundamentally set aside for non-use. That once there is a problematic issue, that it could be fundamentally set aside for non-use. So the Gemara says, Hakiman on the Valentine versus the blessed that we just read before about the mixture ultimately again of the chatos and the bird chatos. But Allah, that goes according to the opinion that says animals are not fundamentally or completely set aside. Therefore, Rabbah's worldview is by the mixture. Rabbah's worldview is once a carbon cannot be offered up. Halacha l'maaseh, it is fundamentally set aside for non-use, which means even if you offer it up, it's irrelevant and doesn't do anything. The rights that we just quoted, the Rabbi Yehuda, the Lafuna by Yehuda just quoted, is going to be a Valentine evening. Something that you're not supposed to offer, but if you offer them, they still could affect some type of carbonic reality. So the Gemara says, are they shooting with a fully ominous? Everyone agrees on what's right, that's shooting. Once the animal has been shafted, if let's say again it is shafted and it's not fit for sacrificial use, it is forever unusable. And yet, top of Ayin Dalit, 74a, Gemara says it's not learned. Raboza says, Raboza just to give you the context of this case. This is a case ultimately again where you shafted an animal that was a balmul. The Kohen shafted an animal that was a balmul, and then the parts of that carbon got mixed in with other valid carbonic parts. Now, what do you do? Raboza says, in Karat Halosh Shalas B'Mehen, you could have called Rashi. The one that says essentially, if you only offered up the head of one of them, you could offer up the head of the rest of them. The logic behind that is because if one of the heads was already offered up, perhaps you could assume that it was the head of the invalid carbon that was already offered up. Once that was offered up, you should be able to offer up the rest. What do you see from there? Now, this is by an animal that was shchuta, right? This is ultimately, again, by an animal that was already shot. So, again, what do you see from there? That even by a shchuta animal, we say, Bali Chayim Pirim, then ultimately, again, the animals that were shot are not fully set aside for non-use. Which the Gemara says, "Who the Amar to Kanana Mitzri?" Feels like Kanana Mitzri. Kanana Mitzri is incredible. The Tanya Kanana Mitzri Omer Afidu Dam the coast maybe Chaberu in the Zavid box. So literally translated, even if the blood is in the cup, you bring the other cup, and then ultimately again make it as a person first. Now what does that mean? This is actually a great case. Afidu Dam second line down from the top of Nashi. Seir Hanasa B'Knim the coast Shekbar Nishkat. In Mace Hanishtaleh, so we'll say, here's the problem with this. And then remember again, you have two goats. You have two goats. And one is offered up inside the base on the flesh, and one is sent out of ourselves. Now there are pairs. Remember again, in the second Shemot brings down, we draw lots, right? This is La Hashem, La Azazel, there are pairs. What happens if you chef this, what we call the inner chef? Remember again, I'll say this is a seer that we spent a lot of time on this earlier in Zephyr. So let's say you chef this seer La Hashem. You already have the blood in the coast. You're ready for the sprinkling. And then what happens? It's Azazel, right? It's Azazel counterpart, right? The one that's supposed to be sent out the door of the cliff. Dies. So almost all the other opinions say you gotta redo the whole process.
11 helpful, 197.
Right, because they're a pair. Therefore, you can't say if one of the pepper dies, you have to start again. Hanana Mitzvah is the opinion says no, you don't have to start again. Rather, just get a new Seir La'azazel, right? Just get a new cliff coat, right? Get a new Seir La'azazel. And ultimately, again, go ahead and you can use the blood. You can use the sear that you already chef from the pin and just bring in a new one. So we'll say, so Rashi says over there, so what do you see from there? What do you see from there? Hanana Mitzvah is the one who says that Balu Chaim in and Nitchin Akidu B'Shtuta. Is a unique idea. So Hanana Mitzvah is the opinion that says that even if an animal is shot already and it's set aside for it doesn't become permanently set aside for non-use. So at that moment again, when the Seir La'azazel dies, the blood is unusable in that moment. Now, both if you would say, Balu Chaim Nitchin, then what you would say is, once the blood is unusable for a period of time, then what? It remains unusable forever. Hanana Mitzvah does not hold that way. He holds that even though it is temporarily usable, right, because the blood of the inner karpas is going to be unusable until it has Azazel counterpart, just get it in Azazel counterpart, and you're good to go. All right, so we'll do with all this. So remember again, here's the point to remember. Rava, right? Rava says that halacha l'maisa. Once Chazal said, going back to reflecting on our Mishnah. Our Mishnah is all cases of prohibited animals, prohibited carbonic animals that get mixed in with permitted carbonic animals. What's the result for the mixture? Essentially, it's the same result for every mixture. What's the result for the mixture? Can't offer it up. Now, different mixtures have different mechanisms of dealing with that. But as the mixture stands right now, you can't offer it up. All that is saying is, so once the rabbi said you can't offer something up, even if you offer it up, it doesn't work. The Gemara then goes on just to show there are other opinions. Not everybody agrees with the statement of Rava. Most notably, Hanan HaMitzri, and others. So again, nevertheless, that was the statement of Rava. Let's go back there. I'm not from Rava, who are very excited Gemara, listen to his Amarav. So let's now watch this. Rav Nachman said in the name of Rav the following rule. It seems a little bit unrelated at first, but it's going to be related in this moment. If you have a ring of Avodah Zarah, a ring of Avodah Zarah. Now, what's the ring of Avodah Zarah? Now, what's the ring of Avodah Zarah? The Pashto said, "No, put a ring on the idol. Put a ring on the idol." So, I might say, "Give Tabas Avodah Zarah." She's out of the Tabas, and it got mixed in with 100 other rings. So, what's that law? Not for Akos, and then one of the rings fell into the sea. So as you see what happened with it, so I have an Avodah Zarah ring. My Avodah Zarah ring, it's not my Avodah Zarah. I don't want to go there. An Avodah Zarah ring gets mixed in with 100 of my rings. 100 of my rings. So let's say, so now what happens? Now, obviously, Avodah Zarah, both generally, what's the halacha with Avodah Zarah when it gets mixed into something? That's not Avodah Zarah. What's the halacha? It's not fatal. Avodah Zarah is not fatal, right? So therefore, when that Avodah Zarah ring gets mixed with 900 rings, the pashtus, the mixture, there's also. Now something interesting happens, which is something interesting happens, right? And so now something interesting happens. Now one ring falls into the sea. So one ring is into the sea. So let's say, now watch this. This is incredible. So that says, Hutra Kulam, all the rings are permitted. Incredible, no? All rings are permitted. Why? Why? Because let's say that the ring that fell into the sea was the prohibited ring. Incredible. One ring fell aside from the mixture. I say that one ring that fell into the sea that was the Avodah Zarah ring. Okay. So what's that? So that's a tremendous assumption. But that's how that's asking. Incredible. So the Gemara says, now watch this. So Rabbi is Hashem, I'm not going to bust in memory, and it's Rav Nachman who's quoting Rav. So Rabbi is the question to Rav Nachman, Apilu Achos, Belibo, Yamush, Kulan. So let's say, but on second. We learned before, ultimately again, in the previous place, that Allah Kalamaisa, when you have a mixture, and you have a mixture, and ultimately again, even if one permitted item gets mixed with 10,000, Rebo is 10,000, that's Amos I'm meant to make a point, all of them must be left to die. So the Gemara says, Ba'amai. Why is that so? Ba'amai, Nema Dinis Isuris. So let's say, why not say the following? Why not say that halakha l'maisa? Look at that. Ba'amaya Mushaf Yonas says, L'chibon shenis ha'kaman, L'chibon Dave, and Ima Yisuramai, so let's say, so for argument's sake, if one of them died, why not say that halakha l'maisa? Halakha l'maisa, the one that died was the one that was Isur died. The same way that we say that the one ring that fell into the water, ultimately the sea was the Avodah Zarah. Say that the one that died from the group, ultimately again, is the prohibited one. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave that. Not what you better realize. What is it? It's not a resident in color, hello, show. I mean, you can do color Russian, both of these exactly, because you must put it on top of the back. So remember again, this is if you have Balmum that was shafted, the Balmum carbonate, and we shafted, then mixed in with other carbonic pieces. So the Raja says, once you offer up the head, ultimately again, you can go ahead and sacrifice everything, offer up everything else. You know why? Because halakha l'maisa again, it's the same thing. But when you have a mixture, and then something is isolated from the mixture, for some reason, halakhically, we have the right to assume that it was the prohibited item which was isolated from the mixture. That's the common thing, right? So you have a Balmum carbonate accepted, cut up into pieces. The pieces are mixed with other permitted carbonic pieces. One of the heads was offered, and the Razu says you could assume that it was the prohibited head that was offered. So it's done already. So because it's done already, you might as well go ahead and offer up the rest of the group. So now, subscribe to that same idea. You have an Avodah Zarah ring that got mixed in with 100 other permitted rings. One of the rings fell into the sea. You can assume that it was the Avodah Zarah ring. Ultimately, again, that was dispensed with. Or Rabbi Elazar said, Rabbi Eliezer Shnayim about Echad Lo. So what's very interesting? Even Rabbi Eliezer says that you could offer up the rest of the Kabbalos. What does he say? You could offer them up 2 at a time. It's very interesting. 2 at a time. And I will say, now, why 2 at a time? Because like this, if you're offering up the rest of the sacrificial parts 2 at a time, at least there's a probability that one of them is not the prohibited one. Right? So in other words, so that way at least you know for sure, because the problem is when you burnt that first sacrificial head, so as much as halakhically we'd like to say, okay, you know what, that was the prohibited one, do you know for sure? No. So therefore you can't offer up the rest of the sacrificial parts one at a time because it's possible that the one that you're holding in your hand is the prohibited one. So like this, if you're doing this 2 at a time, there's a probability that at least one of them is not the prohibited one. That's how it allows you. So again, so therefore I'm going to say, what to do with the ring case? I'm going to like, watch this. So I've said, or not me said, I do, I know. You can't. I agree with the rings. You have to sell them 2 at a time as well. Now listen, now watch this. Let's kind of bring this full circle. So in other words, what Rav is saying is like this. So Rav says, here's the case. There's an all these other rings that gets mixed in with 100 of my rings. Now obviously at first glance, status of the mixture, awesome. Right? Because Avodah is not awesome. Avodah is not awesome. Okay? Yet Rav said that one of the rings falls into the sea. It falls into the sea. Right? So then they'll say, what's the halacha? Rav said the rest of the mixture is mutter. Now, again, come full circle. Rav says it's mutter. What he means is like this. You can sell off the rest of those rings, but you need to sell them 2 at a time. You can't sell them at a time. Why? Because see what we're doing over here? We're kind of straddling both sides of the fence. But on one hand, what we're saying is the ring that comes into the sea is the Avodah Zarah one. Are we 1,000% sure of that? No. We're pretty sure of that. But therefore, we're going to do to hedge our bets a little bit more that when you sell off the rest of the rings, sell them 2 at a time. Because if you sell 2 at a time, again, we're confident that at least one of them is not the Avodah Zarah. If you sell it 1 at a time, the problem is how do you know that one is not the Avodah Zarah? Okay, fascinating idea. Continuing along. Shabbat Shabbat, let's go from this. I mean, Shabbat, for us, another kind of children in that previous week. Rav says, you have a ring of Avodah Zarah that goes in and gets mixed in with 100 other rings. We can't shoot our button the Makom Echad, the Shishim Makom Echad. Okay, so now what's going to happen? Then what happens? You take this now, you had 101, right, 100 Makom ones, whatever, and the other one. Once again, one of the rings goes ahead and falls into the sea. Okay, so this is now what happens. Now what happens? No, I'm sorry. 100 rings, right? And Avodah Zarah goes down and gets mixed in. Now what happens? 40 of the rings are separated into one spot. 60 of the rings are separated into another spot. Okay, so the Gemara says, here's Sha'achas Mi'arban Eina Oseres. If now ultimately again, as Rashi says over here, here's the Achas Me'arban. Now one of the group of 40 is separated, and then one. Rashi says over here, it's almost right across from Rashi. Here's the Achas Me'arban. There's Arba Ba'achiros. Someone said, just follow this over here. I've got 100 rings. Now the Zarah ring ultimately again gets mixed in. Then the group is split. 40 are taken to one spot, 60 are taken to a different spot. Now listen, now what happens? One of the 40 Kabbalah then is separated and gets mixed in with another group of rings. So Rav says that I slept for myself. There's Achas Me'arban, Eina Oseres. Ultimately again, one of the group of 40 gets mixed in with another group. Ultimately again, the second group is not Pasha, it's Mutter. Achas Mishit. Watch this. But if one of the rings of the group of 60 subsequently gets mixed in with another group, ultimately again the secondary group is going to be us. Okay, what's the shot? Why do you think that if one of the 40 group, right, one of the 40 groups gets mixed in with the secondary group, ultimately the secondary group is not us, sir? The amino is two of the group is set. This is fascinating, right? Because remember, let's go back to this for a second. The one rule of Avodah Zarah got mixed in with the group of 100. These are 110 split into a group of 60 and a group of 40. If one from the group of 40 gets mixed in with another group, ultimately the secondary group is going to be Mutter. Why? Because you also literally assume the Avodah Zarah ring is with the group of 60. Why? Why do I make that assumption? Just the majority. Just the statistical probability is that the Avodah Zarah ring is with a lot of people. So therefore, I get a halakha l'maisa if a ring from the group of 40 gets mixed in ultimately again with another group, ultimately the secondary group is going to be Mutter. Achas Mishishim, you know, it's understand. Achas Mishishim, nani, Aminus, what we saw. I understand. But even so, whatever, so watch this. So now what did we say? Therefore, we assume that the Avodah Zarah ring is going to be the 60, and therefore we say that if one of the group of 60 gets mixed in with another group, it oscillates the secondary group as well. But why? Why not say that when you get one from the group of 60, chances are that's the Mutter one, right? Because where's the Avodah Zarah ring? Where is it? Still with the majority. Still in the mixture with the majority. And therefore, again, the secondary group from the one ring from the group of 60 ultimately should still be Mutter. Gemara says, okay, you're right. Let's rephrase this. Ella, in Pirshu Arba'in Ulam Makom Echad. So what's the right about you have to say this? In Pirshu Arba'in Ulam Makom Echad, ain't also. And Allah Mesa, the 40 was separated out of the original group. Ultimately, again, to one phase, they do not go ahead and convey any issue. Now, what is that? Take a look at Rashi, right across. Happy Kamar. Pershua Arba'in Ulam Makom Echad. ונשארו בשאר טבעות אינון אוסר. דאמינו איסור בשישה ניסה. Now we're reframing the case. What's the case? Same thing. I have a group of 100 rings. Both of that ring gets mixed in. Then the group is split into 40 and 60. Then what happens? I'm not going to say now, the entire group of 40 is mixed in with the secondary group of rings. That's the case. So instead of one from the group of 40 getting mixed in with the secondary group, the entire group of 40 is getting mixed in with the secondary group. So it's like it also. Now, once again, why doesn't it answer? Why doesn't the group of 40 answer the secondary group? Why not? Because you see if you have Obazar in is where? With the group of 60. On the other hand, Shishim Makom Echad. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. If the group of 60 then gets mixed in ultimately again with the secondary group, then what's halacha? It's also why? Because again, the entire group is 60, because we assume that the Avodah ring is with the group of 60, and therefore it is also. So what I just want to point out over here is the Gemara is presupposing that the way Avodah Zarah works, because it's not bottle, therefore when it comes to Avodah, the Issa keeps moving forward. Right? In other words, it doesn't make a difference how many mixtures you keep mixing it into. If there's a possibility to have Avodah Zarah in there, it's going to keep moving Issa to the group. So right? Because remember again, now we're already getting a second step removed. We've got Avodah Zarah mixed into the group of 100. Group of 100 split between 60 and 40. If the group of 40 gets mixed in with the secondary group, it's going to be mutter because we assume that the Avodah Zarah is a larger group. If the group of 60 gets mixed in with the secondary group, it makes the secondary group also ultimately again because we assume that the Avodah Zarah is the Avodah Zarah. What do you see from here? What's the tremendous mitzvah? You see from the Avodah Zarah that there are certain things that are so toxic, certain things that are so negative that it doesn't make a difference how much you have, it fundamentally erodes all of the good that may be in it. The most is, you know this, that's how the Rambam writes. There are certain needles that Allah again, no matter how much good you have, you have to eliminate them in totality, right? Amongst them is anger. Anyway, the Rambam said, and we're going to say there's certain characteristics, certain behaviors that no matter, in general, the way life works is all of us have deficiencies. Right? All of us have deficiencies. All of us have things that in any given moment are broken inside of us. And the truth is, also, all of us have and even though I know that, I also know, I'm not fixing them right now. I'm not. As much as I'd love to, I can't, I won't do all that stuff like that. I know that it's glaringly broken inside of me right now, but I also know that for whatever the reason, I'm not actually fixing it. So what do? You try to, just like everything, like, not leverage your risk, but, hedge your right there. Hedge what? Hedge your bet. You know how I talk like triage. All of us live with certain inconsistencies that I know I'm not fixing right now. I know I have to fix it, but for whatever reason, I know I'm not fixing it right now. But what I need to do is I need to kind of balance the equation a little bit. So what do? I bolster myself with some additional good. And although the additional good does not fix the stuff that's broken, it helps to address it at least a little bit. It helps us all until I can get to it. So it's like anything in life. A person runs a business. There's a million things you want to do in your business. I just want to do this, but I really want to do your business. I can't do everything right now. So I create a trade-off here. What I do is I'm addressing issues 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6 are important, but I know I can't get to them right now. But they're still glaring issues. So I'm figuring out like the triage a little bit, kind of keep those things in check. I'll get them when I get them. It's a lot like life. You know, it's in myself, there's a whole bunch of things I have to fix. There are things I'm going to fix now, and there are other things that I can't get to right now. But I need to figure out a way to put in the trouble don't get worse. So I got a band-aid it. How do you band-aid the stuff inside of you that's really broken but you can't address right now? By teaching more good. Right? More Torah, more tefillah, more stuff, and more chesed. It doesn't address the stuff that's broken, but at least it kind of triages it a little bit. But there are certain things in life that are so costly. There are certain things in life that are so terrible. Certain egos that are so abrasive that if you don't deal with it, it's not possible. No matter how much good you have, it's just not possible. And those are the things we have to identify within ourselves, like immediately. What are the things that even though I can't fix it right now, if I don't address it right now, no matter how much good, it's like Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah is so caustic that it doesn't matter how many more mixtures you put it into, Allah will amazing it's never bottle. Okay, yeah, then let's get back. It says the Gemara. A lot of profundity over here. So the Gemara says, she's in the also. Can't listen to the Shmuel. So when we say this over for the Shmuel, I'm like, don't bring any lions for Avodah Zarah. Why? Just respect Sveka, Sura Az Ha'olah. Avodah Zarah is different from this, right? Because Avodah Zarah, the severity of Avodah Zarah is such that it is usher, and it is continuously usher at Sofa Olah. It is never bottled. It's never bottled. First, we must really, is that so? May stay, Safek Avodah Zarah, Asura, respect Sveka Mutaras. That's the Gemara says, Safek Avodah Zarah is usher, but Sveka, a double Safek, ultimately again is going to be mutter. What's an example of a double Safek? Here we go. Here we go. Post shovel is not on the snuff on the outside of the let's see, have a cup of Avodah Zarah. Literally, like a cup used for Avodah Zarah. You have a Avodah Zarah batter. So what happens? So my Avodah Zarah batter gets mixed in, not my Avodah Zarah. That gets mixed in with my other batter. So then we'll say, what's that? No one has Avodah Zarah batter. Teenage. After the Rebo, when they Rebo the Rebo, but if one of the backers then separates from the group, and ultimately again gets mixed in with Rebo, let's say 10,000. 10,000 is the way that you are just used, like that's just an exaggerated number. And it gets mixed in with 10,000, and then I will say one of the group of the 10,000 gets mixed in with another 10,000. Mutter. Oh, what do you see from here? You see from here, I say, even Avodah Zarah, at a certain point, ultimately, again, will get lost in the super majority. Gemara says, Tanahi. So I'm going to say, so which one is it? Do we say that Avodah Zarah is forever mutter, no matter how many status you have? I know at a certain point in your life, Avodah Zarah becomes mutter. Gemara says, it's not whole good time. Tanahi, you say, you don't know, here we go, we're morning by now, so so we'll say Rimoni Badan. Now we have Rimoni Badan. Remember again, what are Rimoni Badan?
Yeah, I forgot about it.
That's one of the 6 items, right, that are so kosher, but that they're never buckled. So Rimoni Badan, the Chol Shuvu, Rimoni Badan ultimately again are going to be also the Chol Shuvu. Ketzah, so we'll say, what's the case? Ketzah. Nachal Echad Mehem is so Rivo. If one of them falls ultimately again into a mixture of 10,000. And maybe Bo, and from 10,000 to another 10,000 assumes, right? Because it's not bottled. It's not bottled. That's the first thing. That Avodah Zarah ultimately again is never bottled. We shouldn't use only Mishum Rabishim. We Bo Asurin, we Bo the Shlosha, and we Shlosha the Makom Echad Mutter. And we got some shit we just say, well, if ultimately again you have Avodah Zarah, and Avodah Zarah falls into a mixture of 10,000 to maybe dollars. And then something from the group of 10,000 falls into a group of 3, and then something from the group of 3 falls into another smaller group. It's mutter. Like this second opinion holds that halacha l'maisa at a certain point, Avodah Zarah ultimately again becomes permitted. Shmuel the Amar Riva, Shmuel the Amar Kiman. So who does Shmuel hold like? Shmuel holds like Kiman. Ikra Yehuda Filu B'Shai Yisurim Us. According to Yehuda, ultimately Yehuda holds even by none of Avodah Zarah. Even by none of Avodah Zarah Yisurim, ultimately this chashav is not bottled. Ikra B'Shimon, Afilu Ba'avodah Zarah. According to B'Shimon, the B'Shimon holds that at a certain point, right, Seka by Avodah Zarah becomes mutter. If you take Moshe and B'Shimon, they have all this B'Shai Yisurim. They will say according to B'Shimon, it's distinction distinction ultimately again between Avodah Zarah and Shabbos. Hello, Hod Simon, what about the following statement? Following Vaisa, Safek Avodah Zarah Masura. If you have a Safek Avodah Zarah, it's Asher, Usfek Sveikam Peres. But a double Safek. So what says, just to give you this idea, what's a double Safek? Avodah Zarah falls into a group of rings. Then one of the members of the group of rings falls into another group. And then that falls into another group. That's sex take, a double Safek. So ultimately, again, at a certain point in time, it becomes mutter, so use that money. No, in reality, ultimately, again, affects the relation. If Shmuel Sabbath Kabihut Bechada, Shmuel Kabihut in one case, I have all the Zara, that specs take about all the Zara will be mutter, and call it Ali Bechada. And ultimately, again, disagrees with the other case, and ultimately, again, it will be, and it disagrees in the secondary case. Honornar, Mary Bo, the Shoshim, the Shoshim of the Machamot. That's what I just finished up the guys. Guys, remember again, we said that the Bon Zara falls into a group of 10,000, and then from a group of 10,000 to another group, and then from that secondary group into a group of 3. It's really mutter, holidays. Naishna, Shlosha, you need to look at 1 to a group of 3, because ultimately there's a row. I would say even if it falls into a group of 2, Shnayim none equal group, even in a group of 2 there's a row. Which you know, you're right. Nice, Gimel, Victani, Tartibu. When we say 3, what's 3? 3 really means 2 plus 1. That it falls into a group of 2 other items besides itself. Because the other possibility ultimately is several Kavilas. That ultimately, again, he holds like Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say, so bottom line, so I'll do it a little bit quickly. Ultimately, again, so when he looks at Rabbi Eliezer says that speak the Bible, that's ultimately, again, it's going to be awesome. They both say, what's the takeaway? Tremendous takeaway over here. Hundred Machlokas about the nature of fickle Bible desire. Fundamental Machlokas. There's a school of thought that says, Apple Desire is never bought. Never ever bought. Which means it doesn't make a difference how many mixtures the Avodah Zarah keeps falling into. By the way, it's not just Avodah Zarah itself. What it is, it's something Avodah Zarah. Because really, in all of these cases we're talking about over here, is Avodah Zarah gets mixed into a mixture, then a part of that mixture gets into a secondary mixture, and then the part of the secondary mixture gets mixed into a tertiary mixture. Right? So let's say, yes, the first school of thought says it's not bata. Avodah Zarah is never, ever bata. And it doesn't matter how many steps you keep going, Avodah Zarah will continuously be us. Second school of thought says no. There's a limit. There's a limit. In other words, Avodah Zarah gets mixed into a mixture, yes, it's usher. That mixture gets into a secondary mixture, it will be usher also. But once you get to the tertiary mixture, what we call now is Sveka, it's bottle. Now again, obviously it's only bottle and what? If you have at least a simple majority, right? You will need at least a 2-to-1 ratio, but I love the nice way bottle. So let's say fundamental, dramatic, living, mind-blowing mathematics. Let's go a little bit back here, a couple minutes left. Next, I'm going to talk coverage of Truma. Shazarda coverage, and the Chavios to this. It's just like this. You have a barrel of Truma that got mixed in with 100 other barrels. We're going to both say, so in this case over here, barrel of Truma gets mixed in with another 100 non-Truma barrels. Now, then you're going to both say, normally what's enough for one of the barrels falls into the sea. Now, again, this sounds very much like the case of Ra. Avodah Zarah ring gets mixed in with 100 rings. One of the rings falls into the sea. What's the halacha? Putra kuman. All of the barrels are nickel. Why? Because we assume that the barrel that fell into the sea was the Truma barrel. Okay, great. So you might say, but why do you need the same case twice? You already told me this. You already illustrated this with the case. The rings of Avodah Zarah. Why is there both cases? I'm not going to it's a case like this. I need that Nachman's case, but Nachman was the case, or Nachman was the case. Ultimately, again, and I need the case of Reish Lakish. I need both cases. Why? The image of Nachman, if it were just from Nachman from the ring case, I would have said like this. The image of Nachman rules that way in that case, because if you don't rule in that case, there's no, if you don't rule in that case that the ring that fell into the sea was the Avodah Zarah ring, there's no way to commit the
Right
mixture.
now I'm 20
Like there's no
milligrams
other
opposed to 10.
mechanism
I took it
for
today.
permitting the mixture.
I did
They
notice
will not
somewhat
hear.
of a difference.
About Truma, the issue, I don't know. But by in the Truma case, in the barrel case, there is a way to permit the mixture. How do you permit the mixture? So I'm not permit mixture, but there is a mechanism. What's the mechanism? What's the
So
mechanism?
beforehand, I
Sell it to
measured
a Cohen.
again.
No, the other side. What's the worst case scenario here? Worst case scenario here is that all the barrels have to be treated like Truma. No problem. Sell it to a Cohen. Now, granted, you're going to take a loss, right? Because the Cohen literally realizes he's got you over the barrel. Okay? So let's say, so a nicer why? Because remember, again, Trumas are a very limited population. So you probably will take a loss, but what nice is absolutely a mechanism for resolution. So I'm at but the only time you say that we can assume that the item that fell into the sea, the Avodah item, is when that's the only mechanism of resolution. And therefore, you're like, well, no, it makes sense. But where there isn't any mechanism of resolution, by Trumas, it's also a coin. When we don't make the assumption that the barrel that fell into the sea was from a barrel. This is very sluggish, and if you different from a sluggish, remember again, a sluggish is the barrel case. However, the pub is the main current be lost. Very interesting. I would say when does this concept apply? Ultimately, again, by a barrel, because when a barrel falls into the sea and leaves the mixture, it's recognized. About Habas, the main current be lost or no, but by a ring, where when one ring falls from the mixture into the sea, it's not recognized. So we have to be concerned. That's very interesting. We have to be concerned that maybe since it's not recognizable, people won't realize that a ring fell into the sea, and they will think that the reason why the mixture is permitted is why, because Avodah Zarah is buttered below. And I've also that's catastrophic. Because again, even if you know that sex steka is mutter by Avodah Zarah, no one's holding that the initial mixture is mutter. Therefore, again, both sides therefore we need both cases. And therefore both cases are that. So both in the case of the ring that gets mixed in, when one ring falls in, hello. The ring that falls in, and the rest of the mixture is going to be mutter. Barrel of Truma that gets into 100 other barrels. One barrel falls into the sea, we assume that it is the barrel of Truma that fell in, and the rest of the barrels are mutter. And therefore, again, even though the cases sound incredibly similar, they both have their own halakhic uniqueness, and therefore, ultimately, again, both cases need to be seen. That's what I was like. We'll stop over for today. We're fine. We're fine. We're good. We'll pick up here tomorrow. Both sides. Shkoya.
She married a dead man. But no, to answer your question, I guess, I mean, the body somewhat, I think. Oh, right. I don't know. That's probably too deep. Yeah, sorry. It's mind before matter, dude. Yeah, okay, so you have to think about, or what are you saying? I think it's mind before matter, like anything, like before sickness, before spiritual health, stuff like this. Mind before matter, you know what I mean? I think you can fool yourself into being sick. Maybe. I'm definitely here. Because I think my blood pressure is probably fine. You know? Because it was just like, the wrist thing, it was just, I think it's, the device itself makes it higher. And then it was kind of a stressful week. And then all those things that I was doing, I stopped doing them and my blood pressure was normal during the week. But it definitely stressed me out. So I was like, damn. It's an interesting dynamic that we have. Because I'm literally on the phone with a girl earlier today. She's telling me about how she went to
good morning. Let us begin.
What's the first thought that comes to
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this wonderful thing. Our sponsor sponsors for the month of Kislev, our Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Sheldon Steinmetz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi, and Ruben, Harav Shlomo Tzvi Ruben, and Shem Zivon, Semi Malta Astis, in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib, Benara Cohen, Sarah Abbas, Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Hannah Chatzayim, in memory of Staff Sergeant Police.
my brain capacity. I understand.
In memory of my sister Leah Bashmuel and Zachary Shulam, Bashmuel, Esther Bas Zakaria, whose birthdays are all during the month of Kislev. A week of learning sponsors, Mark Manley and Dubin, in honor of the Chasana of Hashem, for beautiful desert from the Chasnas last night. Their daughter Sophie Kizavi Girat, Mary Joseph Adon, Abayis Ne'eman, Yisrael. And I got many sponsors for today. Ayala Sarah Steinberg and Sister Eugene Health. For Shulamis Kana Bas Susha and by Sarah Aiken and their daughters Orly and Yael as a source for pushing for Saeed Yosef Hakon Ben Kashi, who is having surgery today. We hope that America City will have a full surgery with Kol Yisrael. All the Neshama Shab Nali, the families going to come in, all those. Mir Hashem. And so Thomas and Brachos to be Zochar to acquire to HaKadosh Baruch Hu today and the days to come. Also, that let us be doing a lot to do today, really incredible dot ahead of us. Today's dot is Ayin Gimel 7. We have to keep on Ayin Gimel Dalet. So once we left off again, remember, we're trying to answer one simple question in the Mishnah, which is, why isn't the animal that is mixed in with the other permitted animals mutter? Right? That's the simple case in the Mishnah, where Allah mentioned you have a prohibited animal that is mixed in with a number of permitted animals. So now the shaila is, why don't we say simple bittul? Remember again, we got also the trade bottle, right? Anything that is permitted in a mixture of 2 to 1. So why not just say bittul right off the bat? So we gave a couple of different answers. The last answer the Gemara gave, it's very simple. It's what's called a davar shebaminyan. I will say, remember, what does davar shebaminyan mean? As opposed to getting into kol shadar golimnos, es shadar golimnos, which is one of those machloks on both sides that make sure you commit to memory, because we're going to see that throughout all of Shas. We have seen throughout all of Shas. Leaving that aside, there's a simple idea of darshaning. Darshaning means anything that is sometimes looked at as an individual unit is not bottle. That's it. Not all the time, not most of the time. That's some of the time as you have an item that sometimes is sold or looking or reckoned as an individual unit. Allah said is not bottle. Certain animals fit that way. An animal sometimes is sold as part of the fedra, but also at other times it's also sold or used commercially as an individual unit. Therefore, again, it's not bottle. So the Gemara says this time the second line down from the top, I'm going down. This time the Mitzvah Kitzios is very interesting case. Mitzvah Kitzios Shadar Saf Evil. Okay, so here's what it was. So first of all, Mitra Kitzios, Mitra is a measure. Kitzios, that's interesting. Rashi points out the actual etymological root of this word is Kitzios is a notion of Mitzvah, which was a tool. Now, what was it a tool used for? So apparently to get figs, what they used to do is like this. They used to make cakes of pressed figs. How do you make a cake of pressed figs? By the way, Thanksgiving is coming. This may come in handy for you, right? How do you make a cake of pressed figs? Right, so when they say, again, you take this fig, then you have to take out the stem. The tool to take out the stem was called the mitzvah. Then it would be spread out and let it dry. Then what they would do is they would pack these together as cakes in the pack, and then afterwards, what you would do is if you would sell a piece of it, you would actually slice like a piece of the seeds all kind of just cake of pressed figs. So so fascinating. I don't know why this is, but it's called the mitzvah or a literal seals based on the lotion of the tool used to destem it. Okay. In any event, so what do you have over there? You have a literal shel tzios. Now, Rashi points out over here, look at Rashi, actually right across to the right. Literal tzios, mishkal literal shel te'emin yedei, shel truma, shekitzam be'izeno, b'pisha shmo mitzvah. So once here's the case. I had a cake of pressed figs. A cake of pressed figs, but ultimately again it's of truma. That's the important part to remember over here. So you know ordinary cakes of pressed figs, it's truma. Now let's see what happened. So the Gemara says, Shadar Sa'al Evil, Ve'ini Yodeh Be'ezo Evil Darsa. This is very interesting. So what did you do? You went ahead and you essentially took this cake of pressed figs of truma, and you pressed it onto another cake of pressed figs in a kli. Rashi says over here, this shamefully group, this is the utensil called the Google. The Gemara says, the Darcy Baktios, when you're bucking Zubazu, the Nasi Eagle Kumobina. So essentially, this eagle is the utensil in which you make the cake of pressed figs. So there's a circular cleave, you would press the figs in there, and again, it would become this cake of pressed figs. So you imagine that's the body scenario. So imagine you have this cleave, it's filled with figs. Now, what ends up happening is, you can imagine you have a ring of figs, we call that Trishah Kitzios. That ring of figs, ultimately again, is truma. What could you do? You took that ring and you pressed it into the eagle. So now you mix the ring of figs of truma, and you put it, you press it into the top of one of the eagle utensils. What's the issue? You don't know which eagle utensil you pressed it into. So again, just to give you the imagery, right, you have a bunch of these eagle utensils, right, a bunch of these press big
Have a nice life.
mold.
So
Big
now is it
molds.
Miss
And
or
again, you have
Mrs.?
a ring of truma
I
figs.
guess Mrs.
You
Okay,
press
yeah.
the
So
truma
you don't even
figs
know where
into
she's
the
guessing.
mouth of one
Yeah, I
of
mean, I
those
think when
molds.
you're, well, yeah,
You
it's
do not
Mrs.
know
and
which one.
you're married,
You do
unless
not know which one.
there's
Okay,
some
so
way
that's
to
the piece of it. So
maybe
literature
I missed
shows
it. I think that's just
Shadar
for the
Sa'al
grapefruit, right?
So you took
I
a
don't think
ring
there's
of
any kind of politics
truma
around that.
pressed figs.
No, but
You
women
pressed
get
it into
upset
the
if you say the
mouth
wrong
of
one. Because I just say something.
one
I
of
just say
the
something.
molds.
Like Mr.
The
Miss,
image
like
there
whatever.
is a
Yeah,
people
this is
that
how we talk.
and
Well,
you don't
it's
know
weird if
which
you say
mold
Mrs.
you
and
put
then
it
not
in.
Mrs.
Yeah, what's
Or,
that?
I mean, but that's not
Or
weird to me.
apichot
What's
is
up,
there is
Mrs.?
a cover dasa. Same
Where are
idea.
you
Let's say
from? What
instead of
different in
using a
your head?
mold,
I'm also
you
a
were
guy
using
that'll
a
walk up
barrel.
to a table
Same
of
idea.
girls and be
So
like,
you
what's up,
took the
guys?
ring
You know
of
what I mean?
true figs, you
I
pressed
don't
it
really
into
think,
the mouth of
yeah,
one of the
like
barrels,
guys,
but you do
I'm
not know
dying.
which
How's it
barrel you
cracking,
placed it
dudes?
into.
Yeah, it's
Caveres,
like,
any of the other is a caveres dasa.
how we feel
Caveres, by the
today,
way,
dudes?
normally means
What
like
are
a
you,
beehive, but in this case it means a mold,
cringe,
so
like
that's
90s
the
guy
shape like a
character or
hive.
some
All
kind?
the
Like
same
when I get
idea.
married,
You
like
have this ring
if
of
my
pressed
wife's
figs
name
of
is
truma,
Melinda,
you pressed
she's
it
not
into
gonna
the
have
mouth
Miss
of one
or
of these
Mrs. It's gonna
utensils,
be
and you
Gerardo's
don't
Melinda.
know which utensil you put it into.
Right.
So let's say, now, the shaila
I
is,
was
you
going
know,
back to thinking
what
about
do I
Mrs.
do? Now,
Like
what's the
maybe
good
it's,
news in
if
this?
it's
What's
like,
the good news?
it's really only matters in
The good news in this is
the
if
writing,
someone
right? Because
mixed
sometimes
in
people would do
to the rest
Mrs.
of the mold is mixed in,
Yeah, see, I fuck it up in
not
the writing
really,
too.
not like in a classic sense. Why? Because remember
Like
again,
that feels like
it's
maybe
sitting
something
on top. So
black
the
guy will
good
say
part
Mrs.
is
I feel like
I
Miss is one
kind
that
of
the
know
husband
where it
dies,
is,
right?
but I don't know where it is. In other words, I know that
Miss
it's
is what you
sitting
are
on the
until you marry.
top of the mouth of one of
There's
these
nothing for
utensils,
Mrs.
one
So
of
I'm a
these
Miss.
molds.
Oh,
I
I'm
just
a
don't
Miss.
know which
Yeah,
utensil
there's
it's
no
in.
other form of
So what's
answer.
that
That
about?
might be
So
something.
Rabbi Meir says,
Yeah, there's only two
and this
genders.
is Omer,
Wet ball.
Rabbi
Wet
Lozer
ball
Omer.
is
So
not
the Meir now quotes this in my book, and he says like this. Rabbi Lozer Omer,
that's
no
what
one is al
congratulations
yonos
on
to
dude.
living
You're married
kudos,
now, dude. Thank you. How
datachonos,
does it feel?
ma'alos
Does it
al
feel different?
yonos.
It
So
really
this is very
doesn't.
interesting.
Not
The Meir
yet.
essentially
It's only
says,
been a few
we
days.
view
I
the
was
top
joking with
layer.
her. I
Now,
was saying, like, it's
remember
crazy
again,
that
the
when I
way
first got married,
these,
it changed everything with us.
these cakes of pressed figs were often made was essentially what you were doing was you were stacking layer after layer of figs and then pressing them down. It's like, did you ever see like how they make shawarma? They make shawarma. If you haven't, don't do it. Don't do it. Right? It's a really good experience. But right, but for myself, it's not like they're getting like a piece of meat that size. Well, instead, what they're doing is they're actually layering pieces of meat, like one on top of the other on that stick. So if you kind of take a pressed steak is made in a similar type of fashion as well. You're layering the figs. So because they're separate and this is very layered, but it also says something very interesting. He says essentially, we view the layer on top of each, we'll call it mold, of each utensil as if it is separate, right? As if it's separate, and then we view all of the lower layer figs as their own amount. If there's enough figs in the collective bottom layers, more than the figs on the top layer, then ultimately again the true figs are buckled and everything is different. Fascinating.
The stuff he said, those weird lines, I was
So
like,
take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi
before I was
says over
hearing,
here.
if you look at my letterbox,
Rashi says over here. Roy also feeling kudos. Apa pishin kan komisha kofkirin shoheter levada iser levada iser batakonos in the final topic the savna yos levatman. Roy is kolitros hakatonos valyonos shebechol akilim kudos zumi kudos zumu ravis bekulan batakonos mitzarapisaros. So let's say this is an incredible finish. And by the way, the Gemara's operating under the idea over here that Shuma's buckle, Shuma's going to be buckle ultimately again in a ratio of 100 to 1.
I thought that they
So
were saying
interestingly
that
enough, the
Chris,
Gemara says over here, even though the barrels used or the utensils are separate and distinct, halachically we view them as a mixture. And we view essentially the top layer of figs of every barrel mixed in together with the bottom layers of all the barrels. So as long as there is enough figs, collective figs in the bottom barrels, ultimately again to be in the bottom of the upper layer, you're good to go. You're good to go. So if there's 100 times more figs in the collective bottom layers, that must what's the tremendous finish of this tremendous finish? It's just separate barrels. Like this one is separate barrels. But yet again, Revelation essentially looks at this as because the suffix devolves upon all of the barrels, therefore I'm using barrels as the example, but whatever the particular utensil, therefore we're able to view them as a mixture. It's incredible. So the Yeshua says, Vashulayim Mutarim. So the Yeshua says like this. No, the only way it works is if there's 100 other barrels. If there's 100 mouths of barrels, mouths of utensils, then Enochinami, the Truma can be buffalo. In other words, as opposed to the Lazar, who calculates the 100 to 1 bigger ratio, utilizing the things on the bottom of the barrels, the Yeshua says no. The 100 to 1 ratio has to be from the mouth of the barrels. In other words, if you have 101 barrels, and now in one of the barrels a layer of Truma figs got mixed in, then Enochinami we could view the Truma as bottle, because we look at the top of the barrels again as over mixture. You can't combine the bottom layer of figs ultimately again to be Mavato, the Truma figs. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says as follows. That's when Yeshua. Rabbi Yehuda Omer, so Rabbi Yehuda said like this. I will say Rabbi Yehuda is a different. Now remember, this was Rabbi Meir's version of the focus for the Lazar of Yeshua. Rabbi Yehuda now has his own version. Rabbi Yehuda Omer, so the Lazar Omer, in Yish Sham Kumin Yalu, Ne'imat Hakim Asu. So again, in Rabbi Yehuda's version, Rabbi Lazar says like this. Rabbi Lazar says no, there are 100 other mouths of barrels. In other words, you need a 100 ton ratio in the battle Truma. So if at the end of it is 100 other mouths and barrels, then ain't nothing that means that all the barrels will be mutter. But if not, ultimately again the barrels will be us. Yeshua already says, and also this is really the important part for us today. After the Yish Sham Shlosh Meos Kumin Lo Yav. And Yeshua says no. Even if there's 300 barrels, 300 mouths of barrels, the litra of Truma is not going to be buffered. Now, why not? Take a look at that syllable. Say that is in the second wide line. This is this. I think the Yisham Gimel Meos Kumin Lo Yav. Why? The whole Shedat for Minos, no buffer. Davar Sheminian. Because it say why? So the Yeshua says like this. The Yeshua says because sometimes pigs are sold as individual pigs. So because of that, it's Davar Sheminian. And a Davar Sheminian is never buffer. Wow. The Yeshua says, I don't care. You can have 500 barrels. Does not make the difference. Pigs are gettable, except remember, full circle. What are we doing here? What? This is not an existential question. I'm just asking yourself, what are we doing here this morning? Right? So remember again, we're answering one simple question, which is Mishnah. Why are you getting all worked up about a prohibited animal getting mixed into a group of permitted animals? Why don't we just say the prohibited animal? It's buffalo, which, okay, now we're doing this, which is now the secondary derivative discussion. Today's answer is, it's a Davar Sheminian. Davar Sheminian means an item that is at any point in time looked at as an individual unit. And a Davar Sheminian is never buffalo. So I'll say, so now, who says a Davar Sheminian is never buffalo? Oh, Rabbi Yeshua. This is what we've been looking for this whole time. So Rabbi Yeshua says, that if you have Truma figs that got mixed in with other figs, I don't care if you have 500 other openings of barrels. It doesn't matter. Why? Because figs are eventually sometimes looked at as an individual entity, and therefore halacha l'maisa never bottle. Incredible. So as Joshua says, this whole discussion, that's the line. That's the line we're looking for in all of these. Dar said the eagles, and the eagles are not going to be eagles. So that was interestingly enough, in all of these cases, remember, in all of these cases, what was unique about this is, what do I know? What do I know about the litra of Truma figs? What do I know? What do I know? What do I know? I know that I put in the mouth, right? I know that it's Truma. Right? I know that it's a pig. Right? And I also know that I put it by the mouth of the barrel. Like that's a little. That just gives us a little bit of leverage in that case. Right? I know the location, I just don't know which barrel it's in. Now the price just transitions. That's a little bit of what happens if I mix it into the barrel? And what happened over here? I don't know where in the barrel I put it. Like only photo, only drama, cyclone, or did I put it in the north of the barrel? Did I put it in the south of the barrel? Everyone agrees that it's possible. that is buckle. That was this is actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi is explains something about him. Give that called Yalu. Let's say we speak of the image. So let's say this is just fascinating. So now you want to say just like this. When do we say double shalomim in a buckle? When it's to a certain degree still quote unquote like discernible, recognizable. So like in this case, here's what I know. I know that there are two of pigs sitting on the mouth of one of these utensils. That is an incontestable truth. Incontestable truth. The Gemara says, what are the pigs that they were mixed in? So let's say I mixed in the pigs, then everyone agrees we can buckle in 100 to 1 ratio. Why? Because since it's not recognizable and discernible, therefore the regular laws are good to keep. So this is actually very interesting. So apparently, and this is your qualification, even if you hold the double shalomim is not buckle, that's only if the mixture is in a way where there's some level of recognizability, like there's some level ultimately again of identifying those two. But if it's a cohesive mixture, especially like this, we have like a mini right, where it's just a whole challenge of pigs, right? So which doesn't sound good, right? But which doesn't sound right? It's a whole mixture of pigs, right? So when I say that, even if you're done showing in a buckle, that case you would say, okay. That was so just to point out again, this whole discussion ultimately again was for that statement of Rabbi Yeshua. Therefore, the Gemara is suggesting now that perhaps the reason why in our Mishnah this prohibited animal is not to buckle in the mixture of the permitted animals is because it is a double shalomim. Double shalomim directing individually, and therefore Allah might sell a buckle. So the Gemara goes like Rashi says, I will say, now remember again, also I just want to point out, remember this whole discussion of double shalomim. This whole discussion of extra darker windows, culture darker windows is very important, not just collectively, but it's also incredibly important hashkafically as well. I would say this idea of a double shalomim low buckle is the source of the nucleus of the eternality of the Jewish people. You look at our story, and it makes absolutely no sense. The story of our people, it makes no sense. How could it be that a nation that is so small in number, and is so outside in its influence, and that no matter what has been thrown our way, not only do we survive, but we thrive? How is it that we have not been swallowed up in the sands of time? How is it that we're not bottled in a world that is so much greater than us? And what's the answer? Selfish dominion in a bottle. We also realize something where every individual unit is of significance. It's never bottled. What's the bless you? What's the power of promise, right? The power of promise is yes, we are an incredibly powerful holy nation. It is made up of ridiculously amazing individuals. There is no such thing as a Jew who is not special. There is no such thing as a Jew who does not possess limitless koach. There is no such thing as a Jew who is not able to move heaven and earth. Each of us, because each of us is a double shepherd double shalomim. Okay, that's how I say, right? When we're counting for a minion. We never go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So that's the whole discussion in Gemara about that bracha is only short of something that's still in the eye. You don't count. Why? Because when you count someone, you limit that to a number, you're minimizing their influence. A Jew is the most powerful thing the world has ever seen. Each of us is a double shalomim. Because we are double shalomim, it's a simple halacha. What's the halacha about double shalomim? In a bottle. In a bottle. That's the one of the nits, the surprise of each now to the Jewish people. It's Svachim Ayis Primo Amad Aleph. Svachim 73a. Double shalomim afilu b'drabana l'bottle l'poshim dorais. The world can't negate us. The world can't eradicate us. The world can't unravel us. Why? Because yes, we are powerful as a nation, but also because as individuals, each of us possesses an immeasurable holiness, immeasurable integrity, and therefore no matter what, we are never bottled. Incredible. Let's go right there. Rashi said,
Well, that's an easy clarification that people are not allowed to agree with anyone but the maker. And that's not how America works.
See, comes amid a national conversation about censorship and free speech in America.
Right, so the Rabbanan said in the sentence, we gotta get a little bit more excited about this stuff, right? They said this is gold. This is absolute gold. Could we like a stronger blue? Like what's going on over here? What are you saying? Like Starbucks blonde? Like what is this? Come on. I'm 4 cups in already. I get started. This energy is not natural. This is, this is like performance enhancing stuff over here. So nice up.
Some about the cops is
carrying a knife. Yeah, they only be carrying a knife. It's the same thing. We're both making so is very important. So the Rabbanan in the Mishnah and Arla, the ones who said that there are only normally 6 things that are not possible. I remember again, we started yesterday that the Akiva added in the 7th. This was like, the pomegranate, it goes like craft, the limon badan. So this is very interesting. So now the issue with that is, according to the Rabbanan, right, if you know that there are only 6 things that are not possible under the Akiva, the 7th, remember Rabbi Akiva added on, Kikar Shanachim, sorry, the loaves of just the regular balabas. So according to that, we're kind of back to our same question, which is, so why not say that the prohibited animal is buffalo? So Rav Hashem, Rabbanan, listen to this. Even according to the Rabbanan who say that really an animal should be in a greater mixture. That really should happen. But even the Rabbanan would agree that Allah, again, even in our Mishnah, the prohibited animal would not be buffalo. Why not this? So he said, ultimately, again, each of us is very interesting. Even the Rabbanan saying that that animals are kosher. So because animals are kosher, therefore they are not bottom. So once again, what you see happening is something very interesting over here, that everybody seems to be coming around to this same idea. That although when you look at our Mishnah, it is tempting to apply the normative laws of nullification, it's not going to work for the simple idea that an animal is an important unit. Whatever halakhic terminology you want to use, S Shadat Alinos, Kol Shadat Alinos, Davar Shemininim, bottom line is it's chashiv. That's the bottom line. Bottom line is it is chashiv, and therefore halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa is not chashiv. So listen, now watch this. The Gemara says is great. The new shot the Nikot Karinayo. The name I called the part, wow. So listen to this. I have a great idea. Once I understand that really I can't go ahead and look at the group as a whole. Like, listen, let's just go back to this, whatever case you want to say, right? The chatas show me like I have a chatas animal and the older guy that gets mixed with other chatas animals. And I have a Mishnah that says I'm stuck, right? Because an animal is chashiv. And therefore, Allah again, I can't do anything with the group. So I have a great idea. Let me go over to the group. We go to the cover of animals. And instead of doing these as a group, take them out one at a time. Now, let's say I go over to the group. I take out animal 1. There's a concept of saying Allah of hold the parish, remove the parish. When something separates from the whole, you could assume that it separates from the majority. Now, what's the majority of this animal chabra? Majority animal chabra? Right, majority? The middle animals. Maybe the fact case, maybe that's the same. So in any case, this thing 1. Go ahead and just pick one up, and you can assume that the item separate out from the majority. So listen, you hear what you're saying? You're going to run into a problem when you look at the group as a group. Why? Why are they going to run into a problem? Because the prohibited animal is not proper in the group. So you want to say something great. Don't look at it as a group. Instead, what should you do? Start pulling out one animal at a time. And when you pull out one animal at a time, again, they're going to say, when you go out to the animal family, you pull out one animal. What is this physical probability? That is mutter. Why? Because the majority of animals are mutter. And we have a concept like that now, but we're going to see this moment. Hold the parish, remove the parish. Unless I give you a simple example of this. You go ahead and you have just up to you. I'm sticking on the run just for a second. You're walking in the street. You find a piece of meat in the street. Yeah, kinds of chicks, right? You find this meat in the street, right? In your particular locale, there are 9 butcher shops, 1 non-kosher butcher shop. What's the status of the meat? Mutter. Why? because I admit that meat came from a kosher butcher shop. Someone says, this is great. How do you solve a problem like this? Just take one animal at a time. And every animal ultimately, again, you take out, ultimately what? Ultimately what? Because the next question. So we said, by the way, there's a tremendous metaphor in this also. Tremendous metaphor. The whole problem that we're running into is because we're looking at this problem in a hurt, right, as a group. Instead of saying it's just taking out one animal at a time. I think it's a tremendous metaphor for the problem. Sometimes in life a person has a lot going on. Or maybe all the time in life a person has a lot going on. Right? I've got a herd of problems. I've got a herd of problems. So what happens when you try to go ahead and deal with your herd of problems? What happens? It's way too overwhelming. And generally most of us, when we get overwhelmed in life, what do? Absolutely nothing. We shut down and we freeze. So sometimes the avoda in life is don't attack a herd of problems, but instead what should you do? One animal problem at a time. Just pick out one thing from the herd at a time. Don't try to tackle everything because it's not going to work, right? You're just going to get overwhelmed, and chances are you'll do absolutely nothing. But if you address your herd of problems one animal at a time, then you can deal with it. Now, for most of us, it's so uncomfortable because when I'm only attacking one animal at a time, one problem at a time, I know that there's all these other problems that remain unsolved. Yeah, part of life is learning to accept the fact that you're going to be living in a state of disrepair for a while longer. But it's okay. As long as you're attacking one animal at a time, you're making good movement in your life. Some people could address the herd as a whole. Most of us can't. We just get overwhelmed. Just deal with it. One animal problem at a time. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Nimshach, what do you mean pull it out? If you pull out one animal at a time, so the Gemara says, Kabula. You know what I'm saying? Isha Kabula. So just a moment on the base. The Chol Kabula, Kimechza al Mechza Dami. So we'll say, so let me explain this outside. So remember, the classic example the Gemara gives about this is the butcher shop, is the piece of meat. So remember again, going back to our example before. If halacha l'maisa, I'm walking and I find a piece of meat on the ground, right? So again, what's the status of the meat? Let's assume we're going in my locale, 9 kosher butcher shops, 1 non-kosher ones. What's the status of the meat? What's the status of the meat? Kosher, right? However, let's say I went into a store. I walk out with the package in it. I'm like, I don't remember which store I went into. What's the halacha? The meat is asr. Everyone's like, why the distinction? There's a distinction when the meat came out of its original location versus when I'm going into a primary location. When the meat comes out of its location, then ultimately, again, we apply the concept of called the parish, meruba parish. Whatever has separated from the majority. When you're going into a location, that's called kol kabua. You're going into a fixed location. Whenever you go into a fixed location, you cannot rely on road. So what the Gemara is saying is like this. If I'm pulling out an animal from the herd, right? So no one's going to say, I can fix this whole problem. Don't look at the herd, but instead deal with this as an individual animal issue. Pull out one animal at a time. You're what? Pulling out one animal at a time is like finding a piece of meat on the street. This one says, no, it's not. Pulling out one animal at a time is like going into a store. But when you go into a fixed location, you can't rely on roll. Pulling out an animal one at a time ultimately is like going into a fixed location, and therefore you can't rely on a roll. Here's the Gemara says, fine, I can deal with that also. The Ayin Gurabes 73b. The Gemara says, I love this. Nishimu did not indeed. The neighbor told them about Shuda Parish. Very simple. Scatter the fevra. I don't know how do you scatter herd of animals? I don't know. Get up and say, in this expansion, it's right. Then everyone goes going in different directions, right? So the nice, again, whatever you need to do, right? Scatter the fevra, and that way again, if you scatter them, and then you cut them one animal at a time, then they've separated, right? Once they've dispersed, they're no longer kabua, they're no longer fixed in location. And when you take them one at a time, then that's like finding a piece of meat on the street. And you could say, hold the parish, meruba parish. Whatever has separated, ultimately, again, has separated from the majority. It's a great fact. Amarava. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. This is fascinating. Zila Shemayava. Listen to this. Shemayava Yikohanim the Basachas Viko. This is so interesting. So the Gemara says, so what's the issue? Okay, so let's say we do this. Let's do this. Let's say for argument's sake there's 10 animals, right? 10 animals. That doesn't really matter what the number is. So okay, so now remember again, the case in the Mishnah is where you have a prohibited carbon gets mixed in with a lot of committed carbonos, right? That's what's happening. So now the Gemara is saying, okay, I have the great eight, so what's the eight? So scatter the animals, chop whatever you need, right? And that way again everything is committed. What are we concerned about? We're concerned about it. Let's say everybody does this week. They bring the carbon for the Mikdash. The concern is that maybe you're going to have 10 kohanim offering up these 10 animals simultaneously. Now, what's the problem with that? What's the problem with that? The problem with that is, let's say there's 10 animals in the group, right? And now the kohanim are offering this up simultaneously. What do I know? In my heart, what do I know? One of those animals is prohibited. I know that. I know that. So because of the concern that maybe everybody's going to attempt this idea, and it's going to be that all of these animals will be brought to this Mikdash simultaneously, offered up simultaneously, right? The Zrigo is done simultaneously, and I know that one of them is Asr, Chazal were in public. Look at that for just a moment. Amarav Gizera Shemi Abol Yikohanim. The Rasata Zrigo. Chazal Adai Hashta. Because the Shema after she used to effort, actually shot for you, behavior, that shows something. So I say, so that's my concern, which is quite an interesting concern. But that's my concern. That a 10 people will do the same thing. They're going to bring it to the next Mikdash. Everything's going to be done something, and the Kohanim are going to end up doing Zrik at the same time. And I know that one of those animals potentially is prohibited. So that's the concern. One second, hold on. I'm going to put up on the rabbi. Megisa, Asira. First of all, one second. Wait a second. So now you're going to tell me, if we're talking about the concern of doing Zrik at the same time, that means you've already been shepherds. Right? That means there's already been Kabbalah. So is it possible to say that animals that were shepherds and did Kabbalah, you know, the heter, right, in a permissible way, which they could then subsequently become awesome? Right? In other words, the logic of this, so once you're just saying, what's the process, or once you utilize the mechanism of cold touch, Beruba polish, so then really what we have to say is what? The mixture has kind of been disbanded, right? The group, right? The band has been disbanded, right? In other words, they're no longer a chavra. If they're no longer a chavra, what are you going to say that? Maybe because all 10 people are going to come at the same time, go out and just reach at the same time, and now it's going to become us again. It doesn't make any sense. Ella, he says, I'm going to up on the level. Ella, the Anton, and Gisa, Sila, Rabbi Moshe is like, you shouldn't show me your whole Yukani Vas Akas be weak. So the Gemara says, no. What we're concerned about is if 10 Kohanim go ahead and do this at the same time. Now she says over here, and you shouldn't show me your whole Yukani Vas Akas. We talk about paradox. The Tilken, we do the next year. No, what we're concerned about is the one idea. Everybody obviously is wearing the same Gemara, right? All the parties are on the same dot from the second spot. What's going to happen? Okay, so you have this great idea to try to remedy the prohibited food. Well, let's say a whole bunch of other people have the same idea. Also, everybody comes at the same time. It doesn't look right. It doesn't look right when the group is being described and everybody's using this mechanism. When I know full well that what? Someone's walking around with the prohibited. Right? In other words, at the end of the day, somebody is walking away with the animal, which means the prohibited animal is still being utilized. We're uncomfortable with it. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. One second. Is it possible for 10 Kohanim to chop an animal simultaneously? Here's what's interesting. When you're worried about Zrika, could you have simultaneity in Zrika? Yeah, that absolutely could happen. And let's say, now here's what's interesting. If you're talking about disbanding the group and going ahead and chasing after the animal. Let's say, have you ever chased after an animal? Have you ever chased after a sheep? Right? No, you're a Eagles fan, are you? Everyone's off from work tomorrow. You know, it might be, I don't know, it might be a nice activity with the family, right? You know, or I guess some turkeys more, right? You know, but the nice, again, so what are the chances of simultaneity we're running after a group, right? That doesn't sound like you could actually establish simultaneity. So let's say, so remember again, the whole issue is only where there's simultaneity. Because remember again, where there's no simultaneity, we're fine. Like the issue is 10 people doing the same thing at the same time. It's hard to turn a blind eye to the fact that someone is walking away with an animal. But if there's not simultaneity, we're totally okay. So if we're talking about 10 animals showing up and disbanding the group at the same time, you're going to have to chase the animals. There's no simultaneity in acquisition in that case. Rabba says, Mishum Kabua. Rabba said, at the end of the day, the reason we don't like this approach is because ultimately, again, of Kabua. That's what the work is all about. Rashi says on Mishum Kabua, it's the last short line of Rashi. Mishum Kabua. Doma Asalim Shach.
I'm sorry.
The Gemara says, the real concern over here, ultimately, again, is not about the actual disperse the group. The real issue over here is actually, again, if you are concerned, you won't disperse the group. That's actually what we're concerned about over here. That halakha l'maisa, you won't end up properly dispersing the group, and you'll end up actually taking it from a fixed group, which is true halakha l'maisa. Because it also makes sense. In other words, the Gemara is saying, let's say I would agree that there is a mechanism to go ahead, disperse the group, whatever comes therefore from the group is called the parish, Rupa parish, that would work. But the Maisa, we're concerned that you take the animal without dispersing the group. And if you do that, it's Kavua. And if it's Kavua, you're really halachically in problematic area. Rama says as follows. Hashti to Amir Rabbanon, lo nakir, lo nati. So most of them is incredible. Now Rabba will at least begin this today. Rabba is really exciting to know. The Sobel says, so therefore, again, halakha l'maisa, it turns out that really, we're right back to the Mishnah, which is when you have this prohibited item mixed in ultimately again with the group, so what happens? The group remains prohibited. Now, even though again, now for a variety of different reasons, it's kosher, it's kosher, it's important, and therefore it's not proper. Now, the Gemara just suggested an idea is how you could go ahead and ultimately utilize the animals. How would you do that? Essentially, disperse the group. And if you disperse the group, you could say, hold the harsh and move the harsh. I don't like it at the end. I'm not going to do it. Because at the end, I'm concerned you're going to end up coming to take from the animals without dispersing the group. And if you take it without dispersing the group, then you're taking it from a fixed location. And whenever you take it from a fixed location, I love for myself. That's the issue. You take it from a fixed location, ultimately, again, it's usher. It's usher. Good. So now we don't know again. So Rabbi says, hashtag the Amir Rabbanon lo nakir. Now that the Rabbanon say you can't go ahead and offer anything from that collective group. If you did so, lo marachi, the covering doesn't work. The covering doesn't work. So we'll say we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up with Rabbi tomorrow. Next session. Yeah, I should have done a little bit further. Such a short off, but okay. You know, it's good. We'll say tomorrow. Tomorrow. Sunday's schedule. Okay. I said that schedule later on in the session. It looks like chaos. Incredible. Have a great day. Have a great day, everyone.
Google Ads. They said Google Ads. I didn't even know what they was. I had to Google it, and it's not good. Dude, should we be doing Google Ads on the show? Our whole episode should be a Google Ads. Look at how successful she is, you fucking moron. You're right. This is the team. What are you doing, man? That makes sense. God damn it, you're fucking up. God damn it, the team.
That's the narrative.
Why would she admit to something like that? If I understand it correctly, I don't understand.
Why did she admit to that?
She said it on the show. I mean, granted, I don't know if it's real. I just heard a podcast where you say it.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Aliyah Latova, Allison Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi, Ruvain Ben Shimon Zichron Livracha. In honor of his Nisham Shtav and Aliyah, should be a Meretz Yosher for his children, grandchildren, and 34 great grandchildren. Semi Malka Estes in the memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leib, Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Estes and Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, in the memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Naftali Yonah Gordon, Hashem Yikol Damo, fell in battle in Gaza, Eric Hanukkah, 2023, and Colin Kathy Pellick for dedicating the Sherman Church was this month in memory of Paul's sister, Leah Bas Shmuel and Zachmini, Shulamis Bas Shmuel, Esther Bas Zachariah. Our week of learning sponsors, Baruch Meir Rina Dubin, in honor of the upcoming Chasana of their daughter Sophie, Zevi Granat, and Yad Hashem, which will take place this evening. B'Sha'at Tova U'Mitzlachas, Manzil to the Dubin family, discussing the college of Yisrael, and Yad Hashem to build a binyan Aviad Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov. Our top Yomi sponsors for today is Ayala and Sarah Steinberg and the source of the continuing refuah for Shulamis Chana Bas Susha, as well as Matt and Diane Marks, wishing a Mazel Tov to Baruch Meir and Rina Dubin on the upcoming marriage of their daughter Sophie to Zevi Granat of Edgware, England. Mazel Tov against the Chassan Kala. Meretz Hashem, it should be so that build a binyan, build a home that Meretz Hashem is filled with Mazel Bracha, Simcha, and Kedusha, and Meretz Hashem and Tovus. All of the Neshama Shav and Aliyah. All those who need a report, Shabbat Shiddos, Kol Cholei, Yisrael, Tishvar, who should continue to share Besoros Tovos upon all of Klal Yisrael. I will say with that, let us begin a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Ayin Beis 72, and we left off on Ayin Aleph on the base 71b. And we left off actually kind of like in the middle of a sentence, but it's actually its own contained thought. So let's say, so again, the Lavi Suri Hanod. So 2, 4, 5 lines up in the bottom, 71b. So if you remember again, our entire discussion of yesterday's daf was really focused on this idea that there are two Mishnayos. There's the Mishnah Maseches Shvachim, which is the Mishnah that we had on Ayin on the base, onto Ayin Aleph on the base. The first Mishnah was Nukarak, and a Mishnah in Maseches Tzmura. Now, both of those Mishnayos seem to be saying the same exact thing, which is whenever you have a prohibited animal that gets mixed into a mixture, ultimately, again, the prohibited animal is not bottled, it is not nullified, and again, we're going to get more into the mechanics of that today, a little bit in Hashem, and as a result, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. That's ultimately, I think, what's unfolding over here. Now, the Gemara was obviously trying to understand why they've done this. Why do I need what seems to be the same Mishnah twice? So essentially, the answer that the Gemara was giving was that Halacha L'Maaseh, the Mishnah Mesechus is looking at the Mishnah. Mesechus Torah, we're really dealing with different levels of prohibition. Is the prohibited animal ultimately again asur ba'ano, not asur ba'ano? That was the distinction. So that was actually the last distinction in Gemara, which the Gemara actually picks up, and the Gemara says the Lavi Suri Hanal. I'm sorry, the Lavi Suri Hanal. So the Gemara says, 1 second, but our Mishnah also talks about cases of animals that got mixed in that are not Isuri Hanal. If once again, if that's the case, then why the need for the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura at all? To which the Gemara says, Mi katani bekama, kol shein hasam katani. The Gemara says, but 1 second. Does the Mishnah talk about, again, halacha l'maisa, numbers? See, our Mishnah talks about numbers. It talks about the idea that even the Hoshu, even any amount, ultimately it is. So again, our Mishnah speaks about numbers. The Mishnah in Tamura does not speak about, ultimately, again, numbers. So the Gemara says over here, the Nisniha, below Bayra. So just like the Mishnah in Tamura, and don't like the Mishnah in Zlachim. In other words, just go ahead and just put everything, just go ahead and put everything in Tamura. To which the Gemara says, is very interesting. Hatakanta, Gemara says, Takanta Tzricha. We'll see what our Mishnah does is actually something very interesting, which the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura does not do, which discusses the remedy. Remember again, I will say, if you notice, in every case of mixture, our Mishnah speaks about, first of all, again, the nature of the prohibition, and then tells you how to remedy the issue. Now remember again, there are different remedies for different cases, but just to give you an example of remedy. So it could very well be that in certain cases, for example, let's say you let everything graze until they develop a moment, sell it off, and then use the value of the most expensive animal to purchase the type of couple that get mixed in. Whatever the remedy is, the point over here is of our Mishnah is our Mishnah discusses not just problems, but our Mishnah ultimately again discusses solutions. So the Gemara says the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura discusses problems, no solutions. The Mishnah Maseches Zvachim ultimately again discusses problems and discusses solutions. And the Gemara essentially says we need Mishnayos that discuss solutions. I will say, what a tremendous Musar Haskell. There are two different kinds of people in life. There are many more than two different kinds of people, but for our purposes, two different kinds of people in life. People who are incredibly adept at identifying problems, and they can tell you the problem with every single thing in the world. And they can tell you problems in alphabetical order, chronological order, most severe to less severe. Your problems, someone else's problems, not their problems, right? All the problems in the world, right? And I was like, but the one thing they never have are solutions. And there are people like that. And again, actually, it's a skill, not just like a sense, an ability to detect and to identify problems. And then there are other people who, Baruch Hashem, yes, also can identify problems, but also have the God-given talent to find solutions. There is a solution, or at least an approach to every single problem. Be a solution-oriented person. Be a person who, yes, is good at identifying what's broken, but then also come forward with a way, with a derech, with a plan to fix it. You can be a Tamura Jew, which means find problems, or you can be a Zvachim Jew, which means find problems and identify solutions. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The head yod not make tunnel legs. The Gemara says one second. Now, the other interesting distinction that the Gemara wanted to make is that perhaps the Mishnah Gemara discusses the idea that halacha l'maisa, that if a prohibited animal gets mixed in, the mixture is not only prohibited for karbanos, but ultimately again prohibited even for mundane everyday use. To which the Gemara says, well, a second. Our Mishnah also, sorry, not our Mishnah, but we also learned elsewhere about hedyot. So I will say, so hedyot means, remember, as opposed to, let's say, the Mishnah which reference karbanos, right? The Gemara wanted to suggest that maybe the Mishnah Masechus Tzmura is necessary because it seeks out the idea that when you have something prohibited to get mixed into a mixture, it's even prohibited for mundane use. So the Gemara says the notion that a prohibited mixture is prohibited even for mundane usages, we have that in a different Mishnah. Where is that? The most little Chazara, the Masechus Avodah Zarah. So the Zara, by the way, hours of good Masechta. Right? Remember, Zochim that thing also. But the Avodah Zarah every day was like, poof. Okay, we must discuss. The Hedyot Nami Tanale. What do we learn in this Avodah Zarah? Here we go. Most of the following items are prohibited, and when they get mixed into a mixture, they prohibit in any amount. What are these items? Yayin Nesach. So let's remember again. Yayin Nesach is wine that is used for Avodah Zarah. Avodah Skopavim and Avodah Zarah. So these are items that when they get mixed in, ultimately again prohibit in any amount. Now take a look at the. Before you turn the page, take a look at the last Rashi on 71b. Rashi's the Hedyot. Rashi says, "Nami Tanalei b'Masechus Avodah Zarah." We learned this in Avodah Zarah already. Dasule hanoah robatli beruba. That when you have something that is asur ba'ano, right? It is not batul beruba. Let's say, again, remember, I think I mentioned this in yesterday's daf, but my days were off a little bit because yesterday's daf I did on Sunday, recorded on Sunday. So again, in the previous daf. Remember, the whole novelty, so we're going to discuss this more today, is in general, whenever you're something prohibited that gets mixed into something permitted, what's the halacha? Right? Chad betray. Generally, the Torah says that prohibited items are bottled in a simple majority. The Torah says follow the majority. So this notion that now you have things that are getting mixed in that are not proper is very unique on a biblical level. Again, we're going to discuss this more. But here, Rashi saying over here that halot l'maisa, if you're saying that is asur ba'ano, something that is not given, and it gets mixed in, even if it's mixed into an overwhelming majority of permitted material, mystery lahedya, it is asur, and not only asur for sacrificial purposes, but asur even for everyday mundane purposes. So the Gemara Rashi says, "V'lamli lemisnei hacha bechatos hamesos v'shahamistos." Now the Gemara is asking over here. We already learned the concept that if you have something that is prohibited asur ba'ano that gets mixed in with other permitted items, that is asur ba'ano. You already learned that in Avodah Zarah. Where do you learn it? But if you have some yayin nesach, and if you have some Avodah Zarah, that gets mixed in with permitted items. Halacha l'maisa, the entire mixture is asur ba'ana. So if that's the case, why do I need this to be stated in our Mishnah over here in Zvachim? Kappa Ayin Day 72a. So let's look at this real side. I'll tell you why. Because if it was just based on the Gemara Masechah Savol Bizarro, Hava Amina Lahedjot. I would have said ultimately again, when do we say that if an item that is asur ba'ana gets mixed in with a lot of permitted material, that ultimately again the resulting mixture is asur? When is that so? Lahedjot, for mundane purposes. But if you're talking about karbanos, then ema lo nifsidin l'kum. And maybe you're about to say, you have to understand something. I might have thought like this. If it was just from the Gemara Masechah Savol Bizarro, I would have thought, when do you say get such? It gets mixed in with other items that the resulting mixture is asur. That's only the head. That's only for everyday mundane purposes. But by karbanos, no, I'm not going to say that the resulting mixture is asur. Why? Because if the resulting mixture is asur, I will say, then what? Then what's the issue? You're causing a loss to hektish. And I might have thought that again, you don't cause such a loss to hektish. Therefore, again, our Mishnah comes along and says, no, when it comes to Surei Hana, even for sacrificial purposes, it is still going to be asur. And if you would have just written Mishnah over here by Masechah Zvachim, I would have felt like this. When do we say that if something is asur ba'ana and it gets mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is asur? When is that? I would have thought that's only for sacrificial purposes. Why? Demise. Because literally translated, it's disgusting. What does that mean? That the notion of potentially using something for sacrificial purposes that is prohibited, so that's a no-go. So maybe it's not for sacrificial purposes that the resulting mixture is also about hulin. When it comes to mundane things, about hulin, the Gemara says the low mice, which is not disgusting. I would have thought that ultimately, again, we should employ typical bittul barov, right, to make nullification in a simple majority. Therefore, it's this. Therefore, I'll say this is probably important. So essentially, it turns out that we really have three different sources for these concepts. You have a Mishnah Masechah Tmura, we have a Mishnah Masechah Zvachim, and we ultimately again have a Mishnah Masechah Avodah Zarah. Now, interestingly enough, now at the Gemara, so yesterday's daf was really much more focused on Mishnah and Zvachim, Mishnah and Tmura. Now, the Gemara introduced us to this idea that there's another Mishnah. Why do I need this Mishnah in Masechah Avodah Zarah? This is very important because what Avodah Zarah brings to the table, as we'll say, is that when you have Surei Hana that get mixed into a mixture, the resulting mixture is going to be asur, even what we call lahedrot, even for simple mundane use. Our Mishnah Masechah Zvachim highlights the idea that when a Surei Hana get mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is asur legavoah. We cannot use it for sacrificial purposes. Avodah Zarah teaches us you can't even use it for mundane purposes, and both are necessary. Why? Because if it was just ultimate, again, Avodah Zarah, I would have thought, okay, the resulting mixture is asur for mundane purposes, but for sacrificial purposes, you're not going to cause such a loss to the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, therefore I need Avodah Zarah. And if it would have just said Zvachim, I would have said the resulting mixture ultimately again is asur for the Beis Hamikdash, because it's not nice to offer something up like this in the Beis Hamikdash. But for Hedyor, it's mutter. Therefore, Avodah Zarah comes along and says even for mundane purposes, it's going to be asur. So both say, bottom line is that all of these composite mishnahs are teaching us is that when you have something that is asur ba'ana that gets mixed in with other permitted items, the resulting mixture is going to be asur both legavoah for the Beis Hamikdash and ultimately again for Hedyor, for regular mundane use. Now, what's important to understand is depending on the nature of the mixture, there may be remedies, right? And that's our Mishnah. Our Mishnah discusses all of the ways that you can rectify these prohibited mixtures. Now, again, remember, one caveat, it is important to understand that halakha l'maisa, not everything has a remedy, right? Because remember, again, that's the first case of our Mishnah, where the chatas case is. Where ultimately, again, not every single thing, not every single problem has a solution. So not every single mixture has a remedy. But let me say that our Mishnah is all about the remedies. Good. Good. We'll say, so now we take care of the Mishnah in Zvachim, we take care of the Mishnah in Tmura, we take care of the Mishnah in Masechah Avodah. Now the Gemara goes back and kind of like dials us back. I don't understand. why don't we apply typical bittul pillows? Like, in other words, here's what's fascinating. It's like the Mishnah is operating under an assumption. And what's the assumption? That the prohibited item is not negated, is not bottled, is not nullified in the majority. So take this back. Why not? Why not? Again, I just want to point out, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says it's the third line from the top, but the Haksit Achirav Mahatos. The Bible said this is incredibly important. Nida Oraisa. So Isser, prohibited matter, is nullified in a simple majority. That is biblical law. Simple majority. So then if you want to just ask, I understand, why in all of these cases, whatever it is, the shahad, the chat, whatever it is, why isn't it possible? So what's that? This is really interesting. Well, maybe you'll say like this, because these items are significant, therefore what? They're not bottled. They're not bottled. So it's like, what's the whole idea of bittul? Right? The whole idea of bittul is that ultimately, again, when you have an item that finds itself in the majority, the identity of the minority is swallowed up by the minority. But again, however, that's not necessarily true where the minority item is chashuv. If it's important, then the mice again is not bottled. It's not bottled. To which the Gemara says, so maybe the item is discussed in the Mishnah chashuv and therefore below bottled. And therefore, ultimately, again, they're not bottled. So once again, ready for this. This is so super exciting. Gemara says, Hani chalaman amar, kol shedar kolimnos shaninu. El leman damer es shedar kolimnos shaninu. So now this is so interesting over here. So the Gemara says, okay, so now what you want to tell me is maybe the reason in the Mishnah why the items, the limited items are not bottled is because they're chashuv. So here's the interesting shayla. What makes something chashuv? What makes something important? So in general, on a most basic level, what makes an item chashuv is that it is an item that is reckoned as an individual entity, as opposed to an item that's always sold in a group. So I'll give you a good example of this, right? I'm just using it to illustrate it with purposes. An egg is a good example of something, right? You can't, I don't think you can go to the store and buy, right? You can't buy one egg in the store. Right, so in other words, so an egg by definition is something that is only sold as a unit. So an individual, right? I'm wrong. You can buy 2 eggs in a store. Oh, peeled, right? No. Come on, man, come on, right? Seriously. Right, so again, it's a raw egg, right? A raw. Sorry, I'll be more specific, right? Right, so the question is, you can't go to the supermarket and buy a raw egg, right? You have to. So that's a good example of something that doesn't have an individual unit significance. So in general, when we speak of something being kosher, what it means is the item is so important that it's usually sold, right? It's usually sold as an individual unit. So one says, now watch this. That is going to be a fundamental focus. So does that mean that it's an item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, right? It's never sold as part of a group. Oh no, what it means is it's an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, but sometimes it's also sold as part of a group. So we'll say, so that's my focus. So watch this. The Gemara says that's what it means over here. Kol shedar kolimnos. So let's look at Rashi. Rashi says kol shedar kolimnos. This is incredible. This is incredible. First short line in Rashi. Kol shedar kolimnos. Sheyesh b'nei adam hamakpidim b'minyanam umochim b'minyanam shaninu. No, but with the Samach Mishnah, the Chavile Tilson, Shakir, the Habehemos Stammy Hatchabos, for example, Kol Shadar, just lotion of Kol Shadar Kolimnos means anything that is commonly counted. So once again, what that refers to are items that are often sold as individual units, but not exclusively sold as individual units. So a good example of this, Rashi says, we're going to get to bundles of fenugreek in just a moment. But again, listen to this, but the Gemara says animals are good examples of this. Why? Animals are good examples. Why? He says, "Habe min adam hamakpidin aleinu mokin osam b'minyan." So again, an animal is a good example of this. Often, when you buy livestock, it would be common that ultimately livestock are sold one head at a time. Right? Good. ואף על פי שיש בני אדם שאין מקפידים כל כך, ומוסיפים יסירה ומוכרים העגל יחד. However, I'm going to say it's not uncommon that sometimes a person sells, I don't know, a flock or a herd, right? So let's say commonly, again, a flock. I don't know, a flock is, I'm just kidding, like 21 sheep, right? Like the son mentioned something, right? 21 sheep, right? So let's say so, but it wouldn't be uncommon for a person to throw in an extra sheep. Right? So that's what it means when it says kol shadak alimnos. So in other words, an item that is commonly sold as an individual entity, but yes, sometimes it is sold as a group as well. That's lashon of kol shadak alimnos. Anything that is normally counted. So the Gemara says, if you'll kol shadak alimnos, then the Mishnah makes sense, right? Ultimately, again, then the cut. Remember again, both sides. What are we trying to figure out? The Gemara is asking a kasha. What's the kasha? Why don't we just say bittul? Why don't we say bittul, right? The prohibited animal gets mixed in. Just say that it's batal below. So the Gemara says, oh no, it's chashuv. It's chashuv. It's important, therefore it's not batal. So okay, so that makes sense if you say kol shadak alimnos. Kol shadak alimnos means any item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even sometimes though it's sold as part of the collective, is chashuv and therefore not batal. But if you hold a laman da'amar es shadak alimnos. So we'll say, what is eshdak limnos? Eshdak limnos means the only item that is chashuv is something that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals, because animals are often sold as individual units, but often sold as part of a group as well. If that's the case, it's not chashuv. If that's the case, it makes sense why it's not bought. To which the Gemara says, "Oh man, Damar, eshdak limnos." The mic later. Look at Rashi. Elaman Damar eshdak limnos. Rashi says, "Shedakol miducham lekach she'im b'cha adam demosef alein yisir lolokiach v'lomocha v'lominyan hani ein dakol miducham l'minyan sheyesh v'sif yisir lochos." So we'll say, so again, so if you hold eshdak limnos, eshdak limnos means the only item that is chashuv is something that is exclusively sold as individual units. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. Because although animals are often sold as individual units, they're often also sold as part of a group as well. Because of that, therefore, again, they would not be quote unquote chashuv, and therefore they could be batal. So we'll say, before the Gemara applies this to our Mishnah, the Gemara highlights this machlokes. And I will say, this probably, by the way, is one of the most important machlokes in by bittul, by concept bittul. Eshdak, kol shadak limnos, eshdak. Just again, just to define the terms. Kol shadak limnos means anything that is often reckoned as an individual entity, even though it's still often sold as part, or sometimes sold as part of a group, is still called chashuv. It's still looked at as an individual entity. Es shadak limnos means the only thing that is considered to be chashuv is something ultimately that is exclusively sold as an individual entity, never sold as part of the group. Here's the Mishnah. This is very interesting. Listen to this. Someone who had bundles of fenugreek. Fenugreek. Rashi says over here, tilson. What's the name about tilson? Min tavlin. This is a type of spice. Yechadilin chashuv ma'od. So apparently, again, a bundle of fenugreek is considered to be exceptionally chashuv. She'af tam ha'etz shava l'pri. It's actually incredible. So apparently, fenugreek is the one thing where the quote unquote the fruit, the item, tastes the same as the source, as the tree. I think it grows on a bush more than a tree, right? That it grows on. Interesting. He says ubulav fenugreek. Okay, so right, good fenugreek. So as I say, if you have, so again, remember fenugreek is not sold by the stalk, but rather again it's sold by the bundle. So again, if you have a bundle of fenugreek and it's koyakar means it grew it right in a prohibited mixture. So what's the halacha? What's the other days? Yadliku. Yadliku means it has to be destroyed. Right? So let's say, so that, by the way, that's the common expression for koyakar. Whenever you have a prohibited mixture that grew, so ultimately, Lashon Chazal use is you have to burn, you have to destroy it. Nisabu b'achirim, kulon yad. So let's say now watch this. So let's say you have this prohibited bundle of fenugreek. Okay, so for example, this fenugreek grew in a vineyard, klayakara. So therefore, again, the resulting mix for that fenugreek, therefore that kula, let's say in close proximity to a vine, is going to be asur. What do you do with Karen? What do you do with it? What do you do with it? You destroy it. Let's say now that bundle of fenugreek gets mixed in with other bundles of fenugreek. Right, so the prohibited bundle got mixed with other bundles, and then other get mixed with other bundles afterwards. What's the halacha? All of it has to be destroyed. These ones are in there. So again, I will say, even if you have 1,000 bundles of prohibited fenugreek that get mixed in together with this, and you have one bundle of prohibited fenugreek, the Mayor says it all has to be destroyed. The Chum say no. Yalu no, not true. It's bottle. It's bottle. Now it happens to be for Klaya Kerem. The ratio from Gittel is 200 to 1. It's 200 to 1. So as long as you have 200 permitted bundles of fenugreek, ultimately again one bundle of fenugreek is going to be bottle and is going to be more. What's the focus on? Get ready for this. Now, by the way, why 200 to 1? Why 200 to 1? Rashi points this out. We'll come back to this in a little bit. Gemara says as follows. Rameir says this. Kol shedarko limnos mekadesh. The chum over in mekadesh. So again, so Rameir says kol shedarko limnos. Now, what does it mean kol shedarko limnos? Kol shedarko limnos means anything that is often looked at or is often sold as an individual unit, even if not exclusively so, but anything that is commonly sold as an individual unit is chashuv. Because it's chashuv, therefore what? It's not bottle. And because of that, fenugreek, which is often sold as an individual unit, therefore it's chashuv. Because it's chashuv, when it gets mixed in with even 1,000 other bundles of the fenugreek, it's not going to be bottle, and therefore the entire mixture is asur. The entire mixture is asur. On the other hand, the Chum say no. Some say there are only 6 things that ultimately again are never bottled in the majority because they are so important. What is Rabbi Kiva? Rabbi Kiva says Shiva. Rabbi Kiva says there's a 7th finger as well. What are these things? Also here it is. What are these items that are so important that they are never bottled? It goes a prach. So apparently these prach nuts, Rimone Badan, these Rimone Badan is a place. Rimone, right? You come here some Badan. Chabios Stumos, very interesting. Sealed barrels of wine. Right, so remember again, a sealed barrel is much more chashuv than an open barrel, right? Because remember again, by the sealed barrel, that means the wine is being kept. So a sealed barrel of wine and hilfei targum, stalks of beet stalks. The Gemara says beet stalks. So the Gemara says the kilchei kluf and cabbage stalks, right? Glass fungus, and ultimately again this Greek gourd. Okay, so those are the 6 items of the Chachamim that are currently so chashuv that these items are only sold exclusively as individual units. Because of that, even if they get mixed in with many more permitted items, they're never bottled. Rabbi Kiva adds in over here, Rabbi Kiva Mosif, even loaves of bread that are made by balabayis, as opposed to what? As opposed to loaves of bread, ultimately again, that are made by a baker. Right? Baker's loaves are kind of like a post-formal loaf. They're commonly replicated. And the loaf of a balabayis, ultimately again, is chashuv. Because when a person makes bread, their bread is unique to them. Therefore, it's not bought. That's where the Akiva adds on. Take a look at Rashi before we go on. Rashi says over Elishish at the bottom. It's about that. Everybody's looking at the bottom. Hey, Shematachi as Hakol Hamizarvin Bahem. They told him Golim, Udimayim Yikarim, Bechashuvim Benida. So Rashi says over here, what common denominator amongst these items are they're large. Now, large doesn't mean they're very nice. One just means is they're not tiny. Number 2 is they're expensive and they're important. So these are the items that Chum say, these 6 items that the Kiva adds in 7 loaves that are never bottled in a mixture. And therefore, if any of these items are arla, essentially they turn the rest of the mixture into arla, and if they're klaya kerem, they turn the rest of the mixture into klaya kerem. Okay, so now that's my focus for Meir and the Chachamim. Now watch this. And about that machokis it was said, Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Es Shedarka Limnos Shem. Rabbi Yochanan says, the unique part of all of these items is Es Shedarka Limnos, which means these items are commonly sold as individual units, but not exclusively sold as individual units. But because they are commonly sold as individual units, therefore what? Therefore, Allah Ma'aseh the Chashuv, because the Chashuv they never bottle. Rish Lakish Omer, Chosh Shedar Golden Notion. Rish Lakish says, no, these items are Chashuv. Why? Because Kol Shedar Golden Notion. Ultimately, again, I'm sorry, it says just the opposite. These items are exclusively sold as individual units, and therefore halacha l'maisa, because of that, they are considered, they're never bottled. They're never bottled. Ultimately, again, no, they're not necessarily exclusively sold as individual units, but they are more often than not sold as individual units, and therefore they're chashuv and not bottled. Again, so both sides. So before we go on, right, let's just remember where we were coming from here. What did we start with, right? What did we start with? So let's take this back to basics. The Mishnah is introducing us to cases where something that is prohibited is mixed into a much larger mixture. What did the Mishnah say essentially in all of the cases? That the prohibited item is not bottled. The Gemara says, why not? Why not? Why not apply simple bittul below, right? Simple negation, nullification in a majority. After all, again, that's the biblical law. So what's the answer? What was the simple answer the Gemara gave? The simple answer is that the prohibited items are, one word, chashuv, important. So both say, so now the fundamental question becomes, well, how do you define chashivos? Right? Now, obviously, what we're saying is because something that is important is not bottled even in a much larger majority. Great. How do you define chashuv? So we just went through this entire incredibly exciting journey. Who never knew the Fennec Week? The Fennec Week would be so exciting. Right? So we went through this incredibly exciting journey about halacha l'maisa again, what's bottled, what's not bottled, and all of this comes back ultimately again to Rabbi Yochanan and Rish Lakish. Rabbi Yochanan says, what's the definition of a chashuv item? An item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. Rish Lakish says no. Rish Lakish says even an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even if sometimes it is sold as part of a group, is also still called kosher. So the Gemara says, listen to this. The Gemara says, Hani Rish Lakish. So you know what I say? So our Mishnah makes sense according to Rish Lakish, right? Why does it make sense according to Rish Lakish? Because halacha l'maisa, you know what I say? Our case is animals, right? Now we assume what's the status of animals? The status of animals is kol shedar kol. In general, how is an animal sold? In general, as an individual unit. In general, but can it be given away as part of a group also? Of course. So that's what's called kol shedar kol. So ultimately, again, if you understand. Right? If you understand ultimately, again, according to Rish Lakish, so let's read this now. Hanicha Rish Lakish. So all of this makes sense according to Rish Lakish. But according to Rabbi Yochanan, ultimately, again, by Esher Darkal knows. What is there to say? To which the Gemara says, Amra Papa, this will say, Haitana, Dmitri Kitsiosi. So we'll say, now listen to this. The Tana of our Mishnah is the Tana ultimately again of the Litra Kitzios. Now, both say what Litra is the measure. Kitzios ultimately again refers to items that are harvested. Now, we'll see what this case is. The Amar, Tap of Ayin Gimel, we're just going to read these first two lines. I know. Right? So I'll say, so the Amar, called Davar Shiish, here we go. Called Davar Shiish for Minyan. So now we're opening the door again, I will say, to a whole other group of items over here. So we'll say, now watch this. Now the Gemara is introducing us ultimately again to what's called a davar shebemin. Okay, so what's a davar shebemin? Take a look at the top Rashi. So we'll say it's really exciting. By the way, for those of us who are doing Slichas Hadar, it's also exciting. We're not up to this yet, but when we get to halachas of Tarulas, ultimately we're going to be seeing all of these concepts again as well. So look at Rashi. Top Rashi 73a. Kol davar shebemin. Kol shedarko limnos klal. See, I will say, this is so interesting. Up until now, we were focusing on kol shedarko limnos, es shedarko limnos. Something exclusively sold as an individual unit, or something very often sold as a unit. There's another thing called davar shebemin. Rashi says over there.
There's nothing more embarrassing.
Kosher darko lumas klal. Anything
You know what? There's
that is ever counted as an individual unit. Kigon l'tros shel pitzios. Sherov bnei adam ein mofin maminian ela darsim osa beigel. Umofin kol ha'igel yachar hoil kukanim shemonin halitros levad l'mofin maminian. So as our Davar Shemaminian says, anything that is at any point in time, sometimes reckoned as an individual unit, has its own kashivas. So I will say, so this is fascinating because up until now we were focusing on the idea that in order for an item to become kashiv, what has to happen? Either it has to be exclusively sold as an individual unit or majority of that sold as an individual unit. There's another concept called Davar Shemaminian. Davar Shemaminian means anything that is at any point in time ever reckoned as an individual unit, whether it's common, uncommon, as long as it occurs at some point, that item has an inherent chashivas as well. So again, I've also there's another school of thought, and this school of thought says any Davar Shemaminian, whether it's biblical law or rabbinic law, is not batal. It's not batal. So this introduces a whole new vista of understanding. And yes, Hashem, we'll pick up with this tomorrow. This is now a new time. So we have Eshedak Alimnos, Kol Shedak Alimnos, and now a new school of thought that says Kol Davar Shemaminian, anything that at any point in time is ever looked at as an individual entity, even if it's not commonly done so or not commonly reckoned as such, ultimately again is not going to be batal as well. How to apply that ultimately again to our case in Yes Hashem tomorrow? New Tana, new Dr. Abosai,
It is kind of funny. Like, I'm actually really nice with all these things. She said, I'm nice. I just don't think it's nice to,
no one sells Tosaf yet. The bundle is the individual unit because the stock is nothing.
It still sounds like
It's small dive. Okay, so we don't only work for very specific things. Correct. So by animals, we sell off a herd. We're going to come in for an extra animal. Baker's dozen. Yeah, that's decent. That's decent.
Now we're going to talk about my tears. So, whoa, flip. That was a weird flip there. She says I have a heart. Well, I got news for you. I have high blood pressure. So, I have a heart problem. See how long that lasts. That's probably my last show.
Chase with that thing,
You should stop getting vaccinated every week. Dude, I think maybe it's the vaccine too. Yeah, but that, like, I'm going to turn around and, like, be anti-vaccine. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm falling apart.
He knew it was going to hurt her. That's why he did it. There's no point in trying to hurt someone that can't be hurt, right? You know it hurts my feelings. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it. If you're sadistic, right, it has to hurt the other person. Okay?
Sadistic?
You know that I care.
You're nice. She's like starting to sound like Cutter. She's looking at me thinking wax on, wax off. Why does she look so Asian? That's what you think. I don't know. I'm racist.
And that's probably why you're balding. Because you have some guilt in there somewhere, too.
What the hell? That's what I'm talking about. She said this. Oh, that sounds like me, daughter.
What? That's the narrative?
Dude, if we ever do a podcast and you look at the camera like this with your finger on your chin like that, I'm going to lose it. This is such a funny stance to be in, saying after you're balding. I think it's a great point. One of the great points in history. You know how, what's it, McCarthy, when he finally got called out and the guy goes, "Have you no shame, sir?" or the other guy was like, I know Jack Kennedy. I work with Jack Kennedy. You, sir, are no Jack Kennedy. But instead it's, you're bald. Yeah. It's like Jelly Roll's fat. Yeah. We say Jelly Roll's fat. We don't say it as if we're some sort of like Socrates or Aristotle. You didn't crack the code. Never heard of it. It's just not a great point. Yeah. I'm balding. Yeah. It's funny. I wouldn't said it like funny. That's funny. But small teeth, big gums. These are funny things. I never thought. Thank them to the fans. Thank you for noticing. I had no idea I had small teeth or big gums. So that is funny, but not in like a serious way. Not like a serious thing.
You know what I think it is, dude? I feel like some of these, by the way, I look younger than you, but you know, some of these,
We should get something going.
these commenters, these fucking homeless people that watch our show and stuff, I bet you they're DMing her, telling her that you were really sensitive about your teeth and your hair.
Maybe, but she hasn't said anything about TV just yet. They might do that now. Oh, see, let's talk about Hamden again. Fluctuating horn growth. That's another thing. Yeah, that's real. This is a horn, dude. I had to get it cut off my head.
And that's probably why you're balding. Because you have some guilt in there somewhere too. People doing podcasts about how.
Why was there a cut right there? There's like weird cuts in this. There was a weird thing because she said our names.
Yeah.
But there was a weird cut before. It's like you have a cut on a fucking live podcast. It's not live.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
We never do that.
Only when we say real bad racial slurs.
We do cut out things that we don't want.
Yeah, sometimes. But not 5 minutes in, you know what I mean? There's like 20 cuts in like a 5-minute section.
There's a lot of cuts for a 45-minute show.
Yeah.
And for like a, well, you know, they obviously don't have chin there.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank Alec Hamatora sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Alina Ritova. Allison Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi, Ruvain Ben Shimon Zichron Lebracha. In honor of his Neshama Shtav and Aliyah, should be a Meretz Yosher for his children, his grandchildren, of 934 great-grandchildren. Semi Malka Estes in memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leib, Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Estes and Hinda Bas Hanach Ephraim, in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Naftali Yonah Gordon, Shemi Cohen Gamo, Felon Darrell and Gaza, Erev Hanukkah 2023. Paul and Kathy Powlick, for dedicating the Shimon Church was this month in memory of Paul's sister, Leah Bas Shmuel and Zachmin, Shulamis Bas Shmuel, Esther Bas Zachariah. A week of learning sponsors, Baruch Meir and Rina Dubin, in honor of the upcoming Chasana of their daughter Sophie, Zevi Granat, and Yad Hashem, which will take place this evening. B'Sha'at Tova U'Metzlachos, and Mazel Tov to the Dubin family. Chassan and Kalash B'Zokah, Meretz Hashem to build a binyan ad Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today is Ayala and Sarah Steinberg in the source of the continuing refuah for Shulamis Chana Bas Shusha, as well as Matt and Diane Marks, wishing a Mazel Tov to Baruch Meir and Rina Dubin on the upcoming marriage of their daughter Sophie to Zevi Granat of Edgware, England. Mazel Tov again to the Chassan and Kala. Meretz Hashem, Yish B'Zocha, to stand under the Chol B'Shah Tov and Chachas, build a binyan, build a home that Meretz Hashem is filled with Mazel Bracha, Simcha, and Kedusha, and Never Asking Shalom Tovas. All of the Neshama Shav and Aliyah, all those who need a refuah, Shabbat together with Kol Cholei Yisrael Kushbar, who should continue to share B'Soros Tovos upon all of Klal Yisrael. Both say with that, let us begin a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Ayin Beis 72, and we left off on Ayin Aleph on Beis 71b. And we left off actually kind of like in the middle of a sentence, but it's actually its own contained thought. So we'll say, so again, Galabi Suri Hanon. So 2, 4, 5 lines up in the bottom, 71b. So if you remember again, our entire discussion of yesterday's daf was really focused on this idea that there are two Mishnayos. There's a Mishnah on the Maseches Sefachim, which is the Mishnah that we had on Ayin on the Beis, onto Ayin Aleph, onto Ayin Aleph on the Beis, the first Mishnah of this Mutarek, and then Mishnah in the Maseches Tzura. Now, both of those Mishnayos seem to be saying the same exact thing, which is whenever you have a prohibited animal that gets mixed into a mixture, ultimately, again, the prohibited animal is not bottled, it is not nullified, and again, we're going to get more into the mechanics of that today as a little bit of Hashem, and as a result, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. That's ultimately, again, what's unfolding over here. Now, the Gemara was obviously trying to understand why the redundancy, why do I need what seems to be the same Mishnah twice. So essentially the answer that the Gemara was giving was that Halacha L'maaseh, the Mishnah Maseches is looking and the Mishnah Maseches Torah were really dealing with different levels of prohibition. Is the prohibited animal ultimately again asur ba'ano, not asur ba'ano? That was the distinction. So that was actually the last distinction the Gemara made. So the Gemara actually picks up and the Gemara says, the lavi suri hano, I'm sorry, the lavi suri nanu, hatanaway. So the Gemara says, one second, but our Mishnah also talks about cases of animals that got mixed in that are not suri hano. Once again, if that's the case, then why the need for the Mishnah Maseches Tamura at all? To which the Gemara says, mi katani bekamo, kol shein hasam katani. So the Gemara says, but 1 second. Does the Mishnah talk about, again, halacha l'maisa, numbers? See, our Mishnah talks about numbers and talks about the idea that even the choshu, even any amount, ultimately create issue. So again, our Mishnah speaks about numbers. The Mishnah in Torah does not speak about ultimately again numbers. So the Gemara says over here, the misniha below bayha. So just write the Mishnah in Tamura and don't write the Mishnah in Zlachim. In other words, just go ahead and just put everything. Just go ahead and put everything in Tamura. Which the Gemara says is very interesting. Hatakanta, Gemara says takanta is shvichalet. We'll say what our Mishnah does is actually something very interesting, which the Mishnah Maseches Tamura does not do, which discusses the remedy. Remember again, I will say, if you notice, in every case of mixture, our Mishnah speaks about first of all again the nature of the prohibition, and then tells you how to remedy the issue. And I remember again, there are different remedies for different cases, but just to give you an example of remedy. So it could very well be that in certain cases, for example, let's say, and you let everything graze until you develop a loan, sell it off, and then use the value of the most expensive animal to purchase the type of carbon that get mixed in. Whatever the remedy is, the point over here is of our Mishnah is our Mishnah discusses not just problems, but our Mishnah ultimately again discusses solutions. So the Gemara says the Mishnah Maseches Tamura discusses problems, no solutions. The Mishnah Maseches Zlachim ultimately again discusses problems and discusses solutions. And the Gemara essentially says we need Mishnayos that discuss solutions. So that's what a tremendous lesson has here. There are two different kinds of people in life. There are many more than two different kinds of people. But for our purposes, two different kinds of people in life. People who are incredibly adept at identifying problems. And they can tell you the problem with every single thing in the world. And they can tell you problems in alphabetical order, chronological order, most severe to less severe. Your problems, someone else's problems, not their problems, right? All the problems in the world, right? And I would say, but the one thing they never have are solutions. And there are people like that. And again, actually, it's a skill, not just like a sense, an ability to detect and to identify problems. And then there are other people who, Baruch Hashem, yes, also can identify problems, but also have the God-given talent to find solutions. There is a solution, or at least an approach to every single problem. Be a solution-oriented person. Be a person who is good at identifying what's broken, but then also come forward with a way, with a derech, with a plan to fix it. You could be a Tamura Jew, which means find problems, or you could be a Zvach Jew, which means find problems and identify solutions. Incredible. The Gemara was like, the head yoke not make kind of legs. The Gemara said 1 second. Now, the other interesting distinction that the Gemara wanted to make is that perhaps the Mishnah Tamura discusses the idea that halakha l'maisa, that if a prohibited animal gets mixed in, the mixture is not only prohibited for karbanos, but ultimately again prohibited even for mundane everyday use. To which the Gemara says 1 second. Our Mishnah also, not our Mishnah, but we also learned elsewhere about Hegel. So I must say, so Hegel means, remember, as opposed to, let's say, the Mishnah which reference karbanos, right? The Gemara wanted to suggest that maybe the Mishnah Maseches Tamura is necessary because it speaks out the idea that when you have something prohibited get mixed into a mixture, it's even prohibited for mundane use. So the Gemara says the notion that a prohibited mixture is prohibited even for mundane usages, we have that in a different Mishnah. Where is that? The Muslim Chazara, the Sefas Avodah Zarah. By the way, that was a good Masech. I remember Avodah. Zakim gets involved also, but Avodah Zarah every day was like, phew. Okay, you must as the Hegel Nani kind of what you learn in this Avodah Zarah. Here we go. The Elo Asuri, both from the Choshen. Also, the following items are prohibited, and when they get mixed into a mixture, they prohibit in any amount. What are these items? Yayin Nesach. So let's remember again, Yain Nesach is one that is used for Avodah Zarah. Avodah Kochavim and Avodah Zarah. So these are items that when they get mixed in, ultimately again prohibit in any amount. Now take a look at before you turn the page, take a look at the last Rashi on 71b. Rashi the Hedyot. Rashi says, Nami we learned this from Avodah Zarah already. That when you have something that is asur ba'anah, right? It is not batal barov. Also, I can remember, I think I mentioned this in yesterday's daf, but my days were off a little bit because yesterday's daf I did on Sunday, I put on Sunday. So again, in the previous daf, remember the whole novelty of, and we're going to discuss this more today, is in general, Mika Oraisa. Whenever you have something prohibited that gets mixed into something permitted, what's the halacha? Right? Chad trade. Then the Torah says that prohibited items are buckled in a simple majority. Simple majority. The Torah says follow the majority. So this notion that now you have things that are getting mixed in that are not buckled is very unique on a biblical level. Again, we're going to discuss this more. But here, we're actually saying over here that halacha l'maisa, if you have something that is asur ba'anah, something that is not beneficial, and it gets mixed in, even if it's mixed into an overwhelming majority of permitted material, mystery lahedya, it is asur, and not only asur for sacrificial purposes, but also even for everyday mundane purposes. So the Gemara says, now the Gemara is asking over here, we already learned the concept that if you have something that is prohibited asur ba'anah that gets mixed in with other permitted items, that is asur ba'anah. We already learned that in Avodah Zarah. Where do we learn it? That if you have some yayin nesach, and if you have some Avodah Zarah that gets mixed in with permitted items, so the entire mixture is asur ba'anah. So if that's the case, why do I need this to be stated in our Mishnah over here in Zvachim? Ayin Day 72a. So let's listen to this one. We'll say, sweetie, I'll tell you why. Dina Hasan. Because if it was just based on the Gemara Masechah Avodah Zarah, Hava Amina Lahedyot, I would have said ultimately again, when do we say that if an item that is asur ba'anah gets mixed in with a lot of permitted material, that ultimately again the resulting mixture is asur? When is that so? Lahedyot, for mundane purposes. Abal Legaboa, but if you're talking about karbanos, then Ema lo nitzbin l'kutu. So maybe you're going to say, you have to understand something. I might have thought like this. If it was just from the Gemara Masechah Avodah Zarah, I would have thought, when did he say that if something is asur ba'anah and gets mixed in with other items, that the resulting mixture is asur? That's only the hedyot. That's only for everyday mundane purposes. But by karbanos, I'm not going to say that the resulting mixture is asur. Why? Because if the resulting mixture is asur, I will say, then what? Then what's the issue? You're causing a loss for hektish. And I might have thought that again, you don't cause such a loss to hektish. Therefore, again, our Mishnah comes along and says, no, when it comes to Isuri Hana, even for sacrificial purposes, it is still going to be asur. Or if you would have just written the Mishnah over here by Masechah Zvachim, I would have thought like this. When do we say that if something is asur ba'anah and it gets mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is asur? When is that? I mean, really touching. I would have thought that's only for sacrificial purposes. Why? Demise. Because literally translated, it's disgusting. What does that mean? That the notion of potentially using something for sacrificial purposes, that it's limited, so that's a no-go. So maybe it's not for sacrificial purposes that the resulting mixture is also about hurin. When it comes to mundane things, about hurin, the Gemara says the low mice, which is not disgusting. I would have thought that ultimately, again, we should employ typical bittul barov, right? Nullification in a simple majority. Therefore, it's svicha. Therefore, it's means. Therefore, I will say this is incredibly important. So essentially, it turns out that I really have three different sources for these concepts. You have a Mishnah Masechah Smura, you have a Mishnah Masechah Zvachim, and we ultimately again have a Mishnah Masechah Avodah Zarah. Interestingly enough, now the Gemara, so yesterday's daf was really much more focused on Mishnah Zvachim, Mishnah Tzmura. Now the Gemara introduced us to this idea that there's another Mishnah. Why do I need this Mishnah in Masechah Avodah Zarah? This is very important because what Avodah Zarah brings to the table, I will say, is that when you have Isuri Hana that get mixed into a mixture, the resulting mixture is going to be asur, even what we call lehedyot. Even for simple mundane use. Our Mishnah Masechah Zvachim highlights the idea that when a Isuri Hana get mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is asur ligavoa. you cannot use it for sacrificial purposes. Avodah Zarah teaches us you can't even use it for mundane purposes, and both are necessary. Why? Because if it was just ultimately again Avodah Zarah, I would have thought, okay, the resulting mixture is also for mundane purposes, but for sacrificial purposes, you're not going to cause such a loss to the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, therefore I need Avodah Zarah. And if we would have just said Zvachim, I would have said the resulting mixture ultimately again is also for the Beis Hamikdash, because it's not nice to offer something up like this in the Beis Hamikdash. But for Hedyot, it's mutter. Therefore, Avodah Zarah comes along as it's even for mundane purposes. It's going to be awesome. So I will say, bottom line is that what all of these composite mishnahs are teaching us is that when you have something that is asur b'ana, that gets mixed in with other permitted items, the resulting mixture is going to be asur both l'gavoah for the Beis Hamikdash and ultimately again for Hedyot, for regular mundane use. Now, what's important to understand is depending on the nature of the mixture, there may be remedies, right? And that's our Mishnah. Our Mishnah discusses all of the ways that you can rectify these prohibited mixtures. Now, again, remember, one caveat, it is important to understand that halakha l'maisa, not everything has a remedy, right? Because remember, again, that's the first case of our Mishnah, where the chatas case is, where ultimately, again, not every single thing, not every single problem has a solution. So not every single mixture has a remedy. But let me say again, our Mishnah is all about the remedies. Good. So we'll say, so now we've taken care of the Mishnah in Zvachim, we've taken care of the Mishnah in Tmura, we've taken care of the Mishnah in Mesachas Motzar. Now the Gemara goes back and kind of like dials us back a little bit. I don't understand. V'nebatlu b'ruba. Why don't we apply typical bittul barov? Right? In other words, here's what's fascinating. Let's say the Mishnah is operating under an assumption. And what's the assumption? That the prohibited item is not negated, is not buttered, is not nullified in the Mizar. It is test. Why not? Why not? Again, I just want to point out. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says it's the third line from the top. But the Haksit Achid al Muhatos. The Lord said this is incredibly important. Nida Oraisa. So Isser, prohibited matter, is nullified in a simple majority. That is biblical law. Simple majority. So then you might just ask, I understand, why in all of these cases, whatever it is, the Shah and Rizpah, the Chat, whatever it is, why isn't it Batal Barov? So what's that? This is really interesting. So maybe you'll say like this, because these items are significant, therefore what? They're not Batal. They're not Batal. So both sides. What's the whole idea of fickle, right? The whole idea of fickle is that ultimately, again, when you have an item that is finds itself in a majority, the identity of the minority is swallowed up by the minority. But again, however, that's not necessarily true where the minority item is kosher. If it's important, then the mindset again is not the bottle. It's not bottle. To which the Gemara says, so maybe the item discussing Mishnah kosher and therefore below bottle. And therefore, ultimately, again, they're not bottle. So once again, ready for this. This is so super exciting. The Gemara says, Hani Chalaman Amar, Kol Shedarko Limnos Shaninu. El Laman Damar Es Shedarko Limnos Shaninu. My Ikalamina. So both say, so now, this is so interesting what we are. So the Gemara says, okay, so now what you want to tell me is, maybe the reason in the Mishnah why the items, the prohibited items are not bottle, is because they're kosher. So we'll say, so here's the interesting shayla. What makes something kosher? What makes something important? So we'll say, so in general, on a most basic level, what makes an item kosher is that it is an item that is reckoned as an individual entity, as opposed to an item that's always sold in a group. So we'll say, I'll give you a good example of this, right? I'm just using it to illustrate the purposes. An egg is a good example of something that's always part of a group, right? You can't, I don't think you can go to the store and buy, right? You can't buy one egg in the store, right? So in other words, so an egg by definition is something that is only sold as a unit. So an individual, right? John, I'm wrong. You can buy 2 eggs in a store.
He's also doing that thing that Shop talks about.
Oh, peel, right? No. Come on, man. Come on. Seriously. Right? So again, it's a raw egg, right? Sorry, I'll be more specific, right? Right. So the process, you can go to the supermarket and buy buy a raw egg, right? You have to. So that's a good example of something that doesn't have an individual unit significance. So in general, when we speak of something being kosher, what it means is the item is so important that it's usually sold, right? It's usually sold as an individual unit. So most say, now watch this. Now there's going to be a fundamental focus. So does that mean that it's an item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, right? It's never sold as part of a group. Well, no, what it means is it's an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, but sometimes it's also sold as part of a group. So we'll say, so that's not focus. So watch this. The Gemara says that's what it means over here. Kol shedarko l'noshim. So we'll see. If you look at Rashi, Rashi's kol shedarko l'nos. This is incredible. This is incredible. First short line in Rashi. Kol shedarko l'nos. Sheyesh b'nei adam hamakpidim b'minyanam u'mochim b'minyanam shanino. The bottom of the Mishnah, the Chavile Tilson, Shakir, the Habehemos Nami Hatzarosi, for example, Kol Shadarko, just motion of Kol Shadarko means anything that is commonly counted. So once again, what that refers to are items that are often sold as individual units, but not exclusively sold as individual units. So a good example of this, Rashi says, we're going to get our bundles of fenugreek in just a moment. But again, listen to this. So the Gemara says animals are good examples of this. Why animals are good examples? Why? So again, an animal is a good example of this. Often when you buy livestock, it would be common that ultimately livestock are sold with one head at a time. Right? Good. However, I'm going to say it's not uncommon that sometimes a person sells a flock or a herd, right? So let's say commonly again a flock. I don't know, a flock is, I'm just kidding, right? 21 sheep, right? Like the Sanhedrin talking, right? 21 sheep, right? So let's say so, but it wouldn't be uncommon for a person to throw in an extra sheep, right? So that's what it means when it says kol shedarko l'nos. So in other words, an item that is commonly sold as an individual entity, but yes, sometimes it is sold as a group as well. That's the lashon of kol shedarko l'nos. Anything that is normally counted. So the Gemara says, if you're kol shedarko l'nos, then the Mishnah makes sense. Right, ultimately again, then the cut, remember again, both sides. What are we trying to figure out? Someone's asking a kasha. What's the kasha? Why don't we just say bittul? We don't just say bittul, right? The prohibited animal gets mixed in, just say that it's batal below. So the Gemara says, oh no, it's kosher. It's kosher, it's important, therefore it's not batal. So that makes sense if you say, kol shedarko l'nos. Kol shedarko l'nos means any item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even sometimes though it's sold as part of the collective, is kosher and therefore not batal. But if you hold a laman da'amar es shedarko l'nos, so we'll say, what is es shedarko l'nos? Es shedarko l'nos means the only item that is kosher is something that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. Because animals are often sold as individual units, but often sold as part of a group as well. If that's the case, it's not kosher, but that's the case, it makes sense why it's not batal. So which the Gemara says, Ulaman Damar, Eshdak Elonos, look at Rashi, Ulaman Damar, Eshdak Elonos, Rashi says, Shedarko L'Yichan L'Kach, שאם לכל אדם דמוסף עליהם יסיר ולוקח ולמוכר ולמניין, הני אין דרכו מיוחד למניין שיש מוסיף מיסיר מוכר. So again, so if you hold Eshdak Elonos means the only item that is kosher is something that is exclusively sold as an individual unit. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. Because although animals are often sold as individual units, they're often also sold as part of a group as well. Because of that, therefore, again, they would not be quote-unquote kosher, and therefore they could be batal. So we'll say, before the Gemara applies it to a Mishnah, the Gemara highlights this machlokes. And we'll say, this probably, by the way, is one of the most important machlokes in Bag Gittel, when it comes to Gittel. Kol shedarko l'nos, just again, just to define the terms. Kol shedarko l'nos means anything that is often reckoned as an individual entity, even though it's still often sold as or sometimes sold as part of a group, is still called kosher. It's still looked at as an individual entity. Eshadakarnos means the only thing that is considered to be kosher is something ultimately that is exclusively sold as an individual entity, never sold as part of a group. Here's the mission. This man is very interesting. Someone who had bundles of fenugreek. Fenugreek. Rashi says over here, tilson. What's unique about tilson? Min tavlin. This is a type of spice. The chadilin kosher mold. Apparently, again, a bundle of fenugreek is considered to be exceptionally kosher. Sha'af kam ha'eit shavu l'chli. It's actually incredible. So apparently, fenugreek is the one thing where the quote-unquote fruit, the item, tastes the same as the source, as the tree. I think it grows on a bush more than a tree that it grows on. Interesting. This ubazar fenugreek. Right, but fenugreek. So as I say, if you have, so again, remember, fenugreek is not sold by the stalk, but rather again, it's sold by the bundle. So again, if you have a bundle of fenugreek and it's koyakan means it's fluid, right, in a limited mixture. That's a mixture. So what's the other days? Yadliku. Yadliku means it has to be destroyed. It has to be destroyed. Right? So that's the common expression for koyakan. Whenever you have a limited mixture of food, so ultimately what Chazal use is you have to burn, you have to destroy it. So what's that? Now watch this. So let's say you have this prohibited bundle of fenugreek. Okay, so for example, this fenugreek grew in a vineyard, Klayakara. So therefore, again, the resulting mixture, that fenugreek, therefore that kula that's in close proximity to a vine, is going to be awesome. What do you do with Klayakara? What do you do with it? You destroy it. Let's say now that bundle of fenugreek gets mixed in with other bundles of fenugreek. Right, so the prohibited bundle got mixed with other bundles. And then get mixed with other bundles afterwards. What's the halacha? All of it has to be destroyed. These ones are in there. So again, I will say, even if you have 1,000 bundles of prohibited fenugreek that get mixed in together with this, and you have one bundle of prohibited fenugreek, right there it says it all has to be destroyed. The say no, yalu te'echad u'masai. No, not true. It's bottle. It's bottle. It has to be for slaya keren. The ratio for bittul is 200 to 1. 200 to 1. So as long as you have 200 permitted bundles of fenugreek, ultimately, again, the one bundle of fenugreek is going to be bottle and it's going to be murdered. What's the focus here? Now, by the way, why 200 to 1? Why 200 to 1? Rashi points this out. We'll come back to this in a little bit. Gemara says as follows. Rameir says this. Kol shedarko b'nos mekadesh. The Chacham Olim Eino Mekadesh. So again, Rameir says Kol shedarko b'nos. Now, what does it mean Kol shedarko b'nos? Kol shedarko b'nos means anything that is often looked at, as often sold as an individual unit, even if not exclusively so, but anything that is commonly sold as an individual unit is chashuv. Because it's chashuv, therefore what? It's not bottled. And because of that, fenugreek, which is often sold as an individual unit, therefore it's chashuv. Because it's chashuv, when it gets mixed in with even 1,000 other bundles of the fenugreek, it's not going to be bottled, and therefore the entire mixture is asur. The entire mixture is asur. On the other hand, the Chum say no. Chum say there are only 6 things. 6 things that ultimately, again, are never bottled in the majority because they are so important. What are the Rabbi Kiva? Rabbi Kiva says Shiva. Rabbi Kiva says there's a 7th thing as well. What are these things? Also, here it is. What are these items that are so important that they are never bottled? Mailer, right? It goes a plach. So apparently these plach nuts. Rimone badan. These rimone badan is the place. Rimone, right? You come around some badan. Chavios stumos. Very interesting. Sealed barrels of wine. Right? So remember again, a sealed barrel is much more chashuv than an open barrel. Right? Because remember again, by the sealed barrel, that means the wine is being kept. So a sealed barrel of wine. And beet stalks. The Gemara says beet stalks. So the Gemara says the kiltei and cabbage stalks. Right? The last varnis And ultimately, again, this Greek gourd. Okay, so those are the 6 items of the Chachamim that are apparently so kosher that these items are only sold exclusively as individual units. Because of that, even if they get mixed in with many more permitted items, they're never bottled. Rabbi Kiva adds in over here, Rabbi Kiva Mosif, even loaves of bread that are made by balabais, as opposed to what? As opposed to loaves of bread, ultimately again, that are made by a baker. Right? Baker's loaves are kind of like a pro forma loaf. Their hamam is replicated, but the loaf of a balabai is ultimately again is kosher. Because when a person eats bread, the bread is unique to them, therefore it's not kosher. That's what the Akiva adds on. You look at Rashi before we go on. Rashi is over it's about the 8 lines from the bottom. Taylor should attach as Hakol on his Arvin Bayan. They talk saying Dolan, Udmeyan Yikarin, the Kashuman Benigo. So Rashi says over here, what comes under amongst these items are they're large. Now, large doesn't mean they're very large. What it just means is they're not tiny. Number 2 is they're expensive and they're important. So these are the items. These are the items that Chum say. These 6 items that the Kiva adds in the 7th below that are never bottled in a mixture. And therefore, Haray Arla Arla, Haray Klayakan and Klayakan. If the items, if any of these items are Arla, essentially they turn the rest of the mixture into Arla. And if they're Klayakan, they turn the rest of the mixture into Klayakan. Okay, so now that's Machogis from Meir and the Chachamim. Now watch this. And about that machlokas it was said, Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Es Shadarka Limnos Sheni. Rabbi Yochanan says the unique part of all of these items is Es Shadarka Limnos, which means these items are commonly sold as individual units, but not exclusively sold as individual units. But because they are commonly sold as individual units, therefore what? Therefore, Allah Almighty the Chashuv, because the Chashuv were never bottled. Rishlakish says no, these items are Chashuv. Why? Because Kol Shadak ultimately, again, I'm sorry, she said just the opposite. These items are exclusively sold as individual units, and therefore halacha l'maisa, because of that, they are considered that they're never bottled. They're never bottled. Ultimately, again, no, they're not necessarily exclusively sold as individual units, but they are more often than not sold as individual units, and therefore they're chashuv and not bottled. Again, so before we go on, right? Let's just remember where we're coming from here. What did we start with? Right? What did the Gemara start with? The Gemara said, let's take this back to basics. The Mishnah is introducing us to cases of where something that is prohibited is mixed into a much larger mixture. What did the Mishnah say essentially in all of the cases? That the prohibited item is not bottled. The Gemara says, why not? Why not? Why not apply simple bittul b'lo, right? Simple negation, nullification in the majority. After all, again, that's the biblical law. So what's the answer? What's the simple answer the Gemara gave? The simple answer is that the prohibited items are word kosher, important. So both say, so now the fundamental question becomes, well, how do you define kashibus? Right? Now, obviously, what we're saying is because something that is important is not bottled even in a much larger majority. Great. How do you define kosher? So we just went through this entire incredibly exciting journey. We never knew the Fenugreek. But the Fenugreek is really so exciting. Right? So we went through this incredibly exciting journey about halacha l'maisa again, what's bottled, what's not bottled, and all of this comes back ultimately against Rabbi Yochanan and Shlokish. Rabbi Yochanan says, what's the definition of a kosher item? An item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. Reish Lakish says, no. Reish Lakish says, even an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even if sometimes it is sold as part of a group, it's also still called kosher. So the Gemara says, listen to this. The Gemara says, honey for Reish Lakish. So you know what's like? So our Mishnah makes sense for Reish Lakish, right? Why does it make sense for Reish Lakish? Because halacha l'maisa, you know what's like? Our case is animals. Right now we assume what's the status of animals? The status of animals is kol shadaka. In general, how is an animal sold in general? As an individual unit, in general. But can it be given away as part of a group also? Of course. So that's what's called kol shadarkalimnos. So ultimately, again, if you understand, right? If you understand ultimately, again, according to Rish Lakish, so let's read this now. So all of this makes sense according to Rish Lakish. However, Rabbi Yochanan, not according to Rabbi Yochanan, ultimately, again, by Eshedarkalimnos, what is there to say? To which the Gemara says, Amar Papa, will say, Hi Tana, Tana's literate Tzios. So what's going to listen to this? The Tana of our Mishnah is the Tana ultimately again of the litra Tzios. Now what's that? What litra is a measure? Tzios ultimately again refers to items that are harvested. Now we'll see what this case is. The Amar, top of Ayin Gimel, we're just going to read these first two lines. I know. Right? So it says, Surud the Amar, called Davar Shiyik, here we go. Called Davar Shiyish Minyan, Afilu B'Drabanan Lobato, the Chosh Kimirex. Okay, so what says, so now, we're opening the door again, I will say, to a whole other group of items over here. So we'll say, now watch this. Now the Gemara is introducing us ultimately again to what's called a Davar Shebadim. Okay, so what's a Davar Shebadim? Take a look at the top Rashi. So we'll say, it's really exciting. By the way, for those of us who are doing Smichas Chadar, he's also saying, we're not up to this yet, but when we get to Halachos of Tailus, ultimately we're going to be seeing all of these concepts again. So look at Rashi. Top Rashi 73a. Kol Davar Shebadim. Kol Shedarko Limnos Klau. See, I will say, this is so interesting. Up until now, we were focusing on Kol Shadarka Limnos, Es Shadarka Limnos. Something exclusively sold as an individual unit, or something very often sold as a unit. There's another thing called Davar Shebadim. Rashi says over here, Kol Shadarka Limnos Klau. Anything that is ever counted as an individual unit. Kidon, Litros Shabtzios, Sharov B'nei Adam, Emochim Amin, Elazar Sin Osa B'Igol, Umochim Kala Idol Yachav, Horil Utanim Shemon HaLitros Levad B'Mochim. So it's like Davar Shebadim says, anything that is at any point in time, sometimes reckoned as an individual unit, has its own kashus. So I will say, so this is fascinating because up until now we were focusing on the idea that in order for an item to become kosher, what has to happen? Either it has to be exclusively sold as individual units, or majority of them sold as individual units. There's another concept called Davar Shebadim. Davar Shebadim means anything that is at any point in time ever reckoned as an individual unit, whether it's common, uncommon, as long as it occurs at some point, that item has an inherent kashivos as well. So again, I will say there's another school of thought, and this school of thought says any Davar Shebadim, whether it's biblical law or rabbinic law, no. I will say, so this uses a whole new vista of understanding, and then we'll pick up with this tomorrow. This is now a new time. So we have Eshedarkalimnos, Kol Shadarkalimnos, and now a new school of thought that says Kol Davar Shebadim, anything that at any point in time is ever looked at as an individual entity, even if it's not commonly done so or not commonly reckoned as such, ultimately again is not going to be bottled as well. How to apply that ultimately again to our case in Eretz Hashem tomorrow. New Tana, new Daf Rabosai, Shkoyach.
Having a good time. Oh yeah. Oh, that seems a hilarious. Dude, he looks like a rotisserie chicken. Oh, he's up in the air again. Let's see.
No one sells close up. Yes, the bundle is the individual unit. Because the stock is nothing. Small down. Okay, so we don't only go from very specific. So by animals, when you sell it, you don't come in front of us. Take this down. No, it doesn't be so. But you so.
Shut the fuck up, Isla. Money moves, money making. Attention never late. What it takes to be great. First and foremost, I was so wrong for the way I behaved.
It's so funny. I grew up in a trailer the same size as this. Why is that funny? The irony. You started this, it's up to me to finish it. Or finish it, whatever you prefer. Shame I not see the little facade. But I do. You're gonna go to
So boring. Yeah. Just so boring. It's like if you put Bert and what is that one HBO called? Euthanasia or something? Euphoria? Yeah. That's funny. Bert Kreischer and Euphoria. The kids are okay because he's done all the drugs. There's no more drugs for them to take. Like, I would get high, but Bert did it already. I guess we'll go to school and learn. Looks like Rue's gonna live. Yeah, Rue lives because she takes one look at Bert without a shirt on and thinks, I gotta get my life. That's what you turn out to be. That's funny to me because I stand by this. The Machine was not bad. I enjoyed The Machine. Wiggles and Joe. Sorry. Social media. This is if that hurts your feelings. Where's pussy? Oh yeah, this one. I guess that makes me a big old pussy. I enjoy The Machine. Oh my God, let's finish this.
on a plane.
This was your idea.
Don't run away from it. Move on right the fuck at it.
This is the change I needed, and it's all but overdue. This is who I am now.
I fucking love you!
I fucking love you! I hate the music too. I hate how it's so hacky. Yeah. It's doing the same thing that other shows do. Yeah. It reminds me of Cutter's stupid trailer he did. It's like. But anyways, way too inside. Sorry. Yeah, that was bad. So I guess it is real, dude. That's real. Sad. Wow. I thought for sure this was a Photoshop when I saw it earlier in the week. Not to be politically funny, Trump comes out. He's like, look, I told you liberals are ruining America. Okay, Bird has a show, another show on Netflix. I didn't do that. Okay. If they let Paramount or whatever it is buy Netflix, you wouldn't see this. Okay, that's Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, and all those people. Yeah, dude, that's rough. I don't understand why we allowed this to happen. Spicy. The next one's posted by Big Battle 9416. Mrs. Schlub needs to work on her social media Photoshop skills. This has to do that. Why is it bad Photoshop? No, I mean, that's what the idea is. I guess it's fake. She's photoshopping herself into the gym, maybe. I don't know how you can tell that, but it's just the idea of still enjoying that thing. Coolest gym I've ever been to. Got to visit my first form fam in St. Louis today. They paid her $20 to do this. Probably. To Photoshop. So she spent 3 hours photoshopping her into this thing for $20. Good for you. Good for you, JoJo. Let's see here. That Ninja 11. When she catches you looking for addies and baddies. Let's see without sound because it's going to be just annoying music. Do the same thing, I believe. You look so ridiculous. What is the sound on here? Let's see here. Yeah, see, it's another sound. All right, well, at least
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thanks. We thank our Comic-Con sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Arena. Posli, moving them on the ground. The new future for children, grandchildren, 934. Semi-Malka Estherson, in memory of their parents, Ludwig, Stephen, Yitzchak, Lee, Colin, Sarah, Stephen, Sarah, Rachel, the Estherson, Hilda, Vasana, Ephraim, in memory of their dear family, friends, staff, stars, Natalia, and Gordon, Shani, from the Mode. Hanukkah 2023, and Holy Happy. The English German Church, Sister Leah, Bas Shmuel and Zachmini, Shuvanis Bas Joel Hester, Bas Zachariah. The learning sponsors, Bartner Rina Dubi, in honor of the upcoming casting of Zeddy Granat, and Electric Praise, the Steven, the Sha'akova, the Rachas, the Manjota, the family, Basin Intelligence, the Zelda America, Opinion at the ad, Manjota. Like that, Steinberg in the Swift 1704. For Shulamis Hana Bas Susha, as well as Mark, wishing a mazel tov to Barclay and Nina Dubin on the upcoming marriage of the mazel tov against the Fasana Kala. Michelle Kala the Takas Bill, Adbinian, build a home that America things for the Mazel Bracha Simchan, Michelle America Shannon Tavos. All of them is Shannon Shad and Aliyah. All those who put up together phone call a song control, we should continue to share the service doubles upon all of Clavi's Rabos. And with that, let us begin. His IM 72. He left off on the base 71B. He left off actually kind of like in the middle of a sentence, but it's actually its own contained. So again, the largest story on them. So 2, 4, 5 lines up in the bottom, 71 BC. If you remember again, our entire discussion of yesterday's daf was really focused on this idea that there are 2 Mishnahs. There's a Mishnah on the Sefas Sfachim, which is the Mishnah on Ayin on the days, onto Ayin Aleph, and onto Ayin Aleph on the days. The first,
without mentioning all the bad stuff. Yeah, he's like,
now, but I seem to be saying the same exact.
He's already using
these animal that gets to a mixture. Ultimately, again, if the hereditary animal is not a bottle, not nullified, and again, we're going to get more to the mechanics of that a little bit in Hashem. And as a result, the entire mixture becomes that's ultimately again what they're holding over there. Now, the Gemara was obviously trying to understand why the redundancy, why do I need what seems to be a Mishnah 12 times.
Let's see here. Are you Saudi Arabia? This is posted by 990 VR. One of the white nationalists gets questioned about his race.
Ultimately, I get. No, not about.
I think so. I think he just asked him. Are you Saudi Arabian?
That's not true. The lot is here on that. So the Muslim was saying that our Mishnah also talks about cases.
I don't think so, man. Okay, get your ancestry test. I know. This might be your. Oh, dude. Oh, that's pretty great. It's awesome.
The Gemara says, "Meat has it's a katani." So the Gemara says, "About again a lot of nice numbers." And just like the idea that the whole is even clean out ultimately is really. So again, our Mishnah is correct numbers. And numbers. So you might
Mercy, Poppy. Shalom Akbar. That's not even how you say it. Well,
just go ahead and just put everything. What the Gemara says is very interesting. Someone says, Takanta is speaking. So our Mishnah, that's something very interesting, which the Mishnah is discussing the remedy. Remember again,
it's crazy how much it looks like.
First of all, again, the nature of the publishing, and then tells you to remedy the issue. Now, remember again, there are different remedies for different cases. It's just even
this is very important. That's social media. This isn't real. We need Asian talent stat. We need Pakistani beanie guy. Yesterday,
the type of company that gets whatever the remedy is. The point is, the Mishnah discusses not just problems, but our Mishnah and discusses solutions. The Mishnah problems and no solutions. The Mishnah and the Second ultimately again discusses problems and discussions. And the Gemara essentially says we need Mishnah that discuss solutions. So they say what a tremendous skill.
Yeah, when I knew like a rich person.
There are many more different kinds of people. Different kinds of people are right. People are incredibly adept at identifying problems. You have a problem with every single thing in the world. And they can tell you problems in alphabetical order, chronological order, most severe to less severe. Your problems, someone else's problems, not their problems. Right? All the problems, right? And they never.
Hope she keeps improving. Mama had to
Solutions.
Doctor,
And then people like that.
Just got posted by toxoplasmosis.
Because like a sense, an ability to detect and to identify. And then there's watch Hashem, yes, also can identify problems. Also have the God-given talent to find solutions. or at least
This is
no
just.
problem.
I was crying while
Be
she
a
was
solution-oriented
She went around 10
Be a
times.
solution, be a person
She
who
has
is
those
good
Billy
at identifying what's broken,
She
and then
does have
also
the orthopedics
a
on.
way
She's young today. Okay. But she's fucking cooking, buddy. Incredible. That's beautiful.
which means find problems and to be as bucket,
Years, huh?
which means
Cruising. Donnie's a liability.
incredible. I was like that. The head yoke, not incredible. So,
I'm proud of you. Oh,
now,
buddy. 2026.
is that perhaps discusses the idea that if a prohibited animal gets mixed in, the mixture is not only harmless, but ultimately again prohibited even for mundane everyday use, which the merciful is our Mishnah also, sorry, not our Mishnah, but we also aware about head yoke. What's a head yoke means? Head yoke means, remember, as opposed to, let's say, the Mishnah which reference Kabbalah, right? Relatively suggest that maybe the Mishnah is necessary because if you've got the idea of something prohibited get mixed into a mixture, it's even prohibited for mundane use. So the Gemara says the notion is prohibited even for mundane use. If we have that in it, it's a little chazara. That was a good mistake. Most of the following items are prohibited, and when they mixture, they prohibit any amount. What are these items? Yayin Esa. So let's remember again, Esek is one that is used for Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah and Avodah Zarah items, and when they also again, before you turn the page, take a look at the last Rashi on 71b. Rashi's the head yoke. Rashi says, Nami Tanwid in the Seventh Avodah Zarah. We learned this in Avodah Zarah already. Dasile Hanoah. And when you have something trusted by no, like not but with the Lord, I will say, again, remember, I think I mentioned this.
I think the original post was, assuming that's Tom Landry, I'm going to go
so
out and
again,
shop.
so in the
Maybe
previous
wrong,
that,
the Cowboys
remember
coach.
the whole
And then the other guy is the dude that just got fired, I bet, from Miami, who dresses
whenever
more
you're saying
casual. With the change
mixed
person.
into something committed, what's the halacha? Right? Chad the
Yeah,
chair.
that looks like that's what Photoshopped did. But no, they put the head of shop and the stupid cowboy hat over the Miami guy. I was saying this looks like something Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's the point. He dresses like
This notion
So what
that
this,
now you have
the Miami coach looks like he's wearing dyed Stars Monday and Shop wears dyed Stars Monday.
this more.
Shop
But
doesn't
here,
dress like a
Come on,
blazer
myself.
and a tie and
You're
a
seeing
I
as
can't wait
also
till that
down
ever
now, saying
starts.
that is
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
and it gets me,
Tom Landry Shop
even if
is
it,
Tom.
I mean,
Tom.
we
I don't even know if that was his name. I mean, Wiggles and Joe. Let's see, let's move in there. Beautiful exit. One posted this one.
but also,
San Jose Improv $5
the
tickets.
Marshall's
Right to
Valami
left,
and
to the
listener,
words, catch the outright. I mean, that's not really a good way of
Shahani.
advertising it, dude. I don't want to be
There's
heard at a
only
comedy show.
concept
Not with
that
Hal.
if you
Doesn't
have some of
her Hal.
staying with other items,
It's definitely not Cal saying this because it's the improv posting it, but if I was Cal, I'd be like, can you
some
not say
young
that
Nessa,
people?
and if you have some of all these other that gets
Please.
mixed in with permitted items, a lot of them are said
Fuck.
to no.
Get your tickets
So
only
if that's the case, why do I need
$5.
this to be stated in our mission over here in Sparking? I invade 72A,
That's $2
so what's
so much.
visible
What do
side.
you think he's saying about men's
I mean, I'll tell you why, Dini Hassan,
that they're
based on the Gemara Masechet Sabbath, Hava Amina Lahedjot. I would have said that if an item that is busted by not, that ultimately, the Hedjot, for many purposes, about the Gavoa, but if we're talking about Shabbat, then Ema will mix the will
Let's change the phrase one healthy
But you have to
summer, one
understand
shop
something.
tells the truth.
like this.
Let's see what this is the small
Well, we
video
got
all the time.
I would have thought, when do we say criminal? That's what I know. Mixing with other items. That it's like, it's only like,
Whiskey, right? It is fantastic. Very proud of you, Brent.
I'm not saying if it was open mixture is also why. Because if it was open mixture is also, I will say, then what? Then what's the issue? Of course, hektisch. And again, don't cause such a loss to hektisch. Therefore, again, our Mishnah one here says no. See, Suri Hana, it is still going to be us. Read it half, and if you would have here by the side, I would have thought like this. When do we say that I'm talking about no, and it gets mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is also when is that? Can you really cut? But that's only for sacrificial purposes. Why? Demise. Because literally translated is disgusting. What does that mean? That the notion of potentially using something for sacrificial purposes that is limited, so that's a no-go. So maybe it's not for sacrificial purposes that the resulting mixture is also. About fooling, when it comes to mundane things, about fooling, you notice that the moonlight, which is not disgusting, I would have thought that ultimately, again, you shouldn't call it typical bittul below. In a simple majority, therefore it's sweet. Therefore it's good. Therefore, I will say this is incredibly important. So essentially, it turns out that we really have three different sources for these concepts. You have Mishnah Mesechus Fluya, the Mishnah Mesechus Tzlachim, and we also then have a Mishnah Mesechus Avol Zara. Interestingly enough, now, so yesterday's topic was really much involving Mishnah and Tzemura. Now, it's another Mishnah. Why do I need this Mishnah in Mesechus Avol Zara? This is very important. The most idea is that when you pray on the top, the resulting mixture is going to be usher, even what we call live. It's for simple money being used. Now, if I'm I like the idea that when get mixed in with other items, the result is also in the Zara. You can't use it for official purposes. Avodah Zarah teaches us you can't do it. Principle is just ultimately the resulting mixture is also for mundane purposes, because for sacrificial purposes, you're not going to it's such a loss to the base of mikdash. Okay, therefore I need Avodah Zarah. But then the resulting mixture ultimately again is us the base of mikdash, because it's not nice to offer something up like in the base of mikdash. And the other two. From going into feeling for mundane purpose, it's going to be awesome. So we'll say, all of these composite mishnahs, that gets mixed uncommitted item.
In the first lawsuit that I won,
both the Gavoa for the base of the bush, and ultimately again for Hegel for regular.
The voice and unique. I have no problem with unique, but if Shaq was like, hey, if he showed up here like Ben Affleck,
our Mishnah discuss it.
What's the movie? Yeah, Ben Affleck in the town. He's like, you gotta go somewhere. You can't ask any questions. Just get in the car or whatever. And it was just to go meet him. You got yeah, there's something I don't like about you. But it is, even though it's nice to us, I feel bad saying it.
Not every single problem has a
I'm not gonna lie to the guy and be
a
like,
single mixture has a remedy.
it's
So
like,
our Mishnah
and also, he's not really demanding.
now we
That
take
I like him.
welcome to take it.
It's very
And
low
we will
effort
take your Mishnah
quality
and Mishnah
videos.
both sides. Now he goes back and kind of like dials
I have
back
like
a little bit. I don't get it.
lights, a green screen, 3 cameras, you know what I mean? This guy's just recording stuff on his phone and recording on the same microphone. So, it's probably a little bit of like envy that I wish I could
Here's
do
what's
that
fascinating.
low effort
So let's say just operating under an assumption. And what's the assumption? That the prohibited item is.
Well, is he one of our guys? Because unfortunately, yes, he is one of our guys. But here's what
Why not? Again, both sides. I just want to point out.
every
Rashi. Rashi says it's the third line
I
from
am on a conference call with Podcast Ranch,
the both said this is
Elephant
incredibly
Graveyard,
important. Nida Oraisa. So Isra, prohibited matter, is nullified in a simple majority.
and we talk about the state of comedy,
Simple
YouTube,
majority.
and all
So
the
then if you
different
want to just ask, I understand. Why in all of these cases, whatever it is, Shahanis called,
should we have unique on this call?
like isn't it also Barov? So was it really interesting? This
So,
came up.
all right, that was a bit that I tried.
Maybe it's-
Very well.
Therefore, what?
Yeah, I mean, I
wish I was
So it
one
looks
of
like,
those guys.
what's the
And then if they ask me
idea?
if
Listen,
you
right?
need
The
to be
whole
on the call,
idea.
I'll be like, yeah, what if you guys want to
So
do this?
ultimately,
You
again,
guys
when
know
you have
exactly
an
what to do.
item
You're gonna be
that
great.
is
If the
confined
coolest
itself in
ever
a
and like the
majority,
most you should be on the
identity
call.
of the minority
I
is
would be
swallowed
like,
up by
shop,
the
they're my Joe
minority.
Rogan. Too lazy to try as my Joe Rogan because then I'll be like, oh,
Necessarily
dude, that
true
one time you made a
with the
video about
minority.
Steve, that was so good, dude.
If
I
it's
watched it 5
important,
times.
then the nice
No
thing
video,
is
let's call
not
you right now, please. I want to be the
it's
bread
not
and chop
awful.
that just
The
kills
thing
the
you know,
vibe. It's like, sooner you die. Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna speed it up.
that's all.
Brendan
So we'll
Chops,
take it for this. This is
where the same exact style of videos, the same
Well,
links,
learn.
and from HBO. So, Dirty Minute Cheeky. But there's a reason as to why we're doing this.
Shedar color no shiny no. Right
Came in that shop.
now, this is so interesting what we got. So the Gemara says, okay, now what you want to tell me is maybe the reason is
Yeah, it's just
the items, the prohibited items are not thoughtful
let's see.
because they're hard. So let's
It
say,
sounds like he's gonna get something interesting, but then he just keeps
what
talking.
makes
That
cautious?
shop has been.
What makes something important? So let's say, in general, cautious is that it is an item reckoned as individual
That's what you know you're
entity,
fucking.
as opposed to an item that's always sold in a group. So let's say, I just use it to illustrate the purposes. An egg is something that's always part of a group. Right? People think you can go to the store and buy, right? You can't buy one egg in the store. Right? So in other words, so an egg, by definition, is something that is always sold as a unit. Generally, if I'm wrong, you could have 2 eggs in a store. Come on, man. Come on. Seriously. Seriously. Right? So, be more specific, right? So, the fact is, you can't go to the supermarket and buy a raw. So in general, when you see something, I don't support it. It's sold. Watch this.
Jobs thinking, oh, they're setting up shop for ready.
Possibly. Right? It's never sold as part of the group. Oh no, what it means is it's an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit. Yes.
It is kind of funny that it's only him, though.
As part of the
Everyone has decided they're gonna fuck this guy over.
that's what it means over here. I need to know about
Joe.
coach
He's like,
the
why is
notion.
podcast
Once you look at Rashi, that this is so this is first of all, in Rashi, culture that the knows she Yanam. They were about to the summer the Kabile so Shakir, the people studying Hatsa, for example, just watching a culture that on the nose come together. So once again, that refers to our items that are often sold as so good example. We're going to get a moment. But again, if you listen to this, but you also animals are good examples. Why animals are good examples? Why? Because I'm not thinking of later more also believing. So when you encounter that all livestock are sold with one
I guess in California.
כדי אנשים מקריבים כל כך, ומוסיפים מסיר ומוכרים העבר יחד. However, I will say it's not uncommon. Right, so let's say commonly again a flock. I don't know, a flock is 21 sheep, right? Right? 21 sheep, right? So let's say, but it wouldn't be uncommon to put an extra sheep. Right, so that's what it means when it says kosher dark on limit.
That's pretty great.
I think that is commonly sold as an individual. Yet sometimes it is sold as a group as well. That's what the kosher dark on limit. Anything that normally counts. So,
shop is real weirdo.
That makes sense. Right, ultimately again, what are you trying to figure out?
Shows up and the judge is eating.
Let's say bittle. What does it say bittle, right? The prohibited animal gets mixed in just for a roll. So the Gemara says, oh no, it's kosher. It's kosher. It's important, therefore it's not thoughtful. So that makes sense. Kyle, can you stop bringing up Chang's? Because we're not going to look at Chang's. We don't need to look at Chang's to do this.
Individual, and sometimes though it's sold as part of the collective, it's chashuv and therefore not bottle.
We can't watch Reddit here. We can't do that. Why not? Your Honor, we need to be able to see the Reddit clips. All right, that's
Exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. That doesn't apply to animals. Because animals are often sold as
this whole
individual units,
podcast
but
studio's
sold
out
as
of
part of a
order.
group as
Look
well.
how someone's pissing in the sink.
So that's to which the Gemara says, "Oh, not Rashi." He says, "That will be for Adam the most different." Yeah, for the most different. Honey ain't that from you from Linda. But it is exclusively sold as individual units. So if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. So although animals are often individual units, they're often also part of a group as well. So that they quote unquote crush. So they could be thoughtful. So we'll say, before the Gemara applies this question, the Gemara hides this not working. So we'll say, this probably, by the way, is one of the
Silently looking like shop.
just again, to define the terms.
What are we doing here, Brian? Post my super duper unicorn pie.
Reckon as an individual entity, even though part of the group, it's still called crushing. It's still looked at as an individual entity.
But I gotta be honest. In this case,
The only thing that is
this guy
considered
kicked my door in with his shirt off looking like that. I don't think I pulled the trigger because
sold an individual
this guy
entity,
is a work
never
of art. I think I'd probably end up gasping and clutching my
you try to
chest.
look how
And
the
then I'd
sun's
probably
up.
ask to feel his muscles because, I'm still 14 in a lot of ways and probably a little gay. The complication would arise, I think, if my wife saw you, she'd probably say something like, wow. And then I'd be like, seriously? Wow? Kids are born, you're going to say, wow? She'd be like, don't act like you didn't say that in your mind as well. And then I'd be like, yeah, you're right. I probably have to admit defeat. I might get noticed that for a while, but at the end of the day, you win in this equation. And I'll be honest, if my wife looked at me and she was like, look, I got to go over there, I'd be like, I get it. I mean, it's not like I can take my shirt off. And I'd be like, you'd rather have that guy and not this 15-year-old
So as they say, if you have, so again, remember, pedigree is not sold by the stock, but rather again, it's sold by the bundle. So again, if you have a bundle,
You feel like you're bobbing
okay,
and
try
there's no one
to
there.
you in it, right, in a pedigree mixture.
I got a little bit of that vibe with the
So
golf
that's
white
why,
or
if you
golf
have
physique.
legal means it has to be destroyed. Has to be destroyed.
It's
Right,
just
so
like
listen, so that, by the way,
obviously this
common
is
expression for klaya kara. Whenever you have a limited
it's not
mix,
something bad.
so ultimately, lashna,
Yeah, he's 72 or something like that. This would be hilarious.
karachirin, bachirin, da, kulon
Sure,
yadliku
but he's
di
also
rabineh.
it's the
Look
same
at watch
thing.
this. So let's say you
For all
have,
75
you have,
years. Right, he's trying to like hybrid it.
okay, so for example, this big group
Let me just
in a
be gay.
vineyard.
And
Klaya
like
kara.
online are doing these I'm in my car videos. And
Therefore, that's cool. That's very close.
And like, yeah, it's a
What do you do with
clever,
klaya?
I
What do you
guess.
do with it?
And I'm trying to
You
think, like,
destroy
I
it.
like calling him
Let's say
clever.
now that bundle of
By
pedigree
saying that
gets
he's a
in
gay
this
man.
in other bundles of pedigree.
But he thinks it's clever.
Not necessarily other bundles. And then other bundles, get mixed in other bundles.
Is it, I gotta start making videos
All
like
of it has
Tesla because that's what
no
people
going
do
there.
now.
So again, I want to say,
Like,
even if you have
direct to camera,
1,000 bundles of permitted pedigree,
just like, stream of consciousness. This is my ADHD.
all has to be destroyed. The Chum say no.
And all right, let's see. Let's just scroll in. His algorithm was
Sparkle.
obviously like a
Now
bunch
it
of
has to
old
be,
guys that look sexy as hell.
the ratio for
And
Bitto
he's like,
is 200 to 1.
He's like, all right, I got an idea. And he just
There's a
records for
pedigree,
20 minutes. He's like, okay, maybe I need to shorten it down a little bit. I went too long.
buckle,
Okay,
and is going
now
to
you
be
gave
more.
me an idea. Right.
And
Okay,
what's
so I
what's
do
not
this.
focus on?
And it's just me
Now, by the
reacting
way,
to guys. But every video I
Mike,
go, all right,
one
I'm gonna
rock,
fuck this
he
guy.
sounds good. Says, Ramirez says this.
No matter if they have their hot
Shadako Lunas Makadesh.
muscles or like a little nerd or fat or weird looking.
So Ramirez says,
Oh,
Shadako
man, I
Lunas.
don't
That
know if I
wasn't
would fuck
even
that guy.
Anything
Anything
that is often looked at as sold as an individual unit, even if not exclusive.
my wife would come back to me because
It's chashuv.
you would end up
Because
saying
it's chashuv,
something
therefore,
like this.
if not,
That is a useless
and
fucking
because of
man.
that,
It's as simple as that. A man's body
don't
is
as
the
an
number
individual
one
unit.
tool you fucking
Therefore, it's
have for
chashuv.
survival.
Because it's
Don't
chashuv,
think
and
you're
it
too
gets mixed
fucking
in
grand,
with
brother.
even
Eats your
1,000.
body. See, this is where you get a little of your
It's
speed
not going to be
noticed by your
bottled,
brain.
and therefore
And
the
unfit
hot
man is
mixture
actually a lot of
is
times very useful.
also.
I was thinking
The
about some
dry
of the
mixture is
unfit
also.
men of history,
On the other hand,
like
the Khan
Albert
said no.
Einstein,
Ain't no
or
mechanic
William
on the street
Shakespeare,
of
or Isaac Newton,
six
or
things.
Shakespeare was
6
fit as
things
hell, dude.
that
Was he?
people
Yeah.
are never bottled in the
Oh,
majority
you think you're gonna be
because they are
fucking
so
fat and
important.
lazy and right
What
to
is
jail?
Rabbi Kiva? Rabbi Kiva's
Yeah,
shit.
get the fucking good luck.
He's having
Right?
English well.
Okay.
What is also here?
Be
He's
physically
anyway.
fit to
What
run,
are these items
you
that
know,
are so
puck in the
important that they are
fairies,
never
it's
bottled?
pedestrian. You know what I mean?
And goes a sprach.
Yeah.
Have these
Walk around
sprach
and keep clear
nuts.
while weighing 220 pounds?
No.
No. I am light as shit.
The moment felt like you come at some
I think
bagan.
Shakespeare was fit.
Most
You know
stupid,
what I mean?
very interesting.
Maybe.
Sealed barrels of wine.
Galileo or
As I know again, a sealed barrel
or
is
the
much.
Buddha, Martin Luther King, Mahatma
I
Gandhi.
think the wine
None of these
is
people were known
so a sealed
for
barrel
their
of wine. And stalks of beef stalks. Because yeah, beef stalks. So the Gemara says the kiltei kruf
At the end of the
and
day,
cabbage
you
stalk.
can't be perfect. And this guy is physically perfect, though. All right? Maybe not mentally, but physically. So let's
Okay,
give it
so
up.
those are the 6
Bravo,
items of
sir. Bravo.
that are
And
going to be
thank you
so
for
kosher
reminding me that I will
that these
never,
are
ever ultimately be very happy because I can't look like you.
How do you have an intervention of
any more
like,
committed
how do
items
you
you're never
have a
bought.
bunch of maybe fatter dudes?
As you know, the
Maybe,
years, but the
it
people
has
mostly
to be a bunch of fit guys. But the intervention won't go far.
guys. Even
It's a bunch of
loaves
fit
of
guys,
bread
you know?
that are
Like,
made
you gotta stop
by
talking about
balabais.
benzene, you know? I don't think you can
Most
have
of
an
the loaves of
intervention
bread
like Callan.
come up
I
there
think
again and
Callan
buy
is the classic
it.
George and
Right?
Lenny
These
situation. You take a mess of the goods. You
like
want
pro forma
No,
loaves that are
okay.
coming
You can say, hey,
on
look
the loaf
over
of a
there. Look at
balabais
the
is
lake.
ultimately again is
Look
kosher.
at
So
Brian.
bring
Look
it
at
bread.
it. Keep
bread.
looking at it. Keep looking at
That's
it.
already a kiva adds on. Even if you're not
Yeah, George and Lenny. Well, how would you have an intervention
nothing about him,
if you wanted him to survive?
as I call it, I'm
Also stop speaking
the
about
Tolkien
men's
Golan,
disease.
with the Mayan, the
Like,
Karin,
guys,
the Kashim,
guys
and
aren't
the
bringing
So that just says over here,
right.
coming around there amongst these
It's not like specific people. It's like,
now
like
large,
fit men or unfit men.
very large, 100 just
Probably,
means
you know,
is
like
now
super
tiny.
ripped guys.
Number
You know,
two
like
is
fit
their
men. When it's his
expenses.
turn to talk, he's probably
They're
gonna be like,
pointless.
oh my
So
god.
these are the items
Yeah,
that
to
come
have this
saying
stacked
these
up
6 items
stuff.
that we keep adds on the 7, the loaves
That's why I brought all these
that are
stacked
never
guys.
bottled in a
So
mixture.
I want you to
And
stop
therefore,
doing this.
Haroi the Arla
Look, they don't want it. No
Haroi
one
the
thinks it's funny.
Klayakan and
No one's ever
Klayakan.
laughed at. You haven't made someone laugh in about 15 years. That's what I said. First thing I said, I was
Into our
you haven't made
and
somebody
if you're a
laugh
Klayakan,
like
then they turn the rest of
with you.
the rest of the
Like
mixture
15 years.
into
It's been 15 years. And then see what he said to that.
something
Well,
there
no.
Now watch this. Read tomorrow.
It's probably been longer than that. Being charitable too. And I've kind of stopped working on
Amar
the job.
S Shadaka Windows
Kill you inside.
Sunset.
Yeah, man, I don't know. Silly goose, huh?
Which
Let's
means
see what else we got here.
items are commonly sold,
Fixed it for you. Posted by Urinal
but
Zane.
not exclusively sold as individual units.
Ladies, there is some Prince Phase if you need some
What?
stuff.
Therefore,
I'll be from
so
my
they're kosher. Kosher, they never follow. Shlakish Omer, Kol Shadaka Windows. Shlakish says, no, these items are kosher. Why?
I guess. Steroids, maybe steroids. All the
So
top.
just
I haven't had one of those.
extract of those, these items are
Exclusively.
exclusively
I haven't had all of them.
units, and therefore halakha l'maisa, because of that, they are considered, they're never bottled. This is the Shlakish Omer,
These you want,
they're
maybe.
not Shaninu. You know,
There's no
they're not
mattress. There's no.
units. More often than not, sold as individual.
Yeah, this is the real shit though. He doesn't actually have great
Again, so before we go on, right, let's just remember.
Beans, cheese. Yeah,
What did we start with, right? What did the Gemara start with? The Gemara says, let's take this back to the six.
This was supposed
He
to
was
be
introducing us to cases of where something that is delivered is mixed into a much larger mixture. What does Mishnah say sense in all of the three?
Yeah, I heard about this. That's kind of crazy. It's the perfect casting.
The Gemara, why not? Why not? Why not apply simple
It's just so
below?
absurd. Yeah, they should. But the absurdity of saying that he'd get it when it's Johnny Knoxville. It's like they're way different classes.
What the answer?
It's crazy.
So what is it? Margate? What's that? Is that the word?
Eric
Trust
Griffin,
it.
Diamond
It's worth
Griffin.
it. So I will say,
Posted by Deathland777. Let's see.
Telephone Mary a plumber.
like, now obviously, the thing is because something that is important, not
From 9 to 5, you'll be home.
in
You can do all that stuff.
larger majority.
But if you want to go to no
How do
Wednesday
you
for no
define
reason,
pressure?
tripping in
So
diamonds.
we just went through this entire incredibly exciting journey.
But if you want
We
to go to
never
no
knew
on
that
Wednesday
it
for no
would
reason, and be
be
tripping
really
in
so
diamonds,
exciting.
guess what?
And so we went through this incredibly exciting journey about halacha and what's not halacha, and all of this comes back home.
Tell him, Griff.
The real question says, what's the definition of a custom item? An item that is
Levels to this shit, bruh.
sold as an individual unit, never
Yo, you want to
part
be
of
going
a
to Nobu
group.
and shit?
Page Lucky says no. Page Lucky says even an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit,
Play a bitch.
part of a group, is also still called kosher. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Gemara says, so our Mishnah makes sense by Page Lucky, right? Why does it make sense by Page Lucky? Because halacha l'maaseh, I will say, our case is animals. Right now, we assume what's the status of animals? Status of animals is how is an animal sold in general? As an individual unit in general. But can it be given away as part of a group also? Of course. So that's what's called kol shadakah. So ultimately, again, it just stands. So let's read this down. Page. But comes to the open and ultimately again back to knows. What is there to say? How about it? Kind of.
That is very popish. Yeah. He's been running
Kind of
since
our Mishnah is the kind of ultimately again of
like, I don't doubt it. Thank you. Alrighty, y'all. That's it for today, dude. See you next week.
Again, our first time. And we'll see what this case is. The Amar, top of Ayin Gimel. We're just going to read these first two lines. I know. Right? So it says, so the Amar, called Davar Shish Minion. Okay, so let's say, so now we're opening the door for other items over here. So let's say, watch this. Now the Gemara ultimately again to what's called Davar Shebemin. Okay, so what's a Davar Shebemin? Take a look at the top Rashi. So what we're really saying. By the way, for those who also didn't see Chaschadas, he's also saying in our case, when we get to our office of Kailas, 73A. How Davar Shebemin? Kol Shadakah Luminous. See, I don't say, it's so interesting. Focusing on Kol Shadakah Luminous, Esh Shadakah Luminous. Something exclusively sold as an individual unit, or something called Kol Shadakah. Rashi says over there, Kol Shadakah Luminous. Anything that is ever counted as an individual unit, because you can't set the secrets. Adam in making the meaning of a Zarsi also be so we call it because whole becoming some of the close without the meaning. So the balance of the meaning says anything, any point in time, reckoned as an individual unit has its own consequence. So it's interesting because I think for now it becomes cultural. What has to be, and we say that individual jarship as a radio. It's not a character, conceptual meaning. Conceptual meaning means anything reckoned as an individual unit. It's common, uncommon, some point that item has an inherent pressure. And you know what? There's another time, another school of thought, any judge for the meaning, whether it's biblical law or rabbinic law, is not thoughtful. That's like, so this is go. This is now a new kind. So as you got for the nose, close you got for the school of thought that says, hold up.
for tuning
any
in.
point
As
in
always,
time
join the Patreon,
ever
join
looked
the
at
Reddit,
that
Discord. On
individual
Patreon,
entity, even
you
if
get
it's not
early access to this show. What's the show called?
reckoned
10
as
minutes
such,
a shot.
ultimately, I'm gonna
In case you forgot, y'all
I
must
will
have
apply that
forgot.
ultimate
Anyways, though,
arcades and
that's not
retro
why they're here, right?
They're here because they want to watch 10 minutes of shot.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought too.
Oh, it's that was another good.
Why are we doing this? Because we just saw Tom Segura and it put us in a strange mood. But anyways, that's not why they're here. We just said why you're here.
No one's so
Listen,
close.
I got listen, I'm on 5 minutes now. So start the timer, play the jingle.
Oh, we don't have the soundboard. We can fix that real quick.
Oh fuck, dude. Oh dude, how did we forget? Y'all must have really forgot.
Slow down.
Volume country, motherfucker.
Yeah, all right, dude. Now we're ready to start. So start that timer, dude.
Let's go. Let's see here. So we've got the top of posts of the week. The first one's from Wonderful Salary 5432. By the way, Merry Christmas to all the homeless cats out there, folks.
Absolutely.
Let's see what this is. A homeless cat infiltrated her comments. So talking about acting skills, being 19 likes. Everything else pales in comparison, dude.
That's the main fan base, dude.
They got accepted. They're willing to say that they accepted, but they won't.
Or they will say good morning or good morning or good
Everything that they put out,
to continue.
the only way they know, look, if something has no homeless cat comments or comments that aren't that and have a lot of likes, that's when they know it's actually
Thank you
good.
again to Josh
Really
Burns
good.
for
Otherwise, it's
giving
just
share
main
yesterday.
fan base likes everything
All
you
of our
do, which is
responses.
homeless
Baruch
cats.
Hashem. We have so many outcomes on responses for the month
Dude, if
of
I ever post
Kislev.
something and there's not a
Allison
water,
Adams Steinmetz, memory of
Yeah,
Adams'
I'm
grandfather and
concerned
Sheldon
about the high
Steinmetz,
shame.
Harach Shlomo
I'm like
Tzvi,
scared that
Ben
I'm doing terrible.
Ruben
Right,
Shimon.
that's what we want. We want as many high shades, waters,
Cool
cool
children,
story, bro.
his
We want as many
grandchildren,
of those we
and his
can get.
30,
It don't
12 great
matter.
grandchildren.
You don't
Nine
get
out of
that
70
nobody
Malka
knows who you are.
Eskusim, in
They
memory
want
of
the
their
opposite.
parents,
They want
Yitzchok
people
Leib,
right.
Ben Aaron
Three
HaKohen,
emojis, 35.
Sarah Bas Baruch
Yeah,
Avram,
they
Hilda Bas Hennef,
You're
Chaim,
right.
in memory of
They
their
want like
dear
race
family
car, fire
friends, Staff
truck,
Sergeant Naftali
peach
Jonah Gordon,
emoji.
Shemi Cohen,
This
Delovi
content
Bell,
is
in
magnificent.
battle
What
with
you're
Gaza
doing
and
with
Hanukkah
it is
2020.
unreal.
Helen
Wow.
Kathy
So
Pollock,
delighted to see this. The Fire
memory of
Nation.
Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel,
Like me,
Zachary
guys
Shulamis Bas
that are
Shmuel, and Esther Bas
That's
Zachariah.
so funny.
Our
Imagine
week
the
of learning
first time Reddit
sponsors,
shop
Baruch
read
Meir
the
Mida
35
Dubin,
comment.
in
Like,
honor
you
of
loved
the
it.
upcoming
Dude,
Chatzana of
this
their
is
daughter,
nice.
Sophie.
Yeah, I bet he can
She's
convince
Zedek
himself
Renat,
that a random
is
35 isn't,
welcome back to the Open House.
a little bit strange.
Incredible. Congratulations.
Alright, we got a post from
We're going to bring in Haggadah, she's up in Finland, we're coming to show couple of flowers, and she's going to buy his name and be some
They
of that.
fear men like us. Brian Callen, one of the most have declared war on Joe Rogan.
Our top only
Men like
sponsors for
us. At
today,
first I thought it was him
Ayala
and
Sarah
that
Steinberg,
random
and
guy
Swiss
that nobody knows
continues
who he
help
is,
in the
but he's
Brooklyn
talking
with
about Joe Rogan.
Shulamis Hannah Bas
himself.
Bishop. All of the
People
Shama
fear
Shabbat,
Callen.
the families in the
Do you
Chama,
think
all
people
those who
fear
need to
Callen?
push out and get a cold call to Israel,
I think
and
it's
how
more
about you get
gender
the Eastern Greek and the
than
Source for us to tell Israel.
women fear
Also,
Callen.
I
that's
see
us
it.
for the
Yeah,
picking up
that's
today's
fair.
that iron
I'm
70.
a little bit
Good, it's a
frightened
big
by
dot
Callen.
70.
I'll be
We are
honest.
picking up 4 lines down from the top. Ella
Yeah, he
Chaim
does have like that
Shreifus. We'll say,
psychopath
let's
type. I went to
review a little
Harvard
bit.
type shit. You know
Maybe
what I
right from the beginning and then
mean?
the
He didn't
second.
go to Harvard, but
All right, let's so just a
I'm afraid of him because
quick
he
recap.
yelled at our
Right,
boss.
so again, Rosa, although I have to say, so
And
Josh,
if he's the
thank you
kind of guy
before
that's
yesterday.
behind
Josh, thank
closed
you again
doors,
so very much.
that's the thing.
It's very humble.
Behind
He
closed
comes in
doors,
after the gratitude.
exactly.
Incredible.
What is
As
Callen
well, so I'll
behind
just tell
closed?
you,
That's
the short
scariest
stop
part.
is
On
always
the
like a
thing,
tricky
he's just
country.
grand,
But
just
that's
kind of
nice. You know, went to
no
disaster.
Christians
That
or
set the
anything.
shot. Then the
Oh,
guys in
really?
the pepper. But I think
Yeah,
it was short. A little bit earlier
so
today.
yeah, those are all
Moshe and
kind of
Josh
just lame,
sitting and doing the
goofy
doc
things
together.
that he does.
Function really beautiful. It's just,
But
sometimes the
when
afternoon
he's
shit doesn't
off, when the camera
work for
stops,
everyone.
is
So
when
get
the
a
sort of
Harusa.
like angry,
Get a
violent
Harusa. Whether
Callen,
it's that is beautiful. It's walking to the shore. Holy shot this morning
comes out.
before davening and
That's the
see
kind of, I'm not worried
Moshe
about
and
that
Josh
as a
sitting there like
man,
parking the way at the
but
dock.
I'm worried about
It's
that.
beautiful. Also,
If he's gonna try
also
to live
another
with
idea
you,
that might
seems
be
like
an
the
idea. A
kind of
lot
guy
of
that
times
might
when that
Yeah,
thing share,
and, you know,
like
it's
I'm
very,
giving you share,
very
you're
funny that we are
listening.
talking about
Not a
Calvin
bad
behind closed
idea.
doors
Maybe
now
like at
because
some point
if
in
you
time
look
to also
quickly,
get a
the
doctor
next
cover
post
so
is
be able to
what
learn
you
it
wake up
together.
to
Because
after
again,
Brian
it's
hands you a drink
beautiful
at
as
the
a doctor
comedy club
share
by
is one of the
unusual
things we
44
do miss
Sakes,
out on
dude.
is the
That's just,
opportunity to be able to learn
yeah.
the
And
Kavusa
that
a
is
little bit.
Photoshop.
Maybe
Oh,
shoppers and
yeah, because
you
there's
know,
no chance
whenever a
that is like
Chazara
Yeah,
is
that's a bit
something
strange.
really
Because
is
before he
beautiful to
posted
see, it
himself,
makes
he gave
something
himself
beautiful.
fake
We all
ass.
I actually even to myself, I missed that a little bit. Very beautiful, very good. Respect to the Chavrusa, respect to Josh, and let's be okay, so a little bit quick recap. So remember that we had a Mishnah yesterday on the bottom of Samit Press, Amid Aleph, that went on to Samit Press in days. Sorry, Press, excuse me. We had a Mishnah on Samit Press. The Mishnah on Samit Press recorded a Machlokas. What was the Machlokas? We did a Maliko, and it turned out that the bird was a treifa. So we'll say, so now the shaila is what's the full status of the bird? Remember again, an avela, which is an animal which dies without proper shita, ultimately again conveys tumah. So the shaila, now we know a bird, already a bird also has the ability to convey tumah. Although we already know that a bird is dramatically different than a house cell, which is off the back house cell. The animal goes ahead and conveys tumah how? Manga, masa, touching his carrier. Bird, interestingly enough, only conveys tumah how? The base of ultimately again when you swallow it. That's how it's tumah. So this means the shaila. You give him a lika, and turn out the animal was a treifa. As a treifa, obviously the animal is unusable for survival purposes, unusable for consumption purposes. What is the tumah status of the bird? So the mayor said, "Ain't no mitzvah the base of it." The mayor says it does not convey tumah. Once there was malika, so malika removes the ability for the bird to convey tumah. The Yehuda, on the other hand, says no, it is in the Tana. Okay, so we'll say, so now, let's jump. What was Rabbi Yehuda? So Rabbi Meir makes a lot of sense, right? Essentially, Rabbi Meir says, what shita is to an animal, malika is to a bird. So therefore, just as shita removes every possible tumas nevela, so malika will remove any possible tumas nevela as well. Makes a lot of sense. What's Rabbi Yehuda's logic of saying malika doesn't remove tumas if it's a nevela? So this is where Rabbi Yehuda is more sensitive to. Do not look at it inside, right? I know, you're like, okay, fine. All right, so from yesterday's doc, again, so Rabbi Yehuda said, he's lashing up, Kro Ashka, the Shadab. Rabbi Yehuda found the pasuk and he darshened it. What was the pasuk? Again, I'm just doing this outside just to set the table for today. So the pasuk Rabbi Yehuda was quoting was, the Kol Nefesh Asher Tochal Nevela Utreifa. If a person, a Jew, will go ahead and eat an nevela or a treifa, but as after that year, the key days result, the Rachas Hamayim will come out. So the Torah says, if you eat a nevela or a treifa, you're coming. But you do this like this. So hold this outside. But you just said, treifa lama nag. So the Yehuda said, ultimately again, why does the Torah have to say treifa? He goes through a whole word, and bottom line he says, oh, what's the point of treifa? Treifa is to teach you this case, that if you went ahead and you did malika on a bird, and it turns out that the bird is a treifa, that it conveys from us the law. That's it. So that's where we're picking up with today. A high treifa, top of ayin, 4 lines up to the top. A high treifa. So Rabbi Yehuda is the one who died from this treifa. The shaila is, what does everyone else do with this treifa? High treifa mivai lashir chaya. Right, you know, it says, thank you everything. This treifa comes to teach us that halacha and listen to this. The chayla of a chaya shira is not mekabel. Remember again. So therefore, the chayla of a chaya does not convey tumah. So you want to say, okay, sometimes I would have thought Isha called Ba'asar Ubasara Mutter, because I was thought like this. When does Hela convey tumah? Ultimately, again, in the case of Hela is Asar, like the Basar is Mutter, the means Mutter. What is that case? That's by Behemoth. Because we're again by Behemoth, what's the halacha? The Hela side, the Basar, the means of a Behemoth is permitted, yet its Hela is prohibited. Interestingly enough, alongside by a chaya, which is a non-domesticated animal, the Hela is Mutter. Yasser Yisha Helva Ubisara Mutter. I would think that it comes to exclude this one, i.e. the chaya, but both by what's very interesting, the Hela of a chaya is permitted. Right? So if you have a craving, right, there is a permissible way to satisfy that, but it's still chaya. So I'm going to put it therefore again, by a chaya, where the Hela and the Basar are both Mutter. Ultimately, the Hela is excluded. Come up with a lesson that even the Hela of a chaya ultimately again is not mitzvah. Okay, I'm alright. So my Shemot getting called Bachar to be Sarah. So I get I understand. When it comes to the Behemoth Tmeah, what they want Tmeah in this context means uncontrollable. So whenever you see Tmeah, that's what it means. So the word says, my Shemot Tmeah being called Bachar to be Sarah. So I understand why would you think the distinguish between the Behemoth and the Basar? When it comes to the Behemoth Tmeah, non-kosher animals, there is no distinction between its caleb and between its basar. So therefore, in other words, that once you have the status in everything, Chaya means how the color of the Sarah. So talking about Chaya. But once I know the caleb is limited, then what's the haram ultimately again that it's still should be any different than its basar. But all furthermore, Haksib, Va'afal, no self-beauty. The pasuk says ultimately again, you know, Abai says you're right. Shreifa, you would say it's good. Shreifa ultimately again is needed for its own direction. Shalom Omar, Polio, Tmeah Asura Mechaim, Shreifa Asura Mechaim. I'm going to put like this. Abraham Tmeah. Now, just like Tmeah is Asura Mechaim, now Tmeah, non-kosher animals, ultimately again has the status even when it's alive. The Shreifa Asura Mechaim. And ultimately, again, the Shreifa also has the status of the Shreifa while the animal is still alive. Not Tmeah help us coming, just like by the limit Tmeah, its tail does convey to not Tmeah. Shreifa help us coming. So to again, Shreifa is still but also convey to not. And therefore, again, that's why you read the Drasha to teach that's not the case. I am you might say that's the case, you open the following anymore. So no, so now, all the others, so by which means again, whenever you see the word time, you know, kosher species. So, it's Asabakila, Shreifa, Asabakila, Shreifa is also Asabakila. Now, Oath Tame Enometame, just like an Oath Tame does not convey Tuma, Shreifa Enometame. So, to again, a Shreifa also won't convey Tuma. But furthermore, Nishikala Mela Shreifa Mela came actually learn out Shreifa from Tmeah. After all, why are they fundamentally different? Shreifa, well, high slash Shreifa will say it's not. Tmeah was never had a permitted window, right? There was going to get Tmeah is non-kosher species. Under those circumstances, was that animal ever permitted? On the other hand, Shreifa, high slash kosher, but a Shreifa animal absolutely did have a time in which it was permitted. If you came up, Shreifa means back then might be permitted. But you could have a person, you could have an animal that was called a Shreifa means back then. Now, remember again, it was like, I don't know, something like that probably says it. We didn't even get into this. What is like a Shreifa? We've seen this before. What's the concept of a Shreifa? A Shreifa is, in a nutshell, an animal that has any condition which would cause its imminent demise. Like, you know, the second human goes through a whole list of actual conditions that would render an animal Shreifa. So you might say, you could have what's called a Shreifa means back then. Shreifa means an animal born with a Shreifa condition. Or, so what I'm suggesting is, how can you even have a havamina to learn out Shreifa from Tmeah? Tmeah is a disqualification that exists from the beginning. The Tmeah animal never had a kind of permissibility, as opposed to the Shreifa which did, which wasn't necessarily. There's a case of Shreifa also never had a window permissibility. What's that case? That's the case ultimately about Shreifa means that ultimately an animal that is the Shreifa. A Shreifa from the time that it was born, so it was a learn of the Mina Ika. You're right, but species-wise, right? And at the moment, the species is fundamentally disqualified and prohibited. Because in Shreifa, the species ultimately again is permitted. There's just something specific, problematic with this animal. So Rabbi comes along and says like this, different idea. Remember again, all of this comes back to one basic pasuk. Right? The pasuk that we quoted yesterday, the Chomechash Asher Tocha Nevela is Shreifa. The Torah is telling us, if you eat in a Nevela or a Shreifa, ultimately again, you're coming. You're coming. Now, you know, okay, so all this trying to figure out, why does it have to say Shreifa? Like, you know, into this for exercise. Why does it have to say Shreifa? So Yehuda understands that literally, Shreifa is coming to teach me that even if you did Malika on a bird, like the Shreifa, it's still conveys Tameh. But according to everyone else, what are you using? What does the Shreifa come to teach me? Tell them about the Torah says like this: Yavo Isra Nevela, Yavo It's your Caleb. It's very interesting. God is telling us that halakha l'maisa, let the prohibition of Nevela devolve upon the Isser Caleb. Now, this is very interesting. So remember again, Caleb is going to be prohibited. Obviously, Caleb, except for Messiah, but the Caleb is prohibited. But the Caleb is not teaching me that when the animal dies, like let's say that Shkita, it's in a Vela. So now the prohibited Caleb will now have an additional dimension of Isser, namely of what? Caleb. But the Isser of Caleb ultimately again devolves upon, sorry, the Isser of Nevela devolves upon Caleb. And was a double Isser Shrefa, the Yachava Isser Caleb. Similarly again, if the name was a Shrefa, let the prohibition of Shrefa devolve upon Nevela. So the Gemara now is suggesting, Rav is suggesting that the pasuk itself is teaching me that when you have an animal that isn't a Nevela or Shrefa, there's an additional lesson, there's an additional dimension of Isser that devolves upon the Caleb. So the Caleb, which is already prohibited as Caleb, now has an additional dimension of Isser, either of Caleb, either of Nevela or Shrefa. Or JB. You want to need this why? He actually tells us, now the Shaila is, why do you need both? In other words, essentially, what Rav is saying is like this, Torah is teaching me that although Caleb is already prohibited, and although again, when we have a concept of being Isser, Chalal Isser, that generally when someone is prohibited, an additional dimension of Isser doesn't necessarily develop upon a pre-existing Isser, but here, if you have Caleb of an animal, and the animal becomes an Avela, so now if you eat the Caleb, you're tied because of Caleb and the Avela. The animal is a Shrefa, you're tied because of Caleb and Shrefa. So the Gemara says, why didn't you teach me that by Nevela and Shrefa? Teach me by one, and I would understand that what? It's a halal, and let's move on. And you need both. I'll tell you why. It's easy. The actually made a Nevela, Nishul, and Tanya. So I would have thought like this. People are just talking about Nevela, because Nevela ultimately against the Torah. About Shrefa Imolot, perhaps like Shrefa, that would not be the case. The actual Shrefa, if we were just talking about Shrefa, we should be Isura Mishani. Interestingly enough, the Shrefa designation, remember again, sets in upon the animal even while the animal is still alive. Perhaps that's when the Isra goes ahead and devolves upon the Caleb. About the Nevela, perhaps it does not devolve upon the Caleb. Therefore, Tzricha. Therefore, Rabbi says, ultimately, then the Torah needs to say Nevela and Shrefa to teach you that when the animal becomes an Nevela or a Shrefa, ultimately, again, this additional dimension devolves upon the Caleb. Incredible. Rabbi Meir, I trade from my other days. Listen, now we come full circle. Rabbi Meir, what do you do with the trade from the Pasuk? So remember again, Rabbi Meir is Rabbi Yehuda's dispute in the Mishnah. Remember again, how did we get into all this? I did Malika on a bird. But then it turns out that the bird is a treifa. Rabbi Meir says, the Malika works. Works, and that's what? The animal is not in a Vela, and therefore it does not convey Tumah. Rabbi Yehuda says the Malika doesn't work. Right, that the bird is Mikame. Where does Rabbi Yehuda get that from? The Vela treifa. Rabbi Meir, what do you do with the Pasuk? Right, with the whole process that serves as the basis of Yehuda Shita, Rabbi Meir, what do you do with it? Rabbi Meir, I trade for my other day. What does Rabbi Meir do with the Pasuk? Ultimately, again, from with what does Rabbi Meir do with the Pasuk in the Vela trade? I also trying to find out with the Rashi in just a moment. Rashi is about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 11 lines up from before it gets wide. Just as a question, Rabbi Meir, Ra'amar O Shkitaso Nitaheres Shkitaso. According to Rabbi Meir, like Rabbi Meir holds that when you do Malika on a bird, even if it turns out that bird is a cough, as much as the bird is sacrificially valid, the Malika works to remove the Tumah of the Vela. Right? It's not Mikame. So Rabbi Meir, what do you do with this pasuk? I shape my upper day. What does he do with this pasuk of Shrefa? And right in the Uke Shita, Shiri with me. He goes ahead and uses it to explain the case. Ultimately, a case of Shita that was done inside of the base of Mikdash. That it's not Mikame the base Havila. So there is actually the Uke Shita Shiri. Kidamino La'el, not Shrefa Sheshaka B'Vim Kibachutz. Yatsa Sheket Old School of B'Vim. So Rabbi Yehuda holds Rabbi Meir holds like this. If you shepherd a bird, if you shoot on a bird, again, remember, Innovation is done. There's no such thing as shkita by a bird. Doesn't exist. Only Malika. But if you did do shkita on a bird, that's what it is. That's what he learns. That's the shkita. When you eat the shkita, she and it's not the tummy. So where does the Yehuda know this outcome? The Yehuda Sheifa Akrinitsi. And Yehuda says there's another Sheifa. Torah says a second Sheifa. Machol Nefesh Hashatot on the Velo Sheifa. So there's a second Sheifa. Ultimately, again, therefore, you know the Sheifa right there. Kalani Ute Shlifish B'Nim and Kalani Ute Osh Tame. So Rabbi Meir uses right there. He uses two Sheifas. One sheifa is to exclude the case of if you shackle the bird inside of the pieces of the bush, as much as that is sacrificially unfit. And that's what I saw. It does not convey to them. The other sheifa ultimately again uses it to exclude oath coming. Very interesting. A bird, a non-kosher bird, does not convey to one. That's just halacha. Only kosher birds convey to one. Non-kosher birds do not convey to one. That means where does that Yehuda get that concept from? Minavela not. And Yehuda ultimately learns it out from the Vela. Rabbi Meir will say, I'm the Vela, my upper left are maybe it's on the Vela. The Shia is the guys. So let's be very interesting. So if you take a look at Rashi, just a moment, Rashi, in the third wide line of Rashi, Rabbi Meir, I, Chali said, in the Vela, Vayacham, Vayacham, to also show in the Kamil Elef, the Shia is Rashi, lots of the Hayat. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Meir learned out from the extra Vela, that the shear for Tumah is the same shear for Rono Achid, which is a Kazayis. I will say, when we speak about the idea that a bird conveys Tumah when you're swallowing it, how much do you have to be swallowing? How much? A Kazayis. So we might go, the same book when the kids come on, Marjah from the Old Passes, the Aki Rahmana Lashon Achila, Stad Mishir Achila B'Kizayis, the Kad Mishir Achila B'Kizayis. There is an act to again, and Torah starts praising it, Lashon Achila. So say that there are two moving actions over here. Number one, you have to go and eat a Kizayis, but that's actually instant Allah in general. In general, Isui Achila requires Kizayis. If you step into that, when don't you need Kizayis? When you need Kizayis, a little bit more Chazar from Shachs Makis. Sog, right? What we call in halacha, carry up. Right, carry up. Right, so remember again. Remember again. Remember, halacha is if you eat an ant, you eat an ant, you know it's obviously a ant. If you eat a desires of ants, you have much bigger problems. Right? You're much bigger, right? But the nice side, if you eat an ant, which obviously is tiny, right? So a nice thing, you're tight. Actually, you're tight 7 different blocks. Right? But ultimately, again, why? Because it's a barrier. It's a fully intact living being. Aside from that, generally, whatever we have in Isra Achila is Kizayis. There's another important detail in that. It's not just Kizayis, but it's what we call Kizayis B'Kei Achilas Pras, which means not the Kizayis, literally again, right, not focus exactly how long it is, right? But just the Kizayis within a certain time frame. Because if you remember again, in order for an Achila to be considered one unified act, it has to act within a time frame. If you span it too long, then again, it's not just going to be one act of eating. Remember, we have this, well, this has many different applications. So therefore, the Gemara says over here, the halacha l'maisa, when you say that you eat a kizayis of a bird nevela, or a bird treifa potentially, that it conveys tumah, right? If it's a kizayis in your throat, it's to get the akilas pass. You have to eat that kizayis within a certain amount of time. So I would have thought like this. Whole of the Kiddush here, and also the short bird thing is a big Kiddush. Now, what's the big Kiddush? The big Kiddush by the bird is, remember, again, we're not about the Shakira. We're talking about Tumah. Okay, how does a bird convey Tumah? How does a bird convey Tumah? When you swallow it, but if you first I will say about it, it's two things. What becomes when you swallow the tummy bird, your tongue, and your clothing. So this is a tremendous Kiddush, right? It doesn't normally work. Someone normally works again, Madra Masa. You touch it, you carry it. So this is a tremendous Kiddush here. You also need to have the first name in the tummy. I'm going to talk like this, that maybe a third, kind of like all bets are off by this, right? The normative construct of Tumah does not apply. But after all, again, think about this. Once I'm born, such a figure says, conveying Torah, number one, you're swallowing. How about a thought like this? Even if you need a kizayis, maybe even if you need a kizayis over 3 hours, you're going to stop the Filas class. Like, maybe that's still in this Torah. How much more said that as much as bird is a Kiddush, at the end of the day, it is still governed by the normative laws of consumption. Therefore, again, you're going to require a kizayis, and that kizayis must be consumed b'fidei achilas class. Incredible. Let's go back there. Let's go back there. It says the Gemara. Let's put a the Caleb, Nevela, the Caleb Shrefa. The Pasuk says ultimately, and Caleb, Nevela, Caleb. When you do that's the Pasuk. The Caleb, Nevela, the Caleb Shrefa, the Asala Komalacha, the Achal Lo Sotluhu. There was an interesting halacha. If you have Caleb of a Nevela and Caleb of a Shrefa, ultimately, again, you can do whatever you want with it as long as what? You don't eat it. You don't eat it. Okay, so the Gemara says, fine. I will say, now what are you talking about over here? So the Gemara goes out and says, we're talking about, again, the Caleb of a kosher animal. If you go ahead and you chef an animal, so a behemoth, so we know that Allah you cannot eat Caleb, but you can absolutely get on the offer for it. So you want to sell it, you want to use it as food, you want to feed it to your animals. You can do whatever you want. The only thing you can't do is eat it. Incredible. I told her the Caleb thing was all I cost me down there. Oh, and Ella, the Caleb thing was me. I was saying, how you know? How you know it's talking about the Caleb of a kosher animal? Maybe it's talking about the Caleb of a non-kosher animal. And saying, again, you can't eat the Caleb of because you get hung up in the Caleb of a non-kosher animal as well. So the Gemara says, the Gemara says, comment, Tier, Niklal, Shkuto, the Tier, Niklal, Caleb. So those are very interesting. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, without that, he ends up in the bottom of the daf in Rashi. Tier Niklal, Shkuto, Tier, Militame, Mitan Shkuto, Shashkuta Mitarasa. So on one hand, what does Shkuta do? Shkuta is Mitaher an animal, which means that when an animal is shafted, by definition, it no longer conveys tumor. Right? It no longer conveys tumor. And so therefore, you know, and by the way, what's important about this is, even if the shkita doesn't render the animal consumable, like even if you can't eat it, Allah nice again, shkita takes away kara. So shkita takes it tumor. So the says, Tia Nefal Shkita, the Tia Nefal Chelek, look at that next Rashi. So the says, the Tia Nefal Chelek, Mitan Chelek, Tia Esanadela, Milutam Shekasa, Kan Shekilab Medela Tar. So ultimately, the Gemara says, so remember, Shkita is Mitar, the animal in general, and Shkita is also Mitar, the Chelek, but the Chelek doesn't convey to law. Makish Tia Nefal Shkita, it's a whole lot of it's made up. So the way the Shkita works, Shkita works with a kosher animal and not a non-kosher animal. After Shetzir Mechlav Chelek, it's a whole lot it's made up. So to where Shkita goes ahead and prevents Chelek from conveying to law, it's also by a kosher animal and not by a non-kosher animal. That's what it says. And therefore, again, when the Torah says that you can get benefits from the Caleb, what is that talking about? A properly shafted kosher animal. That as much as Allah says again, the Caleb is not permitted for consumption, you're actually permitted to get hung off. Okay, that goes out too. I don't know, maybe you interpret it a little bit differently. I'll say where it says, Zoo teasing where it says, okay, that goes out too. Here in the Cloud of Halo, the Tier of the Cloud of Halo, ultimately, again, the animals was committed ultimately again from the Cloud of Halo, and therefore, ultimately, in order to shaft it, it's no longer in the Halo, and therefore, ultimately, again, it's permitted to use the Halo. Master should share the Cloud of Halo, it's me have a little bit to hold on. Ultimately, again, when he was going ahead and when he was submitted from the South, the Halo, like he said to me, not by Torah. After she tear me cloud Caleb, it's me of love Torah. So to me, we're talking about by the Caleb, we're talking about the end of man, not by the Torah. I'm the verses that can't be why on the base. To Shabbat, the day of the zoo, and just interpret it this way, she's the Torah. Ultimately, again, the animal itself is from an animal Torah. To show that you keep it Tmeah. But ultimately, again, if you interpret it the second way, then the animal itself is a Tmeah, and that doesn't make all that much sense. Because if it's the animal that's a Tmeah, then ultimately it's Torah. Means that she said to get it Treifa. Okay? Talmud Lomar, Treifa. Therefore, the pasuk says, same pasuk we've done before, says Treifa, because it's the Chilib Nevela, the Chilib Treifa. So both say the Torah goes out of his way to highlight that both the Chilib and the Nevela and the Treifa are permitted for use. Talmud Lomar Treifa. Mi Sheyesh the Mina Treifa. We're talking about an animal that has in its category a Treifa. They both say, what type of animal is subject to the laws of Treifa? What type of animal? Only a kosher animal. A non-kosher animal is not subject to the laws of Treifa. Why? Because a non-kosher animal is just simply unfit for use. It doesn't have animals of Treifa. Not the person. Treifa is a specific designation within the category of kosher animals. So you can have an animal that is categorically kosher, but is a Treifa.
Trying to get to follow his page and stuff like that.
The concept of Treifa does not apply to non-kosher animals. Talmud Treifa, Mishish B'mina Treifa. Therefore, again, it only applies to something which has categorically Treifa, which applies to kosher animals. OTS HaTmeah, She'ein B'mina Treifa, or OTS HaTmeah, She'ein B'mina Treifa. Therefore, again, I will exclude from this non-kosher animals, which are not subject to the laws of Treifa. But OTS HaChaya, She'ein B'mina Treifa. But ultimately, again, I will not exclude Chaya, which is subject to the laws, ultimately, again, of faith. There's a both sides. There's much things like this. So I tell them, let's finish that. Tell them, the whole also do, you shall not eat it. Remember, the Torah says you can get the benefit from the Caleb of an Avila or a Treifa, but you can't eat it. You shall tell Ba'asa to the Salamuta. What is Torah referring to? A type of animal where the Caleb is not fit for consumption, but what? The meat is. Yasachaya Shechalba over Salamuta. Also comes to exclude a Chaya, to exclude also remember that a Chaya, both the meat as well as the Caleb, ultimately again, are going to be permitted for consumption. Here's the rest of the Moses and this follows. When the Torah refers over here to this case of when the Torah was actually to say that the Caleb of an Avela and the Caleb of a Treifa ultimately again are permitted for benefit, not permitted for consumption. What kind of animal are we talking about? So we must be talking about a kosher animal, ultimately again with the shechted. And therefore, although the meat is not going to be consumable, why not? Why not? Because it's an Avela or a Treifa, right? Ultimately again, or with a box speaking out of the Avela. Ultimately again, the Caleb is permitted for benefit. Not for consumption, but yes, for benefit. Incredible. Don't ever do it. When you look at Yaakov, Yaakov was using this logic. The Vedas Behemoth Kaholo in the Tane. So it says, using this logic, it sounds like they were referring to like this. That the Nevela, a kosher animal, that's what hinders to look. The Vedas Behemoth Tameah. Well, Mikama, are you telling me that the kosher, the animal carcass of a non-kosher animal
Obviously, your choice.
is not condemned to love? So this is what I say. Kama Sabi Shibashtova. How many elders, right? How many established, how many Chachamim have made this mistake? Rashi will say. It's the last of the last wide line of Rashi. Kama Sabi Shibashtova. Smiya Ani, Azakinim Merubim, Shekimoskan, Shemishtabashkan. So this is what I will say. So, right, so remember, Rav Yaakov, this is Rav Yaakov Bar Abba said to Rava. Now, based on what you're saying, it's only the Nevela of a kosher animal which conveys to Rava. So Rava responds back, it is shocking to me how many wizened Torah sages have made this same mistake. Seifa Asar, the Nevelas of Tameh. Ultimately, again, I will say, the Seifa that Rashi says over the Seifa in English, which talks about Tiher, Mechlal Nevela, right? Ultimately, again, that there's something that is released from Nevela. What is that referring to? Nevelas of Tameh. So again, when you speak about the fact that a Tameh animal does not convey Tumah, the only thing we're referring to over here, Rava said, is that a tummy bird does not convey some of the base habliya. So if you eat the desires of a non-kosher bird, that you're in violation because you eat one kosher bird. And for halacha that does not convey some of the base habliya. The law suggests that the carcass of a non-kosher animal will convey tumah, mango ubermas. That's the point of that's halacha nice still needs to be seen. But that's the distinction that Rav is making. When we exclude something non-kosher from conveying tumah, Rav says that a non-kosher bird does not convey tumah but base habliya. But a non-kosher bird will absolutely convey tumah but not ubermas. So that's what's being suggested over here. I'm going to be open. The open like this. Okay, so now remember, let's get back to where we were. How did this whole thing start? Right? I don't even know. Right? I don't know where it's all started. This is how it all started. It all started yesterday in Michigan. No, I will say, just hold on. It's actually not complicated. We started anyway, so we're going to quickly. But it's not complicated because everything really comes back to one part machlokes. The machlokes, you're supposed to just keep your finger on sound of press on the bottom of 69 the machlokes in Mishnah. Again, you did Malika. You didn't want to do just decline minding your own business, doing the Malika. And then what happens? It turns out the bird is a treifa. So let's go through this. Obviously, what do I know? What does everybody do? I did Malika, the bird is a treifa. What does everybody do? Sacrificially invalid. Can't do anything with this. Now the issue is have a bird carcass, which happens to be holding in the hand. Right? So the shaila now is, what's the status of this bird carcass? Does it have the ability to convey tumah or not? So the mayor says, no. Now again, remember, the truth is holding a bird carcass in your hand a big deal? No. I mean, it sounds pretty gross, but aside from that, right? In other words, from a Torah perspective, it's not a big deal. Why? Because the only way birds convey tumah is how? They something up to swallow it, right? But obviously the shadow is going to come up. Let's say whatever it is, Coin didn't realize he ate it. Is he tummy? So Rabbi Meir says no. Rabbi Meir holds halacha l'maisa. Although the malika did not work sacrificially, the malika absolutely works to say that the bird is not an avela. It's not an avela. Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Yehuda decides to. So we spent the bulk of today really focusing on Rabbi Yehuda. Now the Gemara goes back. Rabbi Yochanan goes on and says, well, here Rabbi Meir says that the malika works. Ultimately again on the bird that the take off, but it doesn't convey tumah. Rabbi Yochanan uses these two qualifications. Well, here in the Allah, it's needed. It's only if the bird was a complete bird, not about moment. Meaning, what does that mean? That the bird itself was technically fixed to be offered up by the cover. And obviously, once you open it up, you realize it's a safe, it's unfit. So the Yochanan says, Rabbi Meir says, malika work to go ahead and prevent tumas b'avela only when the bird was unblemished. Gemara says, and rather, if you look at Rashi, what's the logic? Well, Rabbi Meir, it's in the short lines of Rashi, about 5 lines in. The malikas treifa emet meaning the shayfa b'hu malika. So let's see, hear this? What's Rabbi Meir's logic? Rabbi Meir's logic is like this. When the coin's holding that bird, right? So again, you think malika, when do you find out that the bird is a treifa? When do you find out it's treifa? Only after the fact. So the Kohen is acting in good faith, he's doing his job. And the Mary says the malika should work, at least that it's not, at least that it doesn't convey tumah. So the other comes along and says, he says, yeah, only when the bird was not blemished. Because if the bird was blemished, then what? You're like, no, this thing was in the first place, because it was sacrificially invalid. So if the bird was complete, if the bird was unblemished, and you went ahead and you did the malika, you acted just in a normal course of sacrificial service, that's when the Meir says the malika works to prevent tumas b'avela. But halacha l'maisa, ultimately, again, you're sacrificially using a blemish out of a bali woman role. If you're doing a bal mum, ultimately, again, it does not work. In other words, if you did malika on a bal mum, that then turned out to be sheifa, ultimately, again, it conveys tumah. Interesting. Rabbi Elazar says no, still the bali woman. This is very interesting. It's similar, not true. But in there, Rebbe Moses is like this. What's our mayor's logic? The mayor's logic is that Malika would be equivalent to Shchita. And just like by Shchita, it doesn't matter again, it doesn't matter if the animal was a bomb one or not. If you do Shchita on an animal, that animal does not convey too much to Vela. If you did Malika on a bird, whether the bird had a mum or not, Malika is the equivalent of Shchita for a bird. Therefore, Malika will remove any too much to Vela. So Father Machol gets it's my nani. So we'll say, watch this. I'm gonna do the Rabbi Lazar. Mishhani had there about moving. No, it's not true. Even Rabbi Meir supports this idea. First, approach Rabbi Yochanan. If you did Malika on a balmum, a blemished animal, even